Yesterday's part ended with several things happening, where Yiwu was almost overwhelmed against Mai Sha, but with the intelligence he had, in the end Yiwu was able to defeat him and continue his journey. Meanwhile, on the one hand, Boss Briwalk is facing problems from several monsters in Goa, so how does the story continue? Let's start the storyline. Boss Beard cursed in annoyance because there were so many Velociraptor dinosaur monsters around him. He tried to swing his weapon as hard as he could to get rid of the dinosaurs from around him. The Beard Boss even attacked them without thinking and blindly sending them all to hell. Finally, one of his legs was bitten and the bearded boss began to lose focus on attacking his opponent. In a short time, this bearded man was surrounded by Velociraptor dinosaurs and became their meal. Boss Beard tried to ask for help and call Mai Sha, but the woman had already died. In a short time, the bearded man was devoured by dozens of Velociraptor dinosaur monsters. Some of the dinosaurs realized Kiki's presence and immediately tried their best to lift the masked girl's body and take her out of the cave. On the other hand, Yiwu and all his friends realized that the girl had been taken away very quickly, and the bearded boss was already dead. Yiwu suspected that the bearded boss had been killed by a monster and the aboriginal girl was unconscious, but she continued to move at high speed. Xiaoji wondered, how could a girl who is still unconscious move that fast? Is it possible that there is such high technology in this place? But then they realized that that meant the girl must have been taken by the monsters. Yiwu asked Xiao Bao what did he think. The cat replied that it wasn't a monster beast that took his partner away, or even Boss Nagaro, but someone even stronger. Yiwu wondered in his heart who was more evil than the dungeon boss. Could it be a hidden character from the dungeon, as is the case with the masked girl, or Kiki? Yiwu didn't expect that an ordinary level 40 dungeon would still have such rich mysteries that it would be so interesting. On the other side of the forest, Kiki slowly opened her eyes and realized that currently she was lying on an offering stone. For a moment the girl was confused, but she quickly jumped off the offering stone and thought about leaving immediately. Kiki asked herself how she could be brought to such a dangerous place again. Could that human be collaborating with him? Kiki immediately ran as fast as possible so as not to be caught again by that person. But this girl's fate is not so good, because currently her path is blocked by a large purple dinosaur monster. Until finally a man's voice was heard complaining that this was the 10th time Kiki had done this. Every time the girl was saved from death, she always slipped away without saying anything to the man. This made him sad. But as he said before, the young man would give Kiki the chance to escape 10 times. The big man who is currently standing on a dinosaur dragon is called a wire. The level of this handsome man also cannot be read by the system. A wire said that Kiki's chance had run out, so the girl had to stay by his side obediently and she couldn't go anywhere anymore. Kiki refused the man's request and tried to run through the other side. But a wire snapped his fingers and several dinosaur monsters immediately appeared and surrounded Kiki. A wire said that if the young man let go of Kiki, did the girl think that she could escape as easily as before? Finally, a wire got off his mount and slowly walked towards Kiki while reminding the girl to accept her fate. A wire explained that there were many monsters and beasts in that world, but only 2 humans, namely a wire and Kiki, were born in the world. So this young man asked, doesn't Kiki understand the truth? Kiki firmly answered that she hated a wire because the young man had a disgusting body odor, so she doesn't want to have children with a wire. Hearing this made a wire smile in annoyance. This young man said that even after thousands of years had passed, Kiki's thinking was still very primitive and backward. Now a wire is no longer interested in having children with Kiki. He only wanted to fuse with that girl for one goal, namely to gain great power. Coupled with the 3,000-year-old fruit on the elder tree, a wire is confident that he can gain the power to break through this world. Suddenly the silver-haired man groaned with anger because the world made him feel very angry and annoyed. According to him, the world was too small and cramped to the point that he felt even more unable to breathe. A wire knows that there is a bigger, wider, and more interesting world out there. But he can only be here for 1,000 years in that small forest whose radius is less than 100 miles. A wire continued to roar hatefully to vent his anger. After that, a wire suddenly put his hands on Kiki's body and said that now was his chance. A wire already knew that there were foreign humans who could penetrate their world perfectly. This confirmed his suspicions for thousands of years. Plus, all this time he had been trying to get through the space door, but he was unsuccessful because some invisible laws made him unable to penetrate the space wall. A wire looked very scary when he was upset, thinking that his efforts had always been in vain. A wire said that he needed Kiki's power to kill the alien human, then break through the boundaries and go to the outside world. A wire didn't even care anymore when Kiki screamed, begging to be released from a wire's very strong grip. It was at this time that Yiwu finally appeared and said that a wire's statement was so extraordinary that it made him learn many things. Yiwu realized the NPC in the dungeon had awakened his self-awareness and still wanted to break through the restrictions to go to the world outside the dungeon. He thought this was very interesting. Yu Wu also honestly said that at first, he thought that a wire was a good person so he might take the silver-haired man to go out and see the outside world with Yu Wu. But now Yu Wu changed his mind. A wire finally stood up and asked how Yu Wu would treat him. Yu Wu put on a hideous face and took out a flame sword while replying that there was usually only one ending for evil NPCs. Of course, it died at the hands of the protagonist. A wire said that he didn't quite understand what NPC Yu Wu was talking about, but since Yu Wu took the initiative to come in person, it saved a wire even more time. This youth put on a stance and said that what was even more unexpected to him was that a group of foreigners could escape from the hands of the three-headed dragon, Nagaro. A wire jumped up and allowed his dragon mount to attack Yu Wu. This silver-haired man said that Yu Wu had to take such an absolute attack until they realized how fragile they were like weeds. Yu Wu tried to resist the attack of the dragon's tail while saying that a wire could only say cruel things and then make a sneak attack. So Yu Wu thinks that it is a wire's strength that is not absolute enough. But unexpectedly, Yu Wu was knocked back by the power of a wire's dragon tail. Even the dragon's slashing attack managed to reduce his HP by 20%. Yu Wu didn't expect such an attack to be able to reduce 20% of his HP with just one hit, even though currently Yu Wu's true level was 100. While sitting on his mount, a wire said that he wasn't carrying out a sneak attack but he just didn't want to dirty his hands, which were connected to the soul of the mountain and had extraordinary abilities. A wire was going to let Yu Wu fight his mount because he thought it was already a great gift for Yu Wu. Yu Wu admitted that his opponent had the advantage, but he wanted to know what a wire's true level was. Yu Wu also said that people like a wire should not hide their strength. In his heart, Yu Wu realized that Kiki's level was also hidden. He wondered, was there a special system that could hide such a level? A wire called Yu Wu stupid, because he couldn't know that after thousands of years of life, a wire's strength could no longer be measured by a set of numbers. After that, a wire ordered his mount to attack Yu Wu again. But suddenly a small red dragon immediately hit the head of a wire's dragon, causing the monster's HP to decrease by 20%. A wire was surprised that a creature could reduce 20% of his mount's HP with just one attack. A wire began to wonder, is it true that Yu Wu and his pet are at the same level as him? He thought this looked very strange. On the other hand, Xiao Longlong made a special gesture which Yu Wu took as a request to climb onto his back. When Yu Wu asked, it turned out to be true. Xiao Longlong wanted the master to climb on his back. Thinking about it made Yu Wu unable to bear it and decided to just wait until Xiao Longlong was a little older. A wire said that Xiao Longlong was enough to shock his mount with such a blow. Now this silver-haired man just realized Yu Wu's ability. Meanwhile, Yu Wu thought that if a wire was at the same level as him, then it would be unreasonable, because a level 100 hidden NPC appeared in a level 40 dungeon. This was so strange. According to Yu Wu, although they could face each other, he suddenly had a bold idea. Yu Wu stepped back while throwing a bottle of potion at his fat fellow. Then Yu Wu told Xiaoji to come forward and attract a wire's anger. But Yu Wu prevented Xiaoji from using survival skills. If the fat young man couldn't stand it, he could drink the potion. Xiaoji was surprised to hear Yu Wu's words. He asked how he would fight the person who had reduced 20% of Yu Wu's HP. This fat man was worried that a wire would kill himself in an instant. But Yu Wu insisted that Xiaoji believe him. Xiaoji finally understood. Even though this fight would be very fatal, he would unconditionally believe in Yu Wu's words. Finally, Xiaoji approached a wire and mocked the silver-haired man by saying that a wire was a crazy person who didn't wear clothes. Now, Xiaoji lured a wire into just watching his fat body in action, and he would satisfy a wire. Hearing Xiaoji's words made a wire furious. The blonde man immediately deployed his dragon mount to attack Xiaoji. It was at this moment that Xiaoji cursed and asked if could he withstand the blow of the huge dragon's attack. If he made a mistake in judgment, he would never let Yu Wu go, even if he became a ghost later. Finally, the huge dragon claw hit Xiaoji's shield, creating a huge explosion. But the big player was shocked and wondered why the trick was so much easier than imagined. Even his HP only drops 20% without survival skills. Xiaoji guessed that the man who made silver was at the same level as him. Yu Wu thought that a wire had a special level system. It should be similar to the assimilation of hatred key level, otherwise, how would it possibly be able to be lowered with just one blow? But the amount of remaining HP of Shoji cannot be higher than 3%. Yu Wu guessed that a wire still didn't know his abilities. Otherwise, he would have already confined Yu Wu and defeated him or killed the others in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, Luo Feng asked Yu Wu if could he join in the action with Xiaoji. Yu Wu agreed as he threw a legendary sword at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's face immediately lit up with joy holding the legendary sword that was specially made to harm dragon beasts. Yu Wu asked Luo Feng to quickly come forward and exchange with the fatty, then provoke a wire's hatred. This was the perfect time for Luo Feng to gather actual combat experience. This was a great opportunity for Luo Feng. After hearing Yu Wu's words, Luo Feng became even more excited. because he had waited so long for the opportunity to be able to release his passion as he pleased and gain valuable experience. Xiaoji, who was still trying to defend against a wire's attack, asked if Yi Wu was serious about sending Luo Feng, because a wire's level should be almost the same as Yi Wu. Even though Xiaoji could keep up, Lu Feng was only level 36. Xiaoji was worried that Yi Wu was just pushing Lu Feng into the fire pit. Despite this, Luo Feng bravely charged forward while telling Xiaoji not to worry. Luo Feng was sure that Yi Wu would never harm him, and he just needed to carry out Yi Wu's orders without hesitation. A wire laughed with a hideous expression looking at Luo Feng, who was still at level 36. He laughed at Yi Wu, who sent out low-level trash like Luo Feng. So a wire vigorously attacked Luo Feng with his huge dragon tail. Luo Feng managed to block the attack with his shield. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng's HP only decreased by 30% after being attacked so strongly. This made Luo Feng even more happy and without hesitation cut off the tail of a wire's dragon. Luo Feng laughed with satisfaction because his weapon was indeed very effective at attacking dragons. Even the dragon's huge tail was cut off with just one attack. A wire's dragon roared angrily. A wire who was sitting on it panicked seeing that Luo Feng, who was only level 36, was able to do that to his dragon. A wire suspected that Luo Feng was hiding his strength and that Luo Feng was the most powerful figure among them. Kiki, who had been watching their match, was amazed to see a wire's panicked face. This was the first time he saw a wire so upset and angry like an old fox. Xiao Bao, who heard Kiki's words, said that this was the strength of his master and his friends. Kiki was shocked to hear Xiao Bao acknowledge someone as his master. So he asked, since when did the cat recognize a thief as its master? Xiao Bao quickly explained that they just had a misunderstanding. According to him, all masters are good. Moreover, now they have come to save Kiki even though there is danger now. Kiki asked, is it really like that? Even though they both attacked Yi Wu yesterday. Xiao Bao confirmed everything he said and believed that Yi Wu and his friends had broad hearts and insight. Yi Wu approached them and rubbed Xiao Bao's back, saying that what Xiao Bao said was not that great. But no matter what, Kiki expressed her thanks because the young man had saved her just now. If not, something bad would have happened to him. Yi Wu answered, you are welcome. But if Kiki wanted to thank Yi Wu sincerely, the young man asked her to tell him what happened to the elder tree and the three-headed dragon. And what is that very important thing that should not be missed? On the other side, Luo Feng was still fighting against a wire. Luo Feng looked very happy because the sword Yi Wu gave him was very powerful. When he held the sword in his hand, Luo Feng felt boundless power emitting from the sword. And he thought the sword was cool. Ruin Tianchen reminded Luo Feng to stay alert and not be careless because currently they were facing a 2 versus 2 battle. And Ruin Tianchen couldn't do anything other than heal because his power of suggestion was worse than his opponent's. Luo Feng replied that Ruin Tianchen didn't need to worry because he immediately attacked the dragon and immediately chopped its head off. With this, Luo Feng changed the situation and the battle became 2 versus 1. A wire cursed with a completely furious face when his mount was beheaded by Luo Feng. This made a wire intervene and immediately attack Luo Feng until their 2 large weapons collided and created a light that dazzled the eyes. Luo Feng laughed happily because his opponent was finally willing to take matters into his own hands so they could have fun together. Kiki was shocked to hear that Yi Wu had met Nagaro and managed to escape alive. Kiki asked how Yi Wu could do it, because previously no creature could escape Nagaro's eyes alive. With a proud smile, Xiao Bao said that they not only escaped from Nagaro alive, they even managed to kill one of the red dragon heads. Hearing this made Kiki even more shocked until she gasped and stepped back. With a panicked face, Kiki asked why did they do that. Yi Wu replied that if they didn't kill the dragon then they would be the ones killed. So is there anything wrong with killing the dragon? Kiki explains that Nagaro is very rare and valuable. Even if it can be killed, it should not be killed just like that. Because the 3 dragon heads from Nagaro have different colors according to different attributes. Red represents strength, blue represents life, and gold represents wisdom. And it has been in the oldest trees for thousands of years. The blood and spiritual veins of the oldest tree have been integrated. Now the oldest tree has entered the mature stage. So as long as the blood of the 3-headed dragon is poured under the roots of the tree, then the oldest tree can produce powerful fruit that represents the 3 powers. Even though Yi Wu had already killed the red dragon, there was still a chance to improve it. Yi Wu must collect the dragon's blood and must not let this opportunity of waiting 1,000 years be wasted. But the 3 figures in front of Kiki immediately fell silent with pale faces. Seeing their gloomy expressions made Kiki ask, what happened? With an awkward smile, Yi Wu explained that there was not a drop of red dragon blood left because its head had been burned to ashes. Hearing Yi Wu's answer immediately made Kiki hysterical. The girl hit Yi Wu's body with a weak body. She asked in a panic how Yi Wu could do that. Doesn't that young man know how precious and important the fruit of power is? Kiki continued to hit Yi Wu's body while babbling and saying that the young man was very stupid. Yu felt even more guilty and apologized for not knowing about it before. Then, with sharp eyes, Yu glanced at Xiao Bao, then said that there was an unreliable being who was supposed to remember these important things, but he forgot. Yu glanced at Xiao Bao with an increasingly furious face and asked how Yu should punish Xiao Bao to relieve the hatred in my heart. Xiao Bao panicked even more. Its body was covered in wet sweat, and in a trembling voice, the cat apologized for completely forgetting about it. Shaoji finally spoke up and asked Yu to forget about the fruit and not to regret the matter this time, because it is estimated that the fruit is not very good. Moreover, Yu already possessed enormous strength. Yu sighed heavily and said that the egg might be useless to Yu, but it was a very popular item to put on the black market or auction. So Yu always felt like he was missing out on 100 million every time he lost a valuable item. On the other hand, Awire and Luo Feng's battle is still ongoing, and currently, Awire's HP has decreased to 35%. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's HP was still at 80%. Roughly speaking, Luo Feng was superior to Awire. With this, Luo Feng laughed and asked what was wrong with Awire. Where was Awire's domineering aura before? Would Awire no longer be able to fight back once he was standing on the ground? Awire replies that Luo Feng is cheating because they are two people against one person. Aren't they embarrassed? Let alone letting the ugly Ruan Tianchen help him. Hearing Awire's harsh words made Ruan Tianchen immediately angry. With a salty tone and an angry expression, Ruan Tianchen immediately told Luo Feng to finish off Awire who insulted him. But Awire didn't want to play any longer, so he immediately roared and asked his whole family to gather together. Apparently, Awire used Wild Roar, which was able to summon all monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer. In a short time, hundreds of dinosaur monsters immediately approached and surrounded them. Luo Feng insulted Awire for having to ask the dinosaurs for help when he couldn't defeat them alone. In my opinion, Awire's attitude is very shameless. With a scary and furious face, Awire said that he acknowledged that Luo Feng and all of them were otherworldly humans who had advantages and were quite powerful. But that is your world. So if Awire couldn't beat them all, then he would use his numerical advantage to crush them all. Despite that, Yu said that it was impossible for the silver-haired youth to defeat them, because just now, Xiao Longlong managed to burn many dinosaur monsters with just one burst of fire. Awire became even more panicked. The monster army was defeated so easily. As a result, Awire finally ran away while riding his dinosaur and said that he would get the dragon's blood to gain the power of the oldest tree and come back to kill them all. Yu wanted to intervene and stop Awire, but he was prevented by Shaoji. The fat man told Yu to ignore Awire and let the blonde man find out the truth for himself and let him cry alone. Yu could only sigh heavily, but in the end, Yu asked them to immediately follow Awire so that the silver hairstyle wouldn't disturb the remaining 2 legendary fruits. But the problem is that currently the number of monster beasts surrounding them is very large and the number continues to increase. It looks like they'll have a hard time getting out for a while. Or Yu could chase Awire first, while the rest would stay behind to hold back the monsters. But Yu said that there was no need because according to him there were hundreds of monsters that were nothing to be afraid of. Yu glanced at Kiki with fire already burning in her body. Yu asked if Kiki was okay with completely ruining the beauty of the place. Kiki replied that there was no need to feel sorry because I hated that place the most. So I do hope Yu destroys that place until nothing remains. Hearing Kiki's answer immediately made Yu no longer hesitate. Yu immediately created a giant magic circle that was able to dispatch all the monsters around them and activate the Emperor Qian prison reform. This is a new skill that is unlocked after Emperor Qian's account reaches level 10. This skill can change Qian's fire mode and upgrade from a controlled firewall to a variety of attacks. With one attack from this skill, all the monster beasts that surrounded them immediately burned and disappeared. With this, Yu managed to get 200,000 EXP points and 500,000 in money. He also got a magic crystal, and all his comrades as well as Yu finally leveled up again. Apart from that, Yu also got a skill book on how to train dragons. After using the battle set can be transformed into a giant form and the size of the giant will change. The maximum number of people is 5 people. Yu smiled happily at getting the skill book. He suspected that Awire's mount had dropped the skill book. In his opinion, Luo Feng had done an excellent job as he not only defeated Awire's mount but was also able to make the monster drop such a valuable item. Now, Yu directly activated the book to fulfill Xiao Longlong or Chihong's wish. By activating the book, you will be able to change Xiao Longlong's body, and quickly the little dragon's body immediately glows and lightning flashes around them until in an instant, Xiao Longlong's small body turns into a huge, very dashing dinosaur dragon. Everyone was amazed to see the change in Xiao Longlong's size. Shaoji even wanted Yu to share his luck with him so he could have a pet like Xiao Longlong. Shaoji had often ridden many things, but he had never ridden a big dragon like Xiao Longlong. Yi Wu smiled broadly and said that they should seize the time and catch up to a wire quickly. Don't let big losses happen again. So they all enthusiastically climbed onto Xiao Longlong's back and immediately drove quickly towards the elder tree. Inside the secret room inside the elder tree, Nagaro coiled his body, which was shaking strongly. The legendary dragon was still frightened, remembering the encounter with Yi Wu. In fact, they were still very traumatized when they remembered that their brother, the red dragon, was burnt in Yi Wu's hands. The blue dragon said that Yi Wu was too scary, and they weren't on the same level as that young man. But the blue dragon was worried that they would be discovered by Yi Wu. But the golden dragon tried to comfort him by saying that their nest should not be easy to find because their nest was very hidden. But suddenly a man appeared at the mouth of the cave. The man's deep voice said that he knew Nagaro was hiding there. Unexpectedly, the man, who turned out to be a wire, came with dozens of monster beasts. A wire said with an angry face that thousands of years have passed, but why is Nagaro still useless? A wire said he was annoyed that Nagaro couldn't deal with a few humans from another world. Nagaro was a little surprised to see a wire's presence. They asked what a wire was doing. And what does a wire want to do by bringing so many troops? A wire said that thousands of years ago he kindly saved Nagaro's life. Now it's time for Nagaro to return the service. With a fierce face and brandishing his sword, a wire demanded that they show the figure of the red-headed dragon and demanded that they give the red dragon's blood. At first, Nagaro was silent. Finally, they showed that at this time the red dragon's head was gone and a wire was too late. Yi Wu had burned the red dragon's head to ashes without even leaving a single drop of blood. A wire was clearly shocked to see that the red dragon's head had actually been cut off. He asked in a loud voice, how could this happen? Even though a wire had waited for 1,000 years just for this day, just to get the blood of the red dragon. But now that opportunity has just disappeared. Moreover, the red dragon can create the most needed power fruit. So he couldn't accept this reality. Nagaro also said that he couldn't accept that humans could easily defeat him. But in the face of absolute strength, if a wire couldn't accept it, he still had to accept it. After all, a wire let them go thousands of years ago to satisfy his own conspiracy. At first, they felt very sad because they lost their red brother. But now their mood has improved when they see a wire's annoyed expression. Angry at being laughed at by Nagaro, a wire immediately ran and attacked to kill the dragon. Nagaro reminded a wire not to be arrogant, because after thousands of years have passed they are no longer simple. The two dragon heads immediately opened their mouths wide and created a ball of energy to counterattack a wire. Nagaro said confidently that even though he couldn't beat Yi Wu, they were still strong enough to deal with a wire. But suddenly the dragon monster closed its mouth tightly and immediately ran away to the back of the cave. In that second, a bright light appeared behind a wire. Apparently at this time from the mouth of the cave, Yi Wu and his colleagues entered with Xiao Longlong. The red dragon, which had now become a giant, immediately crashed into the dozens of monster beasts that a wire was carrying. In this way, a wire no longer had a supporter, so he was even more angry and surprised by Yi Wu's attitude. Meanwhile, Yi Wu himself still looked very relaxed sitting on Xiao Longlong's back. Yi Wu said that a wire ran fast enough that he could barely catch up with a wire. But Yi Wu didn't forget to thank a wire because now he had a big mount and their situation would really be reversed from before. A wire cursed and said irritably, "How dare Yi Wu laugh at me?" A wire said the Emerald Dream had been with him for thousands of years and had become one with him. He wanted to make Yi Wu pay for what Yi Wu had done. A wire said that he would never let go of Yi Wu because the young man dared to laugh at him. Yi Wu commented that a wire has 3 personalities. But even though the young man had 3 personalities and many advantages, he was still an evil NPC in Yi Wu's eyes. So in his opinion, a wire will never escape the fate of being defeated. A wire suddenly shouted saying, "Obedience to righteousness, justice, and evil, these are meaningless, only strong and perfect are immortal." A wire said confidently that he already has a perfect life and wisdom, only the ultimate power of true perfection, namely strength. But Yi Wu had messed up the situation and destroyed his 1,000-year plan. Hearing a wire's words made Yi Wu think that he agreed with the blonde man's words. But Yi Wu didn't want a wire to talk about the imperfections of life, especially since a wire's wisdom was very doubtful and full of controversy. Suddenly a wire plunged his big sword into the ground below him. A wire said that he admitted that Yi Wu was very strong, and he really couldn't be on the same level as Yi Wu. But even so, a wire can still do other things. A wire's face burned with hateful determination. As the light from the ground he was standing on continued to shine brightly, a wire said that he would make everyone in front of him pay a painful price for disappointment. Yi Wu immediately went forward to attack a wire followed by Luo Feng. The two of them intended to stop a wire. At this moment, Yi Wu thought that a wire would attack Nagaro, but it turned out that his guess was wrong because now a wire seemed to have other plans. Luo Feng had tried his best to destroy the shield created by a wire. But not only was he unable to destroy the shield, Luo Feng also couldn't get close to it. Luo Feng was completely blocked by the lightning waves and airwaves. Yi Wu thought this situation was not very good because he couldn't even take the hatred from his opponent. Yi Wu was worried that a wire would directly reach level 100 and kill everyone in an instant. With a hideous face and a very scary wide smile, a wire knew that they must have come to that place to have the remaining 2 legendary fruits. But a wire would not let it succeed until Yi Wu died. A wire laughed loudly while telling Yi Wu to never think about what he couldn't get. Kiki, who was sitting on Xiao Longlong's back, warned that this was a very critical event because currently a wire was absorbing the aura of the oldest tree and preparing to become a giant. Yi Wu obviously panicked when he heard Kiki's words. Moreover, at this time suddenly the roof of the cave cracked and slowly fell. Yi Wu immediately told Xiao Longlong to go take the others out of the place and leave him and Luo Feng alone in the cave. Xiao Longlong quickly ran out of the cave. At that time, Kiki asked in panic what Xiao Longlong was doing. Even though at this time Yi Wu and Luo Feng were still inside and still in danger, Ruin Tianchen asked the girl not to worry because Yi Wu was very strong and could not be defeated by difficulties like this. Ruin Tianchen believes that they will definitely find a way out of danger soon. Unexpectedly, the rocks covering the mouth of the cave suddenly shook and immediately shattered when Nagaro came out of the cave with Yi Wu and Luo Feng in his mouth. With a proud smile, Luo Feng said that Yi Wu's abilities were extraordinary, because he thought this escape method was very enjoyable, even though the dragon's bad breath made him a little uncomfortable. Yi Wu said that one dragon head represents life and the other head represents wisdom, and what Yi Wu was fighting for was the belief in the 2 dragons. But fortunately, they all took the initiative to make the best choice now. Since the 2 dragons had shown sincerity, Yi Wu promised not to kill them and to help the dragon guard the oldest tree. The 2 dragon heads bowed before Yi Wu while thanking the young man for his help. The 2 dragons also said they would do their best to repay Yi Wu's kindness. But the black-haired bleacher actually said that discussing matters of mind was not important. Now, they have to deal with a wire first. Kiki was very shocked when she saw the cruel dragon. Nagaro could actually submit and consider a foreign human as his master. He said it was extraordinary. Xiao Bao also proudly said that his master was truly a wise warrior, and his admiration for Yi Wu was like a surging river. At this moment, Yi Wu could feel how great a wire's energy was, because the energy from what the silver-haired man did could provoke the life energy in Yi Wu's body. Right now, a wire stood with his giant body towering into the sky. Behind a wire's body was a large magic circle similar to that of the gods in Chinese culture. A wire arrogantly said he is now close to eternal life without limits, so he was sure Yi Wu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Even though at this moment the opponent's body was dozens of times bigger than Yi Wu's, the black-haired man never felt afraid. He bravely faced a wire and said he would do his best. A wire challenges Yi Wu to hit him. He promised to just stand by and not fight. He would see what Yi Wu would do to him. A wire also said how sad it was that Nagaro chose to submit to humans. Nagaro is considered to have no self-respect as a tone. Nagaro then asked if that pride could become food and make them full. For them, the most important thing is to survive. It is natural that the weak ask for protection from the strong. Nagaro wasn't stupid enough to try hitting a rock with a pebble. A wire became even more angry because he felt that Nagaro was deliberately mocking him for making a mistake in his judgment. However, today he was confident that he would be able to kill the fish and destroy the net. He was determined not to let everyone be happy. A wire wanted to see whether Yi Wu would be the one to take him down in the end or if he could destroy the Elder Tree first. If he succeeded in defeating the Elder Tree, then there was nothing else he could do. That's when a giant hand appeared and grabbed a wire's hair. The man became angry because he thought Yi Wu used careless methods that violated martial ethics. Of course, Yi Wu didn't accept it and asked a wire not to make random accusations. They are also not in competition. He was just doing his best to kill the opponent. Yi Wu hit. A wire made him fall. A wire certainly couldn't believe that he, who had almost unlimited life, actually lost his HP because of one blow. Yi Wu, on the other hand, was also surprised because his full blow only reduced a wire's HP by 5%. The man praised a wire's very thick HP. That meant Yi Wu needed more time to defeat him. A wire was angry because Yi Wu attacked him sneakily instead of attacking from the front. At that time, Yi Wu revealed an old saying that said that it was not a problem to use any punch as long as it was a good punch. A wire was even more angry because it turned out that Yi Wu not only used his hands but also his feet. However, Yi Wu continued to attack a wire until he was defeated. For fellow Yi Wu, he deserved it. A wire didn't expect that he would be defeated even though he was the ruler of the world. Yi Wu then said that the real world is not as simple as a wire thought. In his heart, Yi Wu was happy because his decision to add all the talent points obtained by increasing the link level to the attacking talent was right. He experienced a huge increase in his attack power. Even if a wire utilized all the life force of the Elder Tree, he still couldn't resist that power. Yi Wu used the attack talent skill to control the Flame Demon, which was the demon form of the Qian King. Talent points can be used to unlock the complete Flame Demon summon. Currently, he can only use his hands and feet. Yiwu's victory was greeted with great fanfare by his friends. Zhu Xiaoji wanted to know what terrifying skills Yiwu had. A wire was completely rendered speechless. Luo Feng also didn't doubt Yiwu's strength, which couldn't even be measured by common sense. Kiki was also surprised because she didn't expect there to be such a strong person in the world. Maya Abao immediately agreed because the man who could be his master would not be just anyone. Kiki naturally also wanted to regard Yiwu as his master too. On the other hand, a wire became very angry because of his defeat. He who was almost able to break through the space door was played by Fate. He was angry because Yiwu entered his world. At that time, Yiwu explained how Fate was never fair. A wire thought that Fate was playing tricks on him, even though everything had been arranged. Although a wire had self-awareness and special abilities, a wire was born in a dungeon level lower than 40, so he had to accept his fate. Yiwu then prepared to hit a wire once again, while the man lamented his fate. In the end, Yiwu succeeded in defeating a wire and even got the nickname of a man who should not be met. Inside, Yiwu thought about his own words. A wire's fate was already destined, so what about them? He wondered if perhaps the whole earth was a game being deliberately manipulated by some high-level people. If that happened, it would be very scary. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji saw a wire's equipment drop process with a very exaggerated light, and was the first time he saw such a thing. Zhu Xiaoji was curious about what equipment Yiwu would get. Luo Feng also thought that the three-headed dragon was the boss monster, but it turned out to be a wire who was the hidden boss. But Yiwu didn't want to rush to check the results he got. Meanwhile, he wants to save the remaining humans in the dungeon. Moreover, it was much more important for him to obtain both fruits. Yiwu asked Nagaro what he should do, and the dragon immediately understood. He asked Yiwu and the others to follow them. They took the group to the Altar of Life, where it was known to be quite spectacular. Yiwu then asked Kiki if she was the one who built that place. Kiki said that the place had been there since he was born. After 1,000 years, nothing has changed. He didn't know who built it. Maya Abao said that maybe a wire knew, but she couldn't be questioned at that time. That's when Yiwu asked Nagaro to come forward. That's when Nagaro injured himself and smeared his blood on the monument on the Altar of Life. Zhu Xiaoji was confused because it turned out to be just such a simple thing. Nagaro then explains that it is not at all as simple as it seems. If it weren't for Yiwu, no other creature could harm them, let alone get their blood. It was all thanks to Yiwu's strength that made everything look simple. Not long after, the fruit appeared. They see it as a legendary fruit. Yiwu was also very amazed and did not expect to be able to taste the quality of these two fruits. The problem now is just to find out what the two fruits can do and how much money can be made from them. Yiwu picked one because he wanted to see what magical things were inside. Once he tried to do it, it turned out he couldn't do it even with all the strength he had. Yiwu found it strange because the fruit seemed to be of a much higher level than his. Luo Feng wanted to try taking the fruit with his weapon, but Yiwu asked him not to be careless. Yiwu realized that he couldn't remove it, so there was a special system inside. Luo Feng confirmed that physical strength would probably be useless. Kiki then explained that in the beginning, only she and a wire could pick the fruit. Even if someone else came and destroyed the pillar stone, they would never be able to take down the fruit. If the stone pillar breaks, the fruit will disappear. Yiwu didn't wait long and asked Kiki to pick the fruit for him. Even though he didn't know Kiki's appearance behind the mask, they had become quite familiar. Kiki shouldn't have rejected Yiwu's request. Zhu Xiaoji, who saw it, could only think to himself and asked the man not to tease women if he really couldn't do it because it looked embarrassing. Kiki then asked if Yiwu would promise her anything if she was willing to pick the fruit. Yiwu wants to know what it is, but Kiki asks him to promise first. Yiwu promised to do it as long as it was something he could do. In his heart, he knew that with Kiki's pure and primitive personality, she shouldn't ask for anything too heavy. Kiki agrees and asks Yiwu not to lie to her. Yiwu asked Kiki not to worry. Besides, he usually doesn't make promises easily, but as long as he promises, he will do it and he never breaks a promise. Not long after, Kiki showed herself by interacting with the roots of the oldest tree. They soon realized that only natives could activate the device. Yiwu explained that things weren't that simple. He could feel how the Kiki energy was not only activating the plant, but there was also an inexplicable active energy gushing out from his body. Maya Bao then confirmed. Moreover, Kiki has lived an ancient life for 1,000 years. She and a wire have their characteristics. Yiwu couldn't help but wonder what it was. Kiki didn't even seem to know about that characteristic. Judging from the situation that occurred, it was probably about a prophet-type ability, although it was not just a simple prophet. He will ask in more detail later. On the other hand, everyone could see the flowers starting to bloom. They suspect that the process will continue, until suddenly Kiki seemed to be taking off her mask. Everyone was stunned to see Kiki's face. They couldn't even use words to describe the incredible feeling they were feeling. Just looking at his face made them feel like they were surrounded by warm energy. Luo Feng praised the girl's beauty. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianchen, who is also a woman, was also amazed to see him. Zhu Xiaoji added that he might fall in love at first sight. On the other hand, Yu Wu acknowledged her beauty, but it wasn't that surprising to him. He wondered if it was just the energy enhancement effect that was directly affecting them. Kiki then injured herself and dripped her blood on the flowers in front of her. At that time the stone pillar suddenly shattered and everyone was confused because they thought the ritual had failed. Kiki asks them to calm down as it is only the last step to complete the ritual. Elder trees can only bear fruit once in their lifetime, so the stone pillars were destroyed. Kiki immediately asked Yu Wu to accept the fruits. Yu Wu was grateful and he had succeeded in getting the fruit of wisdom and the fruit of life. The fruit of life is to prolong life and is needed to make god-level potions. Resurrection is a god-level potion that can bring the dead back to life without side effects. Meanwhile, wisdom fruit is an important ingredient for making god-level potions. All-knowing and almighty are potions that can increase intelligence after drinking them. There are no secrets in the world that are not known. Yu Wu was shocked to see the potion which couldn't even be compared to any other potion. He immediately asked Weiss to analyze whether the potion could be made. Weiss was of course happy to get orders. He immediately analyzed and got the answer that the potion could be made with 2 conditions. First, you have to unlock the title of Master of Alchemy, then there are no potions that can't be made with it. The 2 recipe formulas for the 2 potions and the required materials must be obtained. Yu Wu was then considered the Master of Alchemy, which seemed to include pharmaceutical skills. He could even make god-level potions if he could achieve a master's degree. This is extraordinary. Meanwhile, the formula can be collected slowly and there is no need to rush. Yu Wu is quite happy with the potential of the account he has. His flexibility was very strong and he needed to develop it slowly. Kiki, who had fulfilled Yu Wu's request, was now demanding a promise. Yu Wu of course asked Kiki to reveal his request because he would not break his promise. Kiki surprisingly asked for a child from Yu Wu. This request certainly surprised everyone. Likewise, Yu Wu thought Kiki's request was too excessive. However, Kiki was not joking at all and instead was very serious. To him, Yu Wu was a very strong and good man. Their children will be stronger and better. But Yu Wu refused, especially since he was still very young. Kiki is more than 1,000 years old and he is still 18 years old. The age difference between the two is very striking. Of course, Kiki didn't want to hear any excuses because Yu Wu had promised before. It seemed to him that Yu Wu was lying even though she believed him. Yu Wu certainly didn't mean to lie, but Kiki was already crying. Of course, seeing this incident, Yu Wu's friends teased him. They said that Yu Wu should be held responsible after hurting Kiki. They asked Yu Wu to fight. Even though he was annoyed with his friends, he tried to persuade Kiki. He explained that the urge to have children between humans is indeed primitive, but they cannot be careless because there must be love. Kiki immediately asked about love. Yu Wu had a hard time explaining to Kiki clearly about that, but he would take Kiki away from that place to see the real world. He hopes that Kiki can see all kinds of people and understand the meaning of love herself. After that, he can ask again about wanting to have children with her again. Kiki agreed, but until then she wanted to follow Yu Wu wherever he went. Even though he had some objections, Yu Wu could only agree. In his heart, Yu Wu could only hope that Kiki would not talk about having children with him again. Yu Wu then realized that they had to immediately finish their adventure. Next, they went to see what equipment a wire had dropped. The closer they got, the more they could see an enormous thing with extraordinary effects. They were curious about what level a wire was. Luckily, Zhu Xiaoji had prepared himself considering that previously someone had been blinded by the light from equipment exploding at close range. So he will wear sunglasses when he sees it. Yu Wu could only look at Zhu Xiaoji strangely at that moment. Yu Wu finally saw the equipment, which was Life Ether 1 and 10, which was the core material for making the Life God level potion and the core material of the Super Dimensional Symbiosis God level evolution potion. Yu Wu was even more surprised because he could get 2 materials at once. He managed to get the required formula. Apart from that, he was also curious about the Super God level Dimensional Symbiosis. To him, it sounded like something invincible. Zhu Xiaoji was also surprised to see the God level materials because even he, who could be considered a veteran, had never seen or heard of such a thing. Yu Wu was also a little surprised because it clearly said a special hidden drop on the item, but they were only at level 40, so why was the super material there? Even though it felt strange, Yu Wu chose to forget it and look at other things he had achieved. Yu Wu got 100,000 X points and 1 million money. He also got a bonus of 200,000 experience points. Apart from that, he also got a magic crystal, concealed dominance sword, skill book across race friendship, and portable dungeon key. Meanwhile, Yu Wu's other colleagues received a level increase of even more than 20 levels. Luo Feng then remembered that a wire was a special hidden character and should be very strong, but he was able to keep up. This seemed strange and cool to him. Yi Wu then explained that a wire's hidden characteristic was the assimilation of the hate object's current level. Therefore, if he fought with Luo Feng, then their levels could be the same. Luo Feng came to understand that what made a wire able to be balanced was because the amount of HP that a wire lost when fighting with Yi Wu was the same as when a wire fought with them. Luo Feng praised Yi Wu for being able to analyze in such a short time. Yi Wu continued that a wire was a foreigner. Plus, the weapon characteristics he mentioned previously cannot be used. The skill book also killed him and increased the appeal of the Dragon Clan. Yi Wu became curious if they weren't a group. Kiki later said that was not the case. The dragons in the forest had to surrender to a wire because of his brutality and special control ability, while Yi Wu rescued and freed them. Yi Wu was starting to understand how there were different types of arrangements and a wire was just playing cards outside of the healthy. Plus, judging from the 1 out of 10 he gets, it means there are 9 hidden special characters. The item shouldn't be randomly distributed, so it would probably appear at level 40 dungeons. Yi Wu was happy because he gained another valuable piece of strange knowledge. Zhu Xiaoji then asked what Yi Wu would do with those god-level materials. Yi Wu probably couldn't make it into a potion, so it was better to just sell it. He was very curious about the price. Yi Wu, although very curious about the price, chose not to sell it because its value would not be exchangeable for money. After that, Yi Wu turned to Miao Bao, who was supposed to show him the magic crystal cave that he said before. Miao Bao immediately pointed it out. Yi Wu asked Nagaro to protect the elder tree to maintain the balance of the forest there. Nagaro immediately carried out the order. Not long after, Yi Wu and his party arrived at the magic crystal cave. They were all so excited to see the cave, which was full of experience points. Zhu Xiaoji also estimated that all the magic crystals were worth hundreds of millions. Miao Bao then explained that the cave extended deep underground and was full of that type of stone. He was sure that humans like them called it the ancient demon crystal. According to Miao Bao, it was the best form of crystal that was formed after the death of ancient monsters. Maybe the cave used to be a place where ancient monsters lived, so many crystals formed there. Kiki discovered the cave 100 years ago, then felt the energy radiating in it and decided to live there. Yi Wu immediately concluded that they were all magic crystal veins. Even though it's only level 40, it's not a bad thing. He can use the magic crystal to increase its level or even sell it. With this cave, he now has a backup source of income. For him, the cave was really like a mine inside the house. At that time, everyone couldn't wait to dig it up, even though it would be tiring to do so. Yi Wu immediately stopped them because digging alone really wouldn't be efficient. He had a better plan. Yi Wu, who already had a portable dungeon key, could bring several groups of mining robots to tackle the cave. They just needed to wait for a good harvest. Yi Wu will keep 50% of the proceeds. Zhu Xiaoji will have 30% as the representative of the Depingxian team. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen will each get 10%. He then asked everyone's opinion. Zhu Xiaoji immediately agreed, and so did Ruan Tianchen and Luo Feng, who were happy. Yi Wu also asked Miao Bao to stay in the dungeon, but the cat wanted to know the reason because he also wanted to go to the real world. Yi Wu finally explained that he wanted Miao Bao to help him explore the distribution of other magic crystal deposits besides the cave. Yi Wu guessed that it was influenced by the elder tree and that there should be another magic crystal mine in the dungeon. Moreover, it was also a punishment for Miao Bao, who forgot important information previously, which caused him to lose fruit in vain. Miao Bao realized that he had received this punishment because of his mistake. However, of course, Yi Wu was a person who knew retribution. After Miao Bao finished his task, he would also fulfill his wish as a reward. Miao Bao naturally became excited and asked Yi Wu not to worry and leave it to him. He also won't take any magic crystals, but he also has a request that Yi Wu protect the innocent Kiki for him. Kiki hugged the cat. Miao Bao also told Kiki to listen to Yi Wu and not to take and eat on the street. Kiki also reminded Miao Bao to immediately complete the task given to him by Yi Wu as soon as possible. Yi Wu asked the two not to worry because he would take care of Kiki. After all, they weren't separated. In his heart, Yi Wu said to Weiss that the dungeon had been cleared, so he wanted Weiss to check the dungeon's suitability for building a fortress. Weiss said that now the status is 3.5 stars. Yi Wu was still considering stars that were still lower than his target. He felt he had to find a more perfect 5-star dungeon. They finally came out of the dungeon. Ruan Tianchen was also happy because before they came out of the dungeon, Yi Wu had already raised their level again. Now he and Luo Feng are at level 45. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoji was level 62. With that level, they now tended to be relatively safe whether they were in dungeons or roaming the wilderness. At that time, Yi Wu immediately realized that something was moving quickly toward them. He assumed it was a team in a vehicle heading towards them. Yi Wu and the others could see that the mysterious swarm was dangerous. A man appears and is relieved that he is early because Yi Wu almost escaped. The man was Huor Mudu, who was the leader of the Shanling team. He looked at Yi Wu and was confused as to why a guy from such a low-level trash group could be valued by the Huanzheng group. Mudu pointed to Zhu Xiaoji, who had the highest level but also looked messy. He thought that it was the man Huangjang's group was looking for. At that time, Yu Wu immediately joined in the provocation by asking how Zhu Xiaoji could provoke the Huangjang group. Yu Wu secretly asked Zhu Xiaoji not to reveal anything first. He wants to play some good shows. Zhu Xiaoji certainly understood. Yu Wu could see how the woman and the previous guard leader were also Huangjang people. If Mudu was also from the Huangjang group, then it was time for him to start paying attention to that group. Zhu Xiaoji recognized himself as the person Mudu was looking for. He then pretended to be offended because Mudu seemed to belittle him with the number of troops he brought. He felt that the man should add at least 1-2 more teams, or maybe they were already on their way. In his heart, Yu Wu felt that Zhu Xiaoji's acting was quite good. Mudu saw Zhu Xiaoji as a crazy and smart fat man. He came to understand why the Huangjang group had offered a huge reward for capturing him. Zhu Xiaoji could clearly guess that after this there would be several more teams coming. The Shanling team felt lucky because their team was the closest to Zhu Xiaoji's coordinates. However, Mudu was confident that before the other teams arrived, he would defeat Zhu Xiaoji first. He wouldn't let the prize he almost got just fly away. At that time, a member of the Shanling team pointed out Ruan Tianchen and Kiki, who were two beautiful girls who would be ashamed to kill. They should be kept to make their team's condition better. Of course, Mudu became very angry because his members seemed to be teaching him what to do, even though he wasn't blind at all and didn't need to be reminded. For me, if a subordinate wants to look cool, then he should look cool first. Mudu immediately kicked the subordinate. The rest of the Shanling team immediately started attacking. At that time, Yu Wu immediately asked Luo Feng to cooperate with Zhu Xiaoji because he needed to go away for a while. He asked him to hold on for a few minutes. Of course, Luo Feng asked Yu Wu not to worry and left it to them. After all, he had just leveled up to 45, so he could use those team members to train. Yu Wu immediately went to see the situation and conditions ahead and would return soon. One member thought Yu Wu wanted to run away. He could see how Yu Wu's level was not high at all, but the equipment used was very cool. They thought Yu Wu was a rich man. Another man then wanted to chase Yu Wu because he definitely had a lot of luxury goods on his body. However, Mudu asked them not to think about low-level trash like Yu Wu. They asked everyone to concentrate on killing Zhu Xiaoji for him. Meanwhile, he can take care of everything else before the other team arrives. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji and the others were also ready to fight. Team Shanling was curious how Zhu Xiaoji could handle such a 4 versus 10 battle. On the other hand, Yu Wu was sure that the Huangjang group must have just revealed the amount of the reward for killing him. Otherwise, Misha definitely wouldn't be talking about early recruitment. It turned out that Yu Wu actually saw all the reinforcements who were very close as I expected. Yu Wu tried to weigh the situation. This happened probably because he had succeeded in killing Misha and the Huangjang team decided to increase the reward. However, the group still went too far even though they only killed a female mercenary. Yu Wu was curious why they would go that far. But then Yu Wu wanted to know how they could find out about his actions in the dungeon even though they were outside. Yu Wu believed it was because he had been careless in the dungeon. It's just that now is not the right time to think about it. Yu Wu then thought about his level. Although it was equivalent to level 100, there were only 5 of them, which was clearly at a disadvantage if they had to face dozens of people. He felt he had to find a way to end the battle as soon as possible. On the other hand, the battle between Shanling and Zhu Xiaoji's team was still going on. Mudu had a hard time facing Zhu Xiaoji even though he was 20 levels ahead. He wondered why he couldn't kill his enemy. Zhu Xiaoji was confident because this place was his territory, so he would not die easily because of someone like Mudu. Not long after, Yu Wu returned and immediately asked about everyone's condition. Ruan Tianchen immediately explained that I could feel the magic power much better than before. In fact, I am not afraid at all when facing many enemies. Meanwhile, Yu Wu also noticed Luo Feng, who was also showing improvement. Even though they were clearly short of people, Luo Feng was still able to survive with a safe blood volume exactly as expected. Yu Wu then noticed Kiki, who had special abilities similar to a wire. That girl's ability is a special advantage, but I still don't know whether it's active or passive. It was then that a man greeted Mudu and said that the man was moving very fast even though their positions were not that far away. Mudu immediately turned his head and saw that it was Zhu Tian, who was the leader of the rattlesnake team. Meanwhile, another man came and was suddenly annoyed to see so much rubbish gathered. The man was Yehefa, who was the leader of the blast team. At that time, Zhu Xiaoji immediately revealed that the two teams were very famous mercenaries in the wilderness. They are cruel and never get along with each other. This time, because they met, maybe the two teams had to attack each other first. Yu Wu could see that the levels of the two teams were not as low as he expected. Yu Wu asked if it was really time to withdraw. Soon Mudu immediately became angry and asked the two teams not to catch the mice there and let him go forward to catch his target. Zhu Tian immediately accused Mudu of wanting to eat the target alone. That's clearly not good. After all, they couldn't have come in vain. He then asked whether Hiormudu wanted to break the rules. Yehefa continued to say that Hiormudu should be punished if he violated the rules. Yehefa also advised Hiormudu to withdraw because otherwise he would not be able to hold back his anger. Hiormudu immediately pointed at Zhu Xiaoji and said that he could withstand a blow. If not, then he would have been able to get his prize from the start. Hiormudu immediately asked what the two men were going to do. At that time, Zhu Tian could only laugh at Hiormudu's stupidity. The man was naturally confused as to why Zhu Tian was laughing. Zhu Tian explained again that Hiormudu had misidentified the target, so his actions were obviously useless. He asked Hiormudu to throw away the damaged signal receiver. Zhu Tian emphasized that the person they were looking for was Yu Wu and the man Hiormudu was fighting was Zhu Xiaoji, who was from the team he had dealt with before. Zhu Xiaoji could only laugh because Zhu Tian apparently had never forgotten him and had never even forgotten his name. Hiormudu was naturally angry when he heard that Zhu Xiaoji was not the person they were looking for, even though that man had fought alongside him and also wasted his time. It was then that Hiormudu summoned the real Yu Wu. He wanted to smash his corpse into thousands of pieces. Yu Wu immediately came over and asked casually why Hiormudu shouted so loudly. He then introduced himself as Yu Wu and immediately asked a question before Hiormudu tore him apart as said. Yu Wu wanted to know how much reward the Huangjang team had given him that even made the mercenaries so interested in chasing him. Zhu Tian saw Yu Wu's courage in even asking such a thing when he was about to die. However, he will still tell you the amount, which is 50 million. He himself was also very surprised because the reward offered was very large for a kid like Yu Wu. Yu Wu sounded disappointed because the prize wasn't that big after all, even though he thought the number would reach hundreds of millions. Huangjang Group obviously looked down on him. Of course, Hiormudu saw how Yu Wu was so arrogant even though his death was near. However, at that time, Zhu Tian detained the two team leaders because they had to discuss the method of dividing the prizes before successfully killing Yu Wu and the others. Zhu Tian wanted a sum of 40% and offered the other teams 30% each. They immediately agreed, and Hiormudu also added that he wanted Kiki. At that time, Yu Wu actually interrupted the conversation between the three team leaders regarding the distribution of results. He also wanted to know about the net worth of each team leader there because he knew they were a famous mercenary group that gathered at one point. For him, it was clearly a waste if he didn't rob them all. Zhu Tian laughed out loud at Yu Wu's words, which he thought were a joke. He asked the others if they also heard Yu Wu's words about wanting to rob them. The other leaders also laughed and asked how Yu Wu would do it. Yu Wu casually showed a summon magic crystal and was about to use it. He immediately used it and the sky immediately changed. A monster appeared from the crack in the sky and everyone was very surprised to see the monster's presence. Everyone thought that the monster was an ancient god and immediately worshipped him. Hiormudu even said that he was willing to die without regrets after seeing his true figure. Zhu Tian also begged to be led to the divine realm. At that time, Zhu Xiaoji immediately said that he had seen summoned demon crystals, but the one Yu Wu used this time was a bit evil. He has influenced the souls of the people there. Yu Wu didn't know it because this was the first time he had used it. The monster was definitely an ancient god, and even Yu Wu started to feel a loss of self-consciousness even though it was just an illusion. At that time, Kiki immediately hugged Yu Wu and said that I was very scared. Yu Wu assured you that you will be fine. Besides, I'm not Xiaoba who should call him master. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen, who was watching, became very upset. They saw how the team's spirits were lifted and Ruin Tianchen was now scared and also hugged Yu Wu. But Yu Wu was still too focused on the transparent white spirit. Apparently, the summoned magic crystal received special powers and experienced an increase in soul devouring. Yu Wu immediately suspected that the enhancement came from Kiki's special ability, although he still didn't know the specific enhancement mechanism or to what extent it could be increased. Yu Wu felt the need to find out about the future. Yu Wu turned back to the monster that seemed to be devouring the souls of all the saints until suddenly everything ended. Of course, everyone was relieved because they could even feel the spirit almost being carried away. Their bodies also felt stiff and as if they had lost consciousness. Yu Wu apologized because he had no idea that the summoned demon crystal had such a strong mental pollution ability. Yu Wu immediately offered everyone to drink a calming potion to recover. On the other hand, Yu Wu saw everyone who died as people who were unlucky because they were affected by mental attacks carried out by monsters. Yu Wu immediately realized that the summoned demon crystal should not be used when Kiki was around. Long-range attacks plus special boosters might just kill his comrades. That was clearly very scary. After successfully defeating everyone, Yu Wu earned 500,000 XP points and 30 million money with a mysterious resource hard disk. Apart from that, he also received high-quality modification equipment, a Garden of Eden Black Card VIP for life, a deflated inflatable doll, a locked treasure chest, a network signal access device on the Huangjang Group channel, and a Hell Axe Sonata. All the equipment was considered worthless to Yiwu. However, on the other hand, everyone is happy because they have leveled up again. Luo Feng rose 3 levels. Zhu Xiaoji was also very happy because it was very difficult to rise to 1 level in the wilderness, but this time he was able to rise to several levels. Of course, he was grateful to Yiwu because he didn't even have to work hard to get it. But Yiwu noticed how gloomy Kiki was and immediately asked. Kiki explained that I was fine, it's just that from the start I never knew my level. No matter how many dangerous monsters I killed, for the past 1,000 years, my level never rose and only showed a question mark symbol until then. Yiwu comforts her by explaining that the question mark indicates mysterious, unknown, or not yet there. So, Kiki doesn't need to be discouraged and must be enthusiastic. Kiki immediately understood and became cheerful again. Yiwu could only be seen as a plain and simple woman. Zhu Xiaoji immediately asked where the evil summon magic crystal came from because it was not a good thing. If Yiwu couldn't give someone else's life, then Yiwu himself might have to pay for it. Yiwu explains that he got it from the Old World King's Landing Church when the monsters attacked before. Zhu Xiaoji admitted that he had heard about the church. Even in the wilderness, there were countless large and small churches, but only the Old World King Landing Church could thrive. He also didn't know why, but the church had a lot of followers, not only in the wilderness, but also encroaching on the safe zone, so it's no wonder Yiwu was able to meet them. Yiwu could only hope that the church didn't try to provoke him because if they did then he would just need to use that summon magic crystal to let them see with their own eyes what the god they worshipped actually looked like. Yiwu then invited them to come back because he had promised his family to have dinner together. Zhu Xiaoji said that Yiwu deserved it because he had just killed dozens of mercenaries. It's just that now he chooses to go home for dinner, it feels like Yiwu has a bad mentality. Yiwu explained that he didn't want to be soft-hearted, especially towards people who wanted to harm him. After all, in such an area being nice to the enemy was courting death. Zhu Xiaoji confirmed, but the problem was that the car that had brought them earlier had been caught in the middle of the battle so it wouldn't work for a while. Zhu Xiaoji could only apologize, although they could still use the mercenaries' cars as long as they didn't mind the smell. Yiwu could of course handle it. He asked everyone to stay away for a moment. Yiwu immediately asked Weiss for help. Weiss certainly felt ready. At that moment, all the cars started flying into the air, leaving Zhu Xiaoji confused. Of course, Yiwu tried to calm him down by saying he would give him a surprise. Not long after, a new vehicle appeared. Zhu Xiaoji was naturally amazed to see this violent machine that perfectly combined strength and beauty. Zhu Xiaoji didn't expect that it was the surprise that Yiwu was talking about. Yiwu then asked whether Zhu Xiaoji liked the Waste Crusher, which was a heavy metal off-road vehicle filled with heavy weapons and able to accommodate up to 15 people. Zhu Xiaoji certainly liked it very much, which could also be used for the Depingxian team, which with its current numbers would definitely be very sufficient. They finally got into the car and Zhu Xiaoji asked everyone to fasten their seat belts and close the doors. As an experienced driver, he will prepare to leave. But Yiwu reminded him not to be too enthusiastic and to prioritize safety by not violating driving rules. Of course, Zhu Xiaoji didn't listen to what Yiwu said. He promised Yiwu would be able to go home for dinner before sunset. As soon as he arrived back at his house, Yiwu felt a sense of calm that didn't know how long it would last. Even though they currently have temporary protection from the Hanmo group, they are not truly safe. Apart from Huangjing, he believed that an internal crisis within the Hanmo group would begin to emerge. He is determined to find the real mastermind. Apart from that, the Huangjing group had also repeatedly provoked him and this could no longer be tolerated. At that time, Yiwu immediately asked Weiss if he could hack Huangjing's private network with his skills as a master of engineering. Weiss immediately agreed that even hacking was a very easy thing to do. Yiwu was of course very happy and immediately asked Weiss to help him access the network within the Huangjing group. Yiwu obviously couldn't let someone get in his way. Previously he had let the Huangjing group do it several times and now it was time for him to take action. He wanted to know the Huangjing group's reward network. Yiwu was already inside the Huangjing group reward network. His identity was still confirmed as Huarmudu but communication turned out to be not going well. There is a lot of noise and the room is messy. He believed that Huarmudu's access device was a second-hand item bought at a roadside shop or perhaps he simply couldn't afford the newest model. Yiwu wasn't surprised how the man could have mistaken him because he wouldn't be able to see clearly in there. Yiwu immediately used the space repair technique master skill which made the space more comfortable to look at. A voice greeted him inside the Huangjing group's online demonstration center. Yiwu was quite surprised because the place consisted of 4 different doors with different permits. Yiwu, who used Huarmudu's device, knew that he should only be able to enter the mercenary room. He finally tried to log in even though the system told him to reduce credit risk as soon as possible to avoid permission lock. Yiwu was not too surprised because Huarmudu had problems with high credit risks. Yiwu was in a very crowded room and it was quite confusing. The place looked like a bar that was also a service place for mercenaries. He didn't know what was special about that place. Weiss then explained that the Huangjang group created this independent space with a very high level of confidentiality for the security of internal information and data. If Yiwu didn't use the master technique ability even though he had the access device, then Yiwu wouldn't be able to enter the room. Yiwu agreed and he immediately checked the wanted list there. Yiwu realized that he was ranked second at that time with a 4-star danger. Yiwu didn't expect that he was only ranked second, but he then looked again at the fugitive ranked first who was Zuhi. Zuhi was his friend at university whom he met in the treasure room previously. Yiwu didn't expect that she was also an enemy of the Huangjang group and the reward for defeating him was even 100 million. Yiwu was naturally curious because he didn't feel anything special from the previous fight. Yiwu wanted to know if the girl was also hiding her strength. Weiss could see this possibility in the law of energy conservation if Zuhi didn't want to make Yiwu suspicious. Yiwu felt that everything made a lot of sense now when he recalled Zuhi's words at that time. For him, those words were very deep and seemed to hold a secret that was not much different from him. Just then, a girl greeted Yiwu as Huarmudu. The girl was annoyed because the man just cancelled the deal. Huarmudu had already arranged a time and place to trade, but instead disappeared after tricking his eldest brother. His brother had been waiting all afternoon and now Huarmudu dared to show his face there. The girl named Molisha made sure that her eldest brother would skin Huarmudu if he met him in the wilderness. Yiwu was a little confused, but he remembered that he had indeed entered there with the identity of Huarmudu. Therefore other people also saw him as Huarmudu in the room. Yiwu said that he didn't remember anything because he had been too busy the last 2 days. Molisha certainly didn't believe that Huarmudu could forget him. She then insulted the man as stupid. She also said that last week Huarmudu asked Molisha for help to find many potion formulas until his eldest brother had them all. Molisha didn't believe that Huarmudu just forgot about him. The irritated Molisha threatened to stab the stupid head and mix the brains inside. Yiwu immediately corrected his words and said that he remembered it. He will also take all the formulas because now he has the money. Molisha was a little doubtful about the sudden change in attitude. He reminded me that all the formulas he has are of high quality. Molisha made sure Yiwu had enough money. Yiwu convinced her by giving the girl a deposit of 1 million. Of course, everyone there who heard it couldn't believe that Huarmudu had 1 million. Everyone knows that Huarmudu even owed his younger brother half a year's salary, but now he spent 1 million. However, Molisha tried to ignore all those words. He also wouldn't ask anymore because Huarmudu was already generous to him. Molisha asked Huarmudu to contact him at any time to confirm the trade agreement between the two. Molisha gave Yiwu the address and said that she changed the address to the one on the card. Huarmudu could visit him at any time. Yiwu naturally accepted it and immediately looked at the address at C30 meeting area No 24 which seemed to be in the wilderness. Yiwu promised himself he would look for it later on the map when he had free time. But on the other hand, Yiwu didn't expect Huarmudu to be an intermediate pharmacist. He wondered whether this profession was so popular. Weiss immediately informed that from the information he had obtained, pharmacists were the 3rd most expensive job. Hearing that statement, Yiwu became more confident in unlocking the title of Master of Alchemy. Not long after, Yiwu left the special mercenary room which was considered to have no functions and complicated mechanisms so it could not provide much benefit. Yiwu was attracted to the VIP door there. Huarmudu did not have enough authority and was prohibited from entering those high-level doors. Realizing that, Yiwu asked Weiss if the door's authority could be broken through by force. Weiss explains that this can be done but is not recommended. There is a high probability that the user agreement of the access device will be damaged and it will not even be possible to log in there anymore. The best way to enter is to find related items of higher authority and expand and combine them to safely open the door. Yiwu decided to follow Weiss' suggestion to wait for an item with higher authority. Yiwu decided to enter the system space and he immediately met the Chihong dragon. Yiwu greeted the dragon he had left behind for a long time and asked him if he missed him. The problem was that Yiwu had no other choice because bringing a dragon into the city would be too eye-catching. The only thing that can be done is to put it in the system space first. After that, Yiwu immediately opened the title of Master of Alchemy. Weiss was happy that his master had finally revealed the title. This title can be unlocked with 300,000 X points. Yiwu was of course confident even though he had to spend a lot of experience because he also had to think about his big goal of making money. He is confident of unlocking the title. Yiwu successfully opened the title of 6 teachers and workers in pharmacy. Before he had time to read it, Weiss immediately explained it. Making fusion is the core ability of the Moss account, so now Yiwu can not only use the blueprint formula to make potions but can also use any materials he wants to combine to make new and unique potions in the world. Even though this action is crazy and dangerous, it could result in the ultimate magic potion or, conversely, a world-killing poison. Yiwu was very satisfied with the Moss account which could do anything to create something. For him, it deserves to be called a crazy account. However, Yu Wu would still try to follow the formula properly. He didn't want to make a wrong move on his first try. Yu Wu finally returned home. He thought about his next main task of making money. Tomorrow he would meet Siyu to take her to the black market and get some potion formulas. He took the time to peek into Yunfei's room where Nana and Kiki were also sleeping. Yu Wu had time to say goodnight. The next day, Yu Wu saw how people had already returned to their daily lives faster than imagined. Yu Wu was sitting at the place he had agreed with Miss Siyu. He would wait for her to come and then go together to the black market. At that time, Yu Wu listened to a news broadcast that said that according to news from Angel Realm, in 2 days the superstar Zhu Lai would come to the city for a charity performance. She will use her voice and graceful dance to soothe wounded hearts after the war. Of course, Yu Wu was both excited and in disbelief to learn that superstar Zhu Lai from Group G Sister would come for a charity performance. Yu Wu even looked up to see Zhu Lai's poster. This young man remembered that his younger sister liked this superstar. It turns out that Yi Yunfei not only put up a Zhu Lai poster in his room but also likes to sing and dance in bed to imitate Zhu Lai even though she is always out of tune in dancing and singing. Suddenly a woman's voice was heard asking, "Why is Yu Wu fascinated by beautiful idol posters?" Miss Siyu, who had just arrived, had no idea that Yu Wu would like a superstar girl. Yu Wu replied that it was his younger sister who liked him. Yu Wu just imagined some related information. Yu Wu immediately asked Miss Siyu to leave and was troubled again. While walking, Miss Siyu said no problem. However, is a supergroup that monopolizes entertainment and sports, so make a lot of money by producing superstars. But according to Miss Siyu, this time it is indeed very abnormal to send the famous star Zhu Lai to a charity performance. Miss Siyu didn't even know what those people's intentions were. Yu Wu replied, "There is a saying that things that don't cost money are the most expensive. It's hard for ordinary people to understand the business logic of such a large group, so don't worry." Miss Siyu also confirmed this. Finally, they arrived in front of a cafe. Yu Wu said he didn't expect the black market entrance in Zone 8 to be a cafe. But Yu Wu asked why the two of them didn't just enter through the front door. Miss Siyu explained that they took photos of special access to enter through the main door. Moreover, Yu Wu has captured the world boss. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they went straight to the Hanmo Group's VIP room, so they just entered from the back door. Hearing that made Yu Wu smile and say thank you because Miss Siyu thought about it carefully and arranged everything perfectly. At this time, Miss Siyu said that Yu Wu managed to defeat the dungeon boss which caused Yin Hyun trouble, so this made Miss Siyu admire Yu Wu even more. Miss Siyu was worried and hugged Yu Wu's arm, asking if Yu Wu would still be good to her and want her again. As usual, Yu Wu couldn't answer or behave in front of women, until finally the two of them arrived in front of the main hall and entered it. Yu Wu thought that the place was worthy of being a high-level safe zone, and even the decoration of the black market in Zone 8 was more luxurious than the black market in Safe Zone 9. Miss Siyu also said that the place was nothing. And does Yu Wu know where the black market Zone 1 is? It's in the most luxurious 7-star hotel in the core zone. Even Miss Siyu has to register first to enter. Hearing this made Yu Wu say that it turned out that the life of an upper-class noble was truly immeasurable for ordinary people like him. Yu Wu thought, did the card that Miss Mo Kier gave her to have access rights to that black market Zone 1. If he had enough money later, Yu Wu wanted to take his family to that luxury hotel. The two lovebirds were greeted by two male doormen at the front door of the VIP room. After they entered the VIP room, Miss Siyu immediately sat on a soft and luxurious sofa. The beautiful woman said before Yu Wu contacted her that he wanted to look for props and drawings related to engineering and pharmacy on the black market. Miss Siyu had stayed up all night to collect and sort out relevant information first, so now Miss Siyu felt very sleepy. Yu Wu didn't forget to thank Miss Siyu for helping him so much. Miss Siyu lay on the sofa and wanted to sleep first, while Yu Wu looked around. Yu Wu said no problem, and Miss Siyu could go to bed first. Later, after he finished, Miss Siyu would be woken up by Yu Wu. Yu Wu stared at the hologram screen and thought that different master-level engineering pharmaceutical products were rare, and their prices were very high in that black market. On the contrary, although the price of the picture is not cheap, it is much more reasonable. Because the master-level production profession belongs to the top rare talents, and there is still the possibility of failure in the production of props, the costs may rise. But according to Moss's account, the super scientist who almost destroyed the world, production failure would never have happened to him. Yu Wu smiled with satisfaction and sat casually on the single sofa. Yu Wu thought that he could use the price difference between the drawings and the finished product to unscrupulously make huge profits. The tens of millions left in Yu Wu's pocket were only used to make initial capital, first setting a small goal of earning 100 million. Yu Wu immediately bought some drawings and potion materials online. Yu Wu thinks there is a huge demand for pharmaceutical products in that black market, and material channels are also abundant. First, Yu Wu would focus on potions. Yu Wu quickly made a potion to sell again on the black market. 4 hours later, Miss Siyu opened her eyes. With a sad face, Miss Siyu asked how Yiwu was doing in this place. With a cheerful face, the young man answered that he had made a net profit of more than 200 million. Miss Siyu was immediately shocked when she heard this, because she just woke up and immediately heard something that felt impossible. Miss Siyu rushed to look at the hologram screen to check. Is it true that Yiwu managed to get 200 million in just a few hours? Miss Siyu looked at Yiwu's transaction number, which was 9527. And it was true that the young man had obtained a lot of transaction records, and they were all top-grade potions, and some bottles of master potions were very rare. Miss Siyu is not surprised that there will be such high returns on the note, but Yiwu deeply expected that there would be no more materials for sale in this dark zone. Otherwise, Yiwu can make a few more potions. Miss Siyu said, obviously all the ingredients have been used up because Yiwu has already drained all the potion materials on the black market. Miss Siyu sat close to Yiwu and said, apparently Yiwu wanted help gathering information so that the young man could make money. Then instead, Miss Siyu asked if Yiwu would explain to Miss Siyu what is your main potion, and how many secrets does Yiwu not know and hide. But Yiwu apologized to Miss Siyu because he could only owe a favor and couldn't tell her the secret. Because the secret within Yiwu threatens his race, he will tell Miss Siyu at the right time. Miss Siyu is happy that Yiwu owes her a favor, but she warns that even though the details of the transactions in the black market are confidential, if someone checks it then he would be able to find the source of Yiwu's account. So if Yiwu sold so many rare potions at once, it would attract a lot of people's attention, especially the top-class elites, because pharmacists are very trendy in the upper class. Yiwu replied that since he dared to do this then he was not afraid of the trouble that would come in the future. Suddenly an announcement was heard echoing in the room, that the daily routine auction will start soon. VIPs who wish to participate are welcome to move to the auction hall and wait there. Yiwu asked Miss Siyu what is a daily auction. Miss Siyu explained that it was a black market feature in Zone 8, where 5 items that were not displayed in the system would be held and shown in the daily auction. Yiwu was immediately happy to hear Miss Siyu's explanation because it meant he still had a chance to see the top items. He immediately invited Miss Siyu to go see the auction. Cheerfully, Miss Siyu immediately agreed to go with him. In the auction hall, the atmosphere was already very lively, and someone behind the loudspeaker said that the auction was about to start. At that time, Yiwu said that it seemed like not many people participated because the value was not in previous Victoria's Secret auctions. Moreover, there was no identity hidden in that place. Miss Siyu confirmed that, because after all it was just a routine auction within the safe zone, it was normal for the gap to be large, but sometimes they could encounter some surprises. Yiwu looked at the shirt underneath and there were VIP guests who were being escorted by many bodyguards. Yiwu felt that this person was very familiar, and when you looked closely it turned out to be Elder Lai. Yiwu didn't expect to meet the old man again at that place. Now Yiwu could see that Elder Lai's level had already reached level 60. In his heart, Yiwu thought that at that time he was still generous and was very grateful for Elder Lai's concern. Now they met again and today Yiwu wanted to see if Elder Lai had a chance to surpass him. Finally, the host came out to say welcoming words and also the first item to be auctioned. The host said that after the fierce price competition of the first 4 lots, they would finally enter the finals tonight. The host asked all guests to open their eyes wide because the magic item this time was a high-level potion called Love the Gift of God. The potion is a booster for men to revive their prowess in bed. The host said, the description of the potion, which turns out to be a high-level effect of this Mattle Tree every spring, the majority of men understand it. The host advises guests to buy now, and to get high-level drawing formulas. The starting price for the potion was 1 million yuan, and it was negotiable now. Elder Lai quickly raised his hand and bid 1 million to buy the potion. Seeing Elder Lai's attitude made several youths who watched the auction laugh at him because Elder Lai was so old but he still wanted to think about flowers blooming. But one among them said that Elder Lai bought the elixir on purpose because he was a high-level alchemist, so it was possible that Elder Lai just wanted to extract the formula from the drawing. Miss Siyu also said that she didn't expect this final to be such a dud. No one would buy the potion except Elder Lai. But unexpectedly, Yiwu immediately raised his arm and bid 2 million won. Yiwu's attitude shocked Miss Siyu and she immediately stood up. Yiwu's attitude made the audience in the room look at him with laughter on their faces. They didn't expect that a young person like Yiwu would bid for a potion like that powerful medicine. Miss Siyu immediately rebuked Yiwu and asked why the young man bought this potion. Is there a reason that can't be said? Miss Siyu looked worried and said that she would help Yiwu in any way. Yiwu quickly said that he didn't have such a problem and that Miss Siyu just misunderstood him. Yiwu explained he bought the potion purely to challenge Elder Huanzheng. After hearing Yiwu's explanation, Miss Siyu finally understood and remembered something. Miss Siyu once heard from Miss Mo Kier that when she first met Yiwu, the young man was making a deal with Elder Lai. Yiwu confirmed the story. This young man also explained at that time he was still young and so stupid that he was almost tricked by Elder Lai. So this time he had the opportunity for revenge and thought of the right way to avenge Elder Lai. Sure enough, Elder Lai offered the potion at 5 million won, but Yiwu immediately offered a much higher price of 10 million won. Elder Lai was immediately stunned and angry when he heard such a high price. Elder Lai immediately bid at 20 million while cursing toward Yiwu's room. He shouted angrily, asking who dared to cause trouble with him. Elder Lai asked the person to stop immediately, otherwise Elder Lai would be impolite. Finally, Elder Lai could see carefully that the figure standing above was Miss Siyu from the Hanmo group. Elder Lai suspected that the young man beside Sangona was his pet. Elder Lai said that if the young man at Miss Siyu's side couldn't do it, then Sangona could come to the old man's side and use his abilities to protect and make Miss Siyu happy. Elder Lai did that on purpose to check on Miss Siyu. It turned out that Miss Siyu was indeed provoked by her emotions, but Yiwu immediately prevented her from replying because there was no need for anyone to intervene to deal with the old man. After all, Yiwu would take care of him. Yiwu finally waved his hand as if to signal that he was giving up on the offer of the potion. Finally, the potion reached the final price of 20 million won, and the one who won it was Elder Lai from Huingjing. After that, Elder Lai asked the boy not to show his nose in front of him anymore or that would be his death date. Yiwu smiled and asked if would it be like that. Elder Lai immediately left. He was still cursing at Yiwu. The man was angry because an item that could have been obtained for 1 million had been messed up by a kid in the middle of the road, causing him to lose 19 million in vain. Elder Lai asked his guards to check the child's details because he was with Miss Siyu. Elder Lai was sure that Yiwu had contact with the Hanmo group, but suddenly their car was hit by Yiwu, who jumped from above. Yiwu said that they didn't need to bother looking for information about him because he had come alone now. Yiwu smiled widely and said to Elder Lai that they met again, so maybe this could be the death date of one of them. It was at this moment that Elder Lai could see Yiwu's face clearly and realized that he was the little fox boy who was in the black market zone 9 before. Now Elder Lai was even more convinced that the auction just now was intended to repay him. So Elder Lai quickly ordered all his aides to immediately kill Yiwu. Without waiting to be ordered twice, the bodyguards immediately shot at Yiwu with the small pistols they carried. Yiwu laughed at them, especially Elder Lai, who didn't know him before. Yiwu said that the old man's eyesight was already bad, but now it was too late for Elder Lai to escape. They were fighting while continuing to drive the car. Due to the fierce fight between them, the bodyguards couldn't see the road and ended up crashing into several cars before finally crashing into the road divider. At this time, Elder Lai was hit and injured. He was getting angrier that Yiwu dared to provoke him. Annoyedly, Elder Lai asked if Yiwu didn't know that he was the owner of the Huingjing group. Before answering, Yiwu immediately kicked Elder Lai's car until the old man was thrown from the car while screaming. Meanwhile, Yiwu smiled and said in a ridiculous tone that it turned out that the person he was fighting was the leader of Huingjing. Elder Lai, who fell from a cliff, instead received a notification from the system telling him to use a seat belt for the safety of himself and his family. Luckily, Yiwu caught the old man's small body while asking with a big smile, was the incident just now upsetting to Elder Lai, and made the old man shocked. Finally, Elder Lai apologized to Yiwu because he had ignored the young man at the beginning, but today he was even more blinded and wanted to fight Yiwu. The old man admitted all his mistakes and recognized Yiwu as a young hero. Even Elder Lai admitted that he didn't know how high the mountain was and begged to be let go safely. Finally, Elder Lai was dropped by Yiwu on the ground. Yiwu said that he almost killed the old man, but Elder Lai was lucky because Yiwu still had some interest in him. Yiwu heard that Elder Lai was a senior alchemist, so Yiwu was sure that Elder Lai must have collected a lot of rare formulas and materials. It just so happened that Yiwu was also very interested in pharmacists and wanted to see Elder Lai's rare materials. Elder Lai quickly agreed and said that he indeed had many potion formulas in his collection. He didn't expect that a young hero like Yiwu was not only good at martial arts but also interested in pharmacy. But Elder Lai awkwardly said that his house was quite far away, but the car and driver were no longer there, so he was confused about taking Yiwu there. Yiwu quickly flew over and carried Elder Lai in his arms while requesting that the old man immediately tell him the route. While flying, Elder Lai asked Yiwu to slow down a bit because he couldn't stand the strong wind pressure while flying like now. Finally, they arrived at Elder Lai's storage warehouse. While walking in, the old man invited Yiwu to take whatever interested him. Yiwu looked around and thought that the items in that place were not bad as they were of quality and quantity that completely exceeded his expectations. Yiwu even observed some items more closely. At this moment, Elder Lai thought that all the objects in that place could be taken by Yiwu, because they had no other use other than selling them for money. But Yiwu's performance had already been recorded, so in the future he would face endless pursuit by the Huingjing group. And soon the rules of some of those items will return to his hands. Feeling closely observed, Yiwu asked the old man to stop observing him because he had long been a fugitive of Elder Lai's Huingjing group. So now he doesn't care about being watched to take some of his photos. Suddenly Yiwu thought of an idea. He He asked in a commanding tone, why didn't Elder Lai become an insider to him and help him get some information on Wang Zheng? Of course, Elder Lai was immediately furious when he heard this and asked to be killed immediately. Elder Lai even went so far as to prostrate himself under Yu Wu's feet while saying that people who betray the company often end up worse than death. So he can't do that. Yu Wu asked Elder Lai not to worry because Yu Wu would give a gift that Elder Lai could not refuse. Hearing Yu Wu's words immediately made Elder Lai stand up again and laugh, disdainful of Yu Wu's words. This old man asked, what gift is more valuable than life? Money, status, woman? Elder Lai felt that he had already had it all at Yu Wu's age, and no one could help him. With a confident smile, Yu Wu said he could help Elder Lai advance to the pharmacy master level. Yu Wu knew that Elder Lai had been stuck in an advanced pharmacy for a long time, and he thinks it's something very painful not to be able to move forward. Yu Wu found out Elder Lai bought so many master-level drawings but he couldn't use them. Elder Lai said that he had been stuck in advanced pharmacy for decades, but he only dared to imagine master and advanced level tickets occasionally. He thought it was ridiculous for a kid like Yu Wu to promise him something like that. This made him annoyed because the pharmacy level master had spent his entire life and would not allow a layman like Yu Wu to stand in ridicule like now. Yu Wu said that he didn't expect Elder Lai to have such a serious and persistent side. In his opinion, there are no absolutes in this world, and many things are difficult to understand with common sense, such as the appearance of a master-level potion bottle in Yu Wu's hand. The master potion can increase intelligence permanently up to 30%, and there is no limit to the increase. Elder Lai was shocked to see the master-level intellect potion product in Yu Wu's hands. Elder Lai impatiently asked how could Yu Wu have it, because such an extraordinary potion is not available in the market. Even Elder Lai only had the formula and materials. Elder Lai guessed whether Yu Wu might have made it himself. Yu Wu said honestly that he had used the formula and materials that Elder Lai had to create the imitation bottle of the master-level intellect potion that he was currently holding. Elder Lai was immediately shocked to hear that the young man had made it himself. He thought it was impossible because how could a fox boy become a master pharmacist? Elder Lai felt that Yu Wu was currently fooling him with some kind of trick, even though the potion bottle is very rare. Because Elder Lai didn't seem to believe the truth of the potion, Yu Wu immediately threw the bottle and threw it away. With lightning speed, Elder Lai immediately caught the potion bottle, making Yu Wu say even though the old man said he didn't believe it but his body said otherwise. In his heart, Elder Lai was shocked to realize that his body had moved on its own. It seemed like he couldn't pass up that bottle of potion no matter what. Yu Wu also told Elder Lai to drink the potion to find out whether the potion was true or false. Hearing Yu Wu's words made the old man silent for a long time as he stared at the potion bottle in his hand carefully. Elder Lai thought that in terms of color and smell, the potion was indeed genuine. But it is also the most extraordinary thing. Elder Lai himself had not been able to break through after decades of study. So how could a stinky brat like Yu Wu become a master pharmacist and create that potion? Elder Lai couldn't believe it. But he would just drink the potion. According to him, it doesn't matter even if he has to die because what is important to him is the pharmacy, so he will never regret it even if he has to die drinking the potion. But after drinking the potion for a while, Elder Lai laughed out loud and accused Yu Wu of being a liar because he couldn't feel any changes at all. But suddenly this man became silent when he felt a feeling of calm and peace that he had never felt before. Even Elder Lai felt like he was currently floating as his mind became extremely clear as if it was about to connect the entire universe and receive the boundless wisdom of the vast universe. Elder Lai felt that it was an extraordinary sensation that had never been felt before. He felt like he was swimming naked in a vast and calming ocean of wisdom. But all the pleasant sensations had to disappear when suddenly Yu Wu asked if the potion was working well. When he came back to his senses, Elder Lai asked why everything had to end now. Plus, he didn't feel that his intelligence increased by 30% but only increased by 5% at most. Yu Wu answered of course it would be like that because he controlled the dosage and limited the amount of intelligence increase to only 5%. Yu Wu also asked, now what does Elder Lai think, after he succeeded in giving that extraordinary master-level pot to him? What Yu Wu just gave was a trial example only. When Elder Lai promised to help him, Yu Wu made the old man a master pharmacist so that he could make his higher-level potions with the remaining materials he had. Elder Lai immediately kowtowed under Yu Wu's feet after hearing that. He apologized for being stupid and senile enough to use rationality to judge the abilities of Yu Wu, whom he now called Master. Elder Lai also said that Master Yu Wu's actions were perfect proof of the unreasonable nature of the world. Elder Lai vowed to do his best to satisfy Yu Wu. Whatever Yu Wu asked for, such as money, women, status, or rare formula ingredients, as long as Elder Lai could get them, he would continue to supply them for Yu Wu. And the old man only asked Yu Wu to help him become a pharmacy master. Yu Wu replied that all of this would be very easy to obtain later. The point is that Elder Lai must be willing to help him become an insider in the Huangjing group. Elder Lai immediately said that it was not a problem for him. If Yu Wu wanted to get information that he didn't know about, then the old man would directly help get it, even if he had to risk his short life. He vowed to complete any mission given by Yu Wu. Elder Lai even kowtowed and banged his head on the floor to convince Yu Wu. Yu Wu lifted Elder Lai's old body and said that since they were now allies, then there was no need to be so rigid in interacting with each other. Then Yu Wu asked the old man a question. Why is Elder Lai still struggling to advance to become a master-level pharmacist even though he has already obtained everything? Elder Lai explained that, perhaps initially pharmacy was considered a way to make money, but as time went on and research became deeper, Elder Lai fell in love with the field of pharmacy. People will do their best only at things they like. After years of hard work, Elder Lai finally became a high-ranking alchemist, and he also had a seat at the top of the Huangjang group. Still, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the final barrier of the master pharmacist. This has nothing to do with status and money, it is purely to understand the ultimate realm of pharmacy. Elder Lai once thought that there would be no hope in this life, but then Yu Wu appeared. Elder Lai, who had previously run out of hope, felt a new light on Yu Wu, who had reached the master's level at such a young age. In Elder Lai's mind, Yu Wu was a pharmacy god. Maybe even one day, Yu Wu can break through the master level barrier and reach the realm of super god. Hearing Elder Lai's words made Yu Wu realize that the old man in front of him was very imaginative. Yu Wu did have super god level materials, but Elder Lai's dedication to pharmacy had truly exceeded his expectations. Then Yu Wu asked Elder Lai to do something for him. First, Elder Lai had to show Yu Wu the core secrets of the Huangjang group, including the operating structure mechanism and relevant information about the core personnel. Secondly, and most importantly, Elder Lai had to tell Yu Wu about the extremely vulnerable crisis and most hidden dangers within the Huangjang group. Elder Lai immediately bowed for a moment and said that he would do his best to meet Yu Wu's expectations. In the evening, after returning to the apartment, Yu Wu lay on his soft bed while staring at the hologram screen in front of him. This young man thought that Elder Lai turned out to be a very interesting figure because he not only gave Yu Wu the drawings and materials needed, but before the young man left, he also gave him 100 million won. So its assets have achieved an unprecedented surge. Yu Wu managed to earn so much money in one day, which he hadn't even dared to think about before. Yu Wu just found out that this was the advantage of the King Moss account. However, in a sense, various Moss Master level abilities also cost a lot of money. After all, top level materials were very expensive. If Yu Wu couldn't make money, he wouldn't have reached his current level. According to Yu Wu, the hidden title of the Moss account is a master level money printing machine. Yu Wu also heard Chairman Lan Qingyun say that there is an engineering master in the Hanmo group. If he didn't want to go to Miss Mo Kier for a recommendation tomorrow, then he would discuss and exchange ideas tomorrow. Yu Wu yawned. He had concocted too many potions today, so he was a little tired and sleepy, so he's going to sleep for a while. When Yu Wu opened his eyes, he woke up in a very dark environment where the sky was red. Right in front of him, there was a full moon that was red and emitting very dark red water. Yu Wu wondered what place it was. And where is he? Didn't he just fall asleep earlier? Yu Wu guessed it was his dream world. Currently in front of Yu Wu were several giant monsters whose shapes were extremely terrifying and abnormal in size. The monster figure standing in the middle said that he had finally found Yu Wu. The black-haired youth smiled and asked if the figure before him was an ancient god. And why is the ancient god looking for him? Is he an important figure, or do they have a special closeness? The ancient god answered that it was true. They had been looking for Yu Wu for a long time, and the god did not expect Yu Wu to summon the ancient gods on his initiative. Although the ancient god didn't know the reason, he couldn't miss this golden opportunity, and Yu Wu had no chance to escape. Yu Wu was immediately restrained by an extremely mysterious red fiber. Yu Wu tried to burn the rope holding him, but his Emperor Qi and fire didn't work at all. Yu Wu wondered, how could it be like this? Was everything happening to him now an illusion? Or does every normal person face a barrier of unimaginable power? The terrifying figure of the main ancient god told Yu Wu to sleep in peace because he did not have to stay in the human world forever. After that, Yu Wu's body slowly sank into the mysterious liquid beneath him. At that time, Yu Wu said that there were so many people who wanted Yu Wu's life, so even the ancient gods had to queue. A moment later, Yu Wu's body was lifted by a giant tentacle full of eyes. Yu Wu sat on one of the monster's eyes and said that it seemed like there were also traitors with big eyebrows and big eyes among those ancient gods. Maybe the ancient gods managed to find him through this method, but now he is the master of the monster called Laken. Yu Wu stood in front of the tentacle monster and said that if the ancient gods wanted to kill him, then they should ask Laken first. Would the creature agree? The ancient god standing in the center asks why Laken betrayed them. The main ancient god accused Yu Wu of being arrogant. Although the ancient god didn't know what method Yu Wu used to control the Laken, in his opinion, it was clear that Yu Wu couldn't control the power of a god, because he was only a human. The ancient god immediately attacked Yu Wu by turning the mysterious liquid around him into a weapon. but Lakin swiftly protected Yiwu's entire body with its tentacles. This made the ancient god even more furious. He was angry that the lake had betrayed them. With a booming voice, the ancient god asked, did the lake want to become their enemy all for the sake of this human? As things became increasingly critical, Yiwu realized they couldn't continue like this. Even if there was an ancient god bodyguard, just surviving wouldn't last long. Yiwu thought he must get out of that dream as soon as possible, but he is confused about what he should do now. As usual, reading Yiwu's thoughts, Lakin gave him a signal to wake up from the dream. But Yiwu didn't understand what the creature was saying. Lakin stared at Yiwu so intently that it made the ancient god scream angrily at his name. As if slightly understanding the creature's wishes, Yiwu caught the word water surface. Then he was quickly thrown by the Lakin to the bottom of the water below them. Yiwu fell down and frantically asked what the creature meant. Yiwu continued to fall without getting any answer, until finally he woke up in his room and was still lying in the same bed. Yiwu realized that now he had truly returned to reality. This young man asked what just happened in his dream, and the existence of Lakin shows that everything that happened was not a dream. Yiwu realized that he had no problem with those ancient gods, but why were they looking for him? Was it just because Yiwu thwarted their summoning ritual? Additionally, the king's accountability did not affect him. No, it should not be that an account of this level can cause any harm to the ancient gods. So thanks to the ancient god who summoned the magic crystal currently held by Yiwu, he was able to bring Yiwu back to the real world. In addition, there were slight cracks on the surface of the magic crystal, which must be because Lakin had withstood the attacks of the ancient gods before. Yiwu realized he had to keep the magic crystal because it had saved his life. Just as Yiwu wanted to enter the system space, Xiao Longlong came out and looked very worried about him. So he rubbed the dragon dinosaur's head gently. Yiwu then entered the system space and asked, has the incident that just happened in his dream been recorded by induction? The system replied that the event was blocked by a strong unknown force, and for a moment the system lost contact with the host, so it was impossible to detect what happened during the host's sleep. Yiwu was even more surprised because even the system couldn't even see it. It seemed that the ancient god's strength was far beyond Yiwu's expectations. If there was no help from Lakin, Yiwu would be at a dead end. Yiwu also asked the system how much information he knew about Lakin. The system replied that he is an existence independent of the world and cannot say anything other than the linked account. If Yiwu wanted to get an answer, the system had two suggestions. Namely, first open A, because most of these accounts have advanced intelligence and rich knowledge reserves. The second option, make a god-level potion as soon as possible so that there will be no more puzzles in the world. Yiwu commented that the system's suggestions were really like listening to his words. Not to mention, this god-level potion has no effect at all. Even if Yiwu wants to open a general scholar account, how can the system guarantee the delivery of random cards? The system was annoyed to hear Yiwu's answer and immediately told him to log out of the system. Outside, Yiwu stared at the night view of the metropolis while contemplating. He now realized, behind this apparent calm, was there yet another level of hidden danger. The group is completely different from the 24 monster stars. It is estimated that even asking for an internal investigation of the Hanmo group, you will not get accurate information. If Yiwu wanted to get useful information about those ancient gods, he had to go to the Old World King's Landing Church, because those church followers were more professional than anyone else in studying ancient gods. But Yiwu didn't know if they had a stronghold in Zone 8. Although their conspiracy to summon the ancient gods was thwarted by Yiwu last time, they would return if the strength of the ancient gods continued to increase. With their summons, it was the biggest problem for Yiwu. This cult could no longer let it go regardless of its affairs. The next morning, at the dinner table, Yiwu was still sleepy and couldn't focus on eating. Because he kept thinking about the problems of the ancient gods, he didn't sleep all night. Yiwu's parents were worried and asked if the young man had any problems because he looked lethargic and didn't sleep last night. Yiwu smiled and replied that his parents didn't need to worry because he was fine. Their child had now grown up to be very strong and could face everything calmly. Suddenly, Yi Yunfei appeared with a commotion because she managed to dress and restore suitable clothes for Kiki. Now, Kiki's appearance looks like a modern girl who is crazy about games. When he saw Kiki, Yiwu's face immediately lit up and his tiredness disappeared instantly. It was as if he was looking at a goddess who had just descended from the sky. Yiwu wondered, is this a special ability that Kiki has? Because this ability is extraordinary. Yi Yunfei suddenly told Yiwu that she, Yiwu, and Kiki would go to Zulai's concert together with the tickets that Yi Yunfei had bought. Yiwu did not expect something like that to come to him today. But even so, he still told his little sister that they would go because this was his little sister's request. Yi Yunfei was so happy to hear his older brother's answer that he immediately hugged the young man. But Yiwu reminded his little sister, was Kiki willing or like the concert? Kiki shyly approached Yiwu and showed a sweet smile with a shy face. Yiwu suspects that Kiki likes Zhu Lai. Yiwu turned to Nana and offered to go together, but Yi Yunfei said that she had offered to Nana but the humanoid couldn't go with them. Nana also said that she still had a lot of work to do at home. Besides, it would be fine if he didn't go. Nana advised them all to have fun watching the concert. Finally, they arrived at Central Plaza Zone 8. The place was already very busy, filled with people who wanted to watch the concert. Yiwu immediately became the center of attention because he was holding two beautiful women in his arms. Yiwu succeeded in making the men around him jealous to death. Meanwhile, Yiwu himself protested to his younger sisters because they invited him to come in the afternoon even though the concert was taking place at night. Finally, they arrived in front of the dungeon entrance which looked like a big screen. It turned out to be a man-made door. Angel Realm is a group that can monopolize the entertainment market by relying on this exclusive patent, which is enough to accommodate tens of thousands of man-made dungeon space technologies. They moved the concert to a dungeon to create a surreal illusion experience through AI, giving the audience a complete visual, auditory, and tactile experience. Yiwu realized that the Angel Realm place or system was similar to the Victoria's Secret auction system. But Victoria's Secret auction room can only accommodate tens of thousands of people. This technology is quite impressive. But there were too many people at that place. Yiwu was worried that they would have to wait until dark. It was at this time that Miss Siyu appeared, and she was shocked to see Yiwu there. She asked, "Isn't Yiwu not interested even though it's like this? But why is this young man now at the concert venue and crowded with so many people?" Yiwu awkwardly said that he was dragged by his little sister. Yi Yunfei smiled cheerfully as he greeted Miss Siyu. Likewise, Miss Siyu immediately praised Yi Yunfei's beauty today. Miss Siyu said that Yiwu was too honest because he was still willing to queue so slowly at that place. Even now this young man is the team leader of the Hanmo group, so he can go straight to the VIP room. Yiwu was shocked and asked if there was such an easy thing. Miss Siyu immediately invited them all to follow her because she would take them all to the VIP room. Because it just so happens that Miss Siyu will also talk to people in the Angel Realm. Yi Yunfei was immediately happy because he didn't have to queue anymore. Yiwu also thought he was afraid of problems if he queued for too long with many people. Moreover, this place is a place for all major gatherings. Angel Realm itself is a large company that should have rich experience in preventing and responding to emergencies. After they all arrived at the VIP room, the dungeon transmission immediately took place. Yi Yunfei thought that this place was a legendary dream trip to a very beautiful concert. But Kiki felt that the place was too dazzling to make my eyes a little blurry. But Yiwu asked the girl not to worry because this was Kiki's first time, so the girl just wasn't used to it. Yiwu asked what's the matter with the black hole in the middle, and now this young man began to understand why this concert was so popular. Yi Yunfei even said that the most exciting thing was yet to come. A huge AI robot like a black ball welcomed everyone to Miss Zhu Lai's charity concert. The AI robot introduces itself as Dada. This detail will explain the entire mechanism of the concert event. So this concert not only continued the features of the previous Zero Distance Interactive but also added a new. Since it is broadcast live across the region, all off-site viewers will pay with likes based on everyone's performance. All revenue from likes and ads will be used for the reconstruction of Zone 9. And the person with the most like points will get an official mystery award and a chance to have a romantic dinner with Zhu Lai. So for Zhu Lai's reconstruction and romantic dinner, everyone had to fight. Everyone in the audience immediately cheered when they heard about the dinner prize they could possibly get. They all screamed with joy at having the opportunity to meet their idol in person. Without hesitation, one another mocked each other and admitted that I was the most appropriate person to date Miss Zhu Lai. Yiwu, who was standing in the crowd, thought the madness of Zhu Lai's fanatical fans was beyond my imagination. Dinner and King of Praise or whatever, it does sound embarrassing. They were too excited, even though they could just listen to the song quietly. Yiwu also heard people say that Miss Zhu Lai often received dinner offers from high-ranking officials and famous people. But the idol always rejected the offer. But the opportunity to have dinner just came by chance. They said that if this opportunity was sold to a rich person, the price would definitely be very high. Yiwu was stunned to hear the sky-high price I might get if I managed to get that dinner ticket. But he wondered if they would expose that person's identity to everyone. Dada suddenly explained that they all didn't need to worry about privacy issues at all, because when the concert officially starts, everyone will randomly wear data shells. So original images and personal information will be perfectly protected. Everyone was still screaming happily when they heard the notification. Even so, they regretted it a little because it meant they couldn't see the victorious prince's true face. Because the time is almost here, the countdown will begin. The count starts from 3, 2, and finally 1. Everyone's bodies are absorbed into the black hole and will be sent to the concert venue's dungeon. Instead of being afraid, everyone felt that this kind of sensation was enjoyable. Even Kiki and Yunfei were so happy that they didn't hear when they called Yiwu. Yiwu looked worried because their positions had all been disturbed, and if he put the data box inside, he was worried whether he could still find the two girls or not. However, there shouldn't be any problems at the concert venue, so he shouldn't worry too much. A very bright light shone and everyone momentarily closed their eyes before finally hearing the melodious singing of a girl singing lyrics about spring. Slowly, a woman with curly hair appeared wearing a beautiful purple dress, as if cheerfully flying in the middle of the darkness. Zhu Lai's enchanting appearance made everyone excited. With a microphone in hand, Zhu Lai continued to sing, smiling as if conveying a message of love to all fans through the song she sang. The entire audience no longer cared about girls or women, cheered happily, amazed by Zhu Lai's stunning performance. Even Yiwu almost couldn't stand the girl's charm and actually became a fan because the girl had extraordinary charm. Miss Zhu Lai flew from that place and invited everyone to return to Earth and play together. In that place, there are also ranking points from likes. Yiwu ranked quite low and didn't stand out. At this time, an interesting interactive session will begin. The system invites everyone to complete the obstacles together with Miss Zhu Lai. Apparently, they had to destroy the meteor rocks that were coming towards them. Yiwu saw people coming forward to destroy the meteor. This young man wondered if he could get points by bombarding those meteors. Without thinking, Yiwu immediately shot out with the power of the Qian Fire King. This young man's movement was so fast like lightning that people thought it was a meteor moving upwards. Yiwu took out his sword and apologized to everyone because he wanted to start loading to score. Because this is virtual, he won't hesitate anymore. Yiwu moved as fast as lightning, destroying every meteor in sight. Even this young man didn't care whether the meteor he destroyed was big or small, he just destroyed all the meteors. With this, Yiwu immediately rose to the top of the like point standings. Miss Zhu Lai said that she would give gifts to the warriors. The virtual girl gave a long-distance kiss which immediately made Yiwu beam. This young man gets a buff until all his attributes increase by 20%, and the efficiency of earning points will increase by 30% for 5 minutes. Yiwu just found out this blowing kiss was apparently for fans, and this dungeon would definitely magnify my own level exponentially. Miss Zhu Lai sang again with great feeling. In the lyrics, she says that the planet was once very beautiful, but now it is covered with wounds. Through her song, Miss Zhu Lai said, "I prayed softly to the meteor and brought miracles to this land." The bodies of the spectators were exposed to a breathtaking dimensional view. Yiwu realized that the scene before him was called an artificial satellite. It was the crystallization of science and technology that humans used to explore the universe in the old world, but now could only be seen in books. Since the world became what it is now, humans can only hold themselves together, survival has become the most important thing, and exploring the universe has long been a distant and unrealistic dream. Yiwu wondered, were the satellites sucked in by gravity? A single engine breaks through the atmosphere. This is every man's dream in science fiction. At this moment, Yiwu was hurtling down like a meteor flying around the Earth. At this moment, Yiwu felt that there was a burning sensation on the skin caused by atmospheric friction, and even this special effect had been created, and it was commendable. Meanwhile, Miss Zhu Lai was sitting on the ground watching the meteors flying above and kept singing about the tail wings of light and the shining stars in the sky. But the beautiful idol was alone and guarding the empty city, looking up at the sky. Suddenly an explosion occurred and Miss Zhu Lai was trapped in a golden cage. Miss Zhu Lai's face still looked very sad as she continued to sing the lyrics, which were full of sadness and struggle. Now everyone has to face a replica of the Kashiwara monster using a flying robot. They looked very excited about the monster because this was the final stage of the bus battle and a good opportunity to score points quickly. A man was shooting at a monster because I was the one in second place. Before Yiwu finally appeared right in front of him with a burning body preparing to attack the monster. Yiwu was warned to return to the cockpit immediately. Otherwise, he will experience a crash and lose his ranking if he is hit by an attack. But for Yiwu, it didn't matter, because according to him the efficiency of attacking the dungeon boss using fighter planes is too low. So he will use his own way to fight, and no one is better than him because he was the one who once killed the Kashiwara boss. This time, with one attack, Yiwu managed to destroy the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. So the other players cried sadly because they would lose their points. After the boss monster was defeated, Miss Zhu Lai's body fell into Yiwu's arms. At this moment, a very romantic scene was witnessed by everyone, because Yiwu seemed to be catching a falling princess in his arms. Yiwu expressed his thanks for Miss Zhu Lai's beautiful singing. Yiwu believed that after listening to Miss Zhu Lai's song, everyone would cheer again with great happiness. Everyone was cheering for Yiwu, who was currently providing a beautiful sight as he flew while carrying a beautiful woman in his arms. Yiwu's performance of successfully killing the boss Kashiwara Akao with just one attack really made all the spectators admire him. That place was a level 9 dungeon simulation. They guessed that Yiwu's level was 90. While hugging Zhu Lai, Yiwu asked, was that girl real or just a virtual projection? Zhu Lai touched Yiwu's nose gently and said, That young man is very interesting. But now is not the time to answer that question because this show is not over yet. Then Zhu Lai left and didn't forget to say goodbye to Yiwu. Before leaving, Zhu Lai turned to Yiwu and gave him a long kiss while saying that the girl was looking forward to Yiwu for the final performance. A confused Yiwu asked what's wrong with the last show. Yiwu was also fascinated because he got the effect of the goddess favor because of Zhu Lai's kiss. Just with this kiss, this young man managed to get 500,000 points. The surroundings of all of them then turned into a completely destroyed Zone 9 security area. Miss Zhu Lai sang a soft tune again full of sadness because the place they were in was destroyed and people were mourning. Miss Zhu Lai appeared in front of all the languishing victims with a ray of light full of hope. Miss Zhu Lai reached out to all the victims while singing the lyrics that the sun will eventually penetrate the darkness and tomorrow flowers will bloom among the ruins. The victims who reached out their hands to Zhu Lai immediately felt the light of hope, and a second later they all moved near the amazing performance stage. Zhu Lai invited everyone to sing together at the live finale. At this moment, Yiwu appeared on stage and he was confused. Why was I also teleported to the stage? Miss Zhu Lai replied that this was a people's show. Dada also explained that in this final solo challenge, the player with the highest points will appear on the same stage as Miss Zhu Lai. The player's appearance will directly affect the reconstruction of the 9th zone in the dungeon. The higher the ranking, the faster the reconstruction efficiency. If the ruins are successfully reconstructed before the concert, they will receive additional awards. At the same time, all the players present in the audience watching the live broadcast would praise Yiwu's performance or give dislikes. If dislikes were too high, it would reduce the points Yiwu had previously earned. Dada warned Yiwu because he was still in a state of compulsion since his session started and there were many steps before him. Yiwu asked irritably, why is Dada only talking about matches like this now? On the other hand, the audience was starting to get annoyed because Yiwu just remained silent on stage and looked stupid. Even one of them with work said that Yiwu didn't understand any music even though he was very good at playing and completing all the challenges. The audience began to demand that the black-haired young man come down and not stand on stage to hinder Miss Zhu Lai's performance. A man who had a very rocker appearance told Yiwu to quickly come down and not let the young man stop him. But if Yiwu couldn't perform on stage and embarrassed himself, then with great pride the man was willing to immediately go up on stage and take Yiwu's place. Miss Zhu Lai told Yiwu not to pay too much attention to what the audience was saying and just follow my movements slowly, because later Yiwu will guide Yiwu on stage. Yiwu expressed his thanks for Zhu Lai's kindness, but the lowly ridiculous behavior of the audience could not affect Yiwu. With a faint smile, Yiwu told Miss Zhu Lai not to worry, even if Yiwu did not give another performance. Just for Miss Zhu Lai I would not let this perfect performance be ruined in Yiwu's hands. Miss Zhu Lai smiled broadly at Yiwu's words. She is happy to get a good partner. Miss Zhu Lai was curious about what Yiwu could do. To answer Miss Zhu Lai's curiosity, Yiwu immediately took out the Hell Axe Sonata guitar. The guitar turns out to be both a musical instrument and a weapon. If the player plays the song in his heart, then your fingers will move naturally. If Yiwu played that guitar, you would be the most handsome guy in the whole room. While holding the guitar, Yiwu thought, although I don't understand music, Miss Zhu Lai always rings in my head as his sister hums every day. So I can even sing the song with my mouth closed. So Yiwu quickly strummed the guitar in his arms until a rocker aura radiated out and made the audience fascinated. The audience was even very surprised when they heard that the melody sung by Yiwu turned out to be the melody from First Star, the trending and most classic song by Zhu Lai in the first year of her debut. But a rock remix like Yiwu's had never been heard before. This is definitely another new style and sounds really fun. Miss Zhu Lai even thinks that Yiwu is so amazing. From the beginning until now, Yiwu has given me many surprises. I think that's great. So Miss Zhu Lai became even more enthusiastic about singing together. Miss Zhu Lai also changed her appearance to become a charming lady rocker. Then they gave a stunning performance together. Even the audience who had mocked Yiwu now acknowledged the young man's prowess in playing music. The audience jumped up and down enjoying the fun music. Because he succeeded in entertaining the audience, Yiwu's points reached 935,641. Because Yiwu got more points, the young man managed to repair the damage in the 9th safe zone. The audience didn't even expect Yiwu to be able to collect that many points with just one song. In fact, they were amazed that the young man managed to repair the entire area before the concert ended. They just realized Yiwu was a very popular kid. At the end of the concert, the audience cheered in unison calling out the names of Yiwu and Miss Zhu Lai. They were happy because the two lovebirds gave an extraordinary performance. Dada explains again, this is the end of the concert. All proceeds will be used for the reconstruction of Safe Zone 9. Dada thanks everyone for their participation and support. Now the countdown to teleportation will start for 1 minute. Dada says see you for the next concert. It was at this time that Miss Zulai approached Yiwu and expressed her thanks for the appearance of a big star like Yiwu. Hearing such praise from a famous lady like Miss Zulai made Yiwu uncomfortable. Yiwu said he was just an ordinary person compared to Zulai. Fortunately, Yiwu's performance at this level did not ruin this wonderful concert. Miss Zulai couldn't believe it when she heard that Yiwu was an ordinary person. But Yiwu couldn't force the woman to believe what he said. Miss Zulai then answered Yiwu's question just now about whether you are genuine. Miss Zulai said that the real you is outside the dungeon, and this digital consciousness has a special system, so it can be transformed into the current Zulai who appears in the dungeon. Yiwu only understood now. I think a system like that is really great as expected from the angel realm. Suddenly everyone became excited when they saw that Dada was damaged. The huge spherical robot suddenly shook and finally exploded in front of everyone. They screamed in panic because they were afraid of being hit by an explosion from the robot and not being able to get out if the system was damaged like now. At a time of chaos like now, suddenly someone clapped very loudly and said that this was a very beautiful performance, and I've been looking forward to this amazing show. A masked man appears and says, I am sure everyone in that place will die without regret. The mysterious masked man introduces himself as Daisy. He asked the audience if they were ready to die. The audience was surprised and asked why Daisy trapped them in the dungeon. Daisy said that the reason they all had to stay in that place was to ask them all to help him a little. The man hopes that everyone can sacrifice his worthless life to make a little contribution to the birth of the Old World King Landing Church of the Ancient Gods. Yiwu was shocked to hear about the church again. This young man had expected to experience a crisis at the concert, but he never thought that the Old World King's Landing Church would come out and cause trouble like this. Moreover, Daisy's level is very high. But if he was alone, would he be confident enough to beat all those thousands of spectators? Suddenly, Daisy was attacked by a spectator, leaving holes in his body. The man said that Daisy was very stupid. Although the level of the masked men was quite high, there were a total of 10,000 of them in that place. Apart from civilians who can't fight, people who can fight can kick Daisy as much as possible so that there is no scum left. Apart from the man who shot Daisy, the other spectators were ready to attack the masked man. Without being asked by anyone, several spectators who turned out to be players immediately attacked Daisy at the same time. They wanted to beat Daisy to death. They even demanded that Daisy tell them how to get out of that place. But strangely, even though he was being attacked continuously, Daisy still laughed out loud as if he didn't feel any pain. Miss Zulai said that things were not that simple, because he was sure that Daisy alone could not control the overall situation in the dungeon, and there must be an accomplice controlling the terminal outside the dungeon. Yiwu said, meaning, even if they killed Daisy, they still couldn't get out. Daisy's body was already badly injured, but strangely, the masked man was still laughing out loud. People who saw Daisy's attitude thought the man was crazy. The masked man said, is it true that he is dying now? He wasn't sure, but there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that the world had gone crazy. Daisy asks everyone, what do they think? Points. Equipment. Gaming world. Are these things normal? Didn't you think about it? No, you guys don't think about it. Because in his opinion, everyone was a bunch of weak little sheep who were satisfied with their status. A status that has even been regulated by that crazy world. Suddenly, another Daisy appeared in the sky. Daisy, who was in the sky, loudly said that the crazy world must end and the chaotic era must be buried. Everyone started to panic when they saw Daisy appear in the sky too, especially when the mysterious masked man spread his arms and once again said for everyone to give their most sincere sacrifices for the reappearance of the old world. Right after the mysterious man spoke, his body lying on the ground immediately exploded, and a large magic circle was created from the explosion. The people around the body realized that there was something wrong with the blood that had splashed on their bodies. In a matter of seconds, the bodies of the people who were splashed with blood immediately became monsters and immediately chased other people who were near them. Instantly, screams echoed in all directions. Fear was evident on everyone's faces. At this time, Zulai also asked Yiwu to run away and not get exposed to that blood or they would become monsters. Yiwu asked Zulai to wait first because he couldn't escape yet. Yiwu had to look for someone to enter with him. So this young man immediately activated his true eyes to see the entire dungeon and look for the whereabouts of his sister and Kiki. Yiwu realized, because of the dungeon mechanism, that Yunfei, Kiki, and Ai's positions were randomly separated at the beginning, and now Yiwu had to find them as quickly as possible. In the current situation, suddenly a monster jumped towards Zulai and wanted to get the beautiful artist. Zulai screamed in fear, but fortunately, Yiwu moved as fast as lightning to cut the monster's body and hoped that the person would rest in peace. When he was rescued by Yiwu, the young man subconsciously hugged Zulai's body. At such a close distance, Zulai thought that Yiwu was very strong and handsome. Moreover, Yiwu has good looks that are very different from the male idols around him so far. According to her, Yiwu was the type of man who had good looks on the inside and radiated out. Even Zulai was completely charmed by Yiwu's powerful charm. Yiwu turned his head and asked Zulai if Zulai's holographic projection or consciousness died in the dungeon, what would happen to the girl's real body in the real world. Zulai replied that it was equivalent to a severely damaged brain consciousness and a person would immediately die if they had such bad luck. Even if she is lucky, she will probably become disabled. Yiwu also told the girl to come with him because he would protect Zulai. Because if something happened to Zulai, then it would be a loss for the world, and little sister Yiwu would also be sad. Yiwu immediately took out Xiao Longlong and climbed on his back with Zulai. The beautiful girl was truly amazed by Yiwu's courage. Plus, Yiwu has a dragon mount, which turned out to be a mount that many people coveted, and that many rich people couldn't afford with their money. Yiwu replied that it was not important now. He had to hurry to find his little sister and her friend. Everyone is running around trying to save themselves from the attacks of life-threatening monsters. But at a critical time like this, there was still a fat man who prioritized the presence of important people and high-class officials in the dungeon. He didn't care even though his body was full of mucus and had already been caught by the enemy. Daisy was still floating in the sky. He laughed at the fat man's words. By pointing his index finger to the sky, Daisy created a large magic circle and said, "Poor people, rich people, or strong people, all have the same life here, and life is right. Full of vitality, it was the best sacrifice to the ancient gods, and they are all worth the sacrifice." From the magic circle created by Daisy, dozens or even hundreds more monsters appeared. Everyone was getting panicked and hysterical seeing that many monsters. Moreover, their large size makes people who cannot fight immediately afraid. Some people even begged to be allowed to leave, and he would pay whatever the masked man wanted. But in the end, Daisy just laughed out loud seeing everyone being slaughtered by the monsters. Between his laughter, Daisy said that everyone should run because the more afraid and desperate they are, the better their souls will feel. This was the favorite taste of the ancient gods. It was at this moment that Daisy saw Yiwu riding on Xiao Longlong. Moreover, the dragon was still spitting fire to get rid of all the monsters in front of him. Daisy was surprised to see that there were still people who didn't want to accept reality like Yiwu. He thought it was very interesting, so he wanted to test Yiwu until the young man accepted his destiny. Daisy called someone and asked what the status was there. The figure on the other side of the radio answered there was a little resistance, but it was cleared, so Daisy didn't need to worry. Daisy asked how did Lai Fengzi prepare for the formation. From inside the dungeon control room, Lai Fengzi replied, worthy of being an angel realm, the development of dungeon technology was far beyond his imagination. Even though this was like a wall of fire, it only looked like a piece of paper in front of him. However, with the Dungeon Control Authority, it only took 20 minutes to completely change the dungeon to summoning formations. Daisy sounded worried as he said, 20 minutes. That was enough time for the Angel Realm support troops to arrive at Lai Fengzi's place, so how was his comrade going to handle it? But Lai Fengzi asked him not to worry, everything was under his control. Just need to persist for 20 minutes, once the conversion program starts running, it can never be stopped. The system suddenly notified and successfully obtained the authority to guard the arsenal using Snapdragon LL combat drones, and the number is 50. The mission objective is to destroy all armed forces within a certain radius. The troops in the tank were shocked to see the red drones. They were surprised and wondered who permitted to attack those drones. Unexpectedly, the drones bombarded the security guards. The guard troops panicked and became hysterical when attacked by the drones. They screamed, and tried to call for help, but they are confused about who to ask for help. Amidst all the chaos, Daisy was still floating around with a big smile on his face. The masked man even waved his arms and said the gunshots, explosions, and screams were a beautiful symphony for him. It was at this moment that Lai Fengzi told Daisy he specially sent the sound of the scene back to Daisy. The sacrifice inside will be handed over to Daisy this time. Daisy raised both hands and loudly said, they must make the supreme ancient god they believed in descend immediately. On the other hand, Yi Yunfei was still running to save himself. This girl thinks, no, too many people are very confused, even though the data shells on them had disappeared. But in such a chaotic crowd, it wasn't an easy task to find her brother quickly, and also many people died which made him sad. Yi Yunfei realized he couldn't take the initiative to find him blindly. Yi Yunfei realized she had to do something to attract his older brother's attention to let her come to her. Even though there is a lot of chaos on the ground, there is still sky. Yi Yunfei immediately shot an arrow into the sky, creating quite a large fireworks explosion. It was the first skill that Yiwu realized. The young man had seen him many times. As long as he saw him, he would know where Yi Yunfei was. A level 100 amphibious alligator monster in front of Yunfei was surprised to see the girl's attitude. The monster thought that Yunfei still wanted to play with fireworks one last time before being eaten by the monster. Yi Yunfei's body trembled at the sight of the monster before him. Yi Yunfei thought that since the level difference was too big, It was impossible to harm the monster. Blind attacks were useless, and now there was no other way but to make a desperate move. Yi Yunfei shot another arrow into the sky, hoping that his big brother would see the sign she sent. Right after that, the alligator monster ran to attack him, and he would cheerfully stuff Yi Yunfei into his stomach. But in the next second, it was the alligator monster that entered Xiao Longlong's stomach. Yi Wu, who was sitting on Xiao Longlong's back, said that that was what those who dared to threaten his sister deserved. Yi Wu got off Xiao Longlong's back and asked, "Is Yunfei okay?" Yi Wu also apologized for arriving late. Yi Yunfei immediately hugged his older brother with tears in his eyes. The girl said her older brother was great, because he managed to come to save himself. Yunfei was glad that his efforts were not in vain. Yi Wu calmed her little sister by saying, of course she would come. How could he not notice the signal Yunfei was giving him? It was the first skill that Yi Yunfei learned and used to scare away the people who bullied Yi Wu before. Yi Wu thought that even though he opened his true eyes to see his location, Yunfei could still make calm judgments and actions in the face of powerful enemies, and she had also grown up a lot. Yi Wu thought, before, she wanted to keep his family away from danger as much as possible, but in this era, there are hidden crises everywhere, and Yi Wu often finds himself in trouble. Yi Wu finally decided to change his strategy. Apart from building a fort as a shelter, he also had to help the family members increase their strength level, at least they could protect themselves when Yi Wu was away. Zhu Lai was also happy to see the brothers reunited. Yi Yunfei was shocked to see Zhu Lai. Yunfei's sadness immediately disappeared when he saw Zhu Lai. Without paying attention to his older brother's explanation, Yunfei immediately approached Zhu Lai and with a cheerful smile said that Sa was a loyal fan of Zhu Lai. Yunfei didn't forget to ask for Zhu Lai's autograph. With a happy smile, Zhu Lai replied that she thought it would be fine to give an autograph if it was Yi Wu's little sister. The girl can ask for as much as she wants. After they chatted a little, Yi Wu invited them to climb onto Xiao Longlong's back again, because they have to go to save Kiki, who still hasn't been found and is in danger. Before leaving, Yi Yunfei commented that his older brother's ride was cool. This girl asked, when did Yi Wu have it? Why doesn't Yi Yunfei know anything? Yi Wu answered briefly that it was a long story, and he didn't have time to tell it now. While walking down the street, looking for Kiki, Yi Yunfei thought his brother had become very strong. Unknowingly, the distance between Yunfei and Yi Wu grew further. Yunfei must find a way to keep up with his big brother as soon as possible. But his mind is getting confused thinking about how. Suddenly, Yi Wu said to his little sister that there was no need to rush, because they had to overcome the difficulties in front of them first. Yi Wu calmly said she had a way for Yunfei. Yi Yunfei was surprised that his brother knew what was on his mind. Yi Wu was surprised when he saw Kiki's coordinates suddenly disappear. Yi Wu was worried that Kiki was in grave danger. Suddenly, Daisy, who was still floating in the sky, asked, was Yi Wu looking for Kiki that he was currently holding? Yi Wu cursed in annoyance seeing the Kiki he was holding. Yi Wu angrily asked Daisy to let Kiki go. Daisy strangled Kiki and asked, why is Yi Wu nervous? Even though initially Yi Wu didn't save Kiki, Daisy thought that Yi Wu had no relationship with the girl. Daisy kissed Kiki's body and felt a very strange sensation of power. Daisy was not surprised when he was attracted by Kiki's face at first glance. But in comparison, it turned out that Yi Wu's taste matched Daisy's. According to him, sacrifices like this require. That's why he didn't take action against Yi Wu and kept watching him since earlier. Yi Wu was getting angrier. He cursed at Daisy because it turned out that he had been watched since earlier. Yi Wu demands Daisy say what Daisy wants to say to him. Daisy replied he wanted to give Yi Wu a way out, namely ordering, join the Old World King's Landing Church. This way you and your friends will be saved from death. I am very confident that you will be a very promising religious teacher. This man is strong. How can I save Kiki without hurting her? Yi Wu finally said that Daisy's offer was very good. But I don't have much confidence. Are you sure I have this potential? Daisy answered because Yi Wu had something in common with him. That is, it has the scent of ancient gods on its body. Yi Wu said, the taste of ancient gods. What did an ancient god smell like? Why couldn't Yi Wu kiss him? Yi Wu asked Daisy not to fool him, because there would be no benefit for Daisy, and Yi Wu casually said he preferred real things to empty-headed ones. For example, if Yi Wu joins the Old World King's Landing Church, what are the specific benefits? Daisy answered with emotion, the advantage, one of the greatest benefits is a patient heart, purified by pious faith. Daisy said it seemed that although Yi Wu had special potential, his consciousness was far from civilized and the young man still needed to reform. Yi Wu realized it seemed that the stimulation of the words had worked on Daisy, so he could increase the intensity a little to let Daisy focus his hatred on Yi Wu. Yi Wu apologized because he was a firm pragmatist. He didn't even look down on the pious people and beliefs in Daisy's mouth, but he was not interested at all. If Yi Wu wanted to win, then he might as well have something practical. Daisy was angry that Yi Wu dared to talk about their faith like that. Daisy was angry and immediately let go of Kiki. The cruelest and most thorough transformation must be carried out on Yiwu. Meanwhile, Yiwu is happy because his attempt to lure Daisy was successful. Now Daisy attacks Yiwu and says he will make Yiwu come to his senses and repent of his stupid behavior. But Yiwu casually answered that he refused. As the two of them started fighting, Xiao Longlong took quick steps to catch Kiki's body. According to Yiwu, his pet dragon was the right move to save Kiki first. While continuing to deliver devastating attacks on Yiwu, Daisy said that although he was not very good at forcing, he realized Yiwu could block his level of suppression, indicating that the young man's body had reached a level of solidity. It seems that if we want to truly change, we have to start from the spiritual aspect. Yiwu said it turned out to be a mental attack from Daisy. Then Daisy will be disappointed because Yiwu's mental obsession is more stubborn than his body. But Daisy said loudly, that's not necessarily true. Daisy proudly said that he was the absolute authority in the spiritual realm, and in his eyes, there was no spiritual line of defense that could not be broken. Suddenly, the entire space shook and distorted. Yiwu asked everyone to be alert because it seemed like something was coming. A giant pocket watch descended from the sky which was capable of destroying all the buildings around it. At this moment, Zulai said it was not good for an outsider to use this much authority to change the dungeon so that it could change as he pleased. Yi Yunfei asked, manipulate the dungeon at will. Isn't Daisy a GM? Then how can they beat Daisy now? Yiwu thought that even if he was a GM, he had a way to kill Daisy, but it didn't matter at all. Now he was confused and asking in his heart how to get everyone to safely leave the dungeon was the key. And if Yiwu kills Daisy, it is estimated that all of them will not be able to get out. This situation is more difficult than before. While sitting on the ruins, Daisy said he used to be a very famous psychiatrist and he had cured many patients. But ironically, when her lover was attacked by a monster and got PTSD, Daisy couldn't cure her lover. When the girl committed suicide before Daisy's eyes, the guy fell into despair and self-blame. But after a long time, he realized that it was not his and the girl's fault. According to Daisy, the world is wrong. Because of this era, they are already sick. According to him, the whole world is repeating the same mistakes, only the old world King Landing Church will uphold the right path. According to Daisy, only when the ancient gods descended to the filthy world would all sins finally be expiated. Now, Daisy will convey this joy and hope to everyone in her presence. At this moment, Zulai, Yi Yunfei, and Kiki were already hypnotized by Daisy's words. Yiwu began to realize that the situation was very bad because everyone had been hypnotized by Daisy. Like zombies, those people were unconscious and said that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the ancient god. Daisy saw that it was not easy for Yiwu to be hypnotized by him, especially since this was Yiwu's first time. Therefore, Daisy will use the strongest cell phone to spy on Yiwu's inner weakness. Daisy used the skill on Yiwu. It is a type of mental spell that disturbs the target's mind and causes confusion. According to the caster's level, the control intensity and duration will also increase. Slowly, Yiwu was hypnotized and saw the worst dream of his life. Namely, his entire family fell into a pool of blood. Daisy finally approached Yiwu and said with a proud smile, did Yiwu finally give up? If Yiwu could force Daisy to this level, the young man truly had great potential. So, now is the final step of the transformation. Daisy wanted to see the weakest part of Yiwu's inner world. But when Daisy was about to touch Yiwu's head, Daisy's arm was immediately grabbed tightly by Yiwu. Then with the fire energy radiating from his body, Yiwu said that the masked man would never be able to see the weakness in his body. Yiwu said the only weakness in his body was a lack of money. So casually, Yiwu asked Daisy to sponsor him with a few $100 million. Daisy was shocked to see Yiwu not working with his high-level hypnosis skills. He wondered how Yiwu did it. Yiwu hit the person's mask and confessed that Daisy's trick was indeed effective. Even though it was only for a moment, it succeeded in making him truly feel despair and chaos. But there were many things at the bottom of his brain that would never be easily controlled by anyone. In his heart, Yiwu felt grateful because luckily, when he was hypnotized, he was equipped with equipment from Kashua Akao. Otherwise, it will be upside down. Yiwu's blow to Daisy was so powerful, it was able to destroy the adult man's mask and reduce his HP by 50%. Despite this, Daisy still managed to laugh out loud and say that Yiwu was the right person, and his judgment was not wrong this time. According to him, Yiwu was the person chosen by the ancient god himself. Yiwu asked that person to stop praising him, and immediately released the hypnosis and dungeon lock control on everyone, otherwise Yiwu would make Daisy's death very painful. Daisy actually laughed out loud and said, compared to the regret of not being able to witness the ancient god coming to this world with my own eyes. In his opinion, pain and death are nothing. The clock above Daisy's head kept turning, and Daisy said loudly that there was 1 minute left until the arrival and they would all be sacrificed to the Lord. Daisy tells everyone to prepare to face their final fate. At this time, the people who had been hypnotized bent their bodies and prostrated themselves facing the sky. They greatly welcomed the arrival of the ancient god Lakin. One of them even said that the ancient god would take him away from the pain. But suddenly, Daisy ran out of HP because Yuwu burned them thinly. At this moment, Yuwu stood in front of the sitting Daisy and said, if it turns out Daisy is a believer, why didn't Daisy say it earlier? In that case, Daisy should be more obedient to Yuwu. Daisy didn't understand what Yuwu meant at all. He also didn't understand what Yuwu meant by calling Big Eye Boy. With a confident smile, Yuwu said he was the master of the ancient god of Daisy, the pious and loyal, namely Lakin. In other words, the Lakin are the servants. Daisy was angry and immediately attacked Yuwu by throwing many stones. Because that young man dared to talk nonsense and blaspheme the gods, Daisy had to cut Yuwu into 1,000 pieces. Yuwu brushed off Daisy's attack while asking how dare Daisy attack Daisy's own master. How dare Daisy call himself a pious person? Yuwu thought that the guy in front of him was really crazy now. Killing him was easy, but it didn't help. It was better to let him live and use him. Moreover, now everyone is hypnotized and calling Lakin. But with these circumstances, it should have no effect on them now if he summoned Lakin. But just in case, Yuwu jumped away and Daisy assumed the young man was running away. While chasing Yuwu, Daisy said that now that the dungeon has been completely controlled by them, unless Yuwu opens a portal from the outside, there is no chance for him to escape. So the remaining choices are to kill Daisy or be killed by Daisy. Yuwu replied, running away. That word is temporarily not included in his life dictionary, but in his opinion, Daisy is indeed a pathetic and stupid person. Even though Daisy keeps saying that he is the most loyal and sincere believer, even though Daisy has dedicated his life to God, does Daisy really understand his God? Yuwu was willing to bet that even if Daisy sacrificed 10,000 people here, and even if he sacrificed everyone in the entire world, Daisy wouldn't be able to summon Lakin. When Daisy asked why, with a big smile Yuwu said that Lakin was only obeying his orders. Daisy became even more angry and confused when he heard Yuwu's words. Enough. Daisy didn't want to hear what Yuwu said. Daisy asked Yuwu not to just use nonsense to confuse his mind. Daisy firmly said that no one could deny his piety or obedience. Yuwu asked the person to open his eyes and look carefully. His stupid piety couldn't reach Yuwu's position at all. Yuwu raised his left arm and activated the summon magic crystal. That way, a large circle was created in the sky and then the Lakin monster slowly came out of the magic circle. And obediently, Lakin lifted Yuwu's body slowly. It was at this moment that Yuwu stood casually on top of the Lakin tentacles and said, how about this? How would Daisy feel when he finally saw the ancient god he had been thinking about all night? Daisy's body shook, he let out a long scream and cried. Daisy was very happy because his piety was finally rewarded. He was very happy because the ancient god Lakin had finally come before him. Then Daisy bowed and kowtowed, calling Yuwu the new god. Daisy worships Lakin and Yuwu, begging them to never forgive him sins and give his death. Daisy is even willing to accept endless torment in hell to punish his transgression and disrespect towards Yuwu. Yuwu was surprised to see Daisy's attitude. But in his heart, this young man admitted that Daisy's obedience was very high. Yuwu said that Daisy is indeed unforgivable. But if Daisy can stop the dungeon conversion and send everyone out of the dungeon in order to save you from dying. Daisy kept apologizing to Yuwu as the new god and said he couldn't do what Yuwu asked. Because what they implanted in the dungeon control terminal was an irreversible virus. Once it started, there was no way to stop it. And the previously abandoned back road is this teleport. But Daisy can only take up to 5 people to leave that place. Daisy handed over the remote control for the teleportation to Yuwu and invited Yuwu to leave that place with the people most precious to him and recreate a new world for everyone outside. Yuwu held the teleportation device and thought, can it only send 5 people? Did he have to die for someone else? How could he do something like that? Yuwu also called Wise and asked if Yuwu could use this transmission device as a medium to connect the external control terminal and use the power of the master technique to forcibly stop the dungeon conversion process. Wise replied, in theory, it can be done, but there are 60 seconds left in the dungeon conversion process. And Wise doesn't know if the time is too late. Yuwu also said, then there is no time to hesitate. So they have to get started now. While Yuwu and Wise were struggling to hack the dungeon system, everyone in the dungeon panicked, seeing the sky turn red and several buildings slowly crumbling. Everyone started to panic as the pocket watch slowly started counting down. They all ran away trying to save themselves. But some people could only resign themselves to sitting where they were because they realized it was impossible to escape from the dungeon. Some people can only sit in despair and realize they are waiting for death. Yi Yunfei, Kiki, and Zhu Lai could only hug each other sadly. Yi Yunfei said the 3 of them should not give up hope because they believed her brother would find a way to solve the problem. In the end, they had to believe in Yuwu. Kiki also believed in Yuwu, but Zhu Lai asked, could Yuwu really solve a crisis of this magnitude? Because time is almost up. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lai Fengzi was happy because finally the show would begin and they would welcome the arrival of the ancient god Lycan. Several members behind him even bowed, kowtowing to welcome the arrival of this ancient god. But suddenly the hologram screen turned red and the system warned that there was strong data from an unknown source forcibly deleting the dungeon conversion program and causing damage to the dungeon system. Warning: Lai Fengzi could hardly believe that the perfect program that had been designed could actually be deleted. I wanted to install 3 new conversion programs, but one of his colleagues prevented him and asked him to evacuate immediately. But Lai Fengzi refused because I had not given up and tried to do the last thing. Unexpectedly, his companion immediately raised his body while shouting that their body would not be able to withstand that many attacks, so it was better for them to leave immediately. Lai Fengzi asked his colleague to put it down and wait a little longer, at least until Daisy left the dungeon. But his large colleague said there was no time left because their work was always accompanied by sacrifice and faith to guide his soul to God's side. So finally all the cult members left when the countdown lost 3 seconds and the room was about to be destroyed. Yi Wu was flying quickly towards his sister's place. This young man thought, despite the dungeon conversion, the collapse still did not stop, and it was even more violent than before. The dungeon control terminal outside could barely hold it. Next is the question of how to send 10,000 people out at the same time. Yi Wu suddenly thought of a slightly bold solution. Finally, Yi Wu arrived in front of his sister and 2 other beautiful girls. Yi Wu asked if they were okay. Yi Yunfei said that they were all fine, but Zhu Lai would disappear. If this continues, I will actually be injured or die directly. Zhu Lai said, it's okay, maybe it was her fate. I didn't forget to thank Yi Wu for his help. I was very happy to meet Yi Wu, but now it might be time to say goodbye. Yi Wu suddenly held Zhu Lai's hand and said, now is not the time to say thank you and goodbye. This show is not over yet. With a meaningful smile, Yi Wu said, come on, let's create the perfect ending to this show together. Zhu Lai said, is this the perfect stop? Once the man-made dungeon started to collapse, the entire process was irreversible and Zhu Lai had no way to stop it. Everyone was running scared, helter-skelter trying to save me and running for their own safety. Zhu Lai realized that the program that was holding the dungeon disappeared, and Zhu Lai had already contacted the terminal outside the dungeon, but no one answered. The girl guessed that either the terminal communication device had been destroyed or everyone outside had been destroyed. Finally, Yi Wu took the girl's hand and asked her not to give up. The theme of this show is hope, and Zhu Lai is the goddess who gives them hope. How could Zhu Lai give up on your own hopes? Suddenly Zhu Lai felt a very strong sting enter her body. The girl even arched in a very sensual tone. But Yi Wu asked the girl not to be afraid because now I was using Zhu Lai as a medium to digitize the consciousness of the dungeon, to control the terminal outside and open the portal. Zhu Lai thought it was a really great idea, but I was still confused and asked if would this really work. Yi Wu asked the girl to trust him and stop talking now, then closed her eyes, held her breath, and concentrated. Sure enough, finally, a portal was created above them. Everyone was happy to see the exit portal, but they started to wonder how do they get up to the portal above them. Currently, they can't fly or do anything like in the dungeon like before, and there aren't any flying vehicles they can use. Zhu Lai had recovered and smiled happily while thanking Yi Wu, but the girl saw Yi Wu's body pale and covered in sweat. So Zhu Lai asked what was wrong. Why is Yi Wu's condition like this? Yi Wu even said that a portal this size was not enough, and a portal of this level couldn't let tens of thousands of people pass through. Yi Wu gasped for breath, and he didn't expect that the digitization of consciousness consumed so much mental power, and now it was so difficult to maintain a clear consciousness. Wise said it was because Master Yi Wu had expended most of his mental power to prevent the dungeon conversion. The current consumption is more serious than before, so Yi Wu must rest quickly, otherwise bad things will happen. Yi Wu replied that it is impossible, because I have done it for this purpose, so I don't want to give up now. Zhu Lai held Yi Wu's hand and said, Yi Wu's decision now is enough to save a few people, so there is no need for Yi Wu to force himself into more. If Yi Wu suffers an injury because of this, it will be their biggest loss. Full of worry, Zhu Lai asked Yi Wu to rest. Yi Yunfei also apologized while crying in his brother's arms. Yi Yunfei felt that she was the one who caused his brother to get caught up in this problem. Kiki hugged Yi Wu from behind while saying, I have spent 1,000 years and finally met Yi Wu, even if this is the end, but if I can be with Yi Wu, then I will die without regrets. When Kiki hugged me, Yi Wu's mental strength suddenly recovered completely. Yi Wu just realized this is Kiki's special buff ability. Yi Wu just remembered the girl's special ability. Finally, Yi Wu apologized to the 3 girls for making him worry. Now Yi Wu is refreshed and asks everyone not to say goodbye, because this young man was sure they would save the people and could not miss any of them. Yi Wu asked everyone to come out together. The 3 girls became excited again and joined hands with Yi Wu. Zhu Lai asked, what happened here? I felt that my body was full of strength, and I had recovered my senses to the point of being able to control everything as before. Yiwu explained that it was because I had given Zhu Lai control of this dungeon, and directly had Zhu Lai lead them all to hope like before. Zhu Lai took back a microphone and started singing. Zhu Lai says through his lyrics that the door to salvation will eventually open. When this beautiful artist came back with a song full of hope, people realized that they still had hope and should not give up on that place. Always slowly, their bodies all slowly flew and entered the portal to get out of the dungeon. They all cheered happily because, finally, they were safe and out of the place that created quite a big tragedy for them. Yiwu invited the girl to go home together. Slowly their bodies floated and came out of the portal. It was at this moment that Zhu Lai sang the lyrics that told them to spread their wings and fly to the other side to be reunited with their loved ones. In the end, everyone managed to survive and get out of the dungeon alive. They all cheered happily because they had survived a terrible tragedy. But suddenly the portal above them exploded, surprising the people. There was building debris thrown out of the portal. Yiwu asked everyone not to let their guard down until the last moment. Because they saw that Yiwu was the one who managed to rank first and save them, they all followed your words and were on standby to protect or take cover from the debris coming their way. When he came out of the portal, and everyone was busy with their own business, Daisy wondered where all his colleagues were. This man thought they should all have fled earlier because of the chaos. So Daisy also thought about running away from that place immediately. But suddenly, Yiwu prevented the silver hair from moving and asked the man not to leave without saying a word. Daisy, who panicked, immediately prostrated himself under Yiwu's feet and begged for mercy. Daisy admitted that it was because I was obsessed with my heart that I had an instinct to run away. But if Yiwu were to give the order, then I was willing to die on the spot. Yiwu said that the man had to pay for what I had done. But for now, Yiwu would not let the man die easily because he was still useful to Yiwu. The security team finally appeared and took Daisy into custody. But the crazy man still laughed out loud and said that I was honored to be of use to Yiwu. Then Daisy was pulled away by the security team. But the strange man still laughed out loud and said that I don't regret anything in his life. Yiwu realized that Daisy was a desperate madman, but in order to obtain information from the Old World King Landing Church, Daisy had to be kept for a while. Suddenly a girl's voice, which sounded very weak, called Yiwu's name. When the black-haired young man looked back, Yiwu saw Zhu Lai's real body, which was already very weak and had to be helped to walk by a staff member. Zhu Lai said that I was very happy to be able to see the young man in person. But when I arrived in front of Yiwu, suddenly my legs went weak and the girl fell right into Yiwu's arms. Yiwu was shocked at first but then realized that the girl was just writing. The staff behind Zhu Lai said that the girl was very stubborn. Even though I suffered a lot of mental damage and needed immediate treatment, Zhu Lai insisted on coming to see Yiwu at that place. The lady who brought Zhu Lai said that the artist had explained to me briefly what happened. So in my opinion, Yiwu is a hero from this sudden incident. So the bespectacled lady said thank you to Yiwu for all the help you have provided. So the bespectacled lady and the angel realm felt indebted to Yiwu. As Zhu Lai was taken onto their private plane, Miss with Glasses said, Yiwu can change the favor and make this the gift I want. This incident completely subsided within a few days. Yiwu replied that they didn't need to rush to discuss this matter because the most important thing was to cure Zhu Lai first. Finally, their private plane sped away, leaving Yiwu still looking at the sky with a relieved smile. This young man thinks the crisis is finally over, but it is not completely over. The defense line of a large group like Angel Realm is unlikely to be easily broken by the people of the Old World King's Landing Church, unless something is wrong internally, because in my opinion, it is impossible for the 1,000-mile embankment to be destroyed in an ant's nest. Yiwu hoped that Zhu Lai would not get involved in it again. Miss Siyu immediately approached Yiwu, and she was very happy to see that this young man was okay. As usual, Miss Siyu immediately hugged the young man in front of many people. Miss Siyu looked very sorry because she was the one who sent the young man inside when something bad finally happened. Miss Siyu also said that she did not expect such a big, bad incident to happen. So honestly, she was very worried about Yiwu. Even though he was shocked, Yiwu still asked the woman not to worry because everything had been resolved smoothly. Then Miss Siyu said some quite late news. She told Yiwu that an important task that was originally scheduled a week later had been moved to the day after tomorrow. Teams from group level 10 and above all had to participate, but Miss Siyu did not expect Yiwu's Wang Ji team to be included in the battle list. Yiwu argued that since they gathered so many teams at once, were they preparing for a large-scale team battle? Miss confirmed this. She also explained that this was a dungeon battle and a massive siege against a Zerg hive. Special instructions are in this task terminal. As for the reason why Yiwu was included in this attack, Miss Siyu could not provide any clearer details. And it should be easy for Yiwu to conclude if he is good at analyzing carefully. Yiwu immediately said, no need to analyze it, just assume there is a motive. But Yiwu remembers that the large siege dungeon is a special dungeon that is much larger than ordinary dungeons, Not only the monsters are very strong, but the dungeon also has a very large area. There are also several bosses in the dungeon, and the number of people required for this strategy is generally around 20-40 people. There are even large dungeons with 100 players. Even sending a group of Hanmo, the scale and difficulty of this dungeon is not small. Of course, the harvest is also the best. Yuwu wanted to thank some kind people for including him in this battle so that he didn't miss this opportunity. Miss Siyu said goodbye to Yuwu because she still had a lot of business to do. Suddenly, Yuwu remembered something and asked, would Miss Siyu participate in this dungeon game? Miss Siyu replied that she would participate but would not enter the capital because she is a logistics commander, mainly responsible for preparing the resources needed for this task. So Miss Siyu will support Yuwu from behind. Yi Yunfei and Kiki, who happened to hear their words, started to get excited and wanted to go. But Yuwu asked, how could he possibly bring Yi Yunfei there? Because Yi Yunfei is not a member of the team, and this mission may be very difficult and dangerous. But Yi Yunfei insisted, saying that Yuwu was the team leader, so couldn't he include Yi Yunfei in the team? Although it was dangerous, it was precisely because Yi Yunfei's strength was poor that she wanted to face various dangers, so she had to experience more battles to improve her strength level. The girl said she didn't want to hide behind her older brother all her life and hinder Yuwu's steps. Yuwu confirmed his little sister's words. The world is full of danger at all times, and there is no way to hide. Yuwu had to increase his strength to face the danger, and he had to change his previous plans. Finally, Yuwu was willing to take Yi Yunfei as long as the younger sister promised him 2 conditions. Firstly, in these 2 days, Yuwu will give Yi Yunfei a sufficient amount of ancient magic crystals. As long as the younger sister successfully increases the level to 40, Yuwu will promise Yunfei to take her. Yi Yunfei was shocked she had to rise more than 20 levels in 2 days. The girl asked how could that be possible, and Yunfei asked where did his older brother get so many ancient magic crystals. Yuwu replied so that Yi Yunfei would hand over the little things to him, because he has a magic crystal mine. The difference between ancient magic crystal and ordinary magic crystal is that it contains a lot of magic power. A large amount of X points could be obtained by converting and absorbing them, and the efficiency of this X conversion was determined according to one's physique and potential. People with unusual talents can easily achieve conversion rates of more than 70%, but some people can only convert 40% or even lower even if they try their best. In addition, this conversion process is very energy and physical strength consuming. The average person converting 10 yuan a day is already the limit. But Yuwu is very confident in Yunfei's potential and talent. Surely the results of the conversion will surprise him as her older sister. Currently, Yuwu was watching the robots pack up the crystals. It was at this time that Xiao Bao appeared and said that she had gathered everything as soon as possible according to Yuwu's orders. Hearing this, Yuwu immediately rubbed the cat's head and praised its good work. Suddenly Nagero appeared and warned Xiao Bao not to talk carelessly, because they were the ones who discovered many hidden veins. That's why it would be difficult for Xiao Bao to collect so many magic crystals in a few days without Nagero's help. Hearing the dragon's explanation, Yuwu also praised their hard work. Even Yuwu was willing to give any gift Nagero wanted as long as it was within his reach. But Nagero refused because Yuwu had spared their lives, and that has become the greatest gift for them, so they don't dare ask for anything else. Yuwu thought that Nagero's answer was very good, so he asked Nagero to save this request because maybe one day they would need it. Yuwu thought he had used master technique skills to create a batch of robots and place them in that place for experiments. Now it seems that the robots' efficiency is not bad. Even some of the AI looked very excited. In a short time, all the crystal boxes were successfully moved to a luxury apartment in Zone 8. Yi Yunfei's face immediately lit up when he saw so many ancient magic crystals. Now she believes that her older brother owns a crystal mine. The mother also looked happy, but she reminded her child not to forget money too much. The father also asked, is it true that they want to convert such long crystals directly into experience points? Isn't this too wasteful? Yuwu answered that his parents don't need to worry because he still has a lot of level 40 magic crystals. After all, it was more important for them to level up than money. At least when Yuwu wasn't by their side, they could protect themselves. So, because Yi Yunfei had started to concentrate on changing his experience, this young man began to invite all his members and also Nana to follow in his younger brother's footsteps. Finally, they were all willing to try. 1 hour later, Yuwu's parents looked very tired and rested with their bodies covered in sweat. The father even said that he couldn't keep up with his physical strength and mental strength when he got older. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei still looked fresh. Even now the girl has managed to level up quite a lot. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunfei managed to advance to level 45 in just an hour. Both their parents were immediately proud of Yi Yunfei's abilities. Yuwu even praised his little sister's extraordinary talent. He guessed that Yi Yunfei's conversion rate was as high as 80%. Yiwu then turned to look at Nana's transformation. Unexpectedly, the humanoid robot put on a scary face and said that she wanted to level up more and more. It was at this moment that Yiwu was surprised and asked what was wrong with Nana. Nana quickly changed her expression to a sweet girl and said that she succeeded quite a lot. So Nana asked if she could also go to the dungeon with Yiwu now. Yiwu was amazed to see Nana rise to level 60 in such a short time. Yiwu was sure that the conversion rate of the robot would reach 100%, and Nana was indeed the perfect robot that Yiwu had succeeded in making. Yiwu also concluded that the dungeon should no longer be a problem for everyone. After all, this young man wanted to increase his little sister and Nana's combat experience. So this is a great opportunity. Because of this, Yiwu told Yunfei, Kiki, and Nana that the three of them could accompany him to the siege as members of his team. The three of them immediately looked happy when they heard Yiwu's decision. But Yiwu's parents didn't forget to warn them to stay safe and always listen to Yiwu's instructions. Meanwhile, Nana secretly smiled slyly. His eyes full of evil intent looked pleased when Yiwu agreed so easily. With this, she would take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yiwu. After training, Yiwu lay on his bedroom floor thinking that everything in preparation for tomorrow's fight was finished. Now he will learn about the dungeon through the terminal quest that Miss Siyu gave him. Not long after, the system appeared to notify that Yiwu's group certification had been completed. There is also information about a major siege that will be carried out on the Lost Temple. The recommended level for this merger is player level 40 to 130. Meanwhile, the limit for the number of people is 100 people. Seeing this information made Yiwu think, why is the vulnerable level of players required to take part in this activity so large? He thought this was a bit strange. The new system explains the Lost Temple has a dungeon entrance that is sometimes found in a hidden goa under the Yellow Iron Plateau on the western side in the wilderness. The entrance was first discovered by a magic crystal prospector who sold the dungeon coordinates to the group at a high price. The advanced team found the dungeon gate after traveling about 2 kilometers along the cave. The dungeon gate was guarded by a level 100 elite monster. After several weeks of bloody battles with the elite monster beast guarding the gate, they defeated it and finally completed the quest of opening the dungeon door. Due to the high level of danger of this dungeon, it was decided to send a stealth drone for reconnaissance first and basic information, namely the dungeon area, 50 square kilometers. Monster beast level 4-30. Very rich in crystal magic. Number of bosses, 3-5. The drone tried to approach the temple but was shot down by the guards outside the temple. The following is the first boss information recorded before it was shot down. Namely, a fantastic-sized elite monster that has level 115. Because of the special features of this dungeon, it has to carry out long-term battles, so this is the first quest of this dungeon. It is to build in a location far from the Zerg Temple and rich in minerals to prevent the strategy from failing due to long battle lines causing supplies to be cut off. After completing this quest, there will be a second quest update. After hearing the entire long explanation from the system, Yiwu realized the dungeon was more dangerous than imagined. Even though Yiwu promised to let his little sister and the others go together, Yiwu started to doubt and wonder whether this was the right decision. If someone deliberately targeted him, the situation was even more complicated. If like this, someone had forced his team along, were they planning to make Yiwu the target of public criticism? At that time, Yiwu would be criticized and ridiculed. Yiwu then asked the system, what is the special guest of in this battle? The system replied that the team-exclusive quest has not been released yet. Yiwu must enter the dungeon before he receives the relevant quest. Yiwu finally thought he would forget about this matter for a while and would see what would happen when the time came. No matter who was behind this, who gave him warmth for whatever reason, he would never waste this great opportunity. He had a hunch that engineering skills would play a very important role in this dungeon's strategy. Yiwu will get some engineering drawings tomorrow. Yiwu turned off the hologram screen and tried to rest. But his sleep was disturbed when suddenly an overflow screen appeared and the system informed him that the young man had a communication request from an unknown contact. Yiwu immediately woke up again and wondered who was calling at this time of night. Is it a very dedicated con artist? When he finally received the base and heard the voice of someone on the other side calling his voice, Yiwu immediately opened his eyes wide and went straight to the 8th safe zone in Central Park. Yiwu sat on a bench and thought. The meeting place was in the park, but he didn't expect that the person who was going to ask him to meet intended to ask him out suddenly, because there were lots of couples dating there. Suddenly a woman approached the young man and said that his pet was lost nearby, so had Yiwu seen it. At first, Yiwu didn't understand what the woman meant and asked what a pet dog was. He wanted to apologize to the girl because he hadn't seen her and he had just arrived at the park. Yiwu asked if there were any special characteristics of the pet dog. Yiwu intends to help look for it. The girl said thank you and then explained a country dog with brown hair and golden eyes. He had the nickname Wu-Wu. After hearing such a signal, Yiwu stood up and realized that the woman in front of him was Yinhuan. Yi-woo smiled happily and commented that the girl's appearance was so strong that he didn't even notice it at first. Miss Yin-hyun motioned for Yi-woo to be quiet and not say that name too loudly. Miss Yin-hyun said, even at night, it was safer to cross-dress. After all, his identity was a bit sensitive. Yi-woo commented that the girl was good at appearances and even her personal information had been changed. Yi-woo was fooled earlier. Yi-woo sat down and asked the woman to talk about the matter that made Miss Yin-hyun ask her to meet in the middle of the night like this. Yi-woo asked if there was anything important to talk about, because Yi-woo already wanted to sleep. Miss Yin-hyun asked, does Yi-woo know about the dungeon quest the day after tomorrow? Did Yi-woo not think it was strange? Because Yi-woo's, as a newly formed level 1 team, was included in a dungeon quest where the minimum team level was all level 10. Hearing Miss Yin-hyun's question, Yi-woo commented that the woman was kind because she only wanted to come in the evening to solve Yi-woo's doubts. But Yi-woo was curious, why was Miss Yin-hyun like this? Miss Yin-hyun explained it was because someone above had raised Yi-woo and they wanted to use this battle to test Yi-woo's true details. Yi-woo was not surprised to hear this information because he had already expected it. Yi-woo had already guessed that the person aimed to punish him, so he concluded the person who made him participate in this battle must be the young master of the Mo family. Miss Yin-hyun was surprised that Yi-woo could guess that point correctly. She thought Yi-woo was really smart, and then this woman explained that young master Mo Kai was now the vice chairman of the Hanmo group and the first heir to the position of chairman. And the second choice is Mo Kae's sister. The struggle between their brothers and sisters for final control of the group is no longer a secret. Although there is a huge gap in power level between the two, Miss Mo Kae also won a lot of support based on her accumulated reputation at the bottom and her image of being close to the people. In addition, many people on the board of directors hope to use Miss Mo Kae's hand to check and balance Mo Kai's power, so young master Mo Kai has always regarded Miss Mo Kae as his biggest enemy. And Yi-woo robbed the boss of the Kashua Akao incident last time, ruining young master Mo Kai's plans. Besides, it was Miss Mo Keeper who introduced Yi-woo to the group, so he now regards the young man as a thorn in his eye, and he is here to let Yi-woo left just to take the opportunity to get rid of Yi-woo. Hearing Miss Yin-hyun's long explanation made Yi-woo laugh because he felt that his luck was really bad. After all, this young man realized that he had to face the siege of many high-level teams. Yin-hyun was surprised to see that the young man could still laugh in such a serious matter. In his opinion, Yi-woo deserved it. But things were not without a turnaround. Based on Yin-hyun's understanding of the young master, he wouldn't go straight for it at the start, so Lady Yin-hyun would give Yi-woo two suggestions. First, act humble and honest as worthless trash to make the young master lose interest in Yi-woo, and for young master Tomo felt that Yi-woo was not threatening. The second suggestion, obtaining extraordinary benefits in a high-profile dungeon, would be the focus of many people's attention, so it would also be difficult for young Master Mo to start attacking Yi-woo. Yi-woo expressed his thanks for Miss Yin-hyun's suggestion. Although he didn't understand young Master Mo Kai, whether Yi-woo was low or high, according to his judgment, young Master Mo Kai's intention to kill Yi-woo would not change. With Yi-woo's personality, he would choose the second suggestion. Rather than die uselessly like a dog, he chose to give young Master Mo a big surprise. Yi-woo then asked why Yin-hyun specifically said this to him. Even though they were from the same group, they could be considered as hostile camps in a simple sense. Wasn't Miss Yin-hyun's actions the same as betraying her young master? Miss Yin-hyun was silent for a long time. Finally, Miss Yin-hyun wanted to answer that Yi-woo had a rare talent, and Miss Yin-hyun didn't want the young man to get involved in an unreasonable family fight, because that would deprive Yi-woo of his freedom and life, thus wasting Yi-woo's extraordinary talent. Standing up, Miss Yin-hyun said Yi-woo could still choose now, unlike Yin-hyun, who didn't have a choice from the start. Yi-woo used Annika's ear and asked what he meant by no choice. Does a strong person like Lady Yin-hyun have no control over her destiny? Miss Yin-hyun fell silent when she heard Yi-woo's words. Then quietly this woman said, who is born strong? In the past, when Miss Yin-hyun was still small, she had the bad luck of living in a terrible place that was a war zone. And he is a little girl who is hungry because he is a victim. While remembering her unfortunate past, Miss Yin-hyun said, a sign and a bond in the process of growth, it is no longer possible to let go. Miss Yin-hyun said she was born in a slum village in the wilderness. His parents never came back after going out to look for food. Little Yin-hyun could only find food in the trash every day, and Yin-hyun didn't know which day I would die on the side of the road. People died every day in the wilderness, and no one cared about the life and death of an inconspicuous little girl. Until one day, Yin-hyun really didn't find anything to eat, so I ventured out of the settlement and tried my luck in the wild, only to encounter a caravan attacked by robbers. At that time, little Miss Yin-hyun was very scared. She curled up, covering her head with her body shaking in fear. At that time, there was a very beautifully dressed boy in the caravan. Although he looked younger than little Yinhyun, who was 7 years old at that time, the boy did not panic in the face of danger. Instead, the boy calmly commanded the battle and used his weak magic to distract the enemy. But little Yinhyun found some robbers, sneaked up behind the kid, and prepared to attack him. The boy ordered everyone to hold on and never give up, because the items they carry are valuable company assets that must not be stolen. At that moment, Yinhyun didn't know where the courage and speed came from. She suddenly rushed to block the robbers' attack. The boy was young Master Mo Kai. Since then, there have been no nameless girls in the wilderness, and the Hanmo group has a new member named Yinhyun. Meeting the young master was a turning point in Miss Yinhyun's life. Since then, she escaped from the sea of suffering and lived a life of food and clothing free from worries. The young master even spent money to train and groom Yinhyun, then made her the main force of the Mogong team. So his life has long been engraved with the name of the young master, who is also destined to not be able to escape the vortex of the Hanmo struggle. Even though Miss Yinhyun has awakened, I also envy Yiwu from the inside, because Yiwu is free. So Miss Yinhyun warned Yiwu not to get involved in this kind of conflict. More importantly, Yinhyun didn't want to be Yiwu's enemy. At this moment, Yiwu fell silent. He thought and didn't expect Yinhyun to have such a past. Your words are very reasonable, but now I still can't achieve true freedom as you said. Only when the fortress was successfully established could it truly be realized. Suddenly behind the trees, a large man appeared who smiled in surprise. The man named Wan Hao said that Yinhyun's life experience had always been a secret, but was never mentioned to their colleagues who hung out day and night. But instead, Yinhyun opened himself up to an unknown man like now. The man laughed smugly in front of the shocked Yinhyun. Miss Yinhyun was shocked and asked how Wan Hao ended up in that place. Are you stalking Yinhyun? Meanwhile, Yiwu felt the pressure of a level 110 player like Wan Hao. I think your food is truly extraordinary. Wan Hao laughed even more with satisfaction when he was accused of stalking Yinhyun. Then with a hearty laugh, the man explained he accidentally found Yinhyun disguised and left. But Wan Hao did not, because I was worried about Yinhyun's safety and followed up. But because Wan Hao was worried about Yinhyun, the little girl went out alone at night. The reason the big body kept laughing in between his ridiculous remarks. Wan Hao approached Yiwu and he didn't expect to meet the Yiwu that many people were talking about. Wan Hao was very satisfied to find a young man who caused Yinhyun to lose his target. While patting Yiwu's shoulder, Wan Hao said that my junior was truly very lucky. Yiwu said that I dare not be called legendary, then asked who this senior in front of him was. Yinhyun explained, that man's name is Wan Hao. I am the second in power behind the leader of the Mogong team, namely young Master Mo Kai. Yinhyun also explained that Wan Hao usually takes good care of Yinhyun, but I didn't expect Wan Hao to be a stalker. Annoyed, Wan Hao emphasized that I was not stalking. That was a complete misunderstanding. Yiwu smiled kindly at Wan Hao. Then this young man said, previously I had heard that the elite Mogong team had great strength. Seeing it directly, the strength of number 2 today was actually better than what I heard. But in Wan Hao's opinion, his reputation still couldn't be compared with Yiwu. The man said Yiwu was the talk of the whole team because of his greatness. Yiwu felt inferior and said that he was just an inconspicuous no-name and couldn't afford that reputation. Wan Hao smiled horribly and then asked his juniors not to be humble because the person who could snatch the boss from Yinhyun could not be considered someone who was not famous. Suddenly Wan Hao attacked Yiwu quite hard with his fist. Luckily, Yiwu was able to move backward fast enough to escape the attack. Yiwu realized that Wan Hao was the closest type of fighter, but the tricks used were not easy. Miss Yinhyun was very shocked to hear her colleague's attitude and tried to intervene but was stopped by Wan Hao, saying that this was a duel between two men. So Yinhyun must not interfere. Without Wan Hao expecting, Yiwu could move as fast as lightning and was suddenly near him and told Wan Hao to be more serious about showing his true abilities. At that second, Wan Hao thought that I hadn't really done my best just because I was afraid of killing his junior, but at least I used 60% of it. Now, Yiwu turned to attack him with overwhelming power. Wan Hao smiled broadly because he realized that his junior was really interesting and realized that Yiwu's level was actually definitely level 100. Realizing Yiwu was serious, Wan Hao would be serious too, because Yiwu had made Yinhyun suffer and was punished by the team. So if Wan Hao couldn't beat Yiwu, then he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Hearing Wan Hao's words made Yiwu shocked and asked what he meant by Yinhyun being punished. And how is that possible? Wan Hao replied that it was because Yiwu robbed the boss and destroyed the mission. Yinhyun had been suspended by the team. Yinhyun was annoyed and immediately asked Wan Hao to stop talking. But Wan Hao explained even more that the team also asked Yinhyun to recruit Yiwu to the Mogong team, otherwise there will only be greater punishment waiting for you. Hearing Wan Hao's words made Yiwu think that Yinhyun had never mentioned the word recruitment before, only persuading Yiwu to stop. Unexpectedly, under the cold appearance, there was still a kind heart hidden. But in the end, Yiwu just said he was truly concerned and never expected things to become that complicated. Miss Yinhyun said Yiwu need not blame himself. Back then, we were in a competitive relationship. Yin Hyun believes that Yiwu robbed the boss of power and there was too much involvement in it, and Yin Hyun didn't want Yiwu to go too deep into this matter. But the beautiful woman's words were immediately interrupted by Yiwu, who emphasized that, however, this matter started because of Yiwu, so the young man would definitely take responsibility. Yiwu asked Yin Hyun to rest assured of me. Yiwu will use this dungeon mission to find a way to free Yin Hyun. Hearing Yiwu's words and attitude made Wen Hao comment that the young man was not bad, and he walked away saying see you in the dungeon in 2 days. Yiwu greeted his senior in a friendly manner. Suddenly Yin Hyun said, although I believe in your strength, don't mess around, Yiwu. The difficulty of this dungeon mission is unusual, and our leader is leading the team, you must not provoke that guy. But Yiwu asked the girl not to worry because I would be able to take good action and would not mess around. Yiwu gently held Yin Hyun's hand and asked her to wait for good news from me. Yiwu's words made Yin Hyun smile with a red face. Finally, the girl nodded obediently to Yiwu. The next day, Yiwu went with Yunfei and the girls to shop for equipment. This young man realized that although his sister's level had increased, her equipment was still low, so they need to go to the black market to upgrade equipment. After all, Yiwu had also just made quite a profit from the previous fight, but in the end, this young man truly regretted his decision, because he underestimated a woman's ability to shop. He even spent 30 million in less than half a day. But now, Yi Yunfei, Kiki, and Nana have got new looks and they look happy. When the girl asked Yiwu how he looks now, Yiwu angrily said that all of their appearances were strong and beautiful enough, even though inside his heart this young man was crying because he spent 30 million on the 3 of them. In the end, Yiwu tried to be sincere and thought that his goal of making money was indeed to make the 3 of them stronger. Now he would ask Miss Mokir to send the required master-level engineering drawings. Yiwu wanted to know if the big miss had that item, because you can't find master's drawings on the black market. When receiving a call from Yiwu, Miss Mokir replied that the young man's request was no problem. She could directly send the picture to Yiwu later. But Miss Mokir doesn't want to be paid by people or admin because I don't need small money like that. In exchange, the woman apologized to Yiwu. This time the young man was arranged to attack the dungeon completely because of Miss Mokir. In my opinion, Yiwu must have known that this was Mokai's conspiracy that Miss Mokir couldn't stop. Yiwu replied that Miss Mo should not care about small things like this. It's better to take this opportunity to make their team stand firm. Miss Mokir was relieved to hear that Yiwu was very confident and that the young man was not alone in the battle. 1/3 of the teams participating in this dungeon were Miss Mo's troops, and Yiwu could take care of each other at that time. Don't forget, Miss Mo asked Yiwu to be careful in everything and that the Komodo dragon must come back and be safe. Yiwu answered of course. After that their call ended and Miss Mo sent 30 rare master engineering drawings. Yiwu Till was shocked to get so many expensive pictures, because this young man knew the value of the entire drawing was at least more than 100 million. I really praise Miss Mokir's generous attitude. Yiwu smiled broadly and said I was really looking forward to it more and more. Tomorrow is the first day that Yiwu's Wang's team officially set sail. The next day, in front of the gate and outside the safe zone, the entire group from the Hanmo team gathered. So did Yiwu's Hangzhou team. They were very happy because there were lots of people there, and everyone's level is very high. Yi Yunfei felt happy because he had already raised his level before, otherwise, he would definitely feel very embarrassed in front of so many people like this. Yiwu asked his sister and the rest of the team to calm down and asked them to get used to this kind of atmosphere. Yiwu's team immediately became the center of attention because he was a famous person. But unfortunately, there were a lot of girls on his team. I feel that Yiwu's Wang's team is a level 1 trash team. Luo Feng smiled broadly at the thought of meeting the Mogong team, because I want to ask for some autographs. But then I remembered you were a member of Wang's team, so I can't look weak in front of other teams. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianchen was amazed by Miss Yanhuan's beauty. She really wanted to see Miss Yanhuan's true face. Hearing their words made Yiwu want to talk about their relationship with the Mogong team. At this time another group emerged that belittled the Wang's team as beginners who came in wanting to do a tourist attraction. The bald man who led the team said, "Who entered the rookie team? In my opinion, the Wang's team is just trash who doesn't even have the qualifications to be monster bait, and according to the Wang's team, it will only be a waste of time." They even openly said in front of Yiwu and his colleagues that Wang's was a trash team. In fact, they thought that the quality of the girls on the team was quite high, so they asked if the girls were interested in coming to play with their group. Unable to accept his team being ridiculed, Luo Feng thought they were just a bunch of dirty people. Luo Feng was really angry and almost attacked them. But Yiwu dissuaded his partner and asked Luo Feng not to be impulsive. Because they were just doing this for the first time, there was no need to indulge in a bit of useless talk like this. The bald man said that I had heard the story about Yiwu being Miss Mokir's favorite man. They heard that Miss Mo took in a low-level man. The bald man said I don't know what luck Yiwu had in being able to rob the boss of Yanhuan and the Mogong team. But the bald father had thought that Yiwu looked like he had character but turned out to be just a kid. Especially now that the young man came to the dungeon with the girls. Young questioned what could a boy with a small white face like that do. Suddenly, the bald father's words had to stop when his head was grabbed by Wan Hao, who firmly told him to move because the bald father was blocking his way. Quickly, the bald man and his entire team withdrew while apologizing for blocking God Wan Hao's path. Yes, he was really scared and apologized and even said that his eyesight was bad. Wan Hao ignored the bald man and went straight to Yiwu, and kindly embraced him and asked if his junior was ready for something big. Yiwu calls Wan Hao a brother and replies the only one who can do a good job is Mogong's team. Yiwu only intended to complete the given quest well. The bald man who saw the interaction between the two of them cursed in annoyance and was shocked because the boy brought by Miss Mo here could be so familiar with Wan Hao from the Mogong team. I wonder how this happened. Wan Hao asked again whether Yiwu would be a good person, but Wan Hao doubts that. But now that the Mogong team has come, Wan Hao is going to introduce Yiwu to them. Yiwu immediately panicked when he heard Wan Hao's words. He felt that there was something strange about Wan Hao. He was surprised that Wan Hao could judge me even though he had only met me once. Wan Hao said that the first person to approach was their leader Jai Wangchuan, a dashing, blue-haired man who could be said to be the #1 fighting force of the Hanmo group. But Wan Hao was full of confidence, saying Jai Wangchuan was only slightly stronger than me, even though Jai Wangchuan already has level 130. Then the bald head behind Jai Wangchuan was a tanker named Lai Xing. Then by his side was a woman, a healer named Dan Lu. Both of them also have decent strength, but it's not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, an assassin in their group is named Lei, and there is also Song Yingxiao, who is a swordsman in their group. Because Yin Huan was suspended, she was temporarily transferred to the reserve team. As usual, Song Yingxiao was annoyed to see Yiwu, so he prevented Wan Hao from unnecessarily introducing their team members to unknown people because it didn't take long. Originally, Jai Wangchuan was also going to just pass by Yiwu, but Yiwu immediately called him. Yiwu reached out and politely said to Jai Wangchuan, long careless about the previous incident of Miss Yinhuan. He hoped that their group could have the opportunity to work together in the future so that Yiwu could make up for this mistake. Yiwu's helping hand was briefly glanced at by Master Jai Wangchuan. The bald head and his team members thought that the kid was crazy because he wanted to shake hands with Jai Wangchuan. They suspected that the Mogong team would definitely eliminate the young man on the spot. They thought that soon there would definitely be a good show. But unexpectedly, Jai Wangchuan welcomed Yiwu's helping hand, and the senior hoped that Yiwu's performance this time would not disappoint him and young Master Mo Kai. Yiwu answered politely that I understood. After that, Jai Wangchuan left and invited all his team members to go together. Wan Hao, who went with his team, advised Yiwu to fight for his brother, Yinhuan. Yiwu replied, I understand. This young man thought that when he shook hands with Jai Wangchuan just now, he felt like he was being scanned and peeped by him. In his opinion, Jai Wangchuan was really not easy to deal with. Yiwu hopes that the system in his body should not be easily discovered by others. Suddenly, a man from another team approached Yiwu and asked if what the young man said just now was true. Is it true that Yiwu wants to cooperate with the Mogong team? The man who asked turned out to be Lu Chengfeng, team leader Feng An, and Miss Mo here had asked him to look after Yiwu. But what Yiwu did just now made them wonder if Yiwu was really on their side. Master Lu Chengfeng warned Yiwu if that brat dared to betray Miss, then he might not be able to get out of the dungeon alive. When Master Lu Chengfeng left, Yiwu realized that his attitude just now would not make Miss Mo Kir's side happy. Even though Yiwu wanted to show his good impression in front of the Mogong team to make things easier for Yinhuan. But Yiwu finally decided to forget all that, and whatever they thought, I would still follow his own plan. Finally, Master Lai Yelsi finally appeared and immediately activated the dungeon entry portal. When the portal door was activated, everyone cheered happily, praising Master Lai Yelsi, who turned out to be the engineering master of the Hanmo group. They cheered happily because the dungeon portal, which initially took a week to refill, was completed within a day. They considered the master's efficiency to be very stable. Some of them even openly asked Master Lai Yelsi for equipment. But the master ignored the cheers and invited everyone to leave. When he saw Master Lai Yelsi, Yiwu realized that the old man was extraordinary, because the technique is not as simple as someone hanging up a call. Yiwu knew that the old man reached the master level by relying solely on his own abilities. This is so awesome. But Yiwu saw Master Lai Yelsi's character didn't seem easy to get along with. When they finally entered the temple and were at the main base of the Hanmo group, they saw that the place was very chaotic and there were lots of bloodstains all over the place. Everyone at the place was very impatient and rude. Kiki immediately hugged Yiwu's arm and said that I smelled a very strong scent of blood. This girl was sure there was a fierce battle in that place before they came. Yu Wu asked Kiki to calm down because she was at that place. Yu Wu looked around, and according to the analysis of the situation at that place, it should have been the first team stationed here before them, but it seemed like they experienced a tragic massacre. The senior management must also be hiding some unknown secrets. It seems this mission is not as simple as it seems. Quest description. This time the Wangji team will be paired with the Huihu team, whose task is to protect mining machine number 38 in mining area D7. The number of magic crystals obtained will become team points. They must protect the mining machine operations and prevent monsters from destroying them. Yu Wu questioned the meaning of the quest. He thought that his job of guarding the mining area was so that the magic crystals obtained could be used to rebuild the base. But the problem is, the mining machines are outdated. The machine looked like it had gone through the war without repair. The machine also has a low level. Yunfei was so disturbed by the noise made by the mining machine. It even felt like the machine could collapse at any time. On the other hand, Liangxing was annoyed because he was on the same team as Yu Wu. He felt unlucky at that time. Moreover, he wouldn't get enough team points if he only relied on a broken mining machine with a low level. Hearing the man's words, Yunfei became curious about the use of team points. Liangxing didn't believe that Wangji's team entered the dungeon without knowing anything. I will explain everything because I don't want to be burdened by newbies like Wangji's team. Liangxing began to explain team points, which could be considered as accumulated points from the team's version of experience. The more points a team gets, the team level will continue to increase. Additionally, team points can also be used in the group resource hall to redeem desired materials, weapons, or equipment. You can even redeem it for potions, blueprints, and more. The higher the team level, the higher the level of resources that can be exchanged. It was concluded that team points were a source of life for them, but this time felt hopeless. Liangxing was angry because the copper and iron mining machine was broken and would definitely not last long. Even if the machine can survive, it will only mine magic crystals of at most level 40. This automatically makes the number of points converted very small. Yu Wu, on the other hand, now understood that it was a mining quest. He was actually very happy because he was an expert in that field. For him, it was not a difficult problem. Yu Wu immediately took out some magic crystals. Liangxing had thought that the man would mine magic crystals manually. Obviously, the plan was very stupid and inefficient. Liangxing was suddenly shocked when he saw Yu Wu cut the level 90 magic crystal so easily. He wanted to know what Yu Wu was really planning. Yu Wu casually said that they would find out soon. He secretly asked Weiss to combine the mining machine with the level 90 magic crystal and mining robot he had made previously. Yu Wu wanted to make him an emotionless mining weapon. Weiss immediately agreed. Luofeng, who saw Yu Wu's fusion skill, couldn't help but be amazed. Liangxing was also very curious about the merger. Finally, a mining robot called Runaway SCV level 90 was created, which could mine without mercy. The Huihu team members were certainly confused when they saw the robot and how Yu Wu could get it. Liangxing also had no idea that Yu Wu had engineering skills and could even use them to create a level 90 mining robot. The other team members were surprised because Yu Wu even added special effects. Yu Wu immediately handed the robot to Nana. Yu Wu asked the little girl to find all the level 90 magic crystals. Nana praised Yu Wu for being so great and for being able to make such a sophisticated robot, and in my mind I recognized Yu Wu's cleverness. As soon as Nana operated it, she could see a large number of level 90 magic crystals just 5 meters below their feet. Yu Wu, who could also see the numbers, was also very surprised. This was probably because the previous mining machine couldn't work properly, so there was an increase in the number of magic crystals in the ground. Of course, Yu Wu was happy because he had a blessing in disguise. He immediately gave orders to Nana to start digging. Nana immediately took out a drill from the robot, which was even bigger than before. But suddenly, Kiki fell to the ground. Yunfei immediately confirmed the girl's condition. Kiki said that I was fine, but she was shocked by the movement of the cruel machine and also felt something about Nana. Ru and Tianqian immediately asked everyone to look down. That area actually had a large number of level 90 magic crystals. They are very lucky and will definitely get a lot of team points. On the other hand, apparently, Nana got too excited while digging. She feels lacking and wants to keep digging. At that time, they managed to get 25,000 team points. Huihu's team members were amazed to see the team's points increasing rapidly. I also didn't expect Yu Wu to be able to do such a thing. Level 90 magic crystals require an equivalent level detector to find. Meanwhile, a level 90 detector can only be made by an engineering master. I wonder why Yu Wu can do it. Liangxing immediately hit the man who couldn't see clearly. He realized that Yu Wu was a master in hiding. The subordinate could only apologize. Liangxing immediately apologized for having done something wrong. He also apologized for not knowing about Yu Wu before. He begged the man not to take it to heart. Yu Wu naturally didn't mind it. He admitted that so many things had happened recently, and for him being treated like that was not a new experience. After all, they are all on the same team. As long as Liangxing did not resist, then he would definitely get his share of points. Of course, Liang Xing immediately thanked him. In the sky, it turned out that they were being watched by a drone which was assisted by camouflage optics to cover its presence. They were surprised to see that the Wang Yi team, which was previously in last place, had now shot to first place. First, they had succeeded in capturing Yin Huan. Second, he managed to get so many level 90 magic crystals in a short time. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. They were sure that there must be many secrets in Yiwu. However, drone surveillance scans also did not find any violations or fraud. They were the monitors in the monitoring room of the main combat base. Wei Yesi, who was paying attention to Yiwu, could see how the man turned a level 40 mining machine into a level 90 intelligent mining robot. Yiwu was clearly not only smart but also very skilled in engineering jobs. Even though the system said that Yiwu was only level 10, I was actually level 90 or above. Wei Yesi became curious about Yiwu's engineering job level. At that moment, they were even more surprised when Yiwu blinked at the drone. Everyone in the monitoring room was naturally surprised that Yiwu managed to find their optical camouflage drone. Wei Yesi immediately asked them to recover the surveillance drone. Of course, the members wanted to know the reason, but I asked everyone not to ask and just focus on doing what I told them to do. In his heart, Wei Yesi knew very well that the drone was a sophisticated duplicate of a weapon that I had created. However, Yiwu managed to find it, and that means he is indeed a possessor of high-level engineering skills or even a technical master like me. Wei Yesi was determined to focus on Yiwu. Yiwu was a little confused to see the drone just peeking and just retreating. He felt that whoever was monitoring them was doing so carefully. However, at least it was good because he could utilize that period of time to freely explore the bottom of the dungeon. Yiwu immediately got ready and asked Liang Xing to stay there and not move because he would go ahead and see the situation. However, Liang Xing immediately said that leaving the quest area without permission was against the rules and could be punished if caught. Moreover, at that time there was a director who specifically supervised the quest. Yiwu just asked him to calm down because I will be back soon. Liang Xing also asked the man to come back immediately before he left because he didn't want to be alone. Just then, Yiwu saw that there was another base behind. He was surprised because there was no explanation about it previously in the quest log. Yiwu wondered whether they were hiding it on purpose or if it was just the team that had not reached such a high level of information. Yiwu then saw a logo that he recognized as belonging to the Huangjang group. He was even more surprised because the group apparently also had a base in the dungeon. Yiwu remembered that Mo Kier had said before that the Hanmo and Huangjang groups were indeed competing for control of dungeon area C23, which he believed was the dungeon. The man immediately understood that the two big groups both wanted the dungeon, which definitely had a big secret hidden there. Yiwu was happy because not only could he explore the dungeon to find the big secret, but he could also have the opportunity to attack Huangjang in the dungeon quest. Not waiting long, he immediately tried to explore the information. Meanwhile, at the Huangjang group's main base, a guard was very upset because he was put in the same dungeon. This made him remember the tragic tragedy when he came last time. He couldn't even forget it. Another guard immediately said that it was a miracle because the man was still able to come out alive from the dungeon, even though he knew that many people died at that time, both from the Huangjang and Hanmo groups. Another man later said that the last time he came, he used the wrong tactical strategy. He went straight to the Zerg at that time. But this time, he knew that the Hanmo team used turtle tactics, which put them at the front. So they just need to wait for an opportunity to sneak in and attack, then take their resources to strengthen themselves. Apparently, Yiwu heard all their conversations with his ghost skill, which made him invisible when he didn't move. At that time, another guard asked whether this tactic could really be used because the main force of the Hanmo group was also there, especially Jai Wangchuan from the Mogong team. For him, it was like deliberately surrendering himself to them. Another man then asked his colleague to calm down because the reason why the higher-ups dared to use that tactic was because someone who could not be named also came at that time. Even Jai Wangchuan could only bow down and worship before that mysterious person. The other men were of course curious whether the mysterious person from the Huangjang group had actually managed to clear a level 100 dungeon. If it was true, then they would definitely be able to get and clear the dungeon easily. Yiwu was certainly curious about the mysterious figure completing the level 100 dungeon. Yiwu didn't expect that the Huangjang group still had number 1 at that time. He alone wouldn't be able to clear a level 100 dungeon by himself. He had to investigate it in detail. Yiwu immediately activated his true eye to see the entire Huangjang base. He saw that there were around 50 people there, with the lowest level being level 60 and the highest level being 140. Yiwu was curious about the owner of level 140, which was indeed higher than Jai Wangchuan's level, which was at level 130. That person until now was the person who had the highest level that Yiwu had ever encountered. He immediately wanted to see what kind of person the owner of level 140 was. Yu Wu was even more surprised because he saw that the person turned out to be a girl who looked the same age as me, named Zulu. He couldn't believe it because he thought it was at least a very old man or woman. Two men were greeting Zulu at that time who had just woken up. I immediately apologized because I thought their voices were too loud and disturbed those who were resting. At that time, Zulu was angry that someone dared to peek at me like that. The two men were already scared when Zulu started to take out a sword, but it turned out that Zulu was pointing the sword in the air while mocking the Hanmo group for never learning. Yu Wu immediately knew that the true eye skill he used was discovered by Zulu. On the other hand, Zulu, who was paying attention, immediately knew that my attack did not hit Yu Wu. This meant that the man's response was very fast. Plus, I was almost fooled by such a hidden skill. Zulu became curious about Yu Wu, who was from the Hanmo group. He became increasingly impatient with the dungeon he was about to explore. The man in front immediately asked what happened. Zulu argued that I just wanted to move my hand suddenly so they didn't need to worry. On the other hand, Yu Wu could only catch his breath facing a terrifying woman like Zulu. Luckily, he was able to cancel True Eye in time. If he was hit in a visual sharing state like before, then his body would definitely be affected. Yu Wu could feel the oppressive aura of the top combat power. This time there are clearly two top combat powers, namely Zulu and Jai Wangchuan. He must be able to withstand these two powerful forces. Yu Wu immediately decided to go back to the base. Even though the trip didn't go as expected, at least I got important information, so I didn't lose anything. On the other hand, Pang Hua, who is the director of the Hanmo group, came and immediately became angry when he saw that Yu Wu, the leader of the Wangji team, was not there and actually dared to leave work without permission. The board of directors had anticipated such a situation, and that was why they sent him to monitor. Unexpectedly, he discovered his first mistake as soon as he arrived. Pang Hua will deduct the team points obtained by both teams. The shocked Liangxing immediately begged Pang Hua not to do it. He reasoned that Yu Wu just had a stomachache and went to the side to deal with it. Yu Wu, who had just arrived, was confused about Liangxing's stomachache. The man immediately greeted Yu Wu and immediately pretended to ask about the current condition of his stomach. Liangxing advised the man to pay attention to his diet next time before going on a quest next time. In his heart, he hoped that Yu Wu wouldn't cause any trouble because otherwise, Pang Hua would deduct the team points they had collected. Yu Wu immediately understood and with a stiff smile, he confirmed that he did indeed have a stomachache after eating last night. He even admitted that he had gone to the toilet several times that day. Pang Hua was of course angry because of Yu Wu's reckless actions. Moreover, the man could still smile even though the important quest was about to begin. He wondered how Yu Wu could become the chairman. Pang Hua also recalled how the Hanmo group had spent a lot of money to train Yu Wu so that he could work for the Hanmo group instead of just going into the dungeon and getting paid just like that. Yu Wu saw that what happened was a disadvantage of joining a large group like Hanmo. There were always one or two fat worms like Pang Hua who were even in high positions. Meanwhile, those who struggle in the dungeon must submit to them. Yu Wu immediately said that he realized his mistake. If Pang Hua really wanted to punish him, Yu Wu asked that only his points be deducted because what he did had nothing to do with other people. Pang Hua thought about Yu Wu's words and immediately disagreed. Yu Wu was the team leader and naturally, if the team leader broke the rules it would be considered a team violation. Pang Hua still insisted on deducting the team's points. Yu Wu immediately understood that Pang Hua was deliberately targeting him. The man was probably under Mokai's instructions. At that time, Lai Yesi came and immediately asked Pang Hua to hand over Yu Wu's matter to me. This certainly surprised Yu Wu. Pang Hua, seeing that Lai Yesi had spoken, had no choice but to let him handle Yu Wu. He advised Lai Yesi not to take the child lightly. In the end, Pang Hua excused himself and went to check out other mines. Of course, in his mind, Pang Hua was very annoyed with Lai Yesi, who was the only engineering master in the group. If it weren't for his abilities, then he would be ignored. Plus, the man chose to be neutral and not take anyone's side. Pang Hua was sure that if the young people trained by Mokai could become engineering masters, Lai Yesi would also soon meet his end. Lai Yesi greeted Yu Wu and asked him to come with him because he had something he wanted to ask him. Yu Wu agreed and in his heart, he could see Lai Yesi's strength. Even Pang Hua immediately complied with just a few words. However, he became curious about Lai Yesi's purpose, until finally Yu Wu was in the monitoring room of the main combat base. He could see many screens in the room. Yu Wu immediately guessed that the previously unseen drone was also Lai Yesi's creation to monitor them. Lai Yesi praised Yu Wu's cleverness, but he only carried out orders. He was just doing business but also didn't expect to find anything interesting. Lai Yesi admitted that he was a little surprised to see Yu Wu's level 1 team being included in the dungeon, but now he was starting to understand. He didn't expect Yu Wu to have such high engineering skills at such a young age. He could see from the mining robot made previously that Yu Wu had probably reached the advanced level. Of course, the guards there were shocked and couldn't believe that Yu Wu had advanced technical skills. For him, it was an impossible thing to do. Another man immediately reminded his colleague that Lai Yesi's judgment could not be wrong. That master will not make a mistake. However, he also didn't understand how a kid like Yu Wu could reach such a high level. He wanted to know whether Yu Wu had any talent. Yu Wu couldn't help but laugh at their opinion. In his heart, he knew that he didn't have it at all. Yu Wu finally said that he had found out. For him, Lai Yesi deserves to be the only engineering master in the group. He couldn't hide herself from his eyes. He wanted to know what Lai Yesi would do to him now. Lai Yesi certainly wouldn't do bad things to him, but he wanted to invite Yu Wu. Lai Yesi was sure that Yu Wu was a master of rare techniques. Therefore, being in a team would only slow down his pace. Lai Yesi suggested to Yu Wu to disband the newly formed Wang Yi team and come to his engineering department. Lai Yesi believes that with his ability, money, status, and fame, Yu Wu will easily reach everyone. Yu Wu immediately thanked Lai Yesi for his kindness, but he admitted that he was only interested in engineering and considered it a hobby and side job. He doesn't have high ideals. The guard who heard it was again surprised by Yu Wu's words, saying that he only considered engineering as a hobby and a sideline, even though he was already at a high level. Yu Wu seemed to be underestimating them and their technical abilities. Another guard said that Yu Wu's remarks insulted the history of the technique that stretches back hundreds of years, even though countless engineering graduates are studying and hoping to progress. He immediately asked Yu Wu to apologize. Yu Wu immediately explained how they had all misunderstood. He did not look down on technique at all. On the contrary, he knew how important engineering was, and he also respected all engineering scholars who were tireless like them. It's just that from his point of view, he would rather kill the enemy on the front lines than study at the back. Therefore, he refused Lai Yesi's invitation. Lai Yesi immediately understood, even though it was very regretful. He knew that everyone had their ambitions and he respected Yu Wu's decision. He also added that Yu Wu didn't need to think about deducting team points because he would take care of Peng Hua. Yu Wu immediately thanked him. However, Lai Yesi said that this assistance was not free at all. He would regard Yu Wu as a debt of gratitude in the hope that one day, he would ask Yu Wu for help when needed. Yu Wu had thought that Lai Yesi was a cold and arrogant person, but the man turned out to be straightforward when facing him. Yu Wu could only say that Lai Yesi had praised him too highly. He assured them that the man would do his best as long as he could if Lai Yesi needed something later. They finally agreed, until suddenly the alarm went off. Lai Yesi immediately asked everyone to calm down and report what happened. It turned out that it was Jai Wangchuan who wanted to convey an emergency to Lai Yesi. Lai Yesi was confused because as far as he knew, Jai Wangchuan was traveling to the Zerg Lair or Lost Temple at the center of the dungeon for investigation. Lai Yesi asked what happened to him. Jai Wangchuan said that the situation was very complicated and he asked Lai Yesi to look at it directly. They could see that a large number of Zerg troops had come out earlier than they expected. It was clear they wanted to kill all the team members at once. Lai Yesi immediately asked Jai Wangchuan to quickly return to the defense before the Zerg army attacked the base. However, Jai Wangchuan and the others will not return. The Zerg troops were seen leaving in all directions in various directions. So, they believed that their defensive nest was empty and it was the perfect opportunity to attack. Jai Wangchuan stated that they would not return to defense. He handed over the defense base to Lai Yesi while they would attack the Zerg nest. Lai Yesi of course warned that fighting was too risky. At this time even the repair work of the new base began. If the Mogong team wasn't there, then the base would be in trouble. He then immediately asked how much time was left until the Zerg army arrived at the base and Jai Wangchuan answered 4 hours. The guards who heard were of course shocked because, with their current progress and manpower, it was too late to organize the fortifications. He panicked because he was trapped. Moreover, this dangerous thing was not mentioned in the quest log at all. Other guards asked him to calm down then. However, the guard ran away and chose to return home. He advised everyone not to stay there too long. The man also collided with Peng Hua at the time and Peng Hua was shocked when the bullet penetrated the guard's head. Lai Yesi was furious because the engineering department did not need such cowards. If other guards acted like him, then he was sure they would also meet the same end. All the guards immediately understood. At that moment, Lai Yesi immediately asked Peng Hua's purpose in coming to the engineering department. Peng Hua was annoyed that the man still had time to ask. He should be the one asking what Lai Yesi had done in that critical situation. Just now all of Jai Wangchuan's communications were seen and they all knew that the Zerg army would come in 4 hours. Meanwhile, the engineering department just sat there. Peng Hua asked Lai Yesi to move quickly to build the bowl. He didn't want to die there at all. Lai Yesi casually said that he didn't need Peng Hua to tell him what to do. He also advised Peng Hua to hide in an underground defense bunker as soon as possible. After that, Lai Yesi immediately gave orders to the engineering department. He told everyone to get to work and finished all the forts within 3 hours. Everyone immediately carried out the order. From the bottom of his heart, Lai Yesi knew that even if he tried his best to complete the construction of the fortress for 3 hours, he could only withstand the same number of Zerg troops as before in the first attack. However, this time the number of Zerg troops was even much larger than before. Lai Yesi doubted they would be able to survive. Yi Wu, who noticed Lai Yesi's expression, finally spoke. He knew that something more terrible happened this time. However, he had to add information that might make the situation more complicated. Yi Wu revealed that previously when he left the quest, he went to investigate the Huangjang group base. He got secret information that the Huangjang group would also attack them when the Zerg army attacked. This means they will get 2 attacks at once. Of course, Lai Yesi was surprised to hear that. Lai Yesi confirmed that Huangjang's group would indeed attack them. If he looks at the past, he knows that this was indeed the strategy carried out by the group. However, Yi Wu saw that the scale of the Zerg army's attack this time was much larger than before, so it should be difficult for the Huangjang group to defend itself. If they didn't attack the Zerg army, then their base would be affected as well. Lai Yesi revealed that this was not necessarily true because the Huangjang group base was behind their base. Even though the resources are less, they are very safe. Meanwhile, their base was in a place rich in resources, but closer to the Zerg nest. If you look at the direction of the Zerg attack, it will be the Hanmo team that will fight most of the Zerg troops for the Huangjang team. Therefore, perhaps they will not move. Yi Wu, who noticed the complicated situation, then asked if they should just retreat. They could withdraw from the dungeon and return after gathering more strength. Lai Yesi said that this couldn't be done because opening a large dungeon portal required a lot of energy. Just opening the door previously used up the stored energy. Lai Yesi said that currently, the portal is in the process of charging energy, which will take up to 10 hours to complete. Therefore, they had no choice but to do a good job of maintaining safety. Pang Hua, who heard it, could only get angry because he didn't want to die there. Even if everyone ends up dead, he wants to stay alive. He wanted to know what the engineering department did. For him, the group was completely useless and could only waste a lot of money. Pang Hua also told Lai Yesi not to continue hiding in the back and asked him to go to the front row. Pang Hua said that defending the fort was the responsibility of the engineering department. If Lai Yesi couldn't do that little thing, then it would be better if he died now. Lai Yesi asked the man to be quiet and slapped him. He immediately asked the guards to take the tired Pang Hua to the underground bunker so he could rest. The guard immediately agreed. Lai Yesi is aware of the difficult task they are currently facing and he cannot promise anything. He could only say that as the commander of the base, he would never run away. He would survive until the last minute with everyone there and try his best to keep the base from being destroyed. The guards doubted they would be able to survive, but they also knew they had no choice but to fight. The problem was that they also didn't know how to do it because even the current built defenses couldn't withstand the previous attacks of the Zerg army. Moreover, this time there are more than before. Based on normal conditions, Lai Yesi confirmed it, but this time there were unusual variables. If the variable were real, then perhaps the situation could be reversed. Everyone wanted to know what variables Lai Yesi meant. The man then said that the variable was Yi Wu. Yi Wu was naturally confused. Lai Yesi added that Yi Wu was a master of technique, which meant the chances of winning would increase. Of course, the guard was confused and didn't believe that Yi Wu was a master technique. They were increasingly desperate because they believed they couldn't rely on Yi Wu. Yi Wu said that he really couldn't pretend anymore. He had indeed reached the level of engineering master. He immediately wanted to know what help he could provide Lai Yesi. The guards were even more incredulous because Yi Wu claimed to be a master of techniques. They didn't believe there was such a young engineering master in that world. Lai Yesi, who didn't pay attention, asked Yi Wu to go to the front line and set up a post in front of the base to deal with the Zerg army's attack. Lai Yesi asked him to set up as many posts as possible to reduce the number of invading Zerg troops. He wanted Yi Wu to buy as much time as possible to defend their main base. Yi Wu immediately concluded that Lai Yesi asked him to die, but if he were in the same position as that man, then Yi Wu would do the same. However, the whole difficult situation was not offset by his kindness. Yi Wu promised to do Lai Yesi's unreasonable request. However, of course, he wants to know what additional benefits he can get. Once again, the guards couldn't believe Yi Wu still had time to think about profits at a time like that. To them, a person like Yi Wu was simply not worthy of being an engineering master. They believed Yi Wu would die just to take advantage. Yi Wu casually said that he hated talking about morals the most. He was already willing to go out on a limb, so he still had to take advantage. After all, everyone is there for the profit too. None of them had come there just to volunteer to wipe out the Zerg army. The guards immediately fell silent. On the other hand, Lai Yesi asked Yi Wu not to worry. If they managed to survive, it would provide extraordinary benefits. Lai Yesi even swore with the title of Hanmo Group Engineering Master that he would never break his promise. Yi Wu believed it. Not waiting any more time, Yi Wu will go to the front line. He asked Lai Yesi to immediately send the location of the post and relevant pictures for building defense. Lai Yesi immediately agreed. He would send resources from all over the base to Yiwu to help him build an outpost with all his strength. Lai Yesi left their fate in Yiwu's hands. In his heart, Yiwu didn't care about the fate of Lai Yesi and the others at all. He only did it all for the sake of the people he loved and nothing more. He immediately told Yunfei and the others about his plan. Luo Feng was naturally worried because Yiwu decided to go to the front lines alone, which was dangerous. Ru and Tianqian also didn't believe that Yiwu had to face the entire invasion of the Zerg army alone. At that time, Kiki wanted to know where Yiwu was because she wanted to go with him. But Yunfei immediately restrained him and said that they would be better off staying there. She knew her older sister would understand the consequences of her actions, but she did it for the safety of all of them. If they went along, it would only hinder Yiwu. Yiwu was quite relieved because Yunfei, his younger sister, knew him best. However, she asked her younger sister not to be too hysterical as if Yiwu would die. He asked everyone not to worry because he already had his plans. Yunfei finally calmed down and entrusted everything to Yiwu. Yiwu is confident that the Wangji team has a limitless future. They wouldn't be defeated by just such a problem. He asked all believers to submit the matter to him as chairman. Yiwu asked Nana for help this time to join him. Nana immediately left. Not long after, Yiwu and Nana arrived at the location appointed by Lai Yesi. Yiwu was quite satisfied seeing that the location was very suitable for building a post that relied on the natural barrier formed by the mountains on both sides. He just needed to block that intersection in the middle. Nana immediately confirmed. However, Yiwu thought about it further. He knew that the defense was only temporary. For those who were facing an absolute quantitative attack from the Zerg army, any strategy would be useless, especially since they were all afraid because of the lack of weapons. Therefore, Yiwu asked Nana what was the only way to go towards the invasion of the Zerg army. He asked Nana to lay all the mines and make sure they were installed. Yiwu wanted to give the Zerg a big surprise. Nana immediately got ready. He had received 58 spider mines that had increased in strength. Apart from that, Yiwu also asked Weiss to draw a master-level blueprint that could produce the most powerful weapons and the highest defense items. Weiss also prepared. Although Yiwu was not yet sure about how big the invasion of the Zerg army would be, he would do his best to prevent the Zerg army from getting past them. He immediately gave instructions to build a defense post within 3 hours before the Zerg troops attacked. Yiwu immediately carried out the first step of creating a defense post by building a resource transfer device from the rear base to the front lines. That area will be the core of entire posts. If the power source device is damaged, the weapon cannot be used again because it loses its energy supply. The second step is to build a defensive wall. However, since the simple city defensive walls could not withstand the ferocious attacks of the Zerg army, he added something there. Weiss combined the defensive wall with a shield generator and produced a level 80 shield defensive wall. The next step is the most important defense weapon, which is a self-defense weapon. He issued high mobility burst machine gun tower level 80, full range heavy artillery level 80, and highly concentrated magic crystal laser cannon level 80. After that, a warning appeared regarding resource consumption that was too fast and had even exceeded 50%. Meanwhile, in the control room, the guards were confused because Yiwu could consume so many resources at once. They suspected Yiwu of acting recklessly. The guards also immediately reported to Lai Yesi regarding Yiwu's power consumption. If this continues to happen, the defense formation of the main base will also be disrupted. Lai Yesi asked everyone not to restrict Yiwu. They only need to speed up the collection of resources to speed up progress and fully support Yiwu's needs. Deep in his heart, Lai Yesi knew that Yiwu's energy consumption was not due to being careless, but rather because he had modified the weapon's attributes and level, which caused excessive resource consumption. Lai Yesi, who was an engineering master, couldn't even perform that kind of transformation ability. On the other hand, Yiwu had completed his weapon. He couldn't make full use of the resources because he had to set aside resources for the main base. Nana, who was there, also acknowledged the greatness of Yiwu's defensive set. At that time, Yiwu saw that there were 30 minutes left before the invasion of the Zerg army. Yiwu used that time to defend himself. He then immediately called Chiang. Nana didn't know that Yiwu had a battle pet. That made it even more difficult to kill that person. On the other hand, Yiwu asked Weiss to immediately take a picture of a suitable transformation blueprint for Chiang. Weiss immediately said that Yiwu's current status is Crazy Moss, so the suitable transformation for Chiang is Mecha. A suitable drawing has also been found, namely a drawing of shocking metal skeleton armor, which is the drawing given to Mokir for Yiwu. Yiwu saw how the image had very good attributes and resistance. At first, he intended the image to be for humans, but it had to be changed. Weiss said that drawing would be easy for you. Yiwu gave the gift to Chiang and was also satisfied with the results of the transformation. Chiang became very sturdy and domineering. He felt more comfortable when he was with Chiang. Nana also praised, even though in her heart she said that metal creatures like that were everywhere. Even in their place of origin, such animals are not rare. I wasn't jealous of Yuwu's new equipment. Yuwu then called Nana because I was also going to repair the equipment. They had to be prepared to face a powerful enemy. Nana was very happy that she had her turn and immediately thanked Yuwu. In her heart, Nana tried to convince herself that even though Yuwu upgraded my equipment, she was still determined to kill Yuwu. After all, low-level creatures like humans would not be able to understand the power and beauty of machine life. I am actually a great mechanical queen capable of combining beauty and domination with endless life and a perfect body. Carbon-based life is nothing more than ants to me. Yuwu obviously wouldn't be able to see even a little of the mystery of the machine. At that time, Nana suddenly felt her body starting to get hot. Yuwu asked me to calm down because I was changing Nana's body. Nana was surprised to see that the armor and wings on my body felt so light and comfortable. I even felt like immediately starting to take out that limitless weapon. Yuwu asked Nana's opinion about the new appearance. Nana liked it and was grateful. Yuwu rubbed Nana's head and revealed that I was also happy. Nana for me is an important support that is very necessary. Inside, Nana was confused because my body felt warm. She thought she was experiencing overload. Next was Yuwu's turn. Previously, when studying at the academy, he knew that the Zerg's attributes were very diverse and it was almost impossible to restrain them. However, they all have the same features. The Zerg shell has a natural resistance to cold and only hot weapons can penetrate it and even cause an effective attack. According to the battle data submitted by Nana, when fighting millipedes, the Valkyrie's laser can cause very high damage to the monster. Obviously, both cases have the same principle. Yuwu saw a picture that Mokir gave him. Weiss wondered if, in the end, Yuwu would use the blueprint drawing. Yuwu didn't know yet how many resources would be needed to build, but I tried not to think about it and asked Weiss to build quickly. In the main defense, again a warning appears regarding instant resource consumption. Key basic resources are insufficient. The guards were curious about what Yuwu was actually doing until they saw the screen. Lai Yesi was very surprised to see such a cool mecha. Weiss said that the robot was very cool and worthy of being the mount of a dashing man like Yuwu. Hearing the praise, Yuwu agreed and I wanted to go up to try the robot even though I didn't know how to operate this mecha. Weiss asked the young man not to worry because he was by his side and would help the master control the robot. And since Weiss also Yuwu is consciously connected, then the young man only needs to react and judge consciously. The system notifies that identification is complete and booting will begin immediately. Yuwu climbed into the wheelhouse and realized that the seat was comfortable. Weiss said that obviously because with his master's abilities and awareness, even if he personally controlled the mecha, it was at the level of an ace pilot. So Weiss wants to make Yuwu not too weak when controlling the robot. Yuwu thanked Weiss for all the arrangements that had been made. Suddenly Nana reported from outside that she felt a high energy response detected ahead and the Zerg army was about to approach. Yuwu realized that the time had come, so I asked Nana to project the image directly. So Yuwu can see that currently in front of him, many large monsters are starting to attack. While the system was calculating, due to the large number of Zerg, Yuwu had to wait for 2 minutes. Yuwu thought, Jai Wangchuan said that the number of Zerg invasions was much more than before. At first, this young man didn't know, but now it seems that the number of monsters is far beyond imagination. Yuwu started to doubt and asked in his heart, can I protect everyone? But swiftly, this young man grabbed the steering wheel and thought that now was not the time to hesitate because an attack was coming. Meanwhile, in the base monitoring room, there was quite a big shock. They thought that it was an earthquake, but Master Lai Yelsi said that it was a Zerg invasion that was approaching and the resonance generated by their movement spread along the ground until it reached the base. The entire army started to worry because the number of monsters was too large to cause such a big shock. A member who was watching from outside the window realized that the Zerg was approaching. They were determined to fight to the death when they saw the arrival of so many monsters out there. Even so, the master still said that any member of his army who dared to escape would be punished very severely. Meanwhile, in another corner of the base, Yi Yunfei and the others looked worried. Yi Yunfei wondered whether her brother could resist the invasion of that many monsters. Liu Feng said that right now I can only trust Yuwu because all this time, the boss has always been a person full of miracles and has always managed to solve every problem. Even though he looked worried, Kiki also said that I also believed in Yuwu and was sure that the young man would definitely come back safely. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the mecha robot, Yuwu realized that it was impossible to eliminate the group of monsters all at once, but at least the number of monster herds could be reduced as much as possible outside the defense gate. So they were determined to buy time so that the main base could build more defense facilities and reduce defense pressure. The system again notified that there were 30 seconds left before the Zerg invasion. The whole herd of monsters looked very violent and scary. Weiss warns Yuwu that a herd of monsters has entered the shooting range, so does the master want to attack now? Yuwu asked them not to panic and let the defensive weapons attack first. He also had to wait until the monster herd was eliminated before they started attacking. But unexpectedly, Yiwu immediately bombarded the monster with quite powerful shots from his robot. Yiwu was determined that the first shot of this battle would be fired by him. The bullet, which was quite large in size, immediately rushed towards the horde of monsters and there was a very strong explosion. Yiwu Til was shocked by the power of such a powerful explosion and thought that the shot would definitely be able to destroy the herd of monsters and turn them into dust. The screams of monsters echoed in various places. They seemed to be screaming in pain because they had been hit by gunfire. Even so, the number of monsters is too much. Even the army commander saw that the number of monsters was greater than he thought. In the end, the giant shooting machine owned by Tower even took part in shooting the large herd of monsters. Members of the security forces who saw the monster herd being bombarded screamed with joy and thought that this was a truly great sight. They saw that the firepower of the machine gun in the tower was much higher than conventional systems. The squad members wondered how he could do that. Even so, the monster's HP had not decreased. Even a legendary monster called a serrated acid spider appeared and attacked intensively. The entire squad knew that the acid spat out by the monster was very corrosive and had a long reach. Even walls made of steel can be melted by the monster's acidic liquid. When everyone was panic-stricken, the sound of gunfire still echoed in the sky. They wondered if the acid from the monster could be blocked outside the tower walls. Or is it that what they see now is an energy shield? Even though as far as they knew their tower had no such function. And during transmission, the resource does not stop so the shield value will continue to be restored. They think that the shield is very great. But even if it can be defended, the monster serrated acid spiders are already beyond the attack range of turrets and machine guns. So it is possible that the monster cannot cause effective damage. But suddenly the defensive weapons on top of the fort activated full-range heavy artillery, then fired an even more powerful attack than before. The entire army in the fort was in a happy pattern seeing hundreds of scorched monsters with just one shot. Even though this skill has a low attack speed, the attack range and power are very powerful. Now it is the turn of the weapons on top of the tower to start preparing to deliver another attack called the Concentrated Magic Crystal Laser Cannon Highlight. Even with this attack, many Zerg monsters were immediately crushed into small pieces. If attacks like this continue then they can definitely win. But the Master Lai Yelsi realized that the reality was not that simple. The system hadn't told them a specific number so far, which meant the number of monsters was more than they thought. But suddenly the system gave a warning and announced that it had detected the number of monsters. And based on the previous average number of Zerg, the number of monster invasions this time is 1000%. Which means the number of invasions this time is 10 times the previous number. Send a security team consisting of adult men until they shake with fear and fall down with their legs weak. They wondered how there could be so many monsters. Even though the firepower from the main base was already very large, it turned out that it couldn't hold up at all. Some people had already given up hope and thought that they would be over any minute and would die in that place. The Master Lai Yelsi was silent because he realized that his previous estimate was 5 times, but he didn't know that it would actually reach 10 times. This mature man looked sad when he realized that even Yiwu, who was already fighting on the front lines, would not be able to help wipe out that many monsters. In the robot's cockpit, Yiwu had also heard reports of such a large number of monsters. He knew it wasn't that simple, but this amount really didn't make sense to him. Yiwu guessed that this was because the humans invaded the monsters' territory several times, so the monsters became restless and angry. But that's not important now, because what's important now is that there are many people behind his back, so this young man will not let those monsters pass. Even though Yiwu himself didn't know if he could do it and fought until the last minute, this young man still called Nana and the Crimson Comet into action and never returned without instructions. His 2 loyal followers immediately understood and obeyed their master's orders. Then the 3 of them together went forward to attack the huge herd of monsters. Explosions occurred everywhere and tens to hundreds of shells were fired by Yiwu's mecha. Even the red robot spun rapidly while continuing to shoot every monster that came at it, until he quickly succeeded in reducing the number of Zerg by 950%. And with help from Xiao Longlong, the number of monsters continued to decrease by 880%. The flying monsters felt a little calm because the humans were attacking land, and according to the monsters, humans did not have an advantage in the air. But what they never expected was that Yiwu had Nana, who could now fly with her new armor. Nana said that monsters don't have the right to say that they don't have superiority in the air because right now I can attack hundreds of monsters with just one flight. Nana thought that Yiwu was quite sensitive and knew how to make good air control equipment. But I will not give up on killing Yiwu. Nina thought, since the equipment given by Yiwu is so good, then I will postpone killing Yiwu, so Yiwu's death period will be slowed down. Because Nana was very enthusiastic about killing the disgusting insects I was facing now. The humanoid robot smiled with satisfaction when he was able to kill the surrounding monsters until 700% remained. But suddenly the system gave Yu Wu a warning that the remaining ammunition was less than 30%. Wise also said that the amount of ammunition was not sufficient to destroy that many monsters, so I suggested to his master to better concentrate all the ammunition for the mecha's ultimate attack. Yu Wu also agreed with Wise's idea. According to him, it is better to make a big one than to use a small one, so he left this attack to Wise. While Yu Wu changed the attack pattern, he told Nana and the Crimson Comet to immediately retreat within a 1-kilometer radius in front of him because I would expand the attack. Quickly, the two creatures obeyed Yu Wu. Yu Wu directed the small AI robots to gather as much energy as possible in the middle of the monster herd, and then with one large explosion the number of Zerg monsters was reduced by 500%. The security forces who watched this fight thought that the big attack was indeed quite effective, but the name of the attack was not suitable. The system on the mecha robot informed Yu Wu that there was 0% ammunition remaining. Yu Wu said that since long-range weapons can no longer be used, now change to powerful melee weapons. Unexpectedly, this young man brought a very large hammer right into the middle of a herd of monsters and immediately blew up the monsters with just one attack. Yu Wu gathered together with Nana and Crimson Comet, who were protecting him from behind. This young man said that they all had to stay where they were until all the monsters were gone. Several high-level troop commanders who saw the young man's performance were annoyed that a kid chose to stay on the front lines for their sake. Others looked annoyed because the monitor screen signal was starting to cut out. They suspected the monsters destroyed the resource transmission device of the outpost. Luo Feng also cursed angrily in his seat for not being strong enough to help Yu Wu. Meanwhile, the three girls in the team could only pray for Yu Wu's success, because they are also prohibited from going to the front lines and helping. Meanwhile, a team of security guards gathered their weapons to go to the front lines and help Yu Wu. They weren't willing to let a young man endure such a large herd of monsters alone. They firmly said that they were also a high-level team and they couldn't let their level 1 brother block such an attack for them. Instead of just sitting and waiting for death, they thought it would be better to take action and fight to the end. However, Commander Lai Yelsi made an announcement via voice transmission that the base was currently in a state of emergency and closed, so no one is allowed to leave. They are expected to remain in their own area and wait for orders from the Master. Master Lai Yelsi said that he was happy to see his troops' fearless fighting spirit, but they also had to understand the situation that if Yu Wu couldn't even withstand the attack, then they could all die. So Commander Lai Yelsi asked everyone to return to their designated defensive positions and prepare to meet the enemy and not let Yu Wu's efforts go to waste. While standing in front of the hologram screen, which had now lost signal, Master Lai Yelsi thought that Yu Wu had given them so many surprises with his extraordinary strength. If not for the excessive number of Zerg monsters, Master was confident that the young man could solve this problem alone. But now, Master Lai Yelsi, who was even the highest leader in the engineering division, felt embarrassed because he couldn't help the young man. Nana, who was still flying against the insect monsters, started to complain and get annoyed because there were too many bugs buzzing and annoying her ears. In fact, now Nana has lost so much HP that only 35% remains. The Crimson Comet was also starting to get overwhelmed because it was continuously being attacked by quite a large number of monsters until only 25% of its HP remained. Even though they had almost reached the end of their defense, fortunately, the number of Zerg monsters had been reduced by 300%. But unfortunately, Phantom Scarlet's damage had reached 98%. Yu Wu started to get tired in the robot cockpit and asked himself, am I finally going to reach the limit? This young man realized that although the destructive power of the sledgehammer was quite extraordinary, it was melee after all, and the number of Zerg was not limited. Moreover, the data source transfer base has been destroyed. Most of the defensive weapons must have been destroyed too. Yu Wu realized that when the Zerg could break through the last line of defense, they would head straight to the main base. According to Yu Wu, the only way now was to open a Shadow King account. But this young man panicked because I didn't have much money left to open that King account. Even though the current situation is very painful, I don't care. Yu Wu still wanted to open the system and change the account to Shadow King. But suddenly his intentions were cancelled when he suddenly saw snowflakes falling around his body. Yu Wu was astonished and wondered how there could be snowflakes on the battlefield. Apparently from above the sky came down a large sword called the Sky Ice Cold Sword. Once the sword fell, it managed to destroy hundreds of Zerg monsters. On top of the sword was Miss Zulu, who was standing calmly. It seemed like Huangjang's #1 leader had come to help Yu Wu. Seeing the girl made Yu Wu realize that she was the #1 fighting force of the Huangjang group. Yu Wu was surprised to see the girl's presence because he previously knew that the Huangjang group was planning to attack his group. So he asked himself why Miss Zulu had come to help him now. From the top of her sword that soared into the sky, Miss Zulu said that Yu Wu was very stupid for daring to face a Zerg attack on such a large scale alone. According to him, although courage is commendable, one should not act stupidly. But at this level of monsters, courage alone is not enough. Miss Zulu jumped off the sword and immediately released ice energy that made several monsters around her instantly freeze. Miss Zulu said that if the monsters wanted to eat her, then they could come straight to her. Miss Zulu smiled and said that she didn't mind being eaten by a fairly strong insect monster. But Miss Zulu cast a magic crystal and created a magic crystal big enough to summon the Devil Frost Goddess. The beautiful ice goddess descended from the sky and immediately blew out permafrost breath, which instantly froze hundreds of monsters. As it turns out, permafrost breath is the ultimate magic from the frost goddess. This skill can cause indiscriminate ice magic damage to enemies within a radius of 500 meters and provides a freeze effect for 1 minute. This skill will make the opponent unable to move, reduce HP continuously, and freeze. Because of this skill, the number of Zerg monsters is only 250% remaining. Yiwu realized that the Frost Goddess attack was random, so he had to quickly escape or he would be trapped and frozen. Yiwu immediately jumped onto the Crimson Comet's back and they jumped as far as they could to save themselves. In his heart, Yiwu realized that this woman was truly terrifying, because she didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Moreover, his attack directly eliminated a large number of Zerg. This young man wondered if was this the horror of a level 140 figure. Now the remaining Zerg monsters are only 200%. Even so, Yiwu was still sad because Zulu had destroyed his Scarlet Phantom. Yiwu hoped that the debt would be paid by Zulu. At this time, Miss Zulu took a short break by recovering with the help of a fairly large magic circle. But the bugs guessed that this woman was over because she ran out of strength. So the few remaining monsters immediately charged towards Miss Zulu. But suddenly a weapon crystal from ice was created and this beautiful woman said that she didn't just have one big attack. Miss Zulu spun the blade of the giant sword until it instantly cut down hundreds of monsters around her. Now the number of Zerg monsters is only 150% remaining. Nana, who at that time was also focused on fighting hundreds of flying monsters around her, did not notice Miss Zulu's attack. The humanoid robot was almost cut by Miss Zulu's giant sword. Luckily, Yiwu arrived in time and blocked the sword's attack while hugging Nana. Yiwu asked the robot to be careful because even though he was concentrating on killing the enemy, he couldn't ignore the situation around him. Due to the attack from Miss Zulu's blade, Yiwu's HP dropped by 40%. Seeing Yiwu's agile movements, Miss Zulu thought that the young man was very agile because he dared to take the initiative to block his attack and did not die from the attack. Miss Zulu smiled broadly when she felt the aura from Yiwu's breath. This beautiful lady was sure that Yiwu was the figure who was peeking outside their team base earlier. Yiwu didn't expect he would be found out so soon. This was the expected ability of someone at level 140, and Yiwu boldly said that he had just almost been dragged down by an AoE from Miss Zulu's carelessness. But objectively, Miss Zulu's actions did help him, and Yiwu should still be grateful. Meanwhile, Nana was still stuck in Yiwu's arms. He didn't expect the young man he wanted to kill to save him and prioritized Nana's life over his own. Miss Zulu flew down towards Yiwu while saying that since the young man could see that his level was 140, then that meant Yiwu's actual level was not that far from him. But thanking people from the opposing camp can be seen as overconfident or stupid. When Miss Zulu arrived in front of him, Yiwu answered that he had different loves and hates. He did thank Miss Zulu, but he asked Miss Zulu to write down the debt because he had damaged his beloved mecha robot. Miss Zulu smiled at Yiwu very interestingly, because she had never met anyone who dared to talk to herself like that. Miss Zulu wanted to know how the young man was stalking her. But before that, Yiwu had to do one more thing, namely survive. When Yiwu looked behind Yiwu's back, immediately when this black-haired young man turned his head, he saw the level 110 Abyssal Mumboss monster. Yiwu realized that when the number of Zergs rapidly decreased to 100%, the boss appeared. Yiwu wondered if this was Miss Zulu's purpose in helping him. Yiwu glanced at Miss Zulu while saying that this was truly a plan to kill two birds with one stone. This first is to intervene in advance to reduce the number of Zerg in flux and to prevent misuse of the amount of energy, Yuangjing. Secondly, Miss Zulu's attitude is to let the boss destroy the Hanmo base in the name of Zulu. So in Yiwu's opinion, there is no need for the girl to fight. If the Hanmo rejected it, Zulu could take advantage of it and come in again, in return for the greatest benefit for a very small price. Yiwu thinks, actually Zulu doesn't need to bother like this, because with Zulu's ability, it is not impossible to clear the Hanmo base alone. Miss Zulu replied that she doesn't care about the misuse of energy and boring group interest disputes because it makes her even more disgusted. Ms. Zulu said she did this only to explain to the group's senior management. But according to Miss Zulu, Yiwu is smarter than she thought. But the gap in strength cannot be made up by just a little cleverness. If Yiwu could survive this tragedy, she looked forward to the day when Yiwu came to collect the debt from him. Then after saying this, Miss Zulu's body slowly disappeared like smoke. Seeing the way Miss Zulu disappeared, Yuwu remembered the exact way her schoolmate, Zuhi, had disappeared. And this young man suddenly remembered that he had just met 3 girls surnamed Zhu in a short time, namely Zuhi, Zulai, and Zulu. Yuwu wondered to himself, are the 3 of them related? But then this young man pushed aside the memories of the 3 beauties because he had to think about how to defeat the enormous boss monster in a short time. Otherwise, all the efforts he had put in previously would be in vain. Currently, the remaining number of Zerg is 100%. Yuwu realized the Zerg invasion had dropped to normal numbers. Yuwu wondered if the main base should be able to defend it. Yuwu thought he should focus his limited energy on fighting the monsters. However, the resource transfer base had been destroyed, and communication with the main base had been cut off beforehand, so it was estimated that the base did not know about the appearance of Zulu helping him clear the monsters. Yuwu thought he should return to the main base before the Zerg to report the battle situation so that everyone is ready to face the enemy. But seeing that the situation was very critical, Yuwu gave the remaining energy to Nana and told the robot to return to the main base as quickly as possible to inform Master Lai Yelsi about the battle situation on their side and help with the defense there. Nana was a little surprised when the wounds on her body healed completely. He realized Yuwu gave him his remaining resources. Yuwu firmly told Nana not to be in a daze and immediately go to the main base. So with lightning speed, Nana flew into the sky and went to the main base while thinking, would Yuwu fight alone against that boss monster? Nana hoped that Yuwu wouldn't die in that place because Nana wanted to be the one to kill the young man. Then Yuwu climbed onto the back of the Crimson Comet and the 2 of them went forward to fight the boss monster to defend this place and not let the boss monster break through any further. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the signal was still broken and they suspected the resource transfer base was destroyed. Currently, they only know that the remaining number of Zerg monsters is 359%. The guard troops thought that the number of monsters was still too many, but in their opinion, it was already very good, because Yuwu could reduce the number of monsters from 1000% to 350%. Even so, this number is still far beyond their defense. Meanwhile, Master Lai Yelsi thought it had been a long time since he lost contact with the front lines, but why didn't Yuwu return? Even though he had said to Yuwu before that if the young man couldn't survive, he should retreat as quickly as possible. In his opinion, compared to this old man's life, it was even more regrettable to lose a rising star with unlimited potential. But everything is not over yet, and the conclusion cannot be made yet. Master Lai Yelsi finally announced to everyone that now was not the time to give up. If there is someone lazy about working, then he will immediately kill that person. The entire squad swiftly answered firmly that they understood. Ruan Tianchen, who looked very worried, asked Yi Yunfei, has that girl contacted her older brother and gotten an answer from her older brother? Yi Yunfei answered he couldn't. Even with the special communication from the base, he still couldn't contact his big brother. Hearing this, Kiki cursed in annoyance because Yuwu was working hard on the front lines alone, but they didn't even know the young man's situation. Even though he looked very worried, Yi Yunfei asked the others not to worry because his older brother would be fine. Yi Yunfei believed that his big brother couldn't possibly disappoint them. Luo Feng also said that he believed in Yuwu. Luo Feng tried to calm the others down by saying that perhaps Yuwu was currently cleaning up the remains of the defeated Zerg army, taking out the equipment and inspecting it. Yet in his heart, Luo Feng was also very worried about Yuwu, who couldn't possibly survive the invasion of that many monsters. He saw that Yi Yunfei was more worried about Boss Yuwu's safety than anyone else, but the girl continued to pretend to be calm and comforted everyone. Luo Feng couldn't let him fight alone. While staring at the terrifying sight outside, Luo Feng thought, although what he wanted to do the most was kill the enemy side by side with Yuwu on the front lines. Meanwhile, Nana was still flying quickly to the group's main base. It should be 5 minutes before the humanoid robot arrives at the main headquarters. But Nana instead thought about brushing the monsters first and getting more EXP points. So Nana suddenly stopped and thought that she didn't know why, but she had killed so many monsters before but still wasn't satisfied with the EXP points she got. After all, the place where he was fighting had now entered the effective communication range of the base. Nana thought about sending a message directly to the base later, as this didn't go against Yuwu's orders. So with a big smile, this robot started throwing large missiles to attack the Zerg monsters that were coming at him. He laughed with satisfaction and said he would feel calm after brushing off the monsters. Nana laughed while continuing to fly because she harvested a lot of experience points. She wants to continue that efficiency. She hoped that this way he could surpass Yuwu's true level and get rid of him straight away. But suddenly a golden Zerg monster flew lightning fast and cut off Nana's wings. Because of this, Nana's points were immediately reduced by 40%. Nana was a little shocked and in pain while wondering what happened. How could she possibly be attacked? The elite monster said small humans don't know how to live or die. Nana should have had a chance to escape, but she instead turned around to die. So the elite monster boss said he would make Nana's wish come true. Nana's body slowly fell because one of her wings had been destroyed. Nana cursed in her heart because she had to face an elite level 85 monster. Nana regretted her actions. She was so addicted to the sensation of killing monsters that she didn't even realize that an elite level monster like this was coming at her. When she fell, Nana thought about immediately sending a message to the base. Unfortunately, at that time, the elite level Golden Zerg was already standing in front of her raising their weapons and was about to kill Nana. In his heart, the little robot asked Yuwu for help because she didn't want to die now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuwu was still fighting with the Crimson Comet. Yuwu thought the current strategy was to put a large number of Zerg in advance, and then Yuwu would hold the boss and PK with him to get the boss and return to the base as soon as possible to help. Yuwu realized that Shadow King was his only killing trump card, and the fusion quest would have to take time to do, plus it cost a lot of money and it wasn't a long-term solution. And now this young man had a bigger question in his head. He had killed so many Zerg before, but why didn't he complete the experience points and drop equipment? Is there a special mechanism, or did Yuwu do it in vain? The Abyssal Monster's mum said that he admired the courage of Yuwu, who was left alone to fight him, but the young man's strength was not enough to withstand him and was not even qualified to injure him in the slightest. Yuwu replied that he didn't have time to talk nonsense with the boss monster. Yuwu directly called the system to open a shadow account, but suddenly several level 95 monsters fell from the sky again. Yuwu commented he wanted to destroy the boss monster Abyssal Mum, but why was it so difficult? Because there were too many obstacles. Yuwu commented that even though this boss is very strong, he is still very careful. Yuwu must deal with these 3 elite monsters before opening the Shadow King, otherwise the money may not be enough to use. This young man immediately took the Crimson Comet away to face the 3 elite monsters in the shortest time possible. Yuwu raised his huge fire sword to brutally slash at the 3 brothers. This young man's attack was powerful enough to reduce the monster's HP by 20%. Even so, this young man was annoyed because he couldn't kill the monster in a matter of seconds. It seems that apart from reducing damage, Yuwu's level cannot be suppressed anymore. Moreover, the monster tree brothers' sudden volume can happen in an instant. Yuwu wondered if perhaps this was the meaning of the special elite monster, that the power of the 3 of them shared an HP volume and all of them had to be wiped out at once. While blocking the monster's attacks with his huge shield, Yuwu called out the system and asked how many experience points he had at the moment, and can the EXP points increase Emperor Qian's account link level. The system replied that currently Emperor Qian's link level is 100, and at most it can be increased to 105. Yuwu thinks that the points are very low even if the previous battle didn't use ESP points. Shouldn't the points be higher than that? The system replied that after one account's link level reaches level 100, the X points required for each level will increase several times. So Yuwu is advised to open a new account. While continuing to attack the surrounding monsters, Yuwu thought that he didn't believe in annoying mechs like this. According to him, a system like that is tantamount to killing him. Moreover, the Emperor Chicken account cannot cause destructive damage to bosses and elite monsters. The Shadow King's short bursts are not suitable for facing many powerful enemies at the same time. Yuwu didn't want to waste time on a stage like this. Yuwu suddenly remembered something. He still has that blueprint that catches his eye. When he got it, it was also given to Yuwu by Mokir. It was very appropriate to use that weapon to finish off these 3 elite monsters now. Yuwu immediately handed over the 3 twin monsters to the Crimson Comet, because this young man took 10 seconds to make the weapon. Then Yuwu called Wise and asked the robot to build the weapons in his blueprint. Wise happily granted his master's request, then reminded Yuwu that the young man should thank Miss Mokir again for the benefits she gave him from ancient iron. According to Wise, Miss Mokir understands men's desires. The weapon that Wise has to make is the BFG YNM3000. This is an ultimate weapon from another dimension. Although powerful, it cannot be produced by today's world technology. Even if the host can do it, please be careful to avoid inevitable casualties. The special feature of this robot is it ignores all defenses to reduce damage. While resisting the monster's attack, Yuwu asked Wise how long would it take AI to make the weapon he wanted. Wise answered 30 seconds. Because this was an interdimensional ultimate weapon, it couldn't be done in an instant. And in these 30 seconds, Yuwu must maintain the status of Moss account. Instantly Yuwu was shocked. Right now he has to survive with the Moss account, but the problem is that in front of him are 3 elite tree brother monsters who are pointing guns right at him. Yiwu realized that Moss's account was not a fighting account at all, so it would be too difficult to fight 3 level 90 monsters that have an elite class. Fortunately, there were still many other good things in the description of Master that Miss Moke here gave Yiwu. Finally, this young man was able to protect his body with a versatile drone that combines attack and defense. Now, Yiwu could last for 30 seconds. Yiwu realized although the drone's attack power was almost nothing, its advantage was in numbers. Even if it didn't kill the monster tree brother, it could annoy him. Now the drones are busy shooting and attacking the tree brother monsters, causing the 3 monsters to panic and lose up to 88% of their HP. Finally, Wise told Yiwu that the weapon was finished. Yiwu turned his head and immediately caught the big gun. Strangely, Yiwu didn't feel at all bothered by the very large size of the weapon. This young man felt that the very large size of the weapon was able to give him a sense of security. Wise says it's true, because this was an interdimensional weapon. Not even the engineering masters of the current planes could create it. However, the downside is that due to the lack of production materials, it only has 3 bullets, which must be used with caution. But before Wise finished explaining, Yiwu immediately used the weapon to attack the monster tree brother Zerg. Unfortunately, the shot went off. Yiwu was even surprised that his attack missed and wasted bullets. But suddenly a small black hole appeared from where Yiwu shot the bullet. And in an instant, the tree brother Zerg was immediately sucked into the black hole and then they were destroyed by the black hole. Yiwu and Wise were stunned to realize that the power of the weapon was so terrifying. With a dumbfounded face, Wise explained that this was what he wanted to say, that to maximize the power of the 3 bullets, there was another way. But now Yiwu didn't need to be told because he had already seen the weapon's capabilities firsthand. Even though the power of the weapon is very powerful, the Abyssal Monster's mom still thinks that human technology like that has indeed developed, but bodily weakness is still something fatal. The monster gave Yiwu quite a powerful attack until the young man's HP fell by 40%. Yiwu realized that what the monster said was true because his human body was still quite weak compared to the monster's body, especially under Moss account status. Yiwu asked Wise what other way to increase the power of that weapon. Wise replied, among the many crazy Moss titles, there is a title called, which can fully utilize the ability to use firearms and exert 200% of the power of weapons. Hearing this, Yiwu didn't expect that the Moss King was also a marksman. Wise explained that it was supposed to be for making weapons. Researching and making various kinds of weapons and firearms is also Master Moss' main interest. Without wasting any more time, Yiwu immediately asked the system to unlock the title Gun Master of the King of Moss. The system immediately unlocks the title by consuming 60,000 EXP points. Yiwu argued although this title costs twice as much as the last Alchemy Master title, it is also more cost-effective than other methods. If these 2 shots fail to kill the boss, it's not too late to unlock the Shadow King again. So Yiwu directly confirmed to unlock. The system also congratulated Yiwu for unlocking the new title. The hidden mechanism is triggered by unlocking the title and the Friends Linked account is automatically unlocked. Yiwu realizes he has 2 skills at once, like buy 1 get 1 free. He thinks this is cool and Yiwu wants to immediately see what account it is. It's a Spicy Man skill, name and age unknown. This account will make the host proficient in all firearms, because this is a master account of battle and execution. His character is violent, extreme, and irritable, so he wanders alone in the universe. Gods hinder and kill gods, and Buddhas hinder and kill Buddhas. In a fit of rage, he destroyed a planet dominated by countless demons. After wandering onto the Moss home planet, the 2 become friends due to their similar craziness. Moss made many powerful weapons for him, making him even more unrivaled. Before Moss destroyed his world, he jumped into a space wormhole and has since disappeared. The system explains this account cannot be used independently, can only be used when is activated, but there are unknown negative effects, so the system hopes that this skill is used carefully. Yiwu was happy to get an account with such crazy abilities. Moreover, he is also a crazy and cool master, and he is a madman who destroys the world like Moss. As for the side effects, Yiwu didn't have time to worry about that. Because he had resisted the debuff of the Shadow King, he didn't believe there was anything more worrying than that. The most important thing for Yiwu now, he could explode the monsters in front of him. So immediately, Yiwu activated the title Guns Master and changed to the Spicy Man account. At this moment, Yiwu suddenly felt a strange sensation inside him, namely the sensation of feeling crazy and horrified from within his soul that is too dominant. Now, Yiwu's body was clad in thick armor and equipped with terrifying weapons. This young man's eyes turned black and he had a terrifying expression. He said this killed all the demons in front of him. Without waiting any longer, Abyssal Mum immediately charged toward Yiwu, saying that she was fed up with humans using disgusting tools. But when the big, hard-skinned monster attacked Yiwu, this young man didn't feel any pain or just an itch. So Yiwu instead told the creature to attack him harder because he could still withstand the attack from the monster even though his HP had now reached 30%. Now, with one swing of his sword which resembled a giant saw, this young man managed to cut off one of the arms of the abyssal mum monster. This terrifying monster was even shocked and wondered what happened to the young man in front of him. Why did he suddenly seem to change into a different person? Yu Wu retorted that with the size of the monster's brain, it was difficult for him to explain and understand what was happening. So he will immediately make the monster understand by attacking the abyssal mum monster's eyes with a large, sharp tree trunk. The moment the monster roared in pain, Yu Wu jumped back and said that the monster didn't understand it even if he was enlightened. So Yu Wu told the monster to go to hell immediately. The monster was still roaring and was now even more furious. Abyssal Mum prevented Yu Wu from looking down on it, because after all, he is the leader of millions of Zerg monsters, so there's no way he doesn't have killing skills. Now, this monster's body turned red and gave off extremely terrifying energy when it was angry. Abyssal Mum said he is an advanced race that has evolved for 100 years. In his opinion, an ant like Yu Wu couldn't kill him. Even though the monster was furious, Yu Wu still fired the last 2 bullets which immediately created a black hole above the monster's body. Even though the situation was desperate, the monster still said that no matter how powerful the technology Yu Wu used was, it thought it was an external thing. And according to him, only physical strength is the absolute answer. Even the monster told Yu Wu to open his eyes and take a good look at the monster's perfectly hard body. Even the monster's hard body could block Yu Wu's proud technological attacks. The body of the huge abyssal mum monster was indeed sucked into the 2 black holes, but it turned out that the giant monster was still able to survive and was not completely sucked into the black hole. Yu Wu, who had already returned to his previous appearance, saw that the 2 black holes were unable to kill this boss monster. Wise answered that it wasn't Yu Wu's fault, because they didn't expect that the boss monster could hang up. Even though this monster's HP had dropped to 20%, he could still say that Yu Wu was the first human to succeed in making it like this. So the monster still challenged Yu Wu and asked if the young man still had the copper to attack him again. Because if there wasn't, then now it would be the monster's turn to attack Yu Wu. At this moment, the 2 of them were facing each other. Yu Wu, who had already returned to his original appearance, realized that he had hit a bone that was extremely hard and difficult to break. This young man realized he needed to change his fighting tactics. Wise appeared and gave Yu Wu advice to implement new tactics as quickly as possible because this monster was crazy. Yu Wu knew about it. Even though the monster's HP only has 20% left, it's not a big problem, but the monster's life boom buff is what's annoying. Moreover, currently, the monster is entering angry mode up to 300%. Realizing that the blooming life buff could disappear, Yu Wu realized that the buff would not last long. This way, Yu Wu concluded he could easily kill the monster with. But just killing him here was a bit of a pity. To maximize boss points, Yu Wu suddenly had a bold idea. Yu Wu flew away, followed by the abyssal mum monster, which continued to get angry behind him. While flying, Yu Wu said that he would not just stand stupidly and let the monster kill him. With a big smile, Yu Wu enjoyed the sensation of being chased by the abyssal monster that was chasing him. As Yu Wu flew back on his way to the base, he saw countless corpses of Zerg monsters on the road. Yu Wu immediately suspected that Nana was the one fighting them. This young man immediately wondered why Nana did this and if she reported back to headquarters about their current condition. But suddenly Yu Wu saw Nana unconscious with her body parts cut into pieces by several Zerg monsters around her. Yu Wu finally took the little lowly robot and woke her up. Nana slowly opened her eyes and the little robot wondered what happened. Hadn't he been killed by the Zerg monsters? Nana was surprised to hear Yu Wu's voice again. And when this lowly robot fully regained consciousness, she was shocked to see Yu Wu already carrying her. Yu Wu asked if Nana was awake. Yu Wu looked worried as she asked how Nana could experience such a terrible thing. Luckily, the core in Nana's body wasn't destroyed, so the young man was able to repair it. Yu Wu also advised Nana not to do things like that again for fun. Nana apologized worriedly. He was afraid that after this, behind Yu Wu's gentle smile, he would be punished by his master by being beaten on the butt quite hard. But without Nana expecting, Yu Wu said that it was okay. According to him, Nana is still a child, so being naughty is normal. After all, Nana had already sent information back to the base before she lost consciousness. Plus, Nana had already helped reduce the number of Zerg by around 20%. Yu Wu even praised the little robot for doing a very good job. Nana was touched to be praised like that because she thought she would be blamed, but it turned out that the master comforted her very gently. Nana's body shook, and she cried while continuing to mumble thank you. Meanwhile, inside the security base, the squad members said that the information Yu Wu's servant had sent contained the location of the Zerg army's invasion. Currently, the quantity information is being calculated. The results have come out and say that the number of Zerg remaining is 80%. Some security force members started to be optimistic because the monster only had 80% remaining. According to him, they still have a chance to survive and defeat the monster. They even praised Master Lai Yelsi's assessment of Yu Wu, who managed to wipe out such a large number of monsters. Master Lai Yelsi was silent. He thought the previous message was sent back by his mechanical servant, not from himself. Now the Zerg invasion is approaching the base, but Master Lai Yelsi has not seen it back. He was worried that Yiwu had already died. Finally, Master Lai Yelsi told everyone that although there are still 80% of the Zerg troops left, the defense of the main base is not weak because of the full support of the previous post. So, Yiwu's efforts should not be taken lightly and wasted. Everyone answered loudly in unison that they understood. Finally, it was announced to all the fighters that the Zerg army would arrive at the base in 1 minute. There are two important news now. The good news is that the number of Zerg has dropped to 80%, and the bad news is that the base's defense facilities are insufficient, and each team must prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Master Lai Yelsi shouted, announcing that the Zerg monster army would reach the base in 30 seconds. At this time, Ruin Tianchen looked very worried and began to ask if the monster army was getting closer, but why hadn't Yiwu and Nana returned yet? Ruin Tianchen was worried that they would fail this mission, but Kiki denied it and said that it was impossible because the young man had succeeded in reducing the number of monster troops from 1000% to 80%, so he thought they couldn't fall in this last attack. Yi Yunfei warned them not to think too much and to focus on the future, as they had to do their best to defend the main base and then wait for her brother to return, so that they don't let their brother's efforts go to waste. Luo Feng confirmed Yi Yunfei's words and asked his comrades to focus on the future and listen to his orders. Luo Feng said that he would withdraw the monster, while Yi Yunfei and Kiki would go out, and then Ruin Tianchen would be responsible for healing them all. Luo Feng knew that their levels weren't high, so he would target the low-level monsters while the others just had to follow his lead. With the 4-3 girls, they agreed to follow Luo Feng's orders as temporary leader. Right after Luo Feng finished speaking, the countdown ended and the gate opened. Right at that moment, the team of troops immediately attacked the monster in front of their gate with continuous fire. They tried not to be afraid and continued to advance, aided by counterfire from sophisticated devices on top of the fort. Some people screamed in panic because the walls of their base weren't protected by energy shields, so they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Some leaders told troops to prioritize shooting explosive Zerg monsters so that the monsters would destroy their comrades. But suddenly an elite monster, giant top 60s level 75, appeared, which was not easy to get rid of. At a time when the atmosphere was getting more chaotic, the Fengyun team, which had an average level of 80, went to the front lines to protect the lower level troops so that they would not be injured by the Zerg monsters. The atmosphere was very chaotic. The gunfire occurred in all directions. On the other hand, the Wang's team managed to defeat a monster at a fairly high level thanks to their excellent teamwork. Luo Feng praised the good work of his entire team and said this was their battle rhythm. This blonde young man didn't expect them to do such a perfect job, even though this was their first time working together. Luo Feng immediately invited all his team members to move and destroy the other monsters. Chairman Liang, who saw the actions of all members of the Wang's team, was unexpectedly shocked because the teamwork of these low-level children could exert extraordinary combat power. Ordinary people with an average level of 40, they would usually lose their fighting spirit long ago when they encountered a desperate and miserable battle situation. But what Chairman Liang didn't expect, Wang's team had something truly extraordinary. Chairman Liang finally approached Luo Feng and told the youngster not to push himself too hard. He would help them until Yiwu came. Master Liang couldn't let them all play around and threaten their own lives. Master Liang invited them to follow him and fight coolly by his side. Of course, Luo Feng immediately followed the words of his senior, who of course already had a lot of experience in fighting. But suddenly a very large explosion fell right in front of them. Mr. Liang was shocked and asked what was that suddenly fell in front of them. It was a level 85 gold elite monster that had previously managed to defeat Nana. Seeing this elite monster made Master Liang immediately panic and ask Luo Feng to run away because fighting an elite monster like that was the same as risking their lives. But Luo Feng still didn't move from where he was standing and firmly said that he would restrain the monster to give Master Liang time to escape. Luo Feng even told his senior to help protect his friends. Luo Feng's words immediately made Master Liang panic. But the blonde youth still activated the shield, which was able to provide 30% domestic influence and block damage that tried to attack him. The golden bug monster commented that Luo Feng was just a very weak but brave human. He guessed that Luo Feng was one of the strongest warriors among humans, and to show his respect for those humans, he would immediately do his best to kill them. The elite bug monster immediately dealt an extremely powerful attack to Luo Feng. Luckily, the attack from the golden bug monster was blocked by Luo Feng. But even so, this young man's HP was reduced by 20%. The elite monster was a little surprised that a human could withstand its powerful blow and still not die. Luo Feng counterattacked the monster while saying even though he didn't know what happened, it was a small advantage if he wasn't killed by the elite monster. And if Luo Feng could take the chance to defeat those elite monsters, then he would make a lot of money. Unfortunately, Luo Feng's blow only reduced the monster's HP by 5%. The golden bug said that humans should not underestimate the fact that their defense and attack powers did not match the level of the Zerg monsters. Then the golden monster moved as fast as lightning, moving behind Luo Feng and preparing to deliver another powerful attack. At this point, Luo Feng apologized to Yi Wu in his heart, because he has tried his best. But even though he did not lack courage, it turned out that courage was meaningless in the face of such a huge gap in strength. Luo Feng surrendered before the elite monster's attack because he was still too weak to withstand it. But unexpectedly, Yulin's tornado attack succeeded in disturbing the elite monster and reducing its HP by 60%. Luckily, Luo Feng managed to dodge the tornado attack in time. Suddenly a man said, "Miss Mo really didn't hear her judgment wrong." Luo Feng actually had great awareness and courage. With these two traits, Mr. Lu Chenfeng and his team will support Luo Feng and his team to become stronger. So if the blonde youth died now, it would be a huge loss for their faction. Master Lu Chenfeng asked Luo Feng to hand over the elite monsters to you and his team, so that the blonde young man could rush to join his team members. According to Master Lu Chenfeng, those golden-colored bed bugs were just low-level bugs that they could take care of quickly. After that, Master Lu Chenfeng immediately ordered all Fengyun team members to get into attack formation. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was still amazed by the Fengyun team's abilities, namely Miss Mo Kier's elite team. Seeing the way the team fought made Luo Feng so amazed that he was stunned on the spot, because the ability of such a high-level team was really something to be expected from the combat strength of the three Hanno groups, which had an average of level 85 members. So according to Luo Feng, the elite monsters that had a golden color should not be a problem for the Fengyun team. In a short time, the golden monster was reduced by 20% due to successive attacks from the Fengyun elite team. Then the next time the elite monster was blown up and destroyed with just one attack by Mr. Lu Chenfeng. Even casually, Master Lu Chenfeng said that he didn't want to have a one-on-one duel with the insect because he didn't want to waste his time with the insect. After destroying those elite-level gold monsters, Master Lu Chenfeng checked the killing rankings of the Zerg invasion, and realized that Xingba's team was still one level above them. But Master Lu Chenfeng was not too worried because there was currently no Mogong team at that place. Since their biggest rival is not there this time, they can get as many team points as possible and raise the team level. So Mr. Lu Chenfeng invited all his team members to continue killing the enemy with him if necessary, killing all the Zerg monsters in that place. Full of enthusiasm, all members of the Fengyun team immediately ran after their leader. Meanwhile, Ruin Tianqian and the other two girls scolded Luo Feng for going out alone to attack the monster. Even though they are friends, if they die then they will die together. Yi Yunfei even looked very worried about the blonde youth and said that if Luo Feng had an accident, then Yi Wu would never forgive them all. Luo Feng understood the concerns of his entire team, and as the interim leader, he wouldn't let his team members die along with him. Because of this, Luo Feng apologized to the three of them. But suddenly this young man received a communication request from someone. Currently, Master Lai Yelsi is watching the entire battle behind the hologram screen that is being held. The Master received a report that the number of remaining monsters was only 8%, troop team casualties 50%, and the remaining base defense system is 30%. Meanwhile, the security team's core zone did not experience any losses. Hearing the system report made all the security force team members cheer happily because they managed to win and survive against the monster inflation. However, Master Lai Yelsi asked everyone to remain calm. Because the battle was not over yet, they were asked to remain alert for any unexpected situations that might arise. Then the Master asked his members to immediately release the drone to scout the situation of the outpost. After the drone was activated on the front line, Master Lai Yelsi thought that Yi Wu had truly sacrificed. So I at least want to find the young man's body. But suddenly the system gave a very loud warning because a high energy response was detected on the front line. And there were 60 seconds left for the enormous energy to reach their base. When everyone panics and asks what happened, they finally saw on the hologram screen the boss monster Abyssal Mum coming towards the main base while chasing Yi Wu, who was carrying Nana. The security team members were shocked to see the boss monster going berserk even though it only had 20% HP left. They were also shocked to see the appearance of Yi Wu, who was still alive. They were shocked and amazed to think that Yi Wu had made the boss monster angry like this. Even though they appreciated everything the young man had done, they still hoped that Yi Wu would not bring the rampaging boss monster to the main base. They were worried that Yi Wu would lead the boss monster to destroy the main base. But it turned out that Yi Wu just threw Nana's body on top of the base and asked the little robot to immediately join the others. Then Yi Wu briefly waved at the team members and promised his colleagues that he would come back after finishing taking care of the boss monster Abyssal Mum. The entire Wang's team smiled happily while waving at the young man. They really saw that the team leader was still alive and even looked fit and healthy. Yiwu continued to float around the base of the Hanmo team's main base while thinking because the base's defense wall was blocking the way if Yiwu wanted to let the boss pass. He would have to sacrifice a part of the base's wall, and he would have to avoid the core buildings. Sure enough, the Abyssal Mum's body crashed into a small part of the building of the base before finally turning and returning to chase Yiwu. This black-haired young man realized that the walls of the base were as helpless as a piece of paper in front of the boss. Fortunately, Yiwu took control of the boss first, otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Initially, the security team at the base was worried about seeing the boss monster going on a rampage, but it turned out that the boss monster completely ignored them and continued to chase Yiwu. They were surprised and asked what Yiwu had done to make the boss monster so angry with him. Meanwhile, Master Lai Yelsi, who was still standing in the main building and saw Yiwu's behavior, guessed that the young man definitely wanted to take the rampaging master in the direction he wanted. The master of this technique managed to shock Yiwu because the young man brought a rampaging boss monster toward the base of the Huangjang group. While flying towards the Huangjang group headquarters, Yiwu said the package delivery would soon arrive today and he couldn't wait to see what kind of shocked expressions would appear on the Huangjang team members' faces after receiving such a big gift from him. The Huangjang team members laughed at the commotion and the tragedy that the Hanmo members had to face. They laughed loudly and hoped that the Hanmo group would really end this time. Moreover, coupled with the fact that their team leader went to finish off the boss in the abandoned temple, Miss Ling Yuan, who is the quest dungeon commander and director of the Huangjang group, appeared while asking, "What about Zulu's whereabouts? Why haven't you come back yet?" Even though Ling Yuan didn't let me go to the front lines before that person left instead. Unfortunately, Zulu was indeed capricious, and worrying. In front of everyone, Ling Yuan looked very worried that something untoward happened to Zulu. In fact, in her heart, Ling Yuan was very happy if Zulu was okay. Because Zulu was someone who had very high self-confidence, she often opposed Ling Yuan. Moreover, because of that bad personality, Miss Huangjang's group is left behind also doesn't like her. So if Zulu really got into trouble, then the norm would definitely add sparks to the group's board of directors, thereby nullifying his authority to attack the high-level world alone and strip him of his rank status. A player who is the leader of the Ming Huang team, as well as the number 2 fighting force of the Huangjang group, named Hattie, gave information. From what he guessed about Master Zulu, he should have gone to the Lost Temple alone, otherwise, the Zerg would not hold it for so long. Hearing Hattie's words made Ling Yuan surprised and asked, how could this happen? Why did Zulu fight the battle plan alone? Doesn't he know how dangerous it is? Hattie said that Master Zulu always acted alone and uncontrollably. But after all, she was so strong that they shouldn't have to worry. In her heart, Ling Yuan confirmed Hattie's words. Because Zulu was so strong, that one person managed to suppress the entire, preventing their achievements from becoming Huangjang's first fighting force. This frustrated Ling Yuan. But there was nothing the bespectacled girl could do. So I just have to level up the team as much as possible in this quest. No matter how strong Zulu is, ensure not to choose some strong boss. But for Ling Yuan, it is better for Zulu to die so that the team can take the opportunity to rise. In the end, Ling Yuan could only massage his temples and appear worried in front of so many people while saying that I couldn't do anything if Zulu didn't follow the rules. Then this girl asked Hattie, how long will it take for them to attack the Hanmo group base? Hattie briefly answered in 5 minutes. Hearing the heart's answer made Miss Ling Yuan scream and asked all her team members to be excited because they had to take this battle to hit the Hanmo group hard. And this will bring the Huangjang group to rise to the ranks of the 5 major powers in their country. Ling Yuan also said loudly that everyone present would be highly appreciated by the group and get a raise and promotion. Hearing their group leader's words, immediately all the squad members shouted enthusiastically to destroy the Hanmo group. But their cheers had to be stopped when suddenly their base shook violently. They were shocked by such strong shaking and wondered what happened. Just as they thought it was a sudden earthquake, a member ran in from the main gate and reported that a winged man was rushing towards their base with a rampaging boss monster. Hattie immediately grabbed the bald man by the collar and asked what he meant by saying, winged man. And shouldn't the boss monster attack the Hanmo group's base? How could the boss monster possibly get to their base that had been built in a hidden area? The bald man was extremely panicked and frightened under Hattie's pressure. With a face almost crying, the bald man said that he didn't know. He only saw a boy with wings in the distance leading a rampaging boss monster towards their base. Then suddenly the winged child disappeared. Finally, Hattie threw the bald man's body and thought, could it be that the young man was someone from the Hanmo group who deliberately brought the boss monster to their base? This man was surprised and wondered how this could happen. In his opinion, it is impossible for just one person to lure a boss monster like that. Hattie angrily ordered all team members to prepare to face the enemy. It was precisely at this moment that the boss monster Abyssal Mum hit their defensive wall and roared furiously for Yiwu to come out. The entire Huangjang team panicked when they saw such a huge boss monster coming to invade their place. The Abyssal Mum continued to roar and rage, saying that it was impossible for Yiwu to hide because I would burn the place to the ground so that I could find Yiwu's corpse. At this time, Ling Yuan told the rest of the team to run and retreat first because this boss monster was really crazy. If this situation continued, their base would be completely flattened by the monster. But Hattie asked several of his brave members not to panic and immediately stand up to defend their base. In his opinion, the boss monster's hatred is currently still in a confused state. So he told the tanker team to go endure the boss monster's hatred. Then Hattie told them to activate the full output, especially seeing that the boss monster only had 20% HP remaining. Hattie is confident that they can finish the battle with the boss monster in no time. All the surviving troops obeyed their leader. The Abyssal Mum continued to roar and rage. This monster asked everyone in front of him, "Are they friends of Yiwu?" The monster said if they killed everyone in that place, he guessed Yiwu would appear soon. So the boss monster went on a rampage, causing chaos and killing anyone in front of him. The majority of the Huangjang group's team members were thrown into chaos by the monsters. Many victims fell from just one attack from the boss monster. Yiwu, who was watching them on the roof of the base, smiled slightly and thought that his opponent looked very satisfied with the gifts he had just delivered to them. However, this time Huangjang base had been completely destroyed by the boss. It was impossible to repair it, and their base could only be rebuilt. Yiwu knew that even though the boss's HP was only 20% left, it was enough to make them suffer a lot of losses. Now they didn't have the energy supply to attack the Hanmo base. He said this was what was called robbing a house. At first, Yiwu hesitated to carry out his plan if Zulu was at the base. If Zulu was at the base, the girl would handle the boss monster with 1 or 2 blows. Yiwu thought this time the battle was meaningless. Fortunately, Yiwu won the bet. Now that he waited for the boss's HP to drop below 5%, he would immediately carry out his final battle plan. Yiwu immediately jumped down from the roof with a big smile. Meanwhile, the team led by Hattie is still trying to survive while continuing to attack the boss monster, reducing the boss monster's HP to 6%. They were sure they would win this fight. Even though he had to fight as hard as possible, Hattie smiled with satisfaction. According to him, the Hanmo group people wanted to use the boss's hand to destroy the Huangjang group, but they made a fatal mistake. That is, the boss's HP volume should not be suppressed so low. No doubt, the Hanmo group gave the Huangjang group a great gift. Even though they also lost a lot of people, compared to the fall of the boss, the current casualties are nothing according to Hattie. So he smiled with satisfaction and was about to accept this great gift. But suddenly a bolt of lightning struck their base and a pool of red liquid that looked exactly like blood appeared all over the floor of their base. The entire team members panicked when they saw the dark red liquid approaching at high speed towards the boss monster. At first, they thought the red liquid was blood, but if they looked closely, the liquid looked more like a solid object that had self-awareness. Because the liquid was very strange in their eyes, the entire attack team of the Huangjang group was ordered to move aside and don't approach those strange things. Meanwhile, the boss monster laughed at the humans who stayed away just because of the red liquid like blood. The ghost monster thought that it was just a puddle of water, so it boldly stepped on the liquid. Unexpectedly, the red liquid turned into the faces of dozens of extremely terrifying monsters and immediately surrounded the body of the boss monster Abyssal Mum. Apparently, currently, the boss monster Abyssal Mum is immersed in the bloody hell skill. The boss monster Abyssal Mum roared in anger because a despicable human like Yiwu dared to use such underhanded tricks now. This monster boss vowed to kill Yiwu and everyone in that place. Seeing that the boss monster's HP was decreasing, Hattie panicked because he realized that someone wanted to snatch the boss monster in the middle of the fight. Hattie ordered all his members to concentrate their fire at all distances, because they have to kill the boss monster in a matter of seconds. All members of the Huangjang team confirmed Hattie's words because currently the boss monster only had 3% HP remaining. They are the ones who should get paid a small price for having fought so far, so they were determined not to let the fruits of their victory be taken by anyone. But strangely, the fire attacks and shots that were concentrated towards the monster could be absorbed by the red liquid surrounding the boss monster. Then slowly the boss monster's body sank into the red liquid that surrounded it until its HP was completely depleted with nothing left. Hattie shouted angrily when he saw that the boss monster had actually died at the hands of someone they didn't know. Their previous hard work to defeat the post monster was completely lost. Hattie cursed in annoyance several times and wondered who would dare steal the boss monster from them. Hattie shouted angrily as he ordered the person to come out and showed the bridge of his nose in front of him, or he will order his people to look for that person. Suddenly a giant monster arm appeared from the red liquid and prevented the Huangjang team members from looking for Yiwu. Then he clenched his huge fist as a warning that if they dared to look for Yiwu, they would immediately die in the terrifying red liquid. Even just with the explosion of that mysterious arm, they were all frightened and immediately protected their bodies with protective barriers. Finally, Ling Yuan asked everyone to remain silent and don't act rashly, because the opponent's moves were too strong and strange. They couldn't take bigger risks. If the boss monster was robbed, then this time they should just let it go because they still had more important quests to complete. In his heart, Ling Yuan was cursing because he had originally planned to attack the Hanmo group to show off his abilities, but he didn't expect this sudden attack. Ling Yuan again blamed Zulu for leaving the base without permission. According to this bespectacled girl, all the tragedies that happened in their base should be held accountable by Zulu. Slowly the system appeared notifying me that the 30-second countdown had ended and the Shadow King account fusion would soon be displayed. This battle took a total of 30 seconds and 30 million was deducted from the host's account. The host enters a broken soul state for 60 seconds as the effect of the Shadow King skill. While changing back to human form, Yuwu saw that the debuff was still there, but shortening it to 60 seconds was an acceptable range. It seemed like it was because Yuwu increased his basic attributes at the same time as he increased his Emperor Qian account, but the pain did not lessen at all. Fortunately, Yuwu had already given Team Huangjang and the others enough deterrence to make them not dare to double team. Now Yuwu will take advantage of these 60 seconds to see what good things are the drop boss monster, Abyssal Mum. The system appeared to congratulate Yuwu for successfully defeating the boss monster and entitled them to 10 million bonus money for killing the boss and 1 million experience points. Yuwu also received an item prize in the form of its sharp and large horns can easily cut steel and other hard objects and are the best material for making various large-scale individual weapons and siege weapons. There is also an item which is an indestructible half-body shield, like of life. The feature of this item is that, after being hit by an attack, there is a chance to cause damage to the enemy and restore the host's HP. There is also a skill book that can trigger lightning strikes and crack the ground, causing various types of stun and paralysis for 15 seconds. Initially, Yuwu was a little annoyed to only get those 3 pieces of equipment after fighting the boss monster for so long. Moreover, he had spent 30 million to use Shadow King. According to him, the gifts were not worth it. Unfortunately, Yuwu could only console himself with the excuse that he had foiled Huangjang's conspiracy. Suddenly, the system congratulated itself again because it had solved epic special events and notified you of the prizes obtained. Namely getting the title, Yuwu was asked to choose. Either the system chose his squad or one of the troops chose him. The system also informed that Yuwu received a special epic event prize in the form of 80 million in cash and 8 million experience points as well as a level 100 treasure chest. Now Yuwu could only smile broadly when he realized that the real prize was at the end. Yuwu wondered if he had to kill the boss to complete. Yuwu just said that he killed so many Zergs before, why didn't he drop equipment and experience points? It turned out to be all finished. So this is what is called a special event mechanism. This way, even if Yuwu followed the group's half-payment rule, Yuwu could make a small profit. Now he just needs to wait until the debuff is over, then return to the base to meet Yunfei and the others. The security team members of the Hanmo group were very happy that the terrible monster invasion was finally over. Rather than busy gossiping outside the fortifications, Master Lai Yelsi asked them to clean up the corpses of all the Zerg monsters that were spread around the walls of the base. Obediently, all members immediately carried out the master's orders. While looking at the sky in the distance, Master Lai Yelsi thought the number of remaining Zerg invasions had returned to 0 before, which meant that the boss had also been killed, but Master Lai Yelsi wondered who killed him. Master Lai Yelsi believes that Yuwu must have full confidence in killing the boss. Otherwise, it would be easy to give the boss to the Huangjang group. This is when the master realized that Yuwu was not an ordinary child, because he had read many people in his life, but he had never met someone like Yuwu. Suddenly, Yuwu landed at Master Lai Yelsi's side and immediately asked if they were all okay. The entire Yuwu team immediately hugged him because they were very happy that the young man had returned safely. Yuwu was a little confused and asked them all to let me go first. Luo Feng congratulated this young man on his victorious return. The two of them exchanged punches playfully to form support for fellow men. Master Lai Yelsi approached Yuwu and said that the young man had saved the entire base. Everyone owed Yuwu a debt of gratitude, and Master Lai Yelsi owed him even more. Yuwu asked the master to stop saying that. According to Yuwu, everyone fought bloody battles for the same goal, and no one owed anything to anybody. Yuwu said it was true, he killed the boss monster before, and Yuwu received the reward for this special Zerg invasion event. According to company regulations, Yuwu had to pay half. So this young man asked, to whom should he pay half? The fat director who appeared at the scene immediately said that Yuwu didn't need to pay, because it all belonged to Yuwu. The fat director also said that no matter how much Yuwu earned, it wasn't enough to reward him for saving the director's life either. As the director of the Hanmo group, he also has the right to make decisions for the group. The fat director instead asked Yiwu to be his personal bodyguard. If Yiwu was willing, then he was free to set the price or whatever. But Yiwu immediately rejected the offer because he reasoned that he was very busy and didn't have time. Suddenly, the leader of the Mogong team, Jai Wangchuan, sent a video communication from the front line. Jai Wangchuan asked, "Is the communication finally working?" Jai Wangchuan guessed they had successfully defended this massive Zerg invasion. Master Lai Yelsi answered correctly. Even though they almost lost heavily, they were able to survive. And the master said that their victory was because of Yiwu, who stood by his side. But Yiwu still denied it and said, this victory was thanks to everyone. Yiwu couldn't do it without the support of everyone's resources. Suddenly Wan Hao appeared on the hologram screen and looked very happy to hear Yiwu's victory. The big man excitedly said that he believed that Yiwu would definitely be able to do it. But Jai Wangchuan said that it was far from time to celebrate victory because although the problem of the Zerg monster invasion had been resolved, a new problem had emerged, and this problem from the quest point of view was more difficult than the Zerg invasion. Outside the Lost Temple, the entire Mogong team looked confused. Jai Wangchuan told Master Lai Yelsi that although they had completely cleared the Zerg outside the temple, they were facing a very difficult problem. The siege weapons they carried could not penetrate the temple gates, until there was only one ammunition left in the siege weapons. A large robot fires large ammunition at the gate of the temple. Jai Wangchuan explained, if nothing else, it would be the same as their previous 29-round attack. Their shots or attacks are blocked by the gate, and the gate regenerates automatically. Jai Wangchuan saw that the temple seemed to have life, with super high defense and self-healing ability completely beyond their imagination. Because this was their first time having a close encounter with the temple, and we didn't know its characteristics, which caused them to underestimate the temple's defense, until finally unable to break into the temple. Yiwu, who saw the Mogong team struggle from the hologram screen, saw that the temple was indeed extraordinary. The defensive and self-healing features were more incomprehensible than the shield wall he had renovated previously. A monster that was seriously injured still managed to curse at Jai Wangchuan. The monster said that Jai Wangchuan and his friends were stupid because he had said several times that the weapons that Jai Wangchuan carried were not good. If they wanted to break through their temple gates, then Jai Wangchuan would have to turn into a bigger man. If not, they might as well just give up, because there's no point other than being their target for fun. Then the monster shot acid right at Jai Wangchuan and his colleagues, but casually they created a barrier and didn't respond to the monster's chatter. Jai Wangchuan explained that although they tried their best to pass the gate and forced entry, they still had to maintain their physical strength and equipment for the next few boss battles. Therefore, Jai Wangchuan had Master Lai Yelsi send stronger siege weapons to the front lines to help break down the temple gates. Master Lai Yelsi replied the siege weapon that Jai Wangchuan brought was already the strongest siege weapon of the Hanmo group. Even if the numbers could be used to make up for the lack of firepower, the base had just experienced a deadly battle and resources were exhausted, so they couldn't support the huge consumption of building a base again. Before Master Lai Yelsi had finished explaining, Jai Wangchuan interrupted by saying that he doesn't care about the process. What matters is the results. No matter what method Master Lai Yelsi uses, Jai Wangchuan demands that Master Lai Yelsi send a sufficient number of weapons to Jai Wangchuan within the specified time, otherwise, the entire base will be held accountable, and Lai Yelsi as Master of Engineering Group is the first person in charge. So Jai Wangchuan warned Master Lai Yelsi, so you know the consequences. The technical team members immediately became angry and cursed when they heard Jai Wangchuan's words, which deliberately embarrassed them and Master Lai Yelsi. Even though they had just gone through a life and death battle, they couldn't do what Jai Wangchuan asked them to do in such a short time. At this moment, Yiwu frowned in annoyance and thought that Jai Wangchuan was indeed cruel and domineering because he was very cruel towards its members alone. Yiwu approached Master Lai Yelsi, who had ended communication with Jai Wangchuan. He asked politely if Master Lai Yelsi had found a solution to this problem. Master Lai Yelsi replied the current situation has exceeded all his imagination. Currently, Master Lai Yelsi could only follow step by step, speeding up the collection of resources and building as many siege weapons as possible. Yiwu said it was definitely not enough and took up a lot of time. He was worried that his master's title would be threatened. Master Lai Yelsi said it's too late to do it. It wasn't just about his title as an engineering master, however, the entire dungeon quest would fail because of this. After all, everyone has experienced life and death to reach this level, and they should not let go of all their achievements. Yiwu thought, beyond his expectations, that Master Lai Yelsi, who looked stern and inhuman, could still have such an amazing overall situation and skill. Finally, Yiwu smiled and said that if there was really no other way, he had a bold idea. Master Lai Yelsi was shocked to hear Yiwu's words. Luofeng, who also heard Yiwu's words, smiled broadly and said that if his boss had said those words, then he would definitely be able to do something extraordinary. Meanwhile, in front of the Lost Temple, Wan Hao tries to remind Jai Wangchuan that he has been too harsh on Master Lai Yelsi, because at the appointed time, Lai Yelsi could not complete the task as Jai Wangchuan asked. With a flat, expressionless face and a cold tone, Jai Wangchuan said that he understood the current situation. But of course, he also knew that Master Lai Yelsi would not be able to fulfill his request. Well, at this time Wan Hao smiled again and enthusiastically said that he understood that Jai Wangchuan seemed to be talking to Master Lai Yelsi on the surface. But in fact, the master was telling Yiwu, because Jai Wangchuan wanted to find out the true strength of their junior. Jai Wangchuan fell silent as the answer confirmed Wan Hao's guess. Jai Wangchuan thought that if he suppressed Yiwu directly, he might recognize the boss and hide himself. Only by tying it to collective emotions and interests can they discover its true power. Then yesterday when Jai Wangchuan shook hands with Yiwu, he tried to use his detection ability to peek at Yiwu's true strength, but he was blocked by an unknown force, which made him feel like a small existence as if he was in the vast universe. Even though it was just an illusion, that's enough to prove that Yiwu is hiding a big secret. Wan Hao laughed heartily when he found out that their chairman was also jealous of Yiwu. Wan Hao laughed with satisfaction because it seemed like he really didn't see this Yiwu wrongly. But no matter how tense this battle is, at least from the outside point of view it is the same. So, what we have to pay attention to now is someone who has been watching the show in the background. Brother, the rumored Miss Huangjang is Zulu. Wan Hao pointed at Zulu, who was sitting casually on the ice throne that she created herself. Wan Hao boldly said, "Hey, beautiful lady Huangjang level 140. Don't keep watching the show. Why don't they join forces to break down this gate?" Miss Zulu smiled mockingly at Wan Hao. Then she said, "Aren't you the most powerful Mogong team in the Hanmo group? Is this all they are capable of?" This show was so boring that Zulu almost fell asleep. Annoyed by the woman's words, Wan Hao told Zulu not to be arrogant. Even though your level is very high, Wan Hao still challenges Zulu to come before them if that woman has the ability. The 6 of them will definitely be able to take down Zulu. Song Yingxiao asked Wan Hao not to be impulsive and not to provoke the woman who was rumored to have cleared a level 100 dungeon alone. Jai Wangchuan also asked Wan Hao not to be impulsive, because their goal is to complete the quest according to the goals that have been set first. Wan Hao said it is still inconvenient to leave hidden dangers behind Jai Wangchuan. He was worried that Zulu had a dozen knives behind his back. Her flashy appearance showed that she didn't take them seriously. Wan Hao knew that Zulu couldn't possibly attack them rashly, which meant that she couldn't break through the temple gate alone. Jai Wangchuan thought the moment they broke through the temple gates, it would be time to officially fight with Jai Wangchuan. Now, what he cared most about was how he would solve the problem he had given him. Suddenly, everyone outside the temple panicked, because the ground beneath their feet was shaking very strongly. Wan Hao suspected that it was another Zerg invasion. But Song Yingxiao said it was impossible for this to be a monster invasion because the previous Zerg invasion obviously used up all the monster resources and it was impossible for them to recover in such a short time. Suddenly, a tanker from the Mogong team who was watching from above shouted to report to Jai Wangchuan that a large number of unknown objects were approaching at high speed on the horizon in the distance. It is estimated that there are still 60 seconds to reach the battlefield. Hearing the report from the tanker, Wan Hao guessed that the large number of unknown objects meant it was not Zerg. Jai Wangchuan said that it was definitely not a Zerg monster because the direction the object came from was towards the base. Hearing Jai Wangchuan's words, Wan Hao immediately guessed it was Yiwu. That's right. In the distance, Yiwu flew very quickly and apologized for making them wait. With a big smile, Yiwu said that he had come to bring warmth to the entire Mogong team. When their distance was getting closer, it was clear that behind Yiwu there were hundreds of large robots called to run away from explosions. The entire Mogong team was shocked to see so many mining machines. They were wondering what Yiwu had done to be able to create so many machines. Yiwu answered simply that you want to place all the main bases and firepower in front of the entrance of the Zerg temple. Wan Hao said, "Do Yiwu want to repair the main base in front of the Zerg nest?" Because the weapons the young man carried were too excessive, even Wan Hao had never seen this kind of situation. Yiwu said as long as the speed of resource gathering could keep up, then he could do anything. He purposely rebuilt all the mining machines in the main base to help Mogong's team. Wan Hao laughed with satisfaction when he saw the appearance of his senior. In his opinion, this was truly more than expected from a Yiwu, because the young man always managed to surprise him no matter what Yiwu did. Wan Hao said enthusiastically that he would always support Yiwu. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan said that this kind of assassination operation was unlikely to succeed and was a waste of time and a waste of resources. But if Yiwu and Wan Hao wanted to commit suicide, then he could help them to do it. Wise saw Yu Wu immediately and said, "It seems that the boy brought so many mining machines modified with explosives. It seemed like he was also a person who kept steel armor on his body, so he wanted to get along with Yu Wu." Leia immediately argued that people who can get along with Wise must be people with brains of steel. Most of them have brains of steel too, so maybe that tactic will work. Jai Wangchuan thought Yu Wu was acting recklessly. He wondered to himself, did the young man have a problem with his brain, or was he too confident? But in the end, Jai Wangchuan said, "They came much earlier than I thought, but where are the siege weapons that Jai Wangchuan wanted?" Jai Wangchuan looked annoyed that Lei Yesi, as the group's engineering master, dared to rely on a hairy boy at a critical moment like this. Yu Wu approached and confidently said that his plan should not fail. Master Lei Yelsi said he believed in his judgment and would be responsible for his own decisions. So now Jai Wangchuan just needs to let Yu Wu be. Wan Hao then asked what Yu Wu's real plan was. Yu Wu replied he thought it was better to push the base to the front line rather than collect resources in the barren mines of the main base in the rear. As quickly as possible, Yu Wu explained his plan. Yu Wu asked them to continue to speed up the pace of development and he would face hidden dangers behind the scenes. Yu Wu also had all the troops mine at maximum power output and provided him with resources to the limit in a short time. Master Lai Yelsi also ordered all his troops to immediately begin the construction of bases and resource transfer sites. The master had his members abandon the defensive facilities and go full output. Just as everyone was focusing on breaking through the temple walls, Jai Wangchuan walked past Yu Wu. The young man immediately said that his seniors did not need to worry because they would complete the task he had given them within the specified time. Jai Wangchuan replied, "On the surface everything seemed to be well planned, but it was hoped that the final result would not disappoint." Yu Wu walked closer to the temple wall. A worried Wan Hao shouted as he asked what his junior wanted to do. Wan Hao told Yu Wu to come back immediately, because going further and entering the range of leather defense weapons was very dangerous. That corrosive acid is no joke. But Yu Wu smiled and waved to his senior while telling Wan Hao not to worry. Yu Wu explained that he only wanted to look outside and not go in too deep. But still, Yu Wu received acid fire attacks from dozens of terrifying monsters on top of the temple. Yu Wu immediately created a wall of fire to avoid the acid attack from the monsters. Amidst the wall of fire surrounding him, Yu Wu asked the monsters to don't be nervous because he just came to see. Yu Wu looked at the temple walls more closely. He thought, originally, that this temple's defense and self-healing ability were very strange, but now he can be sure that this temple has life. Although it was still impossible to judge what it was, according to the characteristics of the Zerg nest, most of the main body grew underground. Yu Wu immediately asked Wise, did he have a blueprint for an underground detector or something? Wise answered that it was a ground-penetrating probe device previously given by Master Lei Yelsi to detect underground mines. It can be modified and added with several functions, and can be used to detect underground areas of the temple. So Yu Wu immediately asked Wise to take the time to change the blueprint. Before that, Wise said something else that he had not had time to report to Yu Wu before. So ever since they came to the dungeon, Wise had spent a lot of time scanning and evaluating the entire place, and found that the dungeon was suitable for building a fortress. So the dungeon received a 5-star rating from Wise to be used as a fortress. Instantly, Yu Wu was stunned beyond belief. He was surprised that the dungeon full of monsters got a 5-star rating, even though the dungeon with beautiful views only got a 3.5-star rating. So Yu Wu asked Wise to explain what the reason was. Wise explained that the advantages of the dungeon have the following 3 points. Firstly, the dungeon area is quite large but the terrain is not undulating, and there are mostly plains, which is suitable for large-scale fortress expansion. The second point, the climate is stable, the temperature is moderate, and large-scale natural disasters rarely occur. The third point is the most important point, namely that the content of high-level magic crystals is quite abundant and will greatly meet the resource requirements for building a fortress. But the disadvantage is that the number of Zerg is very large. Apart from the Zerg gathered in the central temple, there are many wild factions scattered throughout the dungeon. And secondly, it is very difficult to gain control of the dungeon. 2 large factions competed for his dungeon. It was almost impossible for the master to occupy it alone. Yu Wu replied, "It's okay, there are always more ways than difficulties. As long as the 5-star fit standard remains unchanged, so they will work hard to achieve this goal if it is achieved." Quickly, the underground matrix wave detector was completed. A huge drill stood before Yu Wu. Wan Hao was amazed to see a device as tall as a building and said that Yu Wu had come with something very amazing like that. Master Lai Yelsi realized the device was the probe he had given to detect the mine before. But he realized Yu Wu had overhauled it. Would Yu Wu use it to investigate the underground part of the temple? Yu Wu confirmed Master Lai Yelsi's conjecture. He said the temple was very mysterious, and although there was no way to know the specific internal situation, at least they had to understand all the places that could be explored from the outside. Wan Hao laughed with satisfaction when he heard Yi Wu's words. He didn't expect that Yi Wu, who looked reckless, was so careful. Yi Wu responded to Wan Hao's words with a chuckle. Yi Wu said that he was famous for being careful, but he didn't expect that he didn't have a good impression. The underground matrix wave detector started working. The detection data has been sent back, and a 3D space model is being created based on the data. Currently, the rendering process is loading. When finally 100% of the process is complete, the appearance of the Lost Temple can now be seen by everyone. Now Yi Wu could see the underground appearance of the Lost Temple. So it turns out that the Lost Temple was a giant Zerg monster of immeasurable size. Even the size of the Zerg monster was beyond human understanding. But strangely, there was a red substance under the Zerg monster. They were amazed and asked what exactly was the red substance in the middle. It was the red substance that provided the giant Zerg with its resources. Wan Hao said, "Does that mean they have to enter the body of that huge Zerg monster to fight the boss?" Wan Hao immediately became nauseous and almost vomited when he thought about that. But Jai Wangchuan said it wasn't something to think about now. The most important thing now was that if they couldn't break the connection between the energy core and the body of the Zerg monster, then the monster would probably continue to regenerate indefinitely so that they couldn't break the defense at all. So this is a very troublesome job. Meanwhile, Yi Wu thought that the energy core was a big surprise to him. Yi Wu guessed that perhaps the main reason the dungeon had 5-star compatibility was because of the existence of the energy core. Jai Wangchuan asked Master Lai Yelsi to find a way to sever the connection between the temple and the energy core. Master Lai Yelsi apologized, because breaking through the temple gate with the existing technology and equipment group was already the limit, and there was no hope of severing the energy core buried in the ground. Jai Wangchuan glanced at Yi Wu and asked, was there any other means that the young man had? Since Yi Wu was able to explore the secrets under the temple, Jai Wangchuan believed Yi Wu had a follow-up plan. Yi Wu replied that Jai Wangchuan too underestimated the question mark level temple. Yi Wu estimated the temple was at least level 200, so what could Yi Wu do? Jai Wangchuan immediately looked away and said apparently he had overestimated his assessment of Yi Wu, so he told Yi Wu to just forget about his request. Now concentrate on breaking through the gate. But they don't have much time left. If Yi Wu can't do it, then the young man must know the seriousness of the consequences. Yi Wu just smiled at Jai Wangchuan's threat. According to Yi Wu, that threat would not work. If Jai Wangchuan wanted to punish him, then Jai Wangchuan would come personally instead of saying it in public like this, as if he was going through the motions to handle various things. Wise, who had been witnessing Jai Wangchuan's attitude, immediately came out and cursed in annoyance while telling Jai Wangchuan to leave immediately. Wise said that with the master's ability, as long as it takes a lot of resources to make a powerful bomb and send it underground, it can detonate the energy core and cut off the connection with the temple. Yi Wu asked Wise to remain calm, and if they detonate the energy core, maybe the entire dungeon will explode. Don't say they can't do it themselves. After all, Yi Wu also wants to prevent other people from getting that energy core. Yi Wu said that the energy core was an important energy source for Yi Wu's 5-star fortress, so the energy core is a treasure that must be protected. Yi Wu then said to Master Lai Yelsi that although the temple gate had a regeneration function, according to Yi Wu's observations, it would take time to regenerate, and if they overloaded the output with maximum firepower, it would not regenerate in time. Master Lai Yelsi also said that it was the only way. But is their firepower enough? Yi Wu replied, although it was not enough, Wangchuan's Master Jai had given the death order. No matter what he said, Yi Wu would not let his efforts go to waste, let alone let Master Lai Yelsi lose his title. Master Lai Yelsi thanked Yi Wu, but Master Lai Yelsi said that in his opinion, Yi Wu was more suitable than him to be a technique master. Yi Wu was shocked to hear the master's words and asked Master Lai Yelsi not to make fun of him. But Master Lai Yelsi said that he was not joking. He only realized his shortcomings after seeing Yi Wu's abilities. Even Master Lai Yelsi felt that he was no match for Yi Wu's abilities. Yi Wu said that Master Lai Yelsi spoke too highly of him. Yi Wu even said that although he was a little clever and cunning, he definitely couldn't compare to Master Lai Yelsi in terms of experience. Yi Wu realized he would only become the target of public criticism in this position. So in his opinion, it is better to help Master Lai Yelsi retain the title, and his influence in all aspects will be maximized. Yi Wu realized there was one more thing he had to face. Yi Wu asked them all to speed up the pace of development, whereas he would face hidden dangers behind the scenes. Yi Wu had already spread out his wings and was preparing to leave, but Wan Hao immediately stopped him and asked what Yi Wu would do. He prevented Yi Wu from messing with Zhu Lu. Wan Hao said that noble lady was not something Yi Wu could handle, because he was stronger than Jai Wangchuan, so Wan Hao asked Yi Wu not to take the initiative to provoke him. Although Wan Hao said some harsh words to Zulu before, it was just a bluff to irritate her. Yiwu asks Wan Hao not to worry because he has dealt with Zulu before, and he knew that Miss Zulu was indeed someone extraordinary, so Yiwu would just go to chat with Zulu. Yiwu quickly flew away toward Miss Zulu sitting on the cliff. Wan Hao was still shouting, worried about his junior's attitude. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan thought this was a good thing. Although Yiwu could kill a level 90 boss, the woman was level 140, and it would be better if Zulu killed a reckless brat like Yiwu. After landing in front of her, Yiwu immediately said that Miss Zulu was elegant. Yiwu asked if Miss Zulu ever felt bored after watching everything for so long without taking any action. Miss Zulu replied she was bored, and she even wanted to sleep for a while, but when she saw Yiwu at that place, she suddenly felt refreshed. Yiwu survived the previous boss monster, and that surprised Miss Zulu. But what Miss Zulu was even more curious about now was how Yiwu would break through the temple gate that even the Mogong team couldn't break through. Yiwu replied he didn't expect Miss Zulu to have such high hopes for him. Yiwu thought that Miss Zulu probably didn't have the chance to see how Yiwu broke through the gate, because Miss Zulu's Huangjiang base was now being attacked by the boss. As the #1 fighting force, is it okay not to come back and help? Miss Zulu was immediately shocked when she heard Yiwu's words. Hastily, he opened the communication consequences to find out. He warned Yiwu of the consequences he would face if he dared to lie to Miss Zulu. Miss Zulu thought that if she went to fight alone, she would usually turn off the communication equipment, but how come her base was attacked by the boss? Right in the middle was the Hanmo base. Unexpectedly, Miss Zulu received a lot of incoming messages from her group members reporting that at that time their base was being attacked by boss monsters. Immediately, Miss Zulu took out her sword and pointed it straight at Yiwu's neck. Full of anger, Miss Zulu asked if all the commotion in her group was Yiwu's doing. Yiwu thought, when the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from his throat, of course he would decide not to pretend, but to deceive him with a seemingly flawless lie that was full of flaws. Yiwu asked Miss Zulu not to be too impulsive. With an innocent face, Yiwu said that he couldn't possibly have the ability to plot against Miss Zulu. Yiwu explained that he couldn't defeat the boss monster, so he wanted to take the boss monster back to the base, but he didn't expect the Hanmo base to be destroyed by the boss monster, and the rest of the people finally managed to escape. But after the monster destroyed the Hanmo group's base, it rushed towards the Huangjiang group's base. Hearing Yiwu's explanation made Miss Zulu rush to ride her sword, which changed to a large size. Miss Zulu said that although she didn't believe Yiwu's words, she would let him go for now. But the young man had to remember that if this was all Yiwu's doing, then wherever the young man ran, Miss Zulu would find him and cause him to die horribly. The look in Miss Zulu's eyes when she said this successfully made Yiwu shiver with fear. He was so scared because the woman's expression didn't look like a joke. Yiwu started to worry about the danger of being hit by a level 140 woman. Yiwu knew he had to immediately take a big step because if that woman came at that time, big trouble would come his way, and to activate the Shadow King account. But Yiwu was determined to fight that woman to the end. After Zulu left, Yiwu went back down near Mogong's team. Wan Hao was the first to greet and praise that the young man was great. He asked what Yiwu said to Zulu, so the woman left without a word or two. But Wan Hao also noticed that his junior's face had turned a little pale and ugly. Yiwu gave the excuse that he was fine. Yiwu said the most important thing is that now the hidden dangers have been removed and now it's time to make offensive weapons. Jai Wangchuan could only feel in his heart when he saw Yiwu succeed in doing something again, even though he had hoped that Yiwu would be killed by Zulu. 2 hours later, the firepower increase weapon was finally completed. Everyone cheered happily that they had succeeded in making a bigger and more powerful weapon. They are sure that they will be able to get rid of all the monsters which are vile bedbugs. This time they will make the Zerg monsters feel slapped by huge fire. Master Lai Yelsi said that although the current level of weapons has improved a lot, can it destroy the gate with the temple's regeneration ability? Yiwu replied that of course it wasn't enough, so he's going to add one more big gun, namely a powerful weapon of his own making. Suddenly Wise appeared and told Yiwu that although the siege weapons had been modified, they needed time to reload, and the longer the recharging time of the mechans, the stronger the firepower. Yiwu commented that it was very good. He immediately reloaded his gun and used it in other ways to find out. Yiwu raised his right arm and ordered the others to start a counterattack against the monster nest. Well, that's all for today's discussion. As usual, if you are curious about the continuation of the story, let's start with the storyline. Unfortunately, in the enemy camp, the monsters also prepared defensive weapons in the form of quite large cannons. They saw a creature that looked like an anti-aircraft weapon that looked very strange. One of the people from the Hanmo team said, but their firepower camp was already out of range, so the monsters were just wasting their efforts. A big monster in their group said that humans were stupid. because they think they are the only ones who can control the firepower. Now the party will show humans the new technology of the Zerg monsters. Master Lai Yelsi approached Yiwu and wondered if the Zerg had developed a new defense force in just 3 hours. If they gave the monsters a little more time, maybe they could organize another large-scale Zerg invasion. Master Lai Yelsi realized that the racial talent of the Zerg was indeed very terrifying. Yiwu replied that it was no problem. They had lit a fire in the faces of the monsters so that they would not give the monsters any more to grow. In his heart, Yiwu wondered whether the monster temple's attack was faster or their side's firepower was stronger. Yiwu was actually curious about that. Yiwu also reported to Jia Wangchuan that all the weapons in the rear had been deployed so the leader could order a siege at any time. With a deep voice, Jia Wangchuan answered okay. Jia Wangchuan thought that to be able to deploy all the firepower within the specified time, this Yiwu was indeed impressive. But whether it was really effective or would just create a show, they would get the answer after using the weapon to prove the results. With a loud voice, Jia Wangchuan ordered the other members to immediately shoot and destroy the gate in front of them. This amazing weapon immediately fired a series of quite powerful attacks. Everyone from the Hanmo team cheered happily seeing the performance of the weapons they had successfully developed. One of them said that if the monsters wanted to attack humans with 10 times the Zerg invasion, then they would respond with 10 times the firepower output so that the monsters would not be able to regenerate. A member reported to Master Lai Yelsi that the regeneration speed of the temple walls and gates had also increased greatly, plus their ammunition sources have dropped to 85%. Master Lai Yelsi answered that they should ignore the regeneration speed and remaining ammunition. The most important thing was that they had to deliver a big enough explosion now. Seeing the speed of the temple's recovery, Yiwu wondered to himself, did I speed up the absorption of the energy core? This young man cursed in annoyance because he was worried that the energy core would be consumed by the monster. In his heart, Yiwu hoped that the monster would keep some remaining energy cores for him. The monsters also continued to counterattack humans. The monster said even though the firepower humans had was stronger than before, it would be useless, because it's time for the monsters to attack. So now there is an explosion right in the middle of the large fighting arena. The Hanmo team laughed at the attitude of the Zerg monsters who continued to counterattack as if they could defeat humans. The Hanmo team members laughed with satisfaction because their shooting range was farther than the monsters and the monsters' shots couldn't hit their area at all. But the monsters still have secret attacks. They had a monster that could spin like a giant wheel that headed straight towards Hanmo's team. Several people on the Hanmo team cursed angrily because the monsters didn't use bombs, but which attacked themselves. And there are so many of them. They began to ask Master Lai Yelsi, did the master want to share some weapons for defense? Because they would suffer big losses if they were attacked by a self-exploding beetle. Master Lai Yelsi asked Yiwu what the young man thought. Yiwu asked the master not to worry and continued shooting with all his might. Yiwu said he has his own way of dealing with self-exploding beetles, because it turns out that Yiwu is also very experienced in playing self-destruct tactics. All the self-exploding beetles continued to circle towards the Hanmo team. In order to protect everyone, Yiwu created a wall of fire so large that it was able to withstand the attacks of the self-exploding beetles. Everyone was certainly amazed to see the huge wall of fire that was able to withstand the opponent's attack. They flocked to praise Yiwu's extraordinary abilities. But unfortunately, a new invasion of self-exploding beetles strikes again. It's almost endless. Someone asked, does Yiwu have enough intensive self-exploding spider mines? Yiwu replied, of course, he had a plan. Yiwu called Wise and asked, how long does it take for the Hellmeat grinder to refill? Wise answered, that current charging has reached 98% and within 5 minutes it will reach 100%. Yiwu said that he couldn't wait another 5 minutes, so he didn't want to drag out this clash any longer. Yiwu also gave the order for the device to immediately launch an attack. All members of the Hanmo team cheered happily when their ultimate weapon was finally launched. Not only does this weapon have extremely high attack power, but it is also not afraid of the acid corrosion of the monster self-exploding beetle. Yiwu explained that because the Hellmeat grinder was changed from the previous boss's hard horns, the Zerg's acid could not cause any damage to it. With enthusiasm, Yiwu ordered his ultimate weapon to kill all the monsters in front of him. The Hellmeat grinder continues to spin, destroying monsters and temple walls. Everyone could see that the formidable weapons began to surround the temple walls and flexibly dodge the attacks of other weapons. Then these amazing weapons will begin their ultimate attack on the temple walls. Currently, the walls of the strange temple still have 30% armor. The two Hellmeat grinder weapons began to combine and attack the temple wall together, creating a quite large explosion. Feeling that the attack was not enough, the Hellmeat grinder began to combine to create a more powerful attack until a bigger explosion was created and the armor strength remained at 10%. Jia Wangchuan, who had seen the performance of the Hellmeat grinder weapon, realized that Yiwu's technical abilities were quite amazing. No wonder Master Lai Yelsi could bow his head in front of that boy. Jai Wangchuan asked himself whether the boy's strength needed to be tested further. Meanwhile, Yu Wu thought the attack power was not enough, it was still very far away. Apparently, only 98% of the charges didn't reach perfect attack status. As a result, it was impossible to reduce the value of armor that had continuously regenerated to 0. There's only one last way left. When the armor level of the temple wall had reached 8%, Yu Wu immediately asked Master Lai Yelsi to stop all firepower and use all resources for cannon laser power. Then shoot near the Hellmeat Grinder. Instantly, the full-power cannon laser was immediately fired at the Hellmeat Grinder weapon to support the weapon's power. But the system continues to warn that power consumption is too fast until now only 50% of power remains. As the amount of resources continues to decrease, the Hellmeat Grinder is increasingly attacking the walls of the terrifying temple. Yu Wu said the thrust of the laser cannon would increase the attack power of the Hellmeat Grinder. Yu Wu asked them to continue shooting before the resources ran out so that they could quickly break through the temple gate in one breath. Due to this powerful and lucky attack, the armor level of the temple walls finally decreased to 0%. Everyone cheered because they finally managed to break through the very complicated temple gate. But suddenly, the Hellmeat Grinder was attacked by the child's light that suddenly came out of the temple, causing the terrible device to lose all its energy. A very powerful light shot attack immediately targeted all members of the Hanmo team. Luckily, Jai Wangchuan immediately moved quickly by creating a magic circle large enough to deflect the attack. Everyone was confused and wondering what actually happened. There were some of them who saw a flashing light when the gate was broken through, but it was strange that they were suddenly attacked like now. Yu Wu thought that earlier he clearly saw that the light emitted from the gate penetrated his Hellmeat Grinder weapon, and it takes less than 0.5 seconds to fire into their camp. Even though Yu Wu had just made an act of gathering strength, Jai Wangchuan had stepped forward to block the attack. Yu Wu realized there was still a big gap between his strength and Jai Wangchuan, so it looks like this won't be easy for him. Jai Wangchuan stood up bravely again. Jai Wangchuan said the little tricks of the Zerg are nothing to be afraid of. Jai Wangchuan explained that Yu Wu had done his job well and did not disappoint the chairman. But the dungeon quest for Yu Wu this time was completed. So next it will be handed over to the Mogong team and Yu Wu only needs to stand by that place. Yu Wu had no choice but to obey. Everyone cheered when they saw the entire Mogong group formation gathered. They were excited to see the Mogong group in action. Wan Hao is very excited to be back in action as usual. Wan Hao is determined to destroy the temple from within. Lai Xing reminded Wan Hao not to talk too much, because he will shoot and record the entire battle later. So Wan Hao must be able to hold back his nausea and not vomit to destroy his image when he is in the body of the Zerg temple monster. Yu Wu smiled at the departure of Mogong and Jai Wangchuan's team. He knew Jai Wangchuan was trying to restrain him, as it only put him on alert. Or maybe Jai Wangchuan was worried that Yu Wu snatched the killed boss from his hands. At this point, Yu Wu knew that although Jai Wangchuan was very strong, he was also quite cautious. If on the human side, the legendary Mogong team steps forward to clean up the monsters manually, then on the monster side, several level 80 to 90 elite monsters appear who are preparing to face the Mogong team as human representatives. Without much ado and thinking about tactics, the monsters immediately attacked Jai Wangchuan and his team members. Luckily, Jai Wangchuan managed to create an echo shield in time. The Zerg monsters began to panic when none of their attacks hit the humans and even their very powerful attacks were bounced away. Wan Hao immediately shouted, calling the Zerg monsters stupid for underestimating Miss Lulu's buff. Apparently, Miss Lulu can create several buffs at once, so she can not only increase protection for all her team members but can also increase attack power. Wan Hao praised Miss Lulu again, because thanks to your buff, Wan Hao is able to make everyone stronger and increase their endurance. Even Lei's speed endurance increased so much that he could kill several elite monsters with just one attack. Even with the help of Miss Lulu's buff, Jai Wangchuan can also deal with 2 level 80 elites at the same time. Lai Xing asked the others not to talk too much and just work more like me. Lai Xing is able to create 6 arms to deliver extremely powerful internal energy attacks to all nearby monsters. Jai Wangchuan stepped towards the Zerg monsters casually. He said, apparently that's all the Zerg can do. No wonder they can only hide in the nest constantly. Now, a level 115 elite monster tried to block Jai Wangchuan's steps by firing a powerful attack. The monster said, if he cannot get rid of the humans in front of him who have become dust, then he will apologize to the king because his trust has been destroyed. But Jai Wangchuan managed to block the monster's attack with just his sword. Jai Wangchuan just found out that there is also a king among the Zerg monsters. Then Jai Wangchuan delivered a lightning-fast ultimate attack that was capable of paralyzing and even perforating the monsters that came at him. Jai Wangchuan asked who was the king of the Zerg. Is he great? Or is he just something like a worm brain that controls the entire Zerg monster? A bug jumped in front of Jai Wangchuan while saying that humans only have worm brains, because humans are lower class creatures. The Zerg kept saying that they were a race higher than humans. Even humans couldn't compare to them. The monster is able to absorb energy from the ground to restore its body condition and strengthen its body. With this, the elite monster managed to make its attacks even stronger. The monster even laughed with satisfaction before finally attacking Jai Wangchuan again with more intense shots. Jai Wangchuan only responded casually that the monster was too stubborn. On the other hand, Master Lai Yelsi asked Yiwu if the young man really didn't want to go to the temple, because if Yiwu waited for Jai Wangchuan's orders, it would be useless. But Master Lai Yelsi can directly give him orders. After all, Master Lai Yelsi is the commander-in-chief of this dungeon quest, so he had the right to assign Yiwu wherever the young man wanted. Yiwu answered that it was not necessary. He instead invited his teammates to help defend outside the temple. Moreover, currently, the level of the team members is still low, so they would use this opportunity to kill nearby monsters to level up. Hearing Yiwu's decision, finally, Master Lai Yelsi officially assigned Yiwu and the Wang's team to defend and patrol the surrounding area to prevent Wild Zerg from supporting the temple and prevent Huangjang's sneak attack. In his heart, Master Lai Yelsi actually didn't believe Yiwu's true goal. Master Lai Yelsi suspected that the young man had bigger goals, which was why he was not interested in boss monsters. Yiwu expressed his thanks for the permission given by Master Lai Yelsi. In his heart, this young man thought the most important thing for this dungeon was to find a way to win the final ownership rights, boss or something. For now, he would just go along with the situation. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. At first, they thought it was an earthquake or a commotion at the temple that reached them. But Yiwu knew that the vibrations were not caused by the battle in the temple, because the very strong vibration came from the ground beneath their feet. The system immediately gave an emergency alert because the underground detector discovered that an unknown large creature was approaching at high speed. So everyone is asked to be careful to avoid it. Then suddenly, quickly a giant desert worm monster came out of the ground. The worm's fantastic size and terrifying shape made everyone immediately scream in fear. Moreover, seeing that the giant worm monster is level 120, which is equivalent to an elite monster, the appearance of the Sand Sea Nightmare took everyone by surprise. He is a level 120 hidden boss who is angry and makes everyone confused. Why, yes, he certainly asked everyone to calm down. He told everyone to mobilize the remaining defensive firepower and concentrate on taking out the hidden boss. Why, yes, he could see that the attack could prevent the boss's secondary attack effectively thanks to the reinforced defense tower. They must focus on surviving this time. It's just that the boss's skin turned out to be too thick so the firepower couldn't cause any significant damage. Why, yes, he finally gave advanced orders to all teams above level 70 to go to the front lines. If their defensive ammunition runs out, then they should be able to get the boss's aggro. While still in the temple, Wan Hao reported to Jai Wangchuan that outside there was currently a level 120 boss monster appearing, so he asked whether it was necessary to increase the strength to support. He was worried that those outside would not be able to handle it. Nanan, Jai Wangchuan, who was fighting the Shasta doppelganger, asked Wan Hao to focus on the enemy in front of them. Jai Wangchuan realized that the boss in front of them had also increased his attack and defense by connecting himself to the energy from the temple. The monster's actual strength must have reached level 130. They had to focus on their attacks to avoid exhaustion. Wan Hao immediately understood. In his heart, Jai Wangchuan did not intend to complicate the situation at all, but he wanted to know how Yiwu would deal with such an unexpected event. Meanwhile, outside, Yiwu was suddenly told to move aside by a group of big men. However, Yiwu quickly realized that they were going in the wrong direction, even though the front line of the battle was in the other direction. They actually seemed to be running away. They were Xingba's team, which was at level 90. The team leader named Maoxing of course ignored him. He didn't want Yiwu to interfere in his business. Instead, he told the man to go ahead and fight the boss monster himself. On the other hand, his men immediately told Maoxing that they were a team of the highest level, but they actually ran away like that. He was sure that the Hanmo group would give them severe punishment. Maoxing emphasized that he did not want to get involved in a fight he did not believe in. It would be much better for him to be punished than to lose his life. Besides, those who chose to stay would definitely die, so no one would know if their team survived. On the other hand, a man reported to Lai Yesi that Xingba's team had run away and currently their highest team was only the Fengyun team, which had level 85. Lai Yesi, who heard it, was of course angry. To him, they were just a bunch of weaklings who were lucky to have their levels upgraded. On the other hand, Lu Chengfeng, who was the leader of the Fengyun team, thought that Xingba's team did have strong members, but they were always picky in battles, so it's not surprising that they chose to leave when the situation was bad like that. Liu Chengfeng then asked Lai Yesi not to worry because he would definitely fight to the end together with Yi Wu. In his heart, Liu Chengfeng knew that if he only relied on the Fengyun team alone, they would fail. But with Yi Wu, things would be different. He was sure that Yi Wu was still hiding his strength. Liu Chengfeng was also lucky that Yi Wu was on Mo Qier's side because otherwise, they would have another terrifying opponent. On the other hand, Yi Wu asked Luo Feng to take Yun Fei and the others to leave. The boss monster was a little strange, so he had to think of something first. Luo Feng immediately agreed while Yun Fei asked his older brother to be careful. Yi Wu thought of the hidden boss who was currently furious as he appeared on the ground level. They also hadn't succeeded in pulling his aggro. He suspected that the thing that made the hidden boss angry was sent by the temple itself. Not long after, the Sand Sea Nightmare boss finally succeeded in sucking all the defense towers into his stomach. That meant their defenses finally collapsed. However, they still have 80% HP that can be used to fight. Then they were confused because the monster suddenly turned around and went to the temple. It gets even more confusing when the monster attacks the temple even though they are in the same group and shouldn't kill each other. While others were confused, Yi Wu began to understand. If his guess was correct, then the boss monster was a wild monster and its target was also the energy core underground. Everyone wondered again. Yi Wu asked everyone to look at the old wounds on his body. He knew that with the defensive power the boss monster had, ordinary strength would not be able to cause such injuries. Yi Wu was sure that the wound was caused by his fight with the temple for the energy core. Meanwhile, their previous attack caused the temple to have to absorb a larger amount of energy cores, so the boss monster ended up getting angry. Lai Yesi concluded that the boss monster's biggest aggro was the temple and instead attacked them. Liu Chengfeng knew that the monster was level 120, but they didn't know the true level of the temple at all. Still, they didn't stand a chance. Not long after, the shrine began to attack the hidden boss with immense firepower. The boss even looked like a weak sausage. On the other hand, Yi Wu was surprised to see the temple's tricks. He also noticed how the temple used the fire. At least he felt lucky that he didn't try to attack the temple first because they would have been defeated so easily like that. At that moment, the hidden boss attacked them again. The boss had probably lost his mind by now. At that time, Lai Yesi started asking them all to run towards the temple. The hidden boss was now completely crazy and started attacking indiscriminately. In his heart, Lai Yesi knew he had no chance. Even though being near a temple was also dangerous, it was at least better than having to face that situation. But suddenly Yi Wu forbade them to go to the temple because it was also dangerous there. On the other hand, Lai Yesi was shocked because he saw the repaired Hellmeat Grinder and started attacking the boss monster. Yi Wu added that currently, the temple's situation is also unstable. It is dangerous to approach it rashly. Plus, the condition of the temple will be affected by the boss battle inside. The Mogong team was also too busy taking care of themselves and wouldn't be able to help. Yi Wu would deal with the monster boss alone. Lai Yesi was naturally worried because Yi Wu had finished several fights before. He must be very tired physically and mentally. Lai Yesi reminded Yi Wu that he didn't need to force himself too much. Yi Wu asked Lai Yesi not to worry because he could handle it. Even though the boss had thick skin, his brain was rather thin. He knew that the boss monster must be very stupid. Lai Yesi naturally wanted to know what Yi Wu would do. On the other hand, Yi Wu asked Nana to immediately gather all the mining robots to the location he specified. Nana agreed and asked Yi Wu to prepare because she would do everything. Nana immediately reported as soon as she finished arranging all the mining robots according to Yi Wu's orders. Yi Wu was satisfied and Nana immediately wanted to know the next task. Yi Wu explained that they would be facing a level 120 hidden boss. He wanted Nana to do something with all her strength. Yi Wu admitted that he had previously seen Nana's ability to combine previous machines and transform into a Valkyrie form. Now, he wanted Nana to combine all those mining robots into something new and more powerful which Yi Wu was sure would be easy for him. Nana was quite surprised to hear that. She suspected that Yi Wu already knew his strength. This meant that Yi Wu probably also knew that she wanted to kill him. Nana was confused about why this could happen. If Yi Wu knew that she wanted to kill him, then she would not have been so gentle before. Nana knows that the longer it takes, the more machines can be used and the greater their power. Now she doesn't know how to face what will happen next. On the other hand, Yi Wu started to urge. He asked what was wrong and whether his request could not be fulfilled by Nana. Nana, who had been lost in thought, immediately agreed and carried out Yi Wu's orders. Nana followed orders because Yi Wu had previously saved her too so that Yi Wu could see the Mechanical Queen's true strength. She currently had so many high-level mecha as materials, so even defeating a level 120 boss wouldn't be difficult. Nana immediately called for all the machines to join her. She started by rebuilding the chest and the arms and back. Nana prepared to merge next, but her consciousness suddenly blurred. She couldn't do it because, at her current level, it was beyond her ability to integrate so many mecha. Nana was annoyed because she couldn't do the final step. However, on the other hand, Yi Wu was already grateful for his hard work because he would perfect the rest. Yiwu formed the head and finally created the Red Moon Crazy Lotus, which was still a mining machine with a large drill bit it held that could drill hard magic crystals. On the other hand, the Hell Meat Grinder can no longer survive even if it hasn't been destroyed. Yiwu combined the machine with the Red Moon Crazy Lotus robot, and now the mecha was ready. He started fighting against a mysterious boss, and with his drill he started attacking the hidden boss's mouth. Yiwu's attack was indeed difficult to break through the boss monster's defense. Now he understood why the boss could even eat his defense tower. However, he knew that slowly the monster's body was no longer strong. His attack succeeded in causing the monster's HP to decrease. Nana immediately reported that the violent attack method consumed a lot of resources. Based on the resources they have, it can only last for 2 minutes at most. Yiwu felt that 2 minutes was enough time to finish the battle. Yiwu attacked again, and he realized that the boss was starting to take the initiative to dodge his attack. He was curious about the boss's true plan. Nana immediately realized that the monster had swallowed a lot of high-level magic crystals. Yiwu was of course very angry because it was his magic crystal mine. He was very upset that he would lose so much even when the boss monster only swallowed once. Nana could only be amazed to see Yiwu, who immediately lost his mind when he talked about money. He looks like a different person. Nana didn't know how good an object like a magic crystal was, which was just a symbolic virtual item, but at least she could see that it was Yiwu's biggest weakness. He could use a lot of money to bring him down and make him surrender. Nana was so excited because she had made a decision. After that, Yiwu immediately realized that the monster had locked his HP. Even though previously the attack had succeeded in reducing his HP, Yiwu knew that all of that happened after he devoured the magic crystal. The monster was seen hardening the magic crystal to cover its own body, thereby increasing its defensive power. Nana was certainly worried that their weapons would not be able to be used to attack. Yiwu immediately remembered that the boss monster was similar to the three-headed magic crystal monster from the old landing church, which also used magic crystals to harden. He had experience with such monsters. Yiwu asked Nana not to panic by continuing to press absolutely. Nana immediately asked Yiwu to be careful of the boss's HP, even though their attacks were already very powerful. Plus, there are still 20 seconds to release fusion mode. Yiwu tried to calm Nana down and said that the tactic could only be done at the last minute. Nana was of course confused because resources would run out beforehand, so how would they do it? At that time, Yiwu suddenly saw that the boss no longer had an HP point. They intended to attack, but then the boss seemed to be weakened because he experienced the abnormal deep shock stun status. The monster was seen vomiting something because of the deep shock stun's abnormal status. Yiwu was happy because even though it didn't reduce the boss HP, it could make the boss experience a strange debuff. The boss was seen throwing up a lot of equipment, and Yiwu became curious. Not long after, the monster finally entered the ground and ran away. Nana asks whether they should chase or not. Yiwu chose to just leave the monster alone. They also wouldn't be able to continue fighting due to running out of resources. However, at least they managed to survive. Yiwu then thought about more important things, namely about what to do with that disgusting pool of slime. Even though he likes money, he also doesn't want to deal with it. In the end, Yiwu asked Nana to check the equipment in the puddle. Of course, Nana was very surprised to hear that. In her heart, Nana could only curse Yiwu for ordering her to do such a bad and disgusting thing. Nana wondered why the man didn't do it himself if he liked money and didn't tell her to. But even so, the disgusting puddle didn't bother him at all. She only needs to remove the source of the smell and then evaporate the mucus so that she can get the equipment. Yiwu looked at it and didn't think that Nana could do it that way. He praised Nana's work because of it. After that, the system finally said that Yiwu had succeeded in getting 800,000 experience points and 500,000 in money. Apart from that, he also got the Abyss Lord's Thorn, which is a melee weapon spear, Crypt Hermit's Cloak, which is a cloak to reduce the aggro value, Crystal Zerg Saliva, which is monster saliva, Slimy Cocoon, which is a strange cocoon, Broken Black Slate, which is a broken stone slab mysterious, Proving Ground Dungeon Key level 1-50. The dungeon key was then triggered by Yiwu's energy and rose to become a level 1-100 Proving Ground called the Ring of Luck. Yiwu was of course happy to see it because even though it was useless for him, it was good for strengthening his team members. Abyss Lord's Thorn and Crypt Hermit's Cloak can give Kiki a big buff. Ring of Luck dungeon keys can be used to level up team members. However, Yiwu himself felt quite curious about the strange cocoon that seemed to have a living creature inside. On the other hand, Nana, who is a mechanical queen, hates soft and fat things like that the most. Yiwu, who was interested, immediately saw what was inside the cocoon. It turned out to be a Jiabao that was level 110. Yiwu was of course fascinated because it was probably another rare battle pet. Even at such a young age, Jiabao was already at level 110. That battle pet was truly extraordinary. On the other hand, Nana was confused because to her it was just an unpleasant little insect. However, when he saw Yiwu, Jiabao was frightened and chose to return to his cocoon. Yu Wu asked Jia Bao not to be afraid and asked him to come out so he could see it more clearly. Jia Bao then said that Yu Wu should not do anything to him. He is the noble Zerg prince. Yu Wu couldn't hurt him. Yu Wu was a little disappointed because Jia Bao was not a battle pet. However, he was also curious about what the Zerg prince was. Weiss immediately said that although what Jia Bao said was ridiculous, he was indeed speaking the truth. Nana asked Yu Wu to be careful and don't take it lightly. It could be that Jia Bao is a boss in disguise, especially since he is at level 110. Yu Wu then asked how Jia Bao, who is the Zerg prince, could be in the stomach of the big worm. Apart from that, if Yu Wu didn't hit the monster, it would mean that he would continue to survive in its stomach for the rest of his life. Jia Bao was shocked at that time because Yu Wu was the one who defeated the Sand Sea Nightmare and managed to save him. Jia Bao immediately thanked him. He then explained that he was from a royal family who lived in a lost temple, until suddenly his father was tragically murdered and he still doesn't know the reason. Meanwhile, his uncle took the initiative to have a joint confrontation with his party members to seize the kingdom with extraordinary force and seize the kingdom after pressuring his mother. After that, to calm people's hearts, he also exiled Jia Bao but ordered his allies to eat him. Jia Bao eventually turned into a cocoon to protect himself, but his vitality continued to decrease. If Yu Wu didn't save him, he would die in the stomach sooner or later. Yu Wu understood now that there was an internal conflict within the Zerg court. Yu Wu also didn't expect that power could not only change the hearts of humans but also monsters. Yu Wu then asked what Jia Bao would do next. If he was indeed thinking of revenge, Yu Wu wanted to know what plan Jia Bao would use against his uncle. Jia Bao then asked if Yu Wu would go to help him. Besides, he was a strong man so he could beat him. Jia Bao asked Yu Wu for help. However, Yu Wu immediately rejected it. He had no interest in getting involved in the Zerg's internal conflict. If Jia Bao wanted to return to the throne, then he had to ask other people for help. Jia Bao became angry because his goal was not to take the throne. He just wanted to save his mother and stop his uncle from destroying the world. If Yu Wu was willing to help him defeat his uncle, then he could become king there. Yu Wu then became very excited, although he also had no interest in becoming king. However, to prevent the destruction of that world, he will help to defeat Uncle Jia Bao. He obviously couldn't be the king of the Zerg because he was a human. Jia Bao suddenly biting Yu Wu's hand made Nana very surprised, even though in her heart she was annoyed because Jia Bao didn't bite harder. Yu Wu was confused because he saw a glowing mark on Jia Bao's bite mark. He said that it was their royal seal. This means that Yu Wu has the right to be a king who can give orders to his father's subordinates even though they are few and exiled to the ends of the world. Yu Wu was of course impressed because it meant that if he became king, he could rule the world and also do whatever he wanted. Jia Bao immediately said that Yu Wu's words were correct, but he had to be careful when using them. In his heart, Jia Bao felt that perhaps he had chosen the wrong person. Not long after, Lai Yesi contacted and asked about Yu Wu's condition. The man immediately said everything was fine even though the boss monster ran away. For Lai Yesi, this was not a problem at all and he was relieved that the man was fine. He also said that the Mogong team's battle there was over. However, something unexpected happened, so Yu Wu had to quickly return. Dawu immediately agreed. In the atrium of the temple gate, everyone was gathered. They were curious whether Mogong's team had won the battle against the boss monster. However, on the other hand, Song Yung Sao from Mohong's team was injured. He experienced the abnormal status of a deadly poisonous mist after inhaling the poisonous mist. If within 1 hour the debuff is not removed, the entire body will rot and die. Liu has tried to restore his condition, but it turns out the debuff is too severe. Wen Hao said that Song Yung Sao was already careful, but he was famous for the boss's skills before the boss died and became like that. And Liu said that the debuff couldn't be removed with his magic. Song Yung Sao needed a special agent, but they didn't have one. Lai Yesi then said that they should send Song Yung Sao back quickly to the head office and then using the team's financial resources, the pharmacist could develop the antidote very quickly. The problem is that they are not fast enough to build a portal in 1 hour. Yu Wu didn't believe Song Yung Sao would die. Even though the man was more at odds with him, it would be a loss for the team if he died in that way. Yin Huan will be sad because of it. On the other hand, Jai Wangchuan said that by joining the Mogong team, one must have the awareness to make sacrifices at all times. They don't need to think about it too much. After all, for him the main problem was that it would mean they would lose one person. However, that vacancy would be filled by Yu Wu after that man came. Yu Wu was surprised that Jai Wangchuan wanted him to join Mogong's team. Liu Chengfeng, who heard it, was quite surprised because Jai Wangchuan asked Yu Wu to join Mogong's team. He was curious as to what Jai Wangchuan thought. But on the other hand, other people are also very jealous of Yu Wu. They had dreamed of joining Mogong's team even though they were aware that their strength was inadequate. However, Yu Wu had already fought the Zerg invasion on the front lines and even repelled the hidden boss. He had the qualifications for it. Who would have thought that Yi Wu would put this aside because for him there were much more important things to do. Jai Wangchuan was curious about what Yi Wu wanted to do, and the man wanted to try to save Song Ying-sao. Of course, everyone was shocked because the debuff that Song Ying-sao experienced couldn't even be cured by Dan Lu. On the other hand, Luo Feng didn't think that Yi Wu would want to save Song Ying-sao, who had been rude to him. He only hoped that Yi Wu would succeed in doing so. Ruan Tianchen was sure that Yi Wu had a plan. He reminded Luo Feng that he used to often cause trouble, but now he was Yi Wu's obedient little brother. Luo Feng confirmed how previously he was a short-sighted guy and knew nothing about true strength. Yi Wu's boss was the one who made him understand what was truly strong, be it physically or personality-wise. On the other hand, Dan Lu once again asked Yi Wu if he was sure he could cure the incurable poison. Leia said that Yi Wu was stupid because if he managed to cure him, then the Mogong team would no longer need Yi Wu, and that would mean he closed his chance to join the team. Only Lai Xing supported Yi Wu to try. After all, whether he died or lived, it would still be a good thing. Leia naturally became annoyed with Lai Xing's words. On the other hand, Song Ying-sao refused Yi Wu's help. However, Yi Wu calmly advised the man to save his energy. He didn't want Song Ying-sao to die prematurely. The man refused again. He admitted that he no longer cared about life or death. Since he joined the Mogong team, he was ready to make sacrifices to become stronger. Song Ying-sao had no qualms about sacrificing his life. Yi Wu then said that he was not interested in Song Ying-sao's thoughts because he did it for Yin Huan. That woman had been suspended from the team because she stole the boss at that time. As a result, Song Ying-sao successfully joined Mogong's team. Yi Wu was sure that if Song Ying-sao died, then Yin Huan would feel guilty. Yi Wu concluded that he saved Song Ying-sao's life was not for him. Song Ying-sao was very surprised, but he ignored it. The man said that he was prepared to die, but Yi Wu gave him hope to live. Even though he was reluctant to admit Yi Wu's words, Song Ying-sao secretly thought about it. Yi Wu then immediately asked Weiss if he could make an antidote with the ingredients he had. Yi Wu remembered that Elder Lai of Huangjang had given him many blueprint drawings and materials before. Weiss apologized because there was no suitable blueprint for making the antidote in their storage. Yi Wu was of course annoyed because Weiss, who had appeared, couldn't help. At that time, Jiabao said that he had a way to make the antidote. He saw that Yi Wu had crystal Zerg saliva in Yi Wu's storage. It can be used to make antidotes. Yi Wu now understood the function of this material. However, he was confused as to why Jiabao was not in his system space because he might have been seen by others. Jiabao asks Yi Wu not to worry because he has a monster skill that can hide the soul. This means that everyone won't be able to see it. He also explained about crystal Zerg saliva, which has a detoxification effect, but of course, it would be a shame if it was only used for that. If used well, Yi Wu could make better things. Yi Wu immediately understood because he also had no other way. The most important thing was to save Song Ying-sao this time. He then immediately combined the Zerg saliva crystal with the best antidote he had. Yi Wu managed to get an insect Zerg essence potion, which is a new product that can effectively reduce the spread of deadly Zerg poison for up to 10 hours. After that, Yi Wu immediately handed it over to Dan Lu. He had no idea that Yi Wu had succeeded in concocting the antidote. Although the antidote does not completely cleanse the poison, it only delays it temporarily. Wan Hao asked Dan Lu not to worry because extending 1 to 10 hours was already extraordinary. Yi Wu then explained that he could have made a complete healing potion, but that meant he could only make one. Meanwhile, to deal with the deadly Zerg poison in the next battle, he finally chose to divide the medicinal effects into 10, which could at least be used for more people. Wan Hao praised Yi Wu's wisdom. Lai Yesi immediately understood that they now had 10 hours for rescue. Now they are faced with two solutions. The first is to build a portal in 10 hours. As long as Yi Wu could utilize the mining machine that Yi Wu had made before, then it was clear that it could be done. The second is to clear the dungeon as soon as possible to complete the quest. As long as they could complete it, they could get a new city return scroll and return to base for professional treatment. Yi Wu then explained that his mining machines had run out due to the fight with the Sand Sea Nightmare boss and only 2 were left that needed to be fully powered. Lai Yesi immediately understood. He could only tolerate that Yi Wu guy who always gave him trouble. He then immediately concluded that they could focus on the second solution, even though the portal would still be built at the same time. Yi Wu then spoke to Song Ying-sao. He said that the antidote was ready, but the final decision of whether to take it or not remained in Song Ying-sao's hands. Without hesitation, the man immediately drank it because he believed in the strength of the Mogong team and Jai Wangchuan. For him, 10 hours is enough. On the other hand, Luo Feng became angry because Song Ying-sao was an ungrateful man because he didn't say anything to Yi Wu who had saved him. On the other hand, Jai Wangchuan would not make any promises. He insisted on prioritizing the quest and he couldn't miss any details in the quest because he was in a rush. Before that, Yi Wu immediately made a small request to Jai Wangchuan. He wanted the man to allow him to bring his team members with him. Of course, Wan Hao immediately became furious. To him, Yi Wu was a crazy man. They would enter the Zerg nest where they had an average level of over 80. Meanwhile, Yi Wu's team was at an average level of 50. Yi Wu asked Wan Hao not to worry because he had his plans. However, Wan Hao once again stated that Jai Wangchuan would not agree to his request. Unexpectedly, Jai Wangchuan gave permission. He asked Yi Wu to call his people to leave. He didn't care if they would die or anything. For him, as long as Yi Wu and the others wouldn't interfere with his quest, then he wouldn't stop it. Wan Hao was surprised because usually Jai Wangchuan would not care about such requests, but he made exceptions for Yi Wu time and time again. He was curious as to what Jai Wangchuan thought. Deep inside the Lost Temple, the fight is still going on. Yi Wu was happy because he and his team could follow Mogong's team to explore such a high-level dungeon. He could feel how the experience points affected his body, or what could be called power leveling. Luo Feng was also very happy, although he doubted whether it would be fine if they just watched like that. Yi Wu naturally ignored it because even Jai Wangchuan didn't say anything, so there shouldn't be any problems. Just then Jiabao suddenly showed himself and Yi Wu immediately asked. Jiabao said that he felt an ominous aura. The temple was a palace he was familiar with before, but now it all felt very foreign. He also felt a very evil and dark aura in the temple. Yi Wu felt it too. He wonders what secrets are hidden in the Lost Temple. Yi Wu could feel that most of the aura was indeed released by Uncle Jiabao. He wanted to know what the temple was like before and whether it was very different from what they saw now. Jiabao said that back when it was still ruled by his father, the temple was full of pure and holy energy. The Zerg race also lived happily for a very long time. Everything changed when his uncle seized power. The pure energy of the temple turned into evil and dirty energy. Zerg infected with that evil energy will lose their minds. They became crazy and warlike. Yi Wu knew that the energy core that Jiabao spoke of was buried deep underground, but he wanted to know what condition it was in first. Jiabao was surprised that Yi Wu knew the location of the energy core. Jiabao also said that it should not be called an energy core but a Zerg heart. The Zerg heart is not only a source of power for the temple but also a source of energy for the entire world. Uncle Jiabao gradually polluted it with powerful free energy. As long as the Zerg heart can be purified in time, then it can return to its original state. Yi Wu immediately concluded that this matter could not be delayed any longer because if it was completely polluted then the entire world would also be in chaos and collapse. Yi Wu was immediately confused. He had found a dungeon that was suitable for building a fort, but it turned out to be polluted and that would have bad consequences. He had to act quickly because otherwise, the treasure he got would disappear. Just then, a Zerg came to attack Yi Wu who looked the weakest. Meanwhile, Leia apologized from a distance for missing it. Yi Wu, who was angry, naturally didn't want to be disturbed by the arrival of monsters. He immediately killed the monster easily. Wan Hao, who saw it, was quite surprised when Yi Wu suddenly moved, even though he thought Yi Wu would choose to stay behind all the time. Lai, on the other hand, Leia was also a little annoyed because he deliberately released the monster to give Yi Wu some work, but it turned out that he was able to finish it easily. And Lu of course didn't believe Leia did it on purpose. Leia of course avoided it, but Dan Lu immediately said that he would recalculate the bonus distribution next month. He then ignored Leia, who admitted guilt. On the other hand, Yi Wu was quite surprised to see the unexpected side of the Mogong team. He just hoped that they would immediately stop fighting and continue their journey. At that time, Jiabao, who saw Yi Wu starting to get excited, immediately gave him two choices. Yi was a little confused by Jiabao's choice because she didn't have time. Jiabao explained that not far away, Yi Wu would find two routes. One of the routes leads to the depths of the temple throne. Uncle and his bodyguard should be there. Meanwhile, the other route leads to the hatching room. In that place, Uncle used Fel energy transformation to increase the hatching speed of Zerg eggs and cultivated fast soldiers in large numbers as war troops. Yi Wu finally understood why in the previous epic special event there was an increase in the invasion of Zerg troops by up to 1000%. It turns out it was because of the hatching room. Yi Wu, who wanted to go directly to the temple throne, finally chose to go to the hatching room as the top priority. He couldn't let the eggs hatch quickly because many people would suffer. Yi Wu also knew that if he told Jai Wangchuan the truth, he would ignore the hatching room and choose to go to the temple throne. Yi Wu knew that Jai Wangchuan never cared about other people's lives outside of quests after seeing the man's personality. He had to find a way. Not long after, Jai Wangchuan and others saw these two routes. Wan Hao guessed that the two routes were very classic things. Dungeons with such routes would usually have a boss on one side and a trap or dead end on the other side. He immediately wanted to know what the route was based on the treasure map, and Lu later said that the drone sent earlier to roam the streets had been shot down. So, no matter which route they took, there were strong guards there. Leia immediately asked Lai Zing's opinion, who usually used intuition to enlighten everyone's thinking. However, Lai Zing admitted that he couldn't do it because his connection with Buddha had been lost since he entered the temple. It was at this time that Yu Wu started to walk forward. He confidently chooses a route based on his experience and intuition. Wan Hao immediately believed and followed Yu Wu because the man usually had crazy ideas. He was sure that Yu Wu had found something good. Wei Xing also admitted that Yu Wu's judgment was almost the same as his intuition. It was at this time that Jai Wangchuan suddenly chose to go another route. Wan Hao was of course confused because the two men chose different routes. Jai Wangchuan immediately said that he did not agree with Yu Wu's strange intuition. He only believed in his intuition and asked everyone to follow him. Everyone immediately agreed. Wan Hao then said to Yu Wu that Jai Wangchuan was indeed stubborn. No one can change his decision. He asked for Yu Wu's understanding to listen to him. Yu Wu of course understood. For him, the strong are the ones who make the decisions. Until they finally arrived at the Zerg hatching room as Yu Wu expected. Yu Wu pretended to be surprised that they arrived at the hatching room. He praised Jai Wangchuan's very accurate intuition for deciding to find the Zerg army's mother nest. However, in his heart, Yu Wu knew that it was because of his bluff before. Wan Hao saw that it was not the final boss's place, but the hatching room was a good harvest because they managed to find the source of the Zerg invasion. He was eager to immediately destroy everything. Leia also became very excited because cutting was his specialty. On the other hand, Jia Bao was curious how Yu Wu knew that Jai Wangchuan would choose that route. What if he chose the same route as Yu Wu? Yu Wu immediately said that this was impossible. Jai Wangchuan never believed him from the beginning until today. Because of that personality, he knew Jai Wangchuan would not choose the same path as him. Yu Wu just took the opportunity from him who did the opposite. Now Jai Wangchuan couldn't help but complete the route he had chosen with tears. Then Yu Wu immediately asked his team members to help destroy the place before the Zerg hatched and formed. Luo Feng immediately agreed, especially since his hands were already itching to get so many experience points. At that time, Jai Wangchuan came to him and accused Yu Wu of doing it on purpose. Yu Wu of course pretended not to hear him because he was running. He asked what Jai Wangchuan said before. Jai Wangchuan asked Yu Wu to forget it but naturally wanted to know whether Yu Wu was accidental or had set him up. Of course, on the other hand, Yu Wu could feel the murderous aura from Jai Wangchuan. Even though the man was unable to guess Yu Wu's true intentions, he could still use his invisible killing intent to give him a warning. Yu Wu absolutely could not underestimate the #1 power of the Mogong team. At that time, an explosion suddenly occurred, leaving everyone confused. A woman named Diana appears angry because Yu Wu and the others have destroyed her nest. She asked everyone to hand over their bodies to pay for their actions. Diana was quite surprised to see another Jai Wangchuan who was an ordinary human but was able to penetrate the temple gate and even enter the hatching room. However, of course, Diana is sure that everyone will die here and become a nutritional supplement for me. Leia saw that Diana, who was a spider, still had a human body on top and admitted that she was quite amazed. Although Wan Hao by his side immediately said that Leia had a unique taste. He reminded the man to stay away from insects. Diana, who heard it, of course, insulted them as rude primates. To me, they were just skinny, brainless monkeys who had the audacity to mock my perfect form. Diana was increasingly determined to kill them all and was no longer even worthy of being nutritional support for him. However, Diana saw Jai Wangchuan as a different figure. To me, that man is not only strong but also handsome. She then asked if Jai Wangchuan would be interested in becoming my male pet. That way, not only would he survive, but Jai Wangchuan would also live a very happy life. Jai Wangchuan immediately cut Diana's body and said, "I am not interested in insects." Of course, Diana became very angry because that man had dared to cut my perfect body. She was so angry that she was determined to kill everyone. Yu Wu, who was watching, was amazed to see Jai Wangchuan, who had the #1 combat power. He wasn't tempted by that kind of thing at all. He deserves to be called a role model for the younger generation. At that time, Wan Hao immediately said that Yu Wu should not imitate Jai Wangchuan. He admitted that he had never seen Jai Wangchuan react before to any woman. All this time he only had a mission to become stronger. Wan Hao wanted to explain further, but of course, Jai Wangchuan immediately stopped him. It seems to me that the man has said a lot. Wan Hao immediately said that I didn't say anything, as did Yu Wu, who claimed he didn't hear anything. Jai Wangchuan immediately asked everyone not to waste any more time. He asked everyone to finish it immediately. At that instant, Yu Wu asked everyone to pay attention. For me, it was a rare opportunity to observe a boss battle with a top team through close range. He asks everyone to open their eyes. They continued to pay attention to the fight. Ruin Tianqian was amazed to see the Mogong team and was not surprised how they became the strongest team in the Hanmo group. They could even make the boss cornered and unable to fight back at all. Apart from that, Dan Lu's healer and buff time is also very fast. Yun Fei also saw how the entire team not only worked together well, but their movements were also very flexible while continuously dodging the boss's attacks. Luo Feng confirmed and could see everyone was carrying out their responsibilities well. They not only have great DPS but also reduce pressure on T and HP. Team Mogong was indeed a perfect team. Yiwu added that everyone has their own advantages. He also admitted that the difference between the Mogong team and the Wang Jie team was huge now, but they still had a long way to go. He believes that one day they too can reach that point. On the other hand, Kiki wants to know whether what she feels is love too. For me, the friendly relationship that exists between friends is not the same as what I feel with my Abao. That sense of hopeful togetherness had never occurred to me in thousands of years. She was very happy because she could meet Yiwu. It was then that Jia Wangchuan felt a strange thing that was even more intense. At the same time, his speed and strength increased greatly. He knew that it was not the effect of Dan Lu's buff but from someone else. He also realized that those feelings appeared only after Yiwu's team joined. He even remembered how in previous skirmishes, he had been able to kill monsters more efficiently. Jia Wangchuan was curious as to what exactly Yiwu had done. However, he was also not sure whether it was because of him or because of Yiwu's teammate who had a question mark level, Akakiki. For me, it is very important and I must find the opportunity to find out. Just then, Jiabao appeared and asked if Yiwu could let his friends rescue the Spider Queen Diana. Yiwu wanted to know why and Jiabao explained that it was because Diana was his mother's closest subordinate and I definitely know information about his mother. Yiwu immediately said that it was difficult to do. Firstly, Mogong's team was definitely not his friend. They only worked together for a while. They obviously wouldn't give him the boss. Yiwu was worried that it would actually make Jia Wangchuan suspicious. Later it would be more troublesome if the man found out where he was. Jiabao could only say yes. On the other hand, Diana was very angry because she never thought a human would bring her down like that. Therefore, I will use the greatest power to destroy those humans. Diana changed her face and now turned into a spider queen. Of course, Lei became hysterical and asked Diana to put the mask back on because I couldn't stand looking at you. Wan Hao also became disgusted and stated that Diana should die and go with the other disgusting people back to the west. Diana emphasized that I would not be the one returning to the west. At that time, Wan Hao was shocked because my body suddenly went numb and couldn't move. Diana laughed because to me they were just doing something in vain. From the moment they entered the hatching room, they had absorbed my illusion poison. The poison is colorless and odorless and can penetrate silently regardless of their level. Its only drawback is a long reaction time. That's why I have to patiently delay the time to talk nonsense with Jia Wangchuan and the others. Diana once again laughed and allowed everyone to feel the ultimate attack of the illusion poison. Jia Wangchuan regretted that he didn't realize the poison. Suddenly an attack came towards Jia Wangchuan and the man immediately asked who did it. The man then says it was your own illusion. Likewise, Yiwu saw an illusion of himself. The illusion then confirmed that he was Yiwu. The illusion said that the two of them were the same and Yiwu could never be separated from me. The only thing you can do is fight to the death. Yiwu, who was silent, made the illusion ask again. Was Yiwu surprised by this fact or he couldn't see his own face? Yiwu naturally didn't care and immediately hit the illusion. He didn't have time to be alone with them. As soon as the illusion fell, Yiwu knew that the illusion was not real at all and was not him. He was very angry and even managed to hit himself. The illusory Yiwu said that the real Yiwu did not understand the current situation. The original Yiwu really didn't understand. If it was just a normal level copy, it should only be level 10. But judging from its defense, it should exceed Yiwu's level 20. Yiwu wondered if it was possible that the illusion was also copying his system. The illusion could move as fast as lightning and suddenly stood behind the real one to attack the real Yiwu. Luckily, Yiwu managed to avoid the attack by jumping backwards. Yiwu's illusion said that they were the same, so their actual strength was the same. The real Yiwu realized its speed and strength were indeed similar to the real Yiwu's, and it couldn't have actually copied the system either. If this is the case, then the problem could turn into a big one. Yiwu thought he had to find a way to verify it. Yiwu took out a sword to attack his illusion, but it turns out that the illusion can also produce the same fire sword. The illusion smiled widely in a terrible way because he also had that sword. The original Yiwu didn't expect that his illusion could actually imitate Emperor Qian's ability. The illusion said that although the copy was not accurate enough, it could be said that it was like a mirror image. Because as long as the real Yiwu entered this illusion, the two of them were one and Yiwu's abilities also belonged to his illusion. The original Yiwu said if they were one, they would not kill each other. The original Yiwu asked the monster illusion what goal it wanted to achieve. The illusion monster Yiwu said the illusion poison is the ultimate control skill, and its purpose is to trap a person in an endless spiritual illusion and fight with the spider monster boss. As for how to deal with Yiwu's real body, it depends on the boss monster's mood. The original Yiwu thought, at this point, that he should immediately change tactics. He cursed in annoyance because this trick was too incomprehensible. Not only was Yiwu trapped and unable to break through, but even this battle was forced to open 55 times. There is absolutely no chance of winning. This young man wondered how could his illusion be this strong. The illusion monster Yiwu said no matter who comes. The beauty of the poison illusion trick is that the ultimate control can ignore levels. No matter how Yiwu hid his level and strength, what stood in front of Yiwu was still the true Yiwu. As long as Yiwu enters the illusion, he will never be able to get rid of it, unless Yiwu kills the Spider Queen, but this is absolutely impossible. The illusion laughed with satisfaction as it was finally about to deliver the ultimate attack on Yiwu. The real Yiwu tried to fend off the opponent's attack while saying that he couldn't believe the illusion's words. And he couldn't believe the illusion actually copied everything from him including his system. The illusion monster asked, "System? What system does Yiwu mean?" Because as far as the illusionist knows, Yiwu's ability is only a fire attribute. So he forbade Yiwu to confuse him with any other nonsense. While continuing to attack Yiwu blindly, the monster said Yiwu would not be able to win. The original Yiwu thought he shouldn't be surprised because it turned out that the illusion monster couldn't really copy all his abilities including the system. The real Yiwu said, for his illusion, to try its best to attack because this was already 55 times. Yiwu looked very angry as he asked if he would be trapped in that place forever. Jiabao continued to hold on tightly to Yiwu and kept asking the young man not to give up, and then kept pushing forward. The illusion monster looked happy when he saw Jiabao's existence. The monster said that although he was aware of Jiabao's existence before, he didn't expect it to really be Jiabao, the prince. The monster asked, how did Jiabao become as pitiful as he is now? Moreover, Jiabao is attached to the human side and has a contractual relationship with Yiwu. If Jiabao wanted to use him for revenge and overthrow the king's rule, then Jiabao chose the wrong person. Jiabao firmly said he had no intention of overthrowing the king's power. Jiabao returned to the temple not to kill, he just wanted to see his mother again. Jiabao asks the Spider Queen not to hurt Yiwu again. The spider monster illusion burst into laughter at Jiabao's words. Then he said that the insect prince was still as weak as before. But the monster said, Jiabao's wish is likely to be in vain. But the Spider Queen can tell one thing with great mercy. The spider monster said through its illusion that Jiabao's mother was being held in the transformation room at the bottom of the temple and was suffering from pain and torture every day, because he didn't want to tell the secret. After that, the Spider Queen asked Jiabao to be more grateful to them after hearing the news. The spider monster laughed with satisfaction after delivering such bad news. Finally, it was the real Yiwu who thanked the illusion monster because the monster only copied his abilities, not his IQ. Then Yiwu said, he already asked what you wanted to ask, so it was time for Yiwu to go out. The illusion monster thought that the real Yiwu had gone crazy because he talked about playing around or going out. The original Yiwu said the two of them were not one, and the monster couldn't see through Yiwu's acting, which went against common sense. Yiwu said honestly that from the start I was just pretending to show weakness while helping Jiabao find out about his mother. With a sweet smile, Jiabao confirmed this. The illusion monster became even more angry when he found out that he was being played. He immediately attacked the real Yiwu with a huge sword. Even if deceived by the real Yiwu, the young man couldn't do anything because he was trapped in his illusion now. While resisting the opponent's attack, the original Yiwu answered not necessarily like that. Because it was the illusion monster who told Yiwu that the illusion poison was only stealing Yiwu's true level and abilities, but couldn't steal Yiwu's true killing power. The illusion monster Yiwu asked, what killing power? Even though they are one, what else does Yiwu have that the monster doesn't know about? Was that the system Yiwu mentioned before? With a calm smile, the real Yiwu answered correctly. Yiwu directly asked the system how many levels could be upgraded to unlock the Emperor Qian account link level with all EXP points. The system replied, currently accumulated X points can increase the link level to 130. Moreover, this system was a higher existence than the current dimensional plane and could not be affected in any way. Finally, Yiwu asked the system to use all the X points to Emperor Qian's account, because the young man must continue to improve his survival skills. Just at that moment, the induction monster jumped toward Yiwu. Luckily, the system converted the account straight away. Because the link level has reached level 130, the second attribute of the Emperor Qian account has been opened, namely the Dark Fire attribute. Instantly, Yiwu's body transformed with a dark flame aura and immediately blocked the opponent's sword attack. Yiwu was astonished to hear about the dark attribute, so he asked the system will finally the second attribute be unlocked. The system explains that when Emperor Qian fell to the dark side, the fire attribute power he controlled changed to a more violent dark attribute, namely Black Flame. The system explains that the Black Flame is not only stronger but also can transform, and the attack method becomes stronger, and at the same time has a new attack talent, even in the face of enemies whose level is around 30 higher than what the host can face. Hearing the information from the system made Yiwu smile happily because he realized this was NB+. This way, even if Miss Zulu came to seek revenge, she would pose no threat. Is this what is called blackening twice as strong? The aura on Yiwu's body turned dark. He asked the opponent to step up against him as the second round was just about to start. The illusion beast was shocked to see that the young man before him had actually increased the level of just mental illusion. He was surprised and asked how could humans do that. Even the original Yuwu managed to increase the level, but the illusion beast tried to throw out a giant arm to fight Yuwu. Yuwu said the copy of the monster's abilities could indeed imitate its abilities, but even Yuwu's original skills and talents, so there was no way the monster could use the system. Now, the battle between the two of them is getting fiercer. The two giant arms clashed and attacked each other. Meanwhile, the real Yuwu and his impersonator also clashed with the big swords they had. The illusion monster said he only needed to hold on a little longer to destroy Yuwu's real body before the human killed me. The original Yuwu said having the real body in the hands of the illusion beast could indeed be troublesome, but the young man would not let his opponent win this time. Instantly a giant sword appeared right above the body of the illusory monster. The illusion monster was in shock. It realized it couldn't dodge the attack from the giant sword above it. Even the illusion monster realized it too late. Instantly the monster was impaled by a giant sword which fell right on top of his body, so he died on the spot. Yuwu immediately opened his eyes and woke up from the illusion. Yuwu was relieved to finally return to reality, but to his surprise, his body was hanging by a spider web above the roof of the cave. Moreover, currently in front of him were 3 newly born level 90 insect monsters who were preparing to attack him. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen prepared to escape because she realized something was wrong with Yuwu. The young man could not only control his own level increase, but he could also break the shackles of the Spider Queen's illusions. So the terrible giant Spider Queen prepared to escape by running as fast as possible and reporting to His Majesty the King. But the Spider Queen's fast steps had to stop because suddenly she was shackled by a very dark and very hot purple flame. Yuwu walked up to the Spider Queen and said, "I won't let that terrifying monster just run away." The Spider Queen bowed and begged Yuwu to spare me. The Spider Queen said that Uncle Jiabao holds the power of life and death, so the Spider Queen was also forced to obey him. But as long as Jiabao and Yuwu spare my life, the Spider Queen is willing to serve the prince again and lead them to the secret path to save Jiabao's mother. The Spider Queen even begged Jiabao with a sad face to be more reassuring to the tiny insect. Jiabao became unsteady and told Yuwu it was possible that the Spider Queen was saying something truthfully, so he asked Yuwu to spare the Spider Queen. Moreover, I will take them to save Jiabao's mother. But in her heart, the Spider Queen thought Jiabao was stupid and intended to take them all into the trap room later, and then let Her Majesty crush them into pieces. But without hesitation, Yuwu immediately slashed the Spider Queen, until the monster died with just one attack. Jiabao was shocked to see Yuwu's cruel attitude. But Yuwu immediately explained to Jiabao not to be too naive and never believe in the forgiveness of traitors. Since she has betrayed Jiabao once, then she can betray Jiabao a second time. And if Jiabao really wants to be the king of the Zerg, he must not be soft on traitors. Jiabao lowered his head and said that he understood. The cute bug realized that perhaps because of his weakness, he was in a difficult situation now. Jiabao also said that Yuwu was more suitable to be king. Yuwu replied, if being king had many benefits, he would not refuse it. Yuwu decided he would talk about the matter later. Now the most important thing is to take the time to see what the Spider Queen dropped. As Yuwu walked away, Jiabao thought Yuwu was so powerful that he was not like a human, but realistic like an ordinary human. After defeating the Spider Queen, Yuwu got several items that the monster dropped. Among them are 5 million bonus money for killing the boss and 1 million experience points. Then get a prop, Deadly Black Silk, which is a mysterious black thread. Then there is, which is a weapon made from the Spider Queen's broken leg. It has a strange shape and is difficult for ordinary people to control, but can be contaminated with dangerous toxins. The attack feature will poison the target and continue to reduce HP. The poison debuff can be stacked up to 10 layers. When the layers are full, it will fall into status. Then there is also a skill book item. After using the puppet illusion skill, you can return the enemy to spiritual warp and create a spiritual puppet of the same level as the enemy to fight him. The damage received in the divine space will be returned back to the body. The duration of the debuff was only a few minutes. When the target was in a stiff state, the puppet illusion was unable to deal any damage to Yuwu. There is also Essen Zerg, which is a mysterious item that is dropped from the Zerg boss. That item looks very strange no matter how you look at it. Maybe anyone knows how to use it. Yuwu thought those drop bosses were all controlled by the control settings. The first drop of poison debuff, Puppet Illusion, can also pull the opponent into a spiritual illusion. This Deadly Black Silky, whose name is not very serious and doesn't know what it's good for. Jiabao, who also saw all the items, was very surprised when Zerg Essen appeared. Yuwu asked, is it rare? What is its specific use? Jiabao explained, is a rare organ tissue that only grows in the most powerful Zerg. This can help increase cell activity and stimulate great strength. Yesterday, after Jiabao was swallowed by the Sand Sea Nightmare in order to save his life, he also consumed the Zerg essence in his body and became small like now. But if later he can absorb 3, he will definitely be able to restore his normal shape and peak strength. Jiabao asked for the item and asked Yiwu to sell it to Jiabao, although now Jiabao did not have an equivalent item to exchange with Yiwu, but he promised to give you equivalent treasures in the future. Yiwu said he would give the item to Jiabao because it was useless to him. Yiwu will also help Jiabao collect all, namely 3 to help Jiabao return to normal, so that they can also add a strong combat power of level 110. Jiabao immediately cheered happily. He also praised Yiwu as a truly generous figure. Jiabao considered it his greatest fortune to have met Yiwu, and he felt unable to repay Yiwu for all his kindness. Seeing Jiabao's very moved attitude made Yiwu remind the insect that he was a prince, so he had to show the dignity of a prince and not cry anymore. After defeating the Spider Queen, Yiwu burned the spiderwebs that trapped all his comrades and Mogong's team. After everyone was free, especially Mogong's team, Wan Hao was the first to feel very relieved because he finally came out of the Spider Queen's spiritual illusion. Wan Hao asked Jai Wangchuan whether the chairman was the one who managed to save them all. Jai Wangchuan replies that it wasn't him who freed everyone, but it was Yiwu. Jai Wangchuan was sure that Yiwu was the one who could defeat his own mental illusion. Then he was the first to wake up and then kill the boss. Just like that, they were all saved. It sounded incredible, but judging from his level, he definitely couldn't have done anything wrong. However, Jai Wangchuan also thought that if he leveled up in the illusion world, he could defeat my illusion, but he tried his best to put up a fight and Jai Wangchuan could only evenly match my illusion, so Jai Wangchuan couldn't level up at all. Jai Wangchuan wondered how Yiwu did it. Even if Jai Wangchuan asked him directly now, Yiwu would definitely not tell Jai Wangchuan. Jai Wangchuan began to think that it seems that Yin Huan really didn't lie, that Yiwu is indeed very mysterious. Yiwu walked up to Jai Wangchuan and asked, "Are they okay?" Yiwu also said that all the drops from the Spider Queen that Yiwu just killed are on him. Should Yiwu hand them over to Jai Wangchuan and the Mogong team for safekeeping? Jai Wangchuan replied that Yiwu to keep the gift for himself. Lai Xing interrupted and said to Jai Wangchuan, "Isn't their chairman's attitude too deviated from the rules?" Wan Hao refuted Lai Xing's words by asking what rules are they talking about now. After all, their leader had already decided, let alone Yiwu who had just saved the Mogong team. Without Yiwu, everyone would have died on the spot that very day. So the prize naturally belonged to Yiwu. Lai Xing pouted and said he just wanted to ask. In his heart, Lai Xing thought, of course, he knew that being able to break free from the illusion that even the chairman couldn't do anything was not an easy thing to do. But with Lai Xing's straightforward personality, he was not happy to see him. Lai Xing feels he is better in strength, at this time he has to pretend. Sooner or later, Lai Xing will definitely fight Yiwu because he wants to see how far Yiwu's strength is. Yiwu smiled broadly and said, "Great chairman." Yiwu even gave the chairman a thumbs up. Yiwu had one more thing to ask. Previously Jai Wangchuan defeated the gate guard boss, so did the monster drop an item called? If so, could Jai Wangchuan sell the Zerg essence to Yiwu at the price Jai Wangchuan set? Suddenly the system notified that Jai Wangchuan sent Yiwu an item. Did Yiwu receive it? Of course, Yiwu was very surprised but also happy. He wanted to ask Jai Wangchuan, but the cold chairman said it was nothing, Yiwu deserved it. Jai Wangchuan hoped that Yiwu could continue to contribute well in the next battle. Yiwu immediately thanked the chairman Jai Wangchuan very much. In his heart, Yiwu thought, first of all, no matter what his character was like, just from his level of generosity, this was all hope that Jai Wangchuan could overcome. However, it seems like they aren't too interested in dropping bosses. Does the Mogong team have other goals? Yiwu hoped that it would not conflict with his goals. Yiwu immediately told Jiabao that he had already collected 2 in an instant. Furthermore, as long as Yiwu can kill another boss, Jiabao can recover after getting the 3rd Zerg Essen. Jiabao is also very happy to get the 3rd Zerg Essen. But when he remembered the next boss monster, Jiabao was suddenly shocked and turned sad. Because the boss monster that Yiwu will fight next is his teacher. Yiwu was shocked to hear Jiabao's words. He just found out that Zerg can have teachers. Yiwu thought that Jiabao was afraid of his teacher like Yiwu was afraid of his strict teacher at school. But then Jiabao explained that his teacher was not an ordinary teacher. Jiabao explained that he is not only my swordsmanship teacher but is also known as the strongest in the Zerg world because he is the Juggernaut Guzin. Yiwu was shocked to hear Jiabao's words. Yiwu looked very excited to hear about Swordmaster Guzin. Sounds very powerful. Yiwu really wanted to meet him now. Jiabao immediately discouraged Yiwu while saying that although Yiwu is very strong, if he meets his master, Yiwu will definitely not be able to defeat him. Yiwu asked, is that true? Could it be that the teacher's level was so high that Jiabao was so afraid? Jia Bao answered, not really. Although the teacher's level is high, and it is a question mark, it is not the source of his strength, because he is really strong thanks to the sword arts he has. Yu Wu was immediately shocked when he heard Jia Bao say about the sword master, because he thought that all the insects only used their proud bodies to fight with fellow Zerg. Yu Wu didn't expect that among the Zerg there was a sword master. Jia Bao explains that Zerg is really not good at using swords, but teacher Jia Bao is an exception because he is human just like Yu Wu. Yu Wu was immediately shocked and asked, is it true that the dungeon really hides something like that? At this time, Jia Wangchuan began to eavesdrop on Yu Wu and Jia Bao's conversation. Yu Wu demands Jia Bao tell him what happened at that place. Jia Bao replied, what he will say is what his father once told you. Before Jia Bao was born, an alien human suddenly broke into their Zerg world. Even though the world has launched a hunt for him, with his superior swordsmanship, he can defeat a siege every time. But a flesh and blood body cannot resist the entire world of Zerg monsters. Jia Bao didn't know how many years exactly, but later, his teacher lost in the end. But when he was about to be tortured to death by Jia Bao's father, who was the king at that time, finally accepted the human. The king went against all opinions and let him be the personal guard of the kingdom. After Jia Bao was born, Jia Bao let the master be his bodyguard and Jia Bao's personal swordsmanship teacher. Only then did Master Gu Xin truly integrate into the entire Zerg world. But humans and Zerg are two different races, and the pace of life is completely different. In order to gain a longer life, the teacher finally agreed to take the risk of Zerg's transformation, and it was Uncle Jia Bao who proposed the plan at that time. So Jia Bao didn't worry at all when his uncle reformed the master. But the uncle actually administered a cytotoxic agent that could control his mental behavior, and used that cytotoxic to control the teacher and kill Jia Bao's father. So Master Gu Xin that day completely lost his mind and became the uncle's most loyal and dangerous right-hand man. If Yu Wu faced the master rashly, it would be very dangerous. Yu Wu confirmed Jia Bao's words, because if you think about it carefully, originally that person had the superpower to fight the entire Zerg world for several years with his own power, and after the transformation of the Zerg, his power was unstoppable. Just like Senior Ancheng, he must be a supervillain who couldn't be encountered in the initial story. And unfortunately, that person's identity is the biggest mystery. Because he was a human who suddenly entered, he was not the same as Kiki from the original dungeon. Yu Wu wondered, where did that person come from? Yu Wu was curious, but now was not the time to think about it. Yu Wu asked Jia Bao, wouldn't it be that if they killed Jia Bao's uncle, it would open his grip on Jia Bao's teacher? Jia Bao replied it should be fine. Uncle implants his own modified cells into the teacher to form poison and control the teacher. As long as the cytotoxin in Master Gu Xin's body disappears, its activation will stop. Yu Wu said, then it means they don't need to face teacher Jia Bao and fight him now. Could Jia Bao show me a way to bypass Master Gu Xin and go straight to the temple throne? Jia Bao answered there was, and it went into the secret route. But suddenly, Jia Wangchuan lit up their conversation and said there was no need to change the route. With sharp and terrifying eyes, Jia Wangchuan approached Jia Bao and told him to take the scary man to Jia Bao's swords master right now. Jia Bao was scared to see Jia Wangchuan and hid behind Yu Wu's body. Yu Wu firmly confronted Jia Wangchuan and said clearly that the scary man couldn't see Jia Bao before. So how could Jia Wangchuan suddenly see him now? Jia Wangchuan replied that when he came out of the previous mental illusion, he could see a Zerg that could speak human words beside Yu Wu. The reason is not important. What is important is what the Zerg said, and Jia Wangchuan can't pretend he didn't hear it. Yu Wu wondered, was it possible that Jia Wangchuan had also gained some kind of improvement in that spiritual space? If not with him, it would be very scary to do this with just one's own abilities. Yu Wu said, now that Jia Wangchuan heard what Jia Bao said, Jia Wangchuan should also know that it was not a wise choice to go straight to this sword master now. Of course, Yu Wu didn't doubt Jia Wangchuan's strength, but their main goal was to defeat the boss. There was really no need to waste time on him. And as long as the final boss was defeated, the sword master lost automatically, so Yu Wu hoped they wouldn't have to bother disturb Master Gu Xin. But before Yu Wu finished speaking, Jia Wangchuan pointed a gun at him and told Yu Wu not to talk nonsense. And Yu Wu should have let Jia Wangchuan take the lead, or else Jia Wangchuan would have killed Yu Wu now. Wan Hao was shocked to see Jia Wangchuan's attitude. He asks what suddenly happened. Why did Jia Wangchuan suddenly act impulsively? Weren't they fine before? Meanwhile, Lai Xing actually looked happy because their boss had finally been provoked by Yu Wu. The longish young man was happy that there would soon be a good show to watch. Luo Feng immediately shouted at Jia Wangchuan and asked, what did Jia Wangchuan want to do? Luo Feng forbade Jia Wangchuan from hurting Yu Wu, even though in his heart, Luo Feng thought that even if Jia Wangchuan killed himself it would be as easy as crushing an ant. However, the young man couldn't be a coward to defend Yi Wu. Yi Wu still smiled casually and asked, why did Jai Wangchuan do this? Everyone had just gone through the test of life and death together, and now the atmosphere was so embarrassing. Did Jai Wangchuan need to behave like this? Jai Wangchuan changed the direction of his sword to Jiabao, then in a firm tone asked what the little Zerg animal wanted. With his body shaking with fear, Jiabao replied that he would understand and would take Jai Wangchuan there so that Jai Wangchuan would not harm Yi Wu. After that, Jai Wangchuan forced Jiabao to show him the way. Yi Wu, who saw the little Zerg's attitude, was surprised, because the little Zerg was more worried about Yi Wu's safety than his own safety. Luo Feng asked Yi Wu, was the boss alright? Luo Feng also said this Jai Wangchuan is really crazy, so they had to stay away from Wangchuan Jai. Wan Hao was also shocked and asked, what did the young man do to provoke Jai Wangchuan's anger? Yi Yunfei was too worried for her brother and asked the young man to leave that place immediately. But Yi Wu said it's okay. Yi Wu just found out that there is a Zerg sword master with a super strong question mark level ahead. So Yi Wu intended to avoid it to avoid unnecessary casualties, but team leader Mogong insisted on leaving, so there was a bit of a dispute. Wan Hao suddenly said, although he didn't know how Yi Wu got this unbelievable news since it contained the word sword master, it was normal for Jai Wangchuan to be unable to sit still. Yi Wu asked why. Wan Hao also explained that although Jai Wangchuan seemed cold-hearted and not interested in anything, he devoted himself to studying swordsmanship. And as the saying goes, how lonely it is to be invincible, he has few opponents in the group, and he can't find anyone who can spar with him. Therefore, no matter what level he faced, as long as his opponent used a sword, Jai Wangchuan would attack him personally. But usually, the opponent could not last for 3 seconds. This time, the Zerg sword master who was able to reach the question mark level definitely made Jai Wangchuan very excited. Wan Hao could even feel Jai Wangchuan's sword scabbard exuding excitement. Yi Wu asked why Jai Wangchuan, who had always attached great importance to quests, suddenly changed his appearance. Apparently, this was his original intention. Actually, Yi Wu thought, it turns out that Jai Wangchuan is a sword master. Then he would most likely choose to duel the other party later. Since someone was helping Yi Wu work on cleaning up Gu Xin's master, there was no need for him to refuse. So Yi Wu would just watch the show on the side while being wary of scenes that got out of control. While heading towards the nest of the Zerg monsters, Jiabao's teacher, Jai Wangchuan, put on a terrible face and thought, I hope the sword master doesn't disappoint him. They all entered a gloomy place filled with hundreds of swords stuck in the ground. At the end of the room, there was a large tree that was painfully losing its vitality. Under the tree, there was a skinny insect wearing clothes like a Chinese sword master. That was the Gu Xin master. The old insect said Jiabao was finally back because he had been waiting for the young insect for a very long time. Jiabao immediately lowered his head when he met his teacher again. The Gu Xin master said, thank goodness Jiabao survived the siege and dared to face the master even in this form. In his opinion, Jiabao was indeed worthy of a swordsmanship skill successor. The teacher invited Jiabao to play chess again like before. Jiabao shook his head and said, no, now he is no longer qualified to play against the master, let alone the strength or even the title of master. Master Gu. Wan Hao, who heard their conversation before until now, didn't understand what the old insect was talking about. Yi Wu, who was standing next to him, answered this was probably a fixed line from an NPC or something. Yi Wu thought there was no racial information in boss logo, even the level was a question mark. This sword master is indeed full of secrets. Suddenly, Jai Wangchuan lowered his weapon right on Master Gu Xin and said this was the end of their chat. Without any politeness, Jai Wangchuan told Master Gu Xin to immediately draw his sword and fight. Master Gu Xin once praised Jai Wangchuan's sword as being quite a good sword. But it's a pity that right now the master is like a living corpse and he has no intention of fighting. So Master Gu Xin told Jai Wangchuan that the battlefield the young man was looking for was not in his place. Jai Wangchuan didn't like small talk, so he immediately attacked Master Gu Xin, saying that swordsmanship was impossible without a sword in his hand. To avoid Jai Wangchuan's attack, the master finally used internal strength to move his sword and avoid Jai Wangchuan's sword attack. There was a very fierce fight between Jai Wangchuan and the sword master Gu Xin. While avoiding the opponent's attack, Jai Wangchuan realized that at this time the sword that attacked him was the sword he threw at Master Gu Xin. He kept trying to avoid the sword attacks while wondering in his heart how could the sword attack him. Jai Wangchuan thought the master might have used Kai to control the sword. Jai Wangchuan knew such ancient swordsmanship only existed in the records of books in the past. He did not expect to see such a technique, and Master Gu Xin could use it so skillfully. When tens of swords appeared flying simultaneously towards him, Jai Wangchuan withdrew his sword, thinking that there was no way it would be able to block his attack again. With just one flick of his broken sword, Jai Wangchuan managed to get rid of dozens of swords flying towards him. Jai Wangchuan said a sword that cannot be grasped in the hand is just a piece of scrap iron. Still sitting in his place, Master Gu Xin praised Jai Wangchuan's extraordinary sword skills. Master Guzin even said it had been 100 years since he saw such a beautiful sword move. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't be able to refuse and would immediately want to learn from Jai Wangchuan. But now the rest of his life is just worthless things. Master Gu, luckily, they all managed to retreat in time. Master Guzin then said that the big red sword was the weapon that was used to kill Jiabao's father. Master Guzin asked Jiabao to take the weapon and take advantage of the fact that the master could still suppress the poison in his body. Now it is Jiabao's turn to take revenge, and it is the master's last wish to help Jiabao. But the little bug shed tears and said that he couldn't do that, because he knew the teacher did not intend to kill his father. Jiabao knew that at that time Master Guzin was being manipulated, so he didn't hate his master. Hearing Jiabao's words made Master Guzin say that Jiabao was too weak, but that made him too good like his father and mother in the past. But a kind hand cannot be the king of a country. Master Gu, Yiwu rubbed the little bug and said that what Master Guzin said was true. So Jiabao must be able to overcome this hurdle. But before that, Yiwu had a question for Master Guzin. Yiwu honestly said that he had previously heard that the master was a human. So would Master Guzin tell them which era he was from? And how did he come to the Zerg world? Master Guzin even said that Yiwu was strange. He asked where Master Guzin came from, but the marks on the young man's body showed that Jiabao trusted Yiwu. Master Guzin finally said, however, he hadn't discussed the past for a long time, and he didn't mind telling them all. Master Gu, there were many of them, but Master Guzin had quite a lot of swords in his hands. In the end, all that was left was Master Guzin and him, his mortal enemy. He was also a sword master, but after all, the sword Master Guzin at that time was 1 point faster. But just as Master Guzin finished his revenge, a thunderstorm suddenly descended and hit Master Guzin's sword, making him instantly lose consciousness. When he woke up, Master Guzin discovered that he had come to that place, and the world was full of strange monsters. Apart from the master, Yiwu and his friends were the only humans who had ever set foot in that place. That's the story of Master Guzin. Has Yiwu's curiosity been satisfied now? Yiwu listened to the story carefully and thought the amount of information he got was rather large. This was the rhythm of time travel. Yiwu remembered that some scholars once concluded as entering dimensional chaos accidentally, and the emergence of the entire Earth's old age can also be called a global traversal event or global dimensional chaos. In ancient times, there were also small-scale individual traversers, and even if it was to directly traverse into the dungeon, how chaotic this dimension would be. Moreover, whether this dimensional chaos was caused by coincidence or man-made, the academic world always had many opinions and no conclusions. After hearing Master Guzin's story, Lai Xing thought it was like they had just heard a story about the latest knowledge. Miss Danlu also said that more than 100 years ago, there were humans who transmigrated into the dungeon and transformed into Zerg. This kind of thing was completely unheard of. If they returned, they would immediately report it to headquarters. Jai Wangchuan even thought that this was an unexpected gain, because this also confirmed some high-level guesses about something they were looking for in that temple. Suddenly, a very gloomy and booming voice appeared above them all and said that Master Guzin talked too much. Everyone panicked and immediately stared at the ceiling of the room, which was filled with piles of Zerg monsters. The pile of monsters formed a face and told the Gaizin master to immediately kill the group of intruders as well as the weak, unbearable trash. Master Gu. That face looked angry at Master Guzin's answer. He said, even though Master Guzin had turned into a Zerg, he was still human. The hideous figure was astonished and asked how Master Guzin could resist the deep racial superiority of the Zerg. The monster's face was furious and he channeled a force so powerful that it made Master Guzin suffer pain. The evil energy from the boss monster instantly transformed Master Guzin's body into an even more terrifying insect form. Master Guzin said that his real goal was not to resist, but to remain conscious for a short time when transforming into a Zerg. Before losing his consciousness, Master Guzin took the Zerg essence and said that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Master Guzin handed over his Zerg essence to Jiabao and said that the Zerg essence had to transform to get maximum activation. So this was the master's final legacy to his disciple, Jiabao. Master Guzin said, the fact that Jiabao was at that place meant that he should get some other Zerg essence, so the master asked Jiabao to take his Zerg essence to restore his former form so he could kill Master Guzin. Jiabao accepted the Zerg essence, but he still looked sad and stammered that he couldn't kill his teacher. Under the increasingly powerful poison pressure, Master Guzin still tried to say, if faith and kindness are the path you choose, I will support you as a teacher. It's just that I can't accompany you down this road. Now, Master Guzin asked Jiabao to run as far as possible, because he couldn't control himself anymore. After saying his last words, Master Gu and he will become the strongest puppet of the Zerg King. Before the terrifying monster's attack hit Jiabao, Jai Wangchuan moved as fast as lightning and managed to repel the monster's attack. Jai Wangchuan looked happy because Master Gu Zin was finally willing to take the initiative, although unfortunately he doesn't fight in his human form. But he thought it didn't matter, as long as Master Gu Zin could still use a sword, then there would still be a proper battle between them. The clash of the two weapons between them began to sound deadening. The figure who controlled the Gu, since Wangchuan Jai couldn't wait to die, the monster would immediately grant it. Wei Xing was very annoyed to hear his chairman being insulted like that. The young man invited all his colleagues to kill the Gu Zin monster together, but Jai Wangchuan immediately asked all his team members to withdraw. Although Jai Wangchuan usually fought on the principle of prioritizing quests, he did not want to miss the opportunity to fight one-on-one with a swordsman who was extremely rare in the world. Jai Wangchuan forbade all his team members from interfering. Hearing the chairman's words, Wan Hao understood the man's thoughts. But this was the first time he saw the chairman ignore his principles and act willfully. Wan Hao suspects that Jai Wangchuan behaved like that because he was influenced by Yu Wu's abilities. Jai Wangchuan raised his weapon and immediately released an extremely powerful aura. Not to forget, Jai Wangchuan asked everyone to stay away and be careful not to get hurt because of the fight. Jai Wangchuan created a giant barrier around himself and the monster so that their fight would not hurt the other. Jai Wangchuan firmly said that the one standing in front of him was just an insect with a sword, so he was not worthy of competing in swordsmanship with Jai Wangchuan. Then after that, Jai Wangchuan attacked the monster with wind that moved as fast as lightning until it became a sharp weapon. The Gu Jai Wangchuan said the sword was used to transform Kai, and now that Kai is dancing into the wind, Jai Wangchuan ordered the entire sky to spread out, becoming his weapon to attack the Gu Zin monster. Because of this attack, the monster's HP dropped to 80%. The entire Mogong team was relieved to see the attack of Jai Wangchuan, their leader who never failed to hit the opponent. Even now, they seemed to see a scene of one-sided oppression. Unfortunately, this attack did not cause major damage to the Gu Zin monster. Yu Wu also thought, Jai Wangchuan's skill is indeed incomprehensible, but there is a time limit, and judging from the current situation, Sword Master Gu Zin should be able to hold on until the skill ends. We must take advantage of this time to replenish our combat power. In an instant, Yu Wu immediately reminded Jai Bao not to continue being stupid and immediately absorbed all the Zerg essence to return to its original form. Jai Bao still seemed hesitant and said he didn't want to do it. Yu Wu immediately put on an angry face and said that he would kill Jai Bao now, because the most hated thing is indecisive trash like Jai Bao. And Yu Wu's words of prayer, he had suppressed all those feelings for a long time. Yu Wu cruelly said he would not continue to protect the little bug. He would kill Jai Bao to become king of that world and turn a blind eye to Jai Bao's mother's suffering. Jai Bao immediately became angry when Yu Wu mentioned his mother. Jai Bao angrily said that no one should treat his mother like that. He knew that he had a weak personality, especially after meeting Yu Wu. He felt like he had lost his will to fight. But because now the ability of the young insect has been recognized by his teacher, the results appear again and are not as unbearable as before. Jai Bao said maybe previously he just lacked determination. Slowly Jai Bao's small body was wrapped around the cocoon and he immediately thanked Yu Wu for deliberately intimidating him with his extraordinary acting. Now Jai Bao understands what is most important right now. Hearing Jai Bao's words made Yu Wu look away, and it was different that at this time Jai Bao should not throw away about himself. Since Jai Bao said that he was strong, then now was the right time to show Yu Wu. In his heart, Yu Wu felt that his acting was really bad. Right after that, Jai Bao's entire body was already covered in a cocoon. Only one of his eyes wasn't closed. With sharp eyes, the young insect asked his best friend to wait for the action after he emerged from the cocoon. Suddenly it shone blindingly with a flash of light that appeared very strong. Yu Wu thought, if they didn't yell at each other, maybe Jai Bao wouldn't form a cocoon. The problem right now is that it doesn't say how long it takes to come out of that cocoon and become a butterfly, and Yu Wu didn't have time to wait. This young man hoped that Jai Bao would come out early for him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the fierce battle between Jai Wangchuan and the monster Gu Zin was still going on. The monster Gu Zin laughed with satisfaction because he was finally able to destroy Jai Wangchuan's creation domain. The monster said he was already used to Jai Wangchuan's attack style. The figure behind the Gu Zin monster laughed with satisfaction because the Gu Zin monster tried to attack Jai Wangchuan with its huge sword. Jai Wangchuan was able to withstand the sword attack, but in his heart, this young man realized that the monster's attack was truly powerful. In the Sword God domain, Jai Wangchuan can only fight to a draw with him. If Master Gu Zin does not weaken himself, then Jai Wangchuan will lose. According to the current situation, Jai Wangchuan knew he would not be able to defeat him within the given time limit. When the Sword God domain ended, the young man was sure he would receive an instant weakening effect. If at that time Master Gu Zin would take the opportunity, the entire team would be in a dangerous position. Jai Wangchuan thought about using a special trick he had saved for the final boss. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan could only deal with wind sword attacks at the monster. The Zerg Guzin monster was starting to get annoyed because Jai Wangchuan kept using the same attack. So the monster used an unexpected move that was as fast as lightning, making it move behind Jai Wangchuan to deliver a surprise attack. Jai Wangchuan was shocked, and he realized he couldn't dodge the attack. Luckily, the powerful attack was blocked by Yi Wu, who arrived just in time. Yi Wu commented that the monster's attack was really strong because he could barely withstand the attack even though he had used the accounts of the two Qian kings. Jai Wangchuan was shocked to see Yi Wu's presence. He asked what Yi Wu was doing. Why did he force his way into the new god Jai Wangchuan domain? Has Yi Wu gone crazy? Yi Wu instead asked the leader of this expedition to immediately reabsorb his superpowers because Yi Wu refused very hard. So he begged the monster Yi Wu to fight next. Jai Wangchuan completely reabsorbed the sword attack and asked if it was true that the young man could fight the Guzin monster. Yi Wu answered of course. Yi Wu instead asked Jai Wangchuan to save more stamina because there was still a final boss that had not been fought. Besides, Yi Wu's abilities had already greatly improved and he would show it to Chairman Jai Wangchuan and everyone else. Even though in his heart, Yi Wu was currently lying. Monster Guzin said Jai Wangchuan deliberately called for reinforcements because he couldn't defeat the monster, and the Guzin monster had no problem facing anyone. He told Yi Wu to come forward to face him, even though the level 13 Yi Wu wasn't worthy of playing with him. Yi Wu smiled widely with an extremely hideous expression. Yi Wu said soon the monster would know whether or not he was worthy of being the opponent of the Guzin monster. The young man even challenged the Guzin monster to come forward and find out for himself. The Guzin monster immediately gave Yi Wu a fairly powerful shooting attack. Dozens of swords appeared towards Yi Wu. Yi Wu repelled dozens of attacks with ease and said, although his swordsmanship was not as good as Master Guzin's, the attack method currently used by the master was too perfunctory. Monster Guzin said it was just an attack, so Yi Wu didn't need to worry because he was not stupid enough to despise any opponent on the battlefield. Suddenly the Guzin monster appeared behind Yi Wu to deliver a powerful attack like before. Yi Wu thought that was the master's attitude towards seizing power, like stabbing in the back. Fortunately, Yi Wu would not fall for the same trick. As fast as lightning, Yi Wu looked back and blocked the attack from the monster. The Guzin monster was shocked and asked if Yi Wu had awakened his sword technique, because previously the young man said he couldn't use swordsmanship. While continuing to fight each other, Yi Wu answered that he only said he was not skilled, but Yi Wu did not say he could not use sword skills. Moreover, it is the basic idea to use the power that appears after the rebound and seize the opportunity to attack. Yi Wu continued to urge the Guzin monster to retreat, but finally, the monster created a counterattack. The Guzin monster said, this is not a matter of basic thinking, but that Yi Wu's ability to compete with the strength of a master swordsman is enough to show his strength. While resisting the monster's attacks, Yi Wu said it was better to fight with swords, so why didn't Master Guzin talk about martial arts and make a sneak attack now? Guzin monster said he is not alone. Yi Wu's human rule system was a joke to the Zerg. As long as the monster can win, he will do whatever it takes. Yi Wu replied, whatever it takes to win. Then Yi Wu would be impolite. After all, it was better than using a sword. Because Yi Wu prefers to destroy with violence, Yi Wu created several giant Qian arms to hit the monster's body in succession. The Guzin monster was unable to withstand the attack. He couldn't withstand attacks that big and that many. He was also surprised that a human like Yi Wu could have such a powerful attack. The entire Mogong team was amazed to see Yi Wu's attack. They were sure that the young man had at least a level of over 120. Miss Lu guessed that it was possible that this strange dark purple flame was a combination of the dark and fire attributes. Jai Wangchuan thought Yi Wu's true level was more than 120. Moreover, the power of the attack aimed earlier should be between levels 130-150. Jai Wangchuan guessed that was the source of Yi Wu's confidence all along. No wonder he always acted calm. This kid can only be recruited because if you want to kill him, it will be very difficult. The monster said enough is enough. This endless entanglement. If it weren't for the damned Guzin handing over the Zerg essence, those monsters would definitely kill the humans all in an instant. Even if it was difficult for the monster to tell the winner on one, he was sure Yi Wu had no weaknesses. That's what humans call caring. Even if the monster was unable to kill Yi Wu, it was easy to kill others, so how would Yi Wu choose? Instantly the elite Zerg monster created many clones to attack Yi Wu's comrades and Mogong team members. The Mogong team members started fighting with their clones of the monster Guzin. They warned everyone to be careful. Although this clone was not as powerful as the main body, it should not be underestimated. So they had to get rid of them as soon as possible. Lai Xing cursed in annoyance because Yi Wu was really a layman. Since he had the power to destroy, why should he give the boss a chance to change stages? Dan Lu replied, perhaps Yi Wu's strength still could not reach true destruction. So Lai Xing should shut up and focus on output. Wen Hao acted alone. He He told Yu Wu's friends to hide behind, because if they are determined to fight the clone, the only thing they will get is death. At that moment, Yi Yunfei called Kiki. The girl was stunned when she faced the huge monster clone in front of her. Because she was too scared, Kiki couldn't escape. Fortunately, Jai Wangchuan was able to quickly repel the Zerg monster's attack while snapping at Kiki. Even though the girl's abilities are very weak, she should be able to escape. And hasn't Yi Wu taught me how to deal with enemies much stronger than myself? Kiki awkwardly said sorry and thanked Jai Wangchuan. At this moment, Jai Wangchuan's body was suddenly attracted to the girl in front of him. Jai Wangchuan wonders what kind of buff this girl beside me has released, because the buff feels much stronger than before. Jai Wangchuan realized that the buff came from Kiki, so Jai Wangchuan held the girl's hand and realized that a huge force had entered my body. Jai Wangchuan looked at the girl closely because he was amazed by Kiki's abilities that he had never experienced before. But a moment later, Jai Wangchuan remembered that there was no time to wonder about the girl now. He immediately ran to the other clone monsters and got rid of them first, leaving Kiki confused by Jai Wangchuan's attitude. Yi Wu was still busy fighting the real monsters. They were attacking each other with clanking swords. Yi Wu said to the monster, all the clones of the monster will be wiped out by Jai Wangchuan alone. Looks like that monster cloning tactic didn't work either. The monster replied he didn't expect to rely on a clone to resolve the battle. They were just a means for the monsters to distract Yi Wu, and their true goal was the death that all humans in that place would have to face. The monster raised its right arm high, activating an untold amount of poison in the large tree in the room. Yi Wu warned everyone to escape immediately because the poison of the Zerg monsters was about to be activated. But it was too late because eventually the bubbles that appeared above the tree burst and created highly toxic smoke. Yi Wu tried to defend himself by covering his mouth. Yi Wu thought he was careless because I have been caught twice in a row. It was very difficult to survive in the temple environment, but fortunately Yi Wu had anticipated it. They were all hit by a deadly poisonous mist which was able to make everyone lose their ability to fight, lose HP continuously, and die after the countdown ended. The countdown to death is 30 minutes. Yi Wu immediately shouted, asking everyone to drink the antidote potion given before entering the temple. Wan Hao said, thanks to Yi Wu for making and distributing the antidote in advance, otherwise they would all die. Miss Lu said, but this time the poisonous mist was stronger than the previous one, and the effect of the antidote was also weakened. Monster Gu. Jai Wangchuan tried to block the steps of the Gu Zin monster who was trying to approach his colleagues. Jai Wangchuan said, even if only 40% HP remained, Jai Wangchuan was confident he could still hold off the elite monster. The monster Gu. Jai Wangchuan replied that he was the one who insisted on coming to that place, and the responsibility for the quest failure lay with him. So he will use the last to restrain that guy will die if you use that trick. The Gu Zin monster attacks Jai Wangchuan while saying they don't need to fuss about the order because they will all die anyway. But suddenly, a powerful attack blocked the Gu Zin monster's movements. The elite monster was very familiar with the attack that had just hit its body. Sure enough, Jiabao, who had returned to his original form as an adult insect, bravely approached them with a large sword in his hand. Jiabao says, sorry to keep them all waiting. Next, Jiabao, who now has level 130, will face the Gu Zin monster. Yi Wu directly told Jiabao that he came out at the right time. This coercive skill is Jiabao's true inheritance. But Yi Wu only gave 9 points, and the remaining 1 point depends on Jiabao's true ability. The Gu Zin monster said, the sneak attack just now was not bad. But Jiabao didn't take the opportunity to hit the Gu Zin monster harder. It seems that even if the trash is changed back to its original state, it is still trash. Jiabao said he had accepted all the master's wishes and powers, and Jiabao would follow the master's teachings, and abandon Confucianism and doubt, take full revenge, and will not disgrace the teacher's name. Jiabao swears in his teacher's name, he will make the monster that possessed his teacher die. But the monster that controls Gu Zin's body said, Jiabao must stand obediently and listen to the teacher. With sharp eyes, Jiabao said that the creature should not call that figure its master, namely Master Gu Zin. Simultaneously, Jiabao chopped off his hand with a lightning-fast movement. The monster roared in pain as both of its arms were cut off by Jiabao at an abnormal speed. Even those elite-class monsters couldn't dodge Jiabao's attack. Jiabao asked his master not to worry because he would immediately expel the evil person from the master's body as soon as possible so that the master could rest in peace. Monster Gu Zin cursed angrily because Jiabao suddenly became so strong, even though he didn't even have the courage to swing a sword before. The monster prepares to attack again with Blade Storm. Hundreds of swords appeared floating around the master swordsman. Gu Zin monster also said, even so, since the poison doesn't work on Jiabao, then the monster will make Jiabao die under the swordsmanship that his teacher is proud of. Jiabao said that the person had indeed succeeded in taking over his teacher's body, but the monster didn't understand swordsmanship at all. because Blade Storm was a defensive move using Kai, and the true attacking ultimate move was the move that Jiabao would demonstrate. The young insect immediately burned its teacher with just one attack. The Guzin monster of course immediately screamed in pain while cursing at Jiabao. At that moment, the walls of the room suddenly shook. They suspected that Jiabao's powerful attack caused the temple monster's body to suffer pain. Wan Hao, who didn't know who Jiabao was from the start, wondered where the young insect hamster came from, because the power of his swordsmanship seemed to surpass the ability of Master Guzin's swordsmanship. Yu Wu replied that the story was too long and he would explain it to Wan Hao later. Monster Guzin said, Master Gu guessed that Jiabao must have absorbed to become so strong. The Guzin monster would tear open Jiabao's stomach and take out the Zerg essence to strengthen itself. Jiabao killed all the Guzin monster clones while saying he would not let the Guzin monsters succeed, because he will definitely protect Teacher Guzin's legacy with his life. Jai Wangchuan watched Jiabao closely while thinking that the Zerg boy was indeed very strong as his master said, but now Jiabao had inherited and penetrated his inner demons, so he became even more unstoppable. Even if Jai Wangchuan was not poisoned, he would have no chance of winning against Jiabao without his strongest trick. Suddenly, the extremely evil elite beast raised its two main arms and said that it surrendered, and Jiabao won. He didn't expect Jiabao to be so powerful. The monster instead asked Jiabao to return to his uncle and help him. In return, the uncle who used the master's body as an intermediary said that the Zerg Monster King said he would free Jiabao's mother and reunite the two of them. Jiabao remained alert and said that he might have believed what the evil monster said before, but now he would no longer be fooled by the evil uncle's words, because Jiabao's only goal is to kill their uncle, the current Zerg King. But suddenly the young Zerg's body was held back by plant tendrils that came out of the ground. The cruel Zerg monster laughed horribly and said that Jiabao's guess was correct, but unfortunately, it was too late. The uncle said he did not intend to hand over Master Guzin's body. After all, this was the crystallization of his hard work over the years. But now it seems that not giving up is not enough to defeat Jiabao. Jiabao's body was hanging upside down by plant vines. At this time, the young bug was still trying to ask his uncle what was he actually trying to do. Unexpectedly by anyone, Master Guzin's body was slowly sucked in by the almost dead tree in the middle of the room. Everyone in the room was shocked and suspected that the master had committed suicide under the control of the evil Zerg King. But Jiabao said it integrates the teacher's body into the ancient tree and then uses the energy of the skin to activate the ancient tree. But the ultimate goal is to create new tree roots that are so sharp that they trap them all. Jiabao immediately asked everyone to run to the exit, and he would block the opponent's attack and then follow from behind. But unfortunately, even the exit was blocked by the sharp roots. Now they just realized that the aim of the evil monster was to trap them all in a room that kept shrinking and they would stab them to death. Wan Hao cursed in annoyance because their attributes had not recovered and were now unable to destroy the tree roots blocking the entrance. Jiabao tried to cut the roots of the tree with his sword, but he realized that the roots of the tree that had absorbed the energy of the ancient temple could not be completely cut. Jiabao asked them to think of another way before they were trapped by the sharp tree roots. Jai Wangchuan said that to stop its growth, they had to sever the connection between the taproot of the ancient tree and the temple. But now they were continuously pushed into a corner that they could no longer understand the exact location of the main root. While trying to resist the attacks of the sharp roots that kept pressing on them, Jiabao said that the position of the main root was not difficult, because when he was with the master, the teacher always taught the highest meaning, so he can slash regardless of spatial distance. But it still takes 10 seconds of hard charging time. The current situation is truly urgent and threatens their lives. Yu Wu asked irritably why didn't Jiabao talk about it earlier, because Yu Wu could struggle to defend himself during these 10 seconds. Even though all of Yu Wu's attributes had weakened, his props would not be affected. He only needs to use the shield grenade for 10 seconds. Yu Wu immediately asked everyone to move closer to him so that the Medan shield could reach him. Finally, a large enough shield was created by Yu Wu to protect everyone. At this second, Wan Hao asked if the shield wasn't too high. Can the shield really withstand attacks from extremely sharp tree roots? Yu Wu answered that according to his calculations, it should be enough for 10 seconds. As the shield's energy decreased, the sharp and strong tree roots pressed against it more and more. Someone complained that they had to defend the life and death of the Zerg boy. But when the countdown was running out, Jiabao's sword was already fully charged with greater power. Everyone shouted and wished for Jiabao. While exerting the full power of his sword, Jiabao said out loud the true meaning of Sword Master Guzin's swordsmanship was to cut without hesitation in the shortest time. It turned out that Jiabao managed to destroy all the very sharp and strong tree roots with just one step. Everyone in the room realized that Jiabao's holding technique not only cut ancient trees but could also directly cut the walls of the room. Now they only understand how strong the holding technique taught by Master Gu Zin is. After that, Jia Bao could breathe a sigh of relief because he played perfectly and did not dishonor his teacher. But even so, Yu Wu still hit Jia Bao hard on the head while saying that they had all bet their lives on the young insect. So if Jia Bao failed, all of them would never let the young Zerg go to hell. Jia Bao rubbed the bump on his head while screaming in pain. Suddenly someone shouted saying that they saw Master Gu Zin's body. Sure enough, Master Gu Zin's body detached from the ancient tree and he slowly floated before everyone. Jia Bao caught his master's body. He didn't expect to be able to get Master Gu Zin's body in perfect condition before his departure. Jia Bao asked the master to rest in peace. He also asked Yu Wu to accompany him to bury Gu Zin's teacher at the place he first passed. Yu Wu of course immediately agreed. At that time, Jai Wangchuan said that he did not expect Jia Bao to evolve into such a powerful figure in a short time. In fact, he is better than humans in terms of biological structure. He also asked Jia Bao not to be too sad because the master had passed on a lifetime of learning to him and his strength would not disgrace the name of the Holy Sword. Jia Bao said thank you. On the other hand, Yu Wu was quite surprised that Jai Wangchuan would take the initiative to comfort others as if he had known Jia Bao for a long time. After that, Jai Wangchuan invited Jia Bao to continue his journey and would also help him get revenge. However, in return, he was willing to practice fighting with him. For Jia Bao, it would be an honor for him. Yu Wu didn't expect that Jai Wangchuan was really a martial arts maniac, especially swordsmanship. Yun Fei then asked where her brother got a baby like Jia Bao. However, Yu Wu immediately reminded him that Jia Bao was not a baby, but he was a battle pet. Jia Bao, who saw Yun Fei, immediately approached him. He knew that Yun Fei was Yu Wu's younger sister. He introduced himself immediately as Jia Bao, the prince of the Zerg tribe. He also tells how previously he was trapped in the previous image, but now thanks to Yu Wu he can see the sun again. He hoped that Yun Fei could help him while kissing the back of his hand, which surprised Yun Fei. Seeing that, of course, Yu Wu became angry and immediately hit Jia Bao on the head. He was annoyed because Jia Bao had dared to kiss his sister without my permission. Jia Bao immediately apologized while crying. At that time, Lai Yesi suddenly called the Mogong team from the other side because there was an emergency. Jai Wangchuan immediately wanted to know what happened. Lai Yesi immediately reported that Zhu Lu from the Huang Zheng team was on his way to the temple. The person looked very angry and intended to come to kill. Lai Yesi and others couldn't hold back and could only tell them to be careful. Of course, Yu Wu panicked because Zhu Lu came to take revenge on me. I didn't expect that the woman would come sooner than I expected. Even though their current strengths were comparable, an angry woman would be even more difficult to deal with than a boss monster. He immediately thought about what to do. Yu Wu immediately advised Jai Wangchuan to take the loot and leave because if Zhu Lu came, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Jai Wangchuan said that the boss was defeated by Jia Bao, which means the loot belonged to Yu Wu. Meanwhile, he only needs black slate fragments. Yu Wu immediately agreed even though in his heart he remembered that it was the same as what the Sand Sea Nightmare had released before. Yu Wu became suspicious that the black slate fragments were the Mogong team's main goal. Not long after, the system congratulated Yu Wu who had successfully killed the boss and got 5 million experience points which would be divided evenly among all team members. Apart from that, he also got 5 million in an epic magic crystal. Next, Yu Wu also got the Absolute Sword Steamer which was Teacher Gu Zin's sword, Black Light Whetstone which was a tool for polishing cold weapons, Sword Master Gu. Yu Wu immediately gave the black slate fragments to Jai Wangchuan. The man accepted and also suggested that Yu Wu quickly study Teacher Gu Zin's sword skills book. It would help improve his swordsmanship so they could learn from each other. However, of course, Yu Wu would not do it. Yu Wu actually asked everyone to immediately move toward the final boss. Even though their condition has now recovered, there is still a time limit they must meet. Yu Wu and others need to speed up the process. Yu Wu knew that the dark flame form he currently had could overcome opponents up to level 160. But Zhu Lu definitely had some secret moves that had not been revealed and indeed wanted to avoid a fight with that woman that would be useless. As they were walking suddenly an attack came. Jia Bao and Jai Wangchuan unitedly protected Yu Wu. It turned out to be Zhu Lu who was happy to find Yu Wu. Jai Wangchuan immediately said that Zhu Lu was too late to defeat the boss at that time. Zhu Lu was furious because she had absolutely no interest in the dungeon or the bosses in it. I came only for one purpose, namely to meet Yu Wu who was the only person who had dared to deceive me. Yu Wu begged the beautiful goddess Zhu Lu to calm down. He admitted that he had indeed deceived Zhu Lu, but he did it with good intentions. Even Zhu Lu should be grateful. If it weren't for Yu Wu's good intentions to trick Zhu Lu into returning home, then that woman would have been held responsible and severely punished by the Huangjiang group. Of course, Zhu Lu didn't want to listen to Yu Wu's excuses. She is still angry because she has been cheated and whoever did it must die. She started to attack and Jai Wangchuan immediately took out his sword to defend. Jai Wangchuan emphasized that Yu Wu was a member of the Mogong team and Zhu Lu should not act like that. If Zhu Lu wants to kill Yu Wu, then that woman has to go through me first. Likewise, Jia Bao immediately said that he would never let Zhu Lu touch Yu Wu. Luo Feng would also stand up to defend because Jai Wangchuan had also taken a stand. Lai Xing is also determined to change Zhu Lu's thinking. Meanwhile, Yun Fei also said that Zhu Lu was an arrogant woman and that was much more annoying than indifference. I even said that Zhu Lu would not marry for the rest of her life. Lei reminded Yu Wu to thank Jai Wangchuan for speaking up because if not, then I would have helped too. Zhu Lu, who saw everyone insisting on attacking, chose to kill them all. At that moment, Yu Wu immediately approached Zhu Lu. He asked the woman not to involve other people in their problems. Zhu Lu was actually very surprised to see Yu Wu's speed, which couldn't even be seen clearly. Yu Wu also said that they didn't really have any grudges. He admitted that he had previously covered up the fact that I led troops to the Huangjiang group base. But on the other hand, Zhu Lu also led troops to destroy the Hanmo group base. What they were doing was just a normal tactical operation, but they were still hostile. Zhu Lu told Yu Wu not to be confused because they were clearly different things. Yu Wu immediately denied it and also admitted that he was forced to do it. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the conflict of interest between the two groups, but because of a trivial matter, I was actually listed as the second target on the Huangjiang group's bounty list. So they sent people to kill. Yu Wu just didn't want to continue being hurt, so he chose to act a little. Zhu Lu didn't know that Yu Wu actually had a complicated relationship with the Huangjiang group, but she suspected that Yu Wu was just lying because he had never seen the gift list. Yu Wu immediately understood that the gift list was not revealed to Zhu Lu. The man immediately pretended to be surprised. It's impossible for me that Zhu Lu, the first power of the Huangjiang group, doesn't know the prize list. Yu Wu added that the list was for mercenaries and bounty hunters only. He also added that the name of the first person on the prize list was Zhu He, who had the same last name as Zhu Lu. Yu Wu asked if it was a coincidence. Zhu Lu was of course very surprised, and that face let Yu Wu know that it was true that the two of them were related. Yu Wu then continued that Zhu He went to the same school. They also communicated when monsters attacked the city. He wanted to know how Zhu He could be Huangjiang's #1 target. Zhu Lu then asked Yu Wu about Zhu He's position, but the man didn't know. Yu Wu actually asked why Zhu Lu wanted to know and whether they knew each other. Zhu Lu admitted that he just wanted to ask and immediately changed the subject. Zhu Lu emphasized that their matter had nothing to do with the Huangjiang group, so they shouldn't talk about anything that was irrelevant to the main topic. Yu Wu reminded me that Zhu Lu was reckless to act, then I would just let the Zerg come in and defeat them both. It was better for them to defeat the boss monster together and leave afterward to settle personal matters. In his heart, Yu Wu knew that Zhu Lu had deliberately changed the topic and became more curious about the relationship between Zhu Lu and Zhu He. On the other hand, Zhu Lu immediately refused. In my opinion, Yu Wu is a cunning man. If given the opportunity, he will definitely disappear without a trace. That's why their problems must be resolved immediately. Wan Hao is increasingly annoyed because Zhu Lu is just an arrogant woman. He was very ready to hit Zhu Lu to make her conscious. Jai Wangchuan asked Wan Hao to be patient because he could see how Yu Wu had a different aura than before. Even now when he was facing someone at level 140, Yu Wu looked very calm. Wan Hao was certainly surprised because even though Yu Wu had risen 3 levels, he was still not that strong. So why was he so brave to face someone at level 140? Yu Wu then asked what Zhu Lu would do. He didn't care at all about what Zhu Lu would do to me, only that the sooner Zhu Lu did it, the better it would be for them. Yu Wu didn't want them to stay there any longer because it would become more dangerous. Zhu Lu then said that she wanted Yu Wu to receive 3 of her attacks. If Yu Wu could escape or survive, then no matter whether Yu Wu lived or died, Zhu Lu would forget the problems between them. Yu Wu immediately agreed to the offer. Yun Fei was certainly worried. She reminded Yu Wu that the woman was level 140. The woman was dangerous and wanted to help. Yu Wu asked not to worry. He just told everyone to stay away and don't get hurt. He immediately got ready and Zhu Lu also started to attack. Seeing Yu Wu acting so calm, Zhu Lu was going to use 80% of his strength to test Yu Wu. Is this man really capable or is he just bluffing? Zhu Lu's strength was actually able to penetrate Yu Wu's defense. Yu Wu immediately realized that Zhu Lu's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. On the other hand, Zhu Lu was shocked to realize that the 80% power only hurt 20% of Yu Wu's HP. She realized she had underestimated that man and now would no longer hold back my strength. Yu Wu took Zhu Lu's first attack and asked the woman to continue. However, Yu Wu immediately regretted it because Zhu Lu actually showed real strength. Wan Hao immediately saw how Zhu Lu tried to kill Yu Wu. He immediately asked Jai Wanchuang to help stop Zhu Lu's attack because Yu Wu would die if he continued. Jai Wangchuan admitted that he couldn't stop it and he really wanted to know how Yu Wu would handle it. Zhu Wangchuan continued that with such a huge difference, Yu Wu dared to fight with confidence. He was sure that Yu Wu would definitely have his own way of dealing with it and they would just have to wait and see. In his mind, Jai Wangchuan knew that Yu Wu had already advanced by 3 levels, but what actually happened was definitely not that simple. He was very curious about what secrets Yu Wu actually kept. On the other hand, Yun Fei also asked Jiabao to help her brother. I knew that Zhu Lu was too strong, so I was worried about Yu Wu. Jiabao refused cautiously because it was Yu Wu's choice. He couldn't destroy Yu Wu's determination and courage. He also believed that Yu Wu had a way to deal with her. Next, Zhu Lu attacked with a frozen ice waterfall. She started to ask Yu Wu to prepare to receive the second attack and show strength. On the other hand, Yu Wu was ready with the British Demon Control half-body giant. The Qian King's account has already opened the dark attribute. In addition, the ability to control fire demons has also improved a lot. Yu Wu was also very curious about what the power of the flame demon could achieve. Yu Wu then admitted that he was ready to show strength to Zhu Lu. Until the fight finally started, Jai Wangchuan and others were inside the shield. They could feel the scale of the battle. It was so large that it was even beyond what they could endure. They immediately chose to avoid it and not get too involved. At that time, Yu Wu realized that the second attack had succeeded in reducing his HP by 60%. He admitted that his body could not take the attack from Zhu Lu. He also admitted that Zhu Lu deserved to be the strongest fighting force of Huangjang. Moreover, she hasn't even done her best. Yu Wu was sure that Zhu Lu would use the ultimate power in the final attack. He must immediately find an opportunity to open the Shadow King to save his own life. Yu Wu asked Zhu Lu to quickly attack. The man would not recover the HP he had and would use the remaining 2% HP to receive Zhu Lu's final attack. He would let Zhu Lu vent her anger by doing her best. Yun Fei was certainly very panicked seeing her brother in danger. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Luo Feng knew that Yu Wu still had some secret moves, but it was still too dangerous not to recover his HP first. On the other hand, Miss Lu could see Yu Wu's crazy actions. She knew that everyone must be aware that Yu Wu now had a killer move that was stronger than before, but with his current low HP, you wouldn't be able to resist it. Lei Yu could only scoff at Yu Wu, who was still pretending to be strong in such a life and death situation. Whether it was because Yu Wu was stupid or because he secretly had a plan. However, he didn't really care as long as he was entertained by the match. However, who would have thought that Zhu Lu would suddenly stop attacking? Yu Wu was so confused that he asked. He also asked Zhu Lu not to pity him because he was still able to fight. Zhu Lu then said that although the first attack was not very strong, the second attack already had a real killing move, but Yu Wu was still able to survive. This already shows that Yu Wu has strength equal to me. Zhu Lu then revealed that the reason I was angry was because I didn't like being tricked by a weak and cunning clown like Yu Wu, but she didn't really mind because Yu Wu turned out to be very strong and good at using tricks like that. Moreover, seeing Yu Wu's relaxed attitude, I knew that the guy still had a hidden killer move that had yet to be used. Yu Wu just smiled and invited Zhu Lu to cooperate. Meanwhile, in his heart, Yu Wu did not plan to use this ultimate move. For him, life is difficult enough and it is not easy to make money. He thanked Zhu Lu for saving him a large amount of money. Zhu Lu then said that the matter between them was over and that what Yu Wu did next had nothing to do with me. Yu Wu held back Zhu Lu's departure. He knew that Zhu Lu seemed to be holding back from attacking, but then said that she could do it at any time. In his heart, Yu Wu knew that although Zhu Lu was temperamental, she had principles. Besides, he knew that Zhu Lu was not directly connected to the Huangjang group, so it would be a waste not to establish a relationship with Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu, who heard Yu Wu's words, did not think that this sharp-tongued man actually had principles. She promised to remember those sincere words and said goodbye. After Zhu Lu left, Yu Wu and others felt the ground shaking. They were worried that the temple would become increasingly out of control. Suddenly, the exit door from the room also closed by itself. Luo Feng suspected blood on the injured flesh. The tissue became squirmy. He is now confused about how they will get out of there. Dan Lu immediately pointed to a side that suddenly opened up and revealed a new, unknown route. That's clearly suspicious. Lei Yu also admitted that it looked intentional, as if inviting them to come inside. He became curious about what would be waiting for them there. Yu Wu immediately asked Jiabao about the new route and the direction. Jiabao explained that perhaps the uncle had changed the structure of the passage to the temple because initially the temple was built from just a bed. The body of the ancient Zerg god and Uncle Jiabao could use the power of the king to command and control the ancient Zerg god. Wan Hao immediately concluded that with the strength of the final boss like that, they were like turtles in a jar who would continue to find passages and mazes that could kill them. Jai Wangchuan knew that such abilities should have limits. If not, then the final boss should have done it from the start. This may have happened because previously the enemy thought they were not a serious problem, but now everything has changed. Yu Wu didn't care what traps lay ahead because he believed there was definitely a way to uncover the truth. Jiabao immediately agreed, especially since Yu Wu really had the best intuition. He will not be afraid of any traps. Just then 2 Zerg suddenly appeared and asked them not to be afraid because the route was the right one to the temple throne which had no traps. They are Hai Wei, who is the deputy chairman of the Golden Armored Guard, and Atair, who is the chairman of the Golden Armored Guard. Of course, Wan Hao didn't immediately believe what the 2 said. Currently, his body has recovered from the debuff and he is ready to fight hard to warm up before facing the battle with the final boss. But of course, Jai Wanchuan immediately restrained him. Atair stated that they were not lying, nor did they intend to go to war with them. He was only ordered by the king to welcome the Zerg Prince Jayabao and his entourage to the throne of the temple. Of course, Jayabao wouldn't believe his uncle's words because that man was very cunning. On the other hand, Yi Wu immediately confirmed with Weiss what the 2 said. Based on his assessment of the spectrum of carbon-based organisms, Weiss stated that both were telling the truth. However, of course, Yi Wu was curious why the final boss suddenly showed kindness. Although very strange, the only way to find out is to go there. Yi Wu ultimately chose to step forward first. He said that their goal was to go to the temple throne, so it would be better if someone guided them. He invites Jayabao to be allergic to their final battle. Jayabao immediately followed. Whereas Zulu thought about how it should be easy for Yi Wu to kill and escape later, Yi Wu actually looked confident and calm at all times. She became curious about how Yi Wu would deal with the final boss, so I decided to follow along and see. They continued walking until they arrived at the throne hall, which was deep inside the Lost Temple. At that time they finally met the final boss, who welcomed them. The Zerg then introduced himself as Zerg Master Oswald von Almec, who had been playing with them all. He said how everyone who had completed the battle had qualified to come to his throne hall. Lizing, who saw it, was certainly confused because he thought the last boss would be very evil and cruel, but this one looked friendly. Wan Hao also felt no killing intent, but rather withering and weakness from the boss. Jai Wangchuan asked them all not to be fooled by appearances and to remain ready to fight at any time. Yi Wu also talked to Jayabao about his uncle's aura, which was very different from what he had imagined. Moreover, based on the uncle's name, reflects the symbol of the royal family, whereas Jayabao only has 2 names. Yi Wu doubted whether Jayabao was really Oswald von Almec's family. Jayabao explained that it was because his teacher thought his real name was too long and difficult to pronounce, so he gave him the nickname Jayabao, which he still uses to this day. Jayabao then thanked them all for accompanying him, but then he would settle his family dispute alone. He began to challenge his uncle. Oswald von Almec greeted Jayabao by the name of Dionard. He admitted that he had not seen each other for a long time. Not only was he impressed that Jayabao was able to come back alive, but now he even dared to face him alone. If Jayabao really had that determination and courage, then he should have been able to stop him from taking over power first. Jayabao immediately jumped into the air and landed right in front of his uncle. Jayabao then expressed his regret, and that's why he hopes he can make amends now. It wasn't too late for him to take down his uncle now. The uncle was quite impressed with his nephew's growth. However, as soon as Jayabao attacked, he was surprised because the uncle used the exact defense that Yi Wu used before. Wan Hao also noticed the energy shield. He was surprised that the final boss could use human technology. Yi Wu realized that the human's energy shields used magic crystals whose energy came from the Zerg Heart Dungeon. Yi Wu was amazed because it turned out that Oswald also knew about techniques. Oswald casually remarks that their surprise is evidence of arrogance. Such technology does not only belong to humans, because as long as anyone is willing to take the time to learn, then any race can master the most advanced technology. Plus, Zerg have a long lifespan, so they are very suitable for studying and creating technology, but my brother or Jayabao's father has always stuck to outdated ideas. Therefore, Oswald did everything possible to push ideas forward. The existence of Jayabao's father was just an obstacle to the development of the Zerg, and that was why he had to kill him. Jayabao was angry and thought his uncle was just talking nonsense because he knew that his uncle was trying to rule the world. After taking the throne, the uncle actually seized energy, eliminated dissidents, and used evil energy to produce an army that had to fight and kill. Of course, all of this is not for the future of the Zerg. Oswald immediately admitted that he did have thoughts different from the false peace thinking behind Jayabao's father's emigration. He envisions the future of the Zerg as a realm that has no room for the weak and incompetent. For him, such a Zerg must die. Oswald also stated that he had no interest in the kingship and in fact, took it only to facilitate the realization of all his plans. Meanwhile, he might carry out his plan to conquer the world, but not for that narrow world. Yi Wu immediately recalled a wire breaking free from the restraints of the previous dungeon thinking and awakening awareness of higher dimensions. On the other hand, Jayabao became increasingly angry because of his uncle's words. He asked his uncle to stop lying and deceiving him. Jayabao asked his uncle to stop talking and challenged Oswald to come out and fight to the death. Oswald casually mocked Jayabao for not knowing anything. He didn't mind it and chose to tell more and more about a truth that even his father had never told him. Oswald began to tell the story that a long time ago there was a young Zerg who, although he was a member of the royal family, did not inherit much blood from the royal family. The easy Zerg was nothing when compared to its powerful big brother. However, he didn't care because rather than power and fame, Zerg preferred studying strange things. He often traveled both in mountains and rivers and carried out various field adventures and research in places inaccessible to the Zerg. The Zerg became increasingly aware of how narrow, small, and unreal the world was. The Zerg realized that its world was blocked by an invisible force. He didn't know what happened. Because of this, the young Zerg ended up studying alone for many years, but couldn't find the reason. Finally, he met a swordsman who appeared in that world. He became more convinced after listening to the swordsman's words that the world he was in was only a small space and there was another world outside where humans lived with a much larger size. Compared to humans, the Zerg believe that their people are stronger in both body and life. He asked why they had to close themselves in that small space. At that time, the young Zerg tried to convince his older brother to activate the Zerg heart and use its immense energy to learn how to break through the space barrier and conquer the wider world beyond. However, the plan was continuously rejected. The young Zerg became annoyed because the king kept trying to stop his wishes, even though he had also heard words from the swordsman about the wider world outside. Their great Zerg must not remain in that small world. The king or older brother explained to his younger brother that to maintain their survival, there was no need to carry out aggression or expansion. For him, war only brought fear and disaster that would eventually devour the entire Zerg race. After repeated failed attempts, the young Zerg could only keep reading Zerg's history books until he finally discovered a secret. That all this time the Zerg royal families of all dynasties have always guarded an artifact regarding that mysterious space barrier. Jayabao immediately concluded that Oswald, who wanted to get the artifact, controlled the teacher to kill his father and brother and also detained his brother's mother and wife. Oswald had said so much, and for Jayabao, it was all just an excuse to convince Oswald himself that what he had done was not a crime. Oswald emphasized again that under the leadership of Jayabao's father, the Zerg had lost their fighting spirit and vitality. The Zerg became weak and long-winded. If that continues, then the entire Zerg race will perish. Oswald admitted that he was willing to bear all their sins for the sake of their survival. It was then that Luo Feng noticed how the volume of the plot was starting to expand. He wondered if it was because the size of the dungeon was also getting bigger, so the background was getting more complicated. Kiki said that Oswald and Awire are people of the same type. Both of them want to fight the shackles of fate but with wrong and cruel methods. Ruin Tianqian also confirmed that although she couldn't explain much about the whole incident, she was worried that the Zerg world would develop into something even bigger. Yunfei knew that when humans offended the Zerg would also look back at humans, as if it had allowed them to strike back. On the other hand, Yui knew that the artifact was protecting the Zerg world because otherwise, invasion after invasion would probably continue to occur. Yiwu was well aware that in the human world, there were also many Zergs scattered around. It's just that they don't form a large-scale monster group. If a royal family like the Oswalds attacked, they might be able to unite all the scattered Zerg and form a terrifying force. Jayabao asked the uncle to stop talking and use his faith to deceive others. He believes there is more than one way to ensure the survival of the Zerg. The first is to kill Oswald first. Oswald regretted Jayabao's changes because he was sure that his old nephew would support him. Even though initially he planned to get Jayabao on his side and then get Jayabao to convince his mother to hand over the artifact. However, now he no longer needs it. Oswald immediately released his move. Everyone was shocked to see Oswald using holographic projection. Oswald then said that even if he couldn't get the artifact, he could use the technology brought by humans to cross the space barrier. Currently, the portal was too small, but if he succeeded in carrying out his research, then he was sure he could lead all the Zerg to go to the human world. Oswald then talked to Jai Wangchuan and the others about how he could see their thirst for power. However, he knew that Jai Wangchuan and Guxin had already realized that they were completely helpless if they had been transformed by the Zerg. He was sure that Jai Wangchuan also wanted to have such power. Jai Wangchuan wanted to hear more. Oswald asked the man to imagine about infusing Jai Wangchuan's power into a new and perfect life form equipped with technological improvements, then he would become much stronger. Oswald added that Jai Wangchuan could increase lifespan by several decades to 100 years. He asked if Jai Wangchuan was not interested in hearing it. On the other hand, Yiwu saw how Oswald was good at playing with people. The offer given is indeed a very fatal temptation for many people. Yiwu didn't even know whether the Mogong team would be able to withstand it, especially Jai Wangchuan. Soon, Jai Wangchuan wanted to know what price had to be paid to get that favor from Oswald. Oswald then said that he would not ask for much. He just wanted Jai Wangchuan to help him break through the human world and fight. He would change Jai Wangchuan's body later. He even promised that he would never manipulate his body like he did to Guxin. Oswald swore an oath to his entire soul and race. On the other hand, Zulu is interested in staying young forever. Oswald's words did sound tempting to him. However, of course, he never thought about becoming a Zerg and he rejected the offer. At that time, Jai Wenchuan started to step forward and Wen Hao tried to stop him. Oswald thought the man had already made his decision. Yi Wu was worried that his worst fears would come true. Will Jai Wenchuan eventually follow Guxin's footsteps and change to become stronger? Yi Wu tried to stop him. He would not let Jai Wenchuan choose the wrong path like Senior Anqing. However, it turned out that Jai Wenchuan stepped forward to kill Oswald's men easily. He also talked to Oswald about how he was just a Zerg who didn't even dare to reveal his true body and only relied on words. Of course, he wouldn't believe Oswald's words. Moreover, he was also not interested in power that he could not obtain with his strength. Yi Wu was quite relieved that Jai Wenchuan was not what he thought. Even though the man's words had quite an impact on him, he remembered that he was so strong now, not because of his strength but because of a lot of help. Oswald casually said that he had given them the best chance, but because humans rejected him, he would kill everyone. Jai Wenchuan wanted to know if Oswald still had usable combat power. Moreover, all of their men had been killed by them. Oswald laughed and didn't think he would be underestimated by humans. Of course, he still had combat power available. At that moment, the queen of the Misalmek appeared. Jia Bao was very relieved because he could still see his mother again. The queen also expressed her happiness at being able to see Jia Bao again. She never thought that she would meet the day when a mother and daughter like them could be reunited again. However, the queen immediately attacked, leaving Jia Bao confused. The queen at that time asked everyone to step back because her body was no longer listening to her. Jia Bao certainly insisted on saving the queen. Meanwhile, Jai Wenchuan asked him to step aside if Jia Bao couldn't kill the queen with a cruel heart. Yi Wu joined in holding Jia Bao. He reminded them that the queen was clearly under Oswald's control. They have to think first whether there is a way to let go of that control. Jia Bao was confused about what he should do. Yi Wu could see that the queen's condition was different from that of Guxin. The queen is still conscious, even though her body is being controlled. He wanted to know what might have caused it. Jia Bao said that this might have happened because the mother had two identities. Apart from being the queen, she is also the high priest of the Zerg temple. Each high priest mastered the ancient mysteries of natural magic. This also causes the queen to have high resistance to all types of magic and poison. Oswald may not have had complete control over the queen. Yi Wu immediately realized how Jia Bao's mother was quite powerful. Jia Bao confirmed that even the mother was stronger than the father. If it weren't for her uncle's influence, the queen would not be defeated in a direct fight. Yi Wu, who heard his explanation, became worried about Jai Wenchuan at that time. They couldn't leave him alone and Jia Bao had to prepare for the worst. Jai Wenchuan could feel a steady stream of calls of high quality and quantity from the queen. He believes the queen has the core secret of the object she wants. He knew he wouldn't be able to kill the queen with his power. He was confused about what to do now. The queen asked Jai Wenchuan to step aside because she would not be able to stop the magic. She asked him to run away with Jia Bao. However, Jai Wenchuan felt offended. He felt underestimated and instead had to use all his strength. Jia Bao asked everyone to stop. He then thanked me for being brought there. However, now he wants to do the rest alone. Even if he gets bad results, he is ready to accept it. Jai Wenchuan confirmed once again whether Jia Bao was ready to take the final path and he said yes. The queen again asked Jia Bao to run away. She didn't care even if the royal family eventually fell and the world was destroyed. As long as Jia Bao was alive and safe, he would be quite satisfied. Jia Bao also said that because of his weakness and his previous departure, he was trapped in this difficult situation. However, now he had promised the teacher and Yi Wu that he would not run away again like before. Even if only he and the queen were alive that day, he would still stop his uncle's actions. Oswald of course satirizes the touching reunion. On one side, there is the prince who returns for revenge. Meanwhile, on the other side is the queen who has been imprisoned and lost her partner. However, now mother and son meet again to kill each other. Oswald certainly felt very happy and asked everyone to continue the fight. Luo Feng became very annoyed and wanted to destroy Oswald, but he also realized he couldn't do it. On the other hand, Yi Wu had already planned everything. He was the one who suggested that Jia Bao fight with his mother to attract Oswald's attention. Yi Wu took advantage of this opportunity to search for Oswald's whereabouts using their true eye. The problem is that the true eye can only be used by humans. He wasn't sure if the whereabouts of the Zerg could be discovered with that, but he would try first. On the other hand, Jia Bao hopes that Yi Wu can quickly find his uncle's real body. Meanwhile, he felt very strong with his teacher's Zerg essence and even his mother's magic couldn't defeat him. If he became more serious, Jia Bao was worried that he would hurt his mother. The queen could feel that Jia Bao was very calm when attacking. The queen was happy because her son had grown up. She is also sure that her husband will also be proud to see her. Jia Bao said that it was thanks to Master Guxin's final legacy that he had exchanged for his life. He certainly didn't want to disappoint Guxin nor did he want to disappoint his parents. The queen was relieved to hear that and at that moment she issued a move. Jiabao immediately realized that it was the mother's blood secret realm. The queen then confirmed that they were in a unique fantasy that only royal families who were directly related to her could enter. She didn't expect that Jiabao still remembered that place. Jiabao certainly remembers it. When he was little, he often annoyed his mother by playing hide and seek there. Even after he grew up, he didn't like coming to that place anymore. However, he was more confused about why Yi Wu was also there. Yi Wu himself was also confused because previously he only used skills to detect the whereabouts of Uncle Jiabao's body, but was suddenly pulled there. The queen then suspected that this happened because Jiabao had entered into a blood relationship contract with Yi Wu. This caused the two of them to be drawn together to that place. Yi Wu was still confused about the blood relationship. Moreover, the relationship between him is indeed more complicated. Jiabao didn't mind it because Yi Wu was a trustworthy person. Thanks to his help, he was able to survive death and be reunited with his mother. The queen could see how Yi Wu had done a lot for the child. Therefore, on behalf of the Zerg race, he expressed his sincere thanks to Yi Wu. Yi Wu said that he only did what he wanted, so there was no need for the queen to thank him like that. However, there was something he wanted to ask about the blood secret realm. Yi Wu wanted to know what the queen would do. The queen spoke to Jiabao, who had always been careful and kind. The queen and Jiabao's father have deliberately not given him much burden and responsibility so that Jiabao can live his way. However, she did not expect that disaster would suddenly come and make Jiabao grow strong and reliable. The queen then handed over the artifact that had been guarded by the royal family for generations. All this time he had been guarding it so that Oswald wouldn't find it. However, in the end, she could hand it over to Jiabao. Jiabao vowed to protect the artifact to the death. However, he wanted to know what the use was because his uncle said that the artifact could be used to destroy shields in the world. The queen refuted immediately. The legacy of this artifact was very old and the method of its use had long been lost. However, there is one ancestral teaching that was passed down by word of mouth. The Zerg must protect it at all costs because otherwise there will be consequences more terrible than the destruction of the world. The queen immediately apologized to Jiabao, who could only accompany her until then. She could no longer suppress the poison that was already spreading in her body. Later, there will be a short time delay after she releases the secret realm, and at that time Jiabao will have to kill her. Of course, Jiabao didn't believe it and he started blaming himself because he should have been stronger from the start so everything could have been avoided. The queen immediately encouraged Jiabao. She could see her son's growth and therefore she could die without regrets. Jiabao naturally felt very sad. Not long after, Yi Wu came up with an idea so that the two of them could avoid the problem of life and death. Jiabao wanted to know, but the queen was pessimistic considering that the poison in her body was too difficult to get rid of. She wanted to know what method Yi Wu would suggest. On the other hand, Jiabao was excited and he believed in the way Yi Wu would reveal it. He wanted to know what Yi Wu's plans were soon. Yi Wu then asked his assistant, Weiss, to explain it. The queen was quite surprised because another creature appeared in their place. Likewise, Jiabao knows that this place has always been a private space for him and his mother, but now there are a lot of people in it. Weiss asked everyone not to focus wrongly. He then started talking about the poison. Weiss said that the poison does not need to be removed by force, but rather let the poison disappear naturally. He has a blueprint for the master level secret potion, Princess's Forbidden Fruit. The potion will cause a person to enter a state of death for 24 hours and then come back to life with a state of HP 1. Yi Wu added that he had the ingredients to make it. They could use the suspended animation effect to trick Oswald. During that time, the poison in the queen's body will disappear naturally. This method would be more efficient to do. The queen explained that Oswald had good achievements in the field of pharmacy. He wasn't sure Oswald would be fooled. Yi Wu asked the queen not to worry because as long as Oswald had not reached the master level, then she would not know. However, of course, the plan was not completely perfect, which must be explained as well. Weiss had analyzed the conflict between Zerg Essence and the secret potion before and knew that the interaction between the two could reduce the potion's efficacy. If the queen wants to trick Oswald, then the potion can still be used. It's just that once the Zerg Essence disappears, the queen's strength will also disappear and her lifespan will also decrease. The queen immediately agreed with that. Previously, she was even determined to die, but now she has the possibility of surviving. For him, it was a small price to pay in losing the Zerg Essence so long as he could see Jiabao lead the Zerg Empire back to glory. In the end, Jiabao knelt and asked Yi Wu for help. Yi Wu asked them to calm down and follow the steps that Yi Wu had planned. He promised to help Jiabao get a perfect ending. They return and Jiabao expresses his worries to Yi Wu. The queen once again warned that everyone would die if they continued to stay there. Jiabao naturally rejected it. For him, because there was no longer any way to save his mother, he was determined to end it with his own hands. The queen wept at her son's determination and declared that he would die without regret. The queen who couldn't control herself hit Jiabao. On the other hand, Oswald laughed happily at the drama between mother and son which was about to reach its climax. Wan Hao asked if Jai Wenchuan would just stay silent and not stop the fight. He couldn't even bear to see the mother and son killing each other. Moreover, Jiabao had also saved their lives. Jai Wenchuan asks Wan Hao to be patient because maybe the ending will not be as they imagined. In his heart, he knew Yiwu would not allow Jiabao to argue with his mother. He wanted to know what Yiwu's plans were. On the other hand, Zulu was also very curious about what Yiwu secretly gave Jiabao when he had just captured the Zerg. Even though his actions were indeed hidden, it was clear that his eyes would not be fooled. A fight was inevitable between Jiabao and his mother. Jiabao uses the Lonely Mountain Sword's final arcane force and golden power to death and lives as his torrent of life. In his heart, Jiabao could only apologize because he had to extract Zerg's essence with all his strength to deceive his uncle. He knew that his mother must be in pain right now, so he hoped that her mother could survive. Oswald, who saw everything, had no idea that Jiabao could kill his mother. In his heart, Yiwu was relieved because Oswald didn't seem to be able to see the effect of the secret potion. He asked Jiabao to leave everything to him at that time. Jiabao apologized and the mother immediately praised her son's success and asked him to raise his head and not regret it. Yunfei and Ruan Tianchen even cried with sadness. Ruan Tianchen even allowed Jiabao to hug and cry together. Of course, Yiwu could only stare in surprise because he didn't know anything. But at least it shows that Jiabao and his mother's acting is indeed convincing. On the other hand, Xialing also prayed. He even offered Jiabao to perform a ritual that could save Jiabao's mother. Jiabao was grateful for everyone's kindness, but he obviously had more important things to do at that time. He then challenged Oswald to show himself. Oswald appeared and said that he did not expect that Jiabao would be so cruel and would even kill his own mother. But now that Queen Themis is dead, his plan to get the artifact has failed. Oswald blamed himself for it because he had miscalculated. Oswald thought of another way to break the space barrier and now there was no way but to break through by force. Even though the portal was still unstable, it could work as long as he could pay a certain price for his losses later. Jai Wangchuan reminded how all of Oswald's men had been defeated by them and the portal had also been destroyed. Even if Oswald managed to break through the space barrier, he wouldn't have any provisions to cross into the human world. Oswald asks him not to think about it because he is a Zerg. Just then, Oswald escapes and the temple begins to collapse. They tried not to panic because the temple was already in the belly of an ancient Zerg god. So, instead of collapsing, the temple wanted to digest them. They are certainly confused about how to get out of there. Zulu, who felt he had seen enough drama there, finally chose to leave. Wan Hao saw the escape method and was naturally amazed. Jai Wangchuan immediately asked Dan Lu for help at that time. The girl immediately cast a spell so they could all fly from there. Wang Jie's team was amazed they could fly. The Mogong team confirmed and explained that it was Dan Lu's wind magic. Wan Hao then asked Jai Wangchuan if they would just leave and also asked about Oswald. Jai Wangchuan told them to get out of there before thinking about their next plan. Oswald is very cunning and also doesn't know Oswald's true body position. Yiwu thought about his true eye being disturbed by Jiabao's mother's blood secret realm before. He wanted to know whether his true eye could detect Oswald's real body if the previous incident had not happened. For some reason, Yiwu actually had a bad feeling. Outside the temple, Lai Yesi was talking to Ling Yuan. Lai Yesi asked if Xiaoling couldn't hold back anymore and was going to do it there. Xiaoling asked Lai Yesi to calm down as they didn't mean to make the situation worse. Besides, they were only there to wait for the results of the people inside. Lai Yesi asked Lu Chengfeng whether the Mogong team or Wang Jie team had contacted them. Lu Chengfeng said that all of them had not been in contact since Lai Yesi contacted them before. Moreover, they seemed to have also entered an area where the signal was completely blocked. On the other hand, Ling Yuan was also curious why Zulu hadn't come out yet, even though he previously went in to kill Yiwu and Oswald. That's why he agreed to let Zulu go alone. Xiaoling then said that maybe something had happened to Zulu. After all, there were a lot of people from the Hanmo group. Ling Yuan secretly hoped that Zulu would die in the temple. Moreover, the thing that bothered him the most was the existence of Zulu, who was lawless and couldn't even die. That's when suddenly the ground shook and people started falling. Ling Yuan was saved by Xiaoling. On the other hand, Lai Yesi realized that the temple was shaking. He wanted to know what was going on inside. He was also curious about the condition of Yiwu and the others. Before long, they saw the temple destroyed and Zulu also came out of it. Not long after, they also saw Mogong's team and Wang Jie's team also coming out from the same place. As soon as he saw Zulu, Ling Yuan immediately asked what Zulu was doing inside and why Yiwu was still alive, even though he previously said he would kill him. However, Zulu ignored him and pretended not to hear Ling Yuan's words because it was too noisy. Of course, Ling Yuan was angry because he knew Zulu was only pretending in front of him. Xiaoling asked Ling Yuan not to be angry because it was not the time for them to investigate the matter, but they had to hurry away from the area where the earthquake was centered. At that moment, the escape route was blocked. Jia Wangchuan asked everyone to step aside and leave the problem to them. They immediately praised Jia Wangchuan and Yiwu's good looks, until finally their attention was focused on the green Zerg, which was Jia Bao. Jia Wangchuan then asked everyone to leave the area. Lai Yesi asked about his battle at that time. Lai Yesi wants to know whether Jia Wangchuan succeeded in killing Oswald. Jia Wangchuan was annoyed to admit it, but he admitted that he couldn't kill him yet and would think about it for the next event. Lai Yesi was certainly surprised to hear that. He thought that the boss was indeed very strong, even at a level that Jia Wangchuan had never encountered before. Yiwu then explained that it was even difficult for them to know Oswald's specific strength. They haven't even really fought Oswald yet. However, he already had a deep understanding of dangerous cunning. Therefore, the thing he was most worried about was that according to the boss's previous habits, Oswald liked to use other people's power to do things. By now they had ruined their first plan, so maybe Oswald chose to be reckless and do things beyond his predictions. Sure enough, because not long after, the warning said that 500 meters underground there was a high-energy reaction that was approaching quickly. Yiwu, who saw it, immediately prepared. Not long after, a very large monster came out of the ground and shocked everyone. He is an ancient Zerg god with a question mark level. Wan Hao immediately noticed how the ancient Zerg god's face looked like Oswald's. Leia also became curious about what actually happened there. Yiwu now understood the reason behind his bad premonition now coming true. Oswald apparently merged himself with an ancient Zerg god. Yiwu immediately asked Lai Yesi about the progress of the portal. Lai Yesi said that currently, 60% of the portal is still complete. He then explained that there were only 2 seasons left, so progress was not yet optimal. Yiwu was certainly confused because even though their condition had all recovered completely, the death of the poisonous blur debuff was still counting down to the next 3 hours. Meanwhile, the boss they faced was not the type that could be resolved quickly. Yiwu had no other choice but to try. At that time, someone on Yiwu's side said to try it first. It turned out to be Jia Bao. Of course, Yiwu was confused about what he was going to do. Jia Bao planned to hold back the boss to buy Yiwu time. Yiwu had helped him a lot, starting from facing the enemy who killed his father and teacher. He didn't want to run away anymore. Jia Bao will hand over the artifact to Yiwu. He advised that if he died at that time, Yiwu would have to replace him as king of the Zerg world if that world still existed. Yiwu was a little confused when he saw the bloody secret realm. However, who would have thought that Yiwu would actually become so annoyed? He wouldn't want to stay there alone, let alone be king. He actually asked Jia Bao to behave better by showing responsibility and not die easily. He also reminded him that Jia Bao's mother was still waiting for him. Jia Bao certainly must not die. Yiwu also later said that he had difficulty finding such a 5-star dungeon. Of course, he didn't want the place to be destroyed by the boss monster. Obviously, no one should snatch the cooked duck from his mouth. Jia Bao naturally didn't know what Yiwu was talking about. However, he could feel that Yiwu always had a higher fighting spirit than him. On the other hand, Jia Wangchuan asked Wan how to lead other people to evacuate. It would be even better if they could retreat to the portal construction point. They had to stay out of the boss monster's attack range to prevent the Zerg from damaging the portal. Wan Hao naturally wanted to know why he had to do it, even though he wanted to stay and fight. He asked Lai Xing to carry out the task of taking the others away from there. Jia Wangchuan immediately rejected the proposal. That final boss had a question mark level whose strength was beyond theirs. Their usual gang tactics will definitely not work. Wan Hao was still asked to retreat to the portal while he would try his best to hold back the pace and buy time until the construction of the portal was completed. Once the portal was complete, they could all leave without waiting for them any longer. Wan Hao was still doubtful, but Yiwu immediately entrusted his team members as well. He admitted that he was sure that Wan Hao was leading all the people. Wan Hao wondered why Yiwu did it too, but in the end, he gave up. As vice captain, he will follow the team leader's orders. He eagerly leads everyone in the portal to him. He could only order Yiwu and the others to defeat that cunning boss for him. Yiwu immediately agreed. After that, he asked the others who would attack first or if should they do it together. He was very confident and hoped that the boss monster would not be beaten to tears easily by the 3 of them. Jia Bao will make the first attack. For him, he had to be the first to do it. If he didn't kill his uncle, then the Zerg world would never be peaceful. Jia Bao attacked using the ultimate meaning of Eternal Annihilation move. After that attack, Jia Bao couldn't believe that his attack only reduced 10% of the boss monster's HP. He was annoyed because he was still too weak. Yiwu reminded me that it was not Jia Bao's fault. The move Jia Bao used was supposed to be able to injure Oswald, only now his HP is very thick. Jia Wangchuan then said that their tactics had to be adjusted. Normal attacks obviously won't be able to do any damage to Oswald. They have to find other ways to maximize damage. Suddenly, Jai Wangchuan injured himself, which made Yu Wu very shocked. Of course, he was worried and immediately asked what Jai Wangchuan was really doing. The man explained that he was using a death skill, which was his strongest move. This move can only be activated with an empty HP. He can use this skill to firmly lock the boss's aggro. Jai Wangchuan immediately used the silk sword full of blood to move and attacked the boss with full power. Jai Wangchuan noticed the gap that was still so big. He also experienced bloody backlash where all his attributes decreased by 10% and could not be removed within 2 hours. This time it was Oswald who attacked them and Yu Wu tried hard to hold him back. Even though the boss's aggro value had been locked, Oswald's attack power was still very strong. However, Yu Wu was confused to see the ice wall that suddenly protected them. Zulu suddenly appeared and Yu Wu immediately asked why the woman didn't take refuge with Huangjiang's group. Zulu then tried to remind Yu Wu of what he said. The thing I liked the most was hunting strong bosses and now being able to see the extraordinary prey in front of him. Of course, there was no way I would let it go while I was so excited. Jai Wangchuan reminded Zulu not to underestimate the enemy this time, which he would not be able to overcome alone. Yu Wu asked Jai Wangchuan to be quiet. At least Zulu's presence could help them a little. I actually told Jai Wangchuan to drink a bottle of recovery first. Zulu then said that he was not crazy enough to want to kill him. It was a once-in-a-lifetime trial opportunity. I asked everyone to look at his final attack at that time. She then uses a magic freeze move which makes the opponent unable to use any skills for 30 minutes. Yu Wu was amazed and felt lucky because Zulu hadn't used that move on me before or I would have died. Jai Bao also praised Zulu's strength. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan now understood that Zulu indeed had a reason for being so arrogant. But suddenly, Zulu's move was broken by Oswald. Zulu was very surprised because it turned out that her attack only lasted temporarily. Zulu immediately concluded that the boss was probably level 220 or even above. Jai Wangchuan now asked Yu Wu to come forward and show all his abilities. She asked Yu Wu to no longer hide it and asked him once again to give it his all. Yu Wu understood, but before that, I asked how much money Jai Wangchuan and Zulu had because I needed to borrow some. Of course, the two people could only look confused. Of course, Jai Wangchuan was not convinced by what you heard in such a critical situation. However, Yu Wu assured them that they had not heard wrong. I just need to borrow a few $100 million. Jai Bao asked if Yu Wu really needed money at that time, even though he couldn't lend anything because he didn't have human currency. If he had it, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to lend it. Yu Wu was grateful for Jai Bao's good intentions. On the other hand, Jai Wangchuan actually said that Yu Wu was a greedy man and even took advantage of such an opportunity to borrow money. He also still wondered what caused Yu Wu to need so much money at a time like that. Zulu then asks if Yu Wu wants to borrow money and run away or die so that you won't pay him again. Yu Wu finally said that although he really liked money, he had never failed to pay his debts all this time. He also emphasized that if they wanted to see his true strength, then they shouldn't hesitate to lend me money. The more they lent money, the stronger Yu Wu would become. Moreover, he usually did not use the secret technique easily. Today both of them were lucky to be able to witness it. Zulu still didn't know the relationship between borrowing money and power, but Yu Wu had managed to pique her curiosity. She wanted to see how powerful the secret technique mentioned by Yu Wu was. At that time, she sent 200 million to Yu Wu and the man was happy. Plus Jai Wangchuan sent 300 million in cash and made Yu Wu even more happy. Jai Wangchuan revealed that he personally does not have that much money. The money given to Yu Wu just now was the operational capital of the Mogong team. Yu Wu felt bad because Jai Wangchuan shouldn't have lent him. Jai Wangchuan didn't mind it. The most important thing for him now is a good life. He also advised Yu Wu not to die and not to disappoint him with his secret technique. Of course, Yu Wu was so confident and assured that the two would not be disappointed. In his heart, although Yu Wu had already saved so much money, for the sake of insurance, it was right to give him more money. Now with that amount of money, if the Shadow King is not enough to kill the boss, then he will use his personal money until it runs out. On the other hand, Oswald was very happy because after trying to merge for so long, he could finally control the body of the ancient Zerg god freely. Yu Wu was curious about the complete fusion. He previously suspected that Oswald was still in an unconscious state instinctively. Oswald immediately confirmed. Previously it was very difficult to merge with the ancient Zerg gods by having a dominant consciousness. However, because Yu Wu didn't kill him beforehand, Yu Wu had already lost his only chance to kill him. Now he is much stronger than before. They were surprised to see that the HP that had previously been reduced had actually recovered. However, Yu Wu asked them all not to panic. For him, there is absolutely no difference between HP being recovered or not. He immediately opened the special form of the Shadow King. The system notified that the Shadow King form was being activated with a special form that would double the money consumption. Oswald said how Jai Bao, Jai Wangchuan, and Zulu had fallen. Meanwhile, it was impossible for Yu Wu to defeat him. Whatever Yiwu would do would be completely meaningless and would only be an act of suicide for himself. However, he was surprised because the light was suddenly absorbed. At that moment there was a large amount of blood that was forming itself into a giant human in the air. Finally, a shadow jade bloody-eyed soldier was formed. Jiabao had already guessed that Yiwu was very hopeful. That figure was definitely no less or even stronger than the ancient Zerg god. Zulu wasn't sure if it was the secret technique that Yiwu said before. Jai Wangchuan also remembered Yan Huan once mentioning that Yiwu turned into a blood-colored dragon in the battle with Kashua Akao, but at that time he didn't believe it. But now I see it with my own eyes. The figure in front of him clearly surpassed the category of strong people he knew. Jai Wangchuan didn't even believe that Yiwu was really human. Meanwhile, from a distance, Lei was confused when he saw the two large figures together as if they had entered the wrong dungeon. Wan Hao knew that the giant could not be Jai Wangchuan or Zulu. He thought it was Yiwu. Yun Fei confirmed that it was her brother. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Oswald was not at all afraid of the existence of the giant Yiwu. He was actually happy because now he could have a bigger target to unleash his firepower. However, Oswald's attack was easily absorbed by Yiwu, who then turned it into two spears ready to be used to attack. Meanwhile, Oswald didn't want to lose and joined in the attack using his special ultimate poison. Oswald laughed because the potion could ignore any defense and damage the object it touched even though it was stronger than Yiwu's. But once again Yiwu easily destroyed the attack. Oswald became angry because so far Yiwu had not shown any weakness. Of course, he didn't allow anyone who had greater power than him in that world. The fight happened again. Oswald, who couldn't beat him, finally decided that they could die together. Oswald wanted to see who would die first among them, until suddenly Yiwu attacked again. Oswald returned in pain as if his life was being absorbed. Oswald struggled to be released. Jiabao, who was monitoring the fight, could only be amazed at how Yiwu suppressed his uncle until he could no longer fight back. Jiabao was amazed by Yiwu's strength. However, Jai Wangchuan immediately noticed that Yiwu had suddenly stopped. Zulu also noticed it and wanted to know what exactly happened. The system then warns that the Shadow King's special form cannot continue to be maintained for the safety of the host's consciousness. If this continues, the host's consciousness will be swallowed up by the Shadow King's account. Warning, warning, the merger between host and Shadow King has reached a critical value. If the merger continues, there will be irreversible consequences. Please rate carefully. At this time, the mental confusion value reached 10%, and everyone was wondering what had happened. Why did Yiwu stop moving? Monster Oswald said, "Stop at this critical moment. Haha, it's like the heavens will never kill me. Time to use the final killing blow. I will take out the Zerg heart and absorb it completely, and then forcefully destroy the space barrier. To be able to leave this small world, I am willing to pay no matter how expensive it is." Ha ha ha. Jiabao, who saw Yiwu moving again, suspected that Yiwu had reacted to hearing about Zerg's heart. Once again, Yiwu's monster directly attacked Oswald's monster. As the monsters controlled by Yiwu continued to rampage, the confusion slowly rose to 90%. Oswald was happy because Yiwu's monsters had stopped again. He laughed and said, "Haha, after all, you only stand at the end of the battle, and in the end, I was the one who came out on top and won. Go to hell, as long as you die, no one can stop me. Haha." Oswald's monster quickly attacked Yiwu's monster. Everyone panicked seeing Yiwu being fatally attacked in such a way. But Oswald still laughed with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Although, amazingly, you have cornered me to this degree, the Zerg gods are not invincible. I won, ha ha ha. But suddenly, Oswald's laughter stopped when one of his tentacles was bitten by a mountain worm monster. Oswald, who was furious, immediately attacked the worm monsters and said that they were just mindless animals. Oswald was furious because, for the sake of monopolizing Zerg's heart energy, how dare you attack me? I will tear you to pieces. The giant worm monster was pierced by a giant claw from underground that Oswald controlled. That way, the earthworm's HP finally runs out and he dies. Oswald said, "Jai, this time I gave you life, and I will need you after I invade the human world." He thought nothing would be able to stop him, and now it was time for the final. Oswald absorbs even more power from the Earth's core. He laughed with satisfaction, feeling a very strong flow of energy enter his body. He would use that power to break through the room's barrier with just one breath. Oswald screamed, destroying reality and destroying the void. Jiabao looked very worried when he realized that Oswald wanted to destroy the room by force. Jai Wangchuan and Zulu were annoyed because they couldn't move their bodies and recover their mana. After all, the energy pressure was too strong. Jai Wangchuan thought, if this boss went to the human world, it would set off a bloody storm. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, Yiwu still failed in the end. But suddenly everyone saw a red ball that had been in the middle of the Yiwu monster's body suddenly appeared above the Oswald monster's head. Unexpectedly, the ball emitted blood-red flames which immediately attacked Oswald's monster's body and dismembered the monster's body. Monster Oswald was shocked. He panicked and screamed in pain. He was surprised that the monster's ball could still splash him even though he had already killed the monster. Even the blood restrained all the movements of Oswald's monster. Monster Oswald was very panicked because he was captured by a very strong blood. Oswald even said he was an invincible Zerg god. Oswald went crazy and shouted, "I can't accept that the painstaking efforts that have been planned for hundreds of years have been destroyed in one fell swoop." In the end, Yiwu managed to defeat Oswald's monster, but the young man also lost consciousness. The system explained, Chaos Blood Eater falls into an abnormal state of near-death mental confusion and cannot be awakened by magic or any props. Warning, warning, mental confusion index up to 100%. The host's consciousness is being reconstructed, and the host's consciousness will be forcibly transmitted. When Yiwu opened his eyes, he was in a strange place. Yiwu stood in an extremely gloomy city. The system explains that due to abnormal host and account integration, you have now been forcibly pulled into the spiritual world of the Shadow King and can only leave after completing the related quest in this world. Yiwu thought, forced to enter. I also planned to enter the world of Shadow King after passing the previous dungeon on Zerg. Now it seems that the initial quest level of this world is not very high, just over 20 levels. It should be easy to do. Yiwu looked around and noticed the people in the city looked very pale and were level 20. The system explained again, I regret to inform you that because the host was forcibly withdrawn to the Shadow King world, the original account cannot be used at the same time and can only obtain the ability of one account randomly. The current account is Crazy Moss, Master of Alchemy. Yiwu panicked hearing the system's explanation because it meant he could only have level 13 as displayed now. Let alone the title of Master of Alchemy. Moss's account is not good at fighting at all, aw damn. At that time the system again explained please concentrate on the quest currently in front of the host. And his first quest is to survive until dawn under the pressure of a werewolf monster attack. The terrifying Darkmoon Wolf turned out to be level 25. This very high level would create enormous difficulties for Yiwu who currently only had level 13. Despite facing such a terrifying wolf monster, Yiwu was still able to smile and thought that even if he couldn't use other accounts he could use many items to survive. So Yiwu took out an advanced shield grenade item to defend against monster attacks. But suddenly the system gave a hint that items created by engineering accounts above level 50 could not be used in this world. Instantly Yiwu panicked because he had just received such a notification when the monsters started jumping towards him. Finally, Yiwu just used A. Luckily, Yiwu managed to create a shield in time. This young man thought, how long had he been since he was shocked by a level 25 monster and broke out in a cold sweat from panic like now. Fortunately, the low-grade engineering items that Yiwu had made previously had not been sold, and now Yiwu could make the best use of them. But now it's useless because it can only be used for defense. Yiwu also took out one of his big weapons called a level 40 engineering fire support turret. The special effects of the weapon are automatic tracking and unlimited ammunition. The giant gun immediately shot at the Darkmoon Wolf until the monster lost all his HP and died on the spot. Because he managed to defeat the Dark Wolf, Yiwu was entitled to 1,000 experience points and 500 gold coins. Then Yiwu asked the system is there a limit on the use of related abilities for the Moss account of the Master of Alchemist title he is now using. The system answers, there is no limit. As long as the drawings and materials are complete, even the highest level items and potions can be made and used. Yiwu immediately smiled and argued that the system still had a conscience. So Yiwu immediately called Wise and asked him to get a set of buff potions. But Yiwu asked the system to be careful not to run out in one go, because Yiwu didn't know how long this quest would last. Wise replied, no problem, because the ingredients are at hand, make a complete supplement of high-level potion mixture for the master, and add buffs directly. Yiwu immediately raised the buff and like this, Yiwu's basic attributes were almost equivalent to level 50, and with so many resistance buffs, there should be no problem dealing with a level 60 boss within effective time. Suddenly, someone applauded Yiwu's ability to defeat the werewolf monster just now. The man with stunning white hair praised Yiwu's ability to kill forest monsters so easily, but he had never seen such appearance and ability. He suspected that Yiwu was a newcomer. Yiwu answered he did come from a faraway country, but he was attacked when he just arrived, so Yiwu asked what happened in that place. Laguna replied, something did happen but it was not safe to talk in that place. So Laguna invited Yiwu to talk elsewhere if this newcomer believed in Laguna. Yiwu replied he would trust Laguna to lead the way. On the way, Yiwu kept looking at the young man's back and called Wise to say that the young man in front of him was the Shadow King. Wise confirmed Yiwu's guess. They knew that the young man in front of him would be the original body before the resurrection and darkness. Yiwu thought, but it might already be the dark version. After all, the Shadow King is a supervillain. He was very enthusiastic about foreigners, so Yiwu wondered what kind of conspiracy Laguna was planning. Wise said Laguna's spectrum results didn't show he was lying, so it shouldn't be a trap. But Yiwu knew to be careful. In the world of supervillains, There were dangers hidden everywhere. Finally, they arrived at an area that Laguna had used as their campsite. Laguna hopes that Yiwu will feel at home there. Yiwu answered that it didn't matter, but he said, "Isn't it dangerous outside? And isn't Laguna afraid of living alone in the forest?" Laguna explained that those monsters were more afraid of fire, and Laguna often didn't sleep well at night, so his work and rest were a bit reversed. So Laguna was getting used to his nighttime activities and had several methods to deal with it. Besides, the wilderness is a bit safer than the city. At this time, the two handsome young men quickly became familiar with each other. In front of the warm campfire, Yiwu asked what exactly happened in that place. Laguna answered, as Yiwu saw before, that their small town was suffering from a strange mutation, and the source of it all came from a plague. Anyone infected with the plague cannot be cured and will either die or become a terrifying monster. The plague not only attacks humans but also animals, and what happened in their small town has spread throughout the country, and this country will perish sooner or later. Hearing about the plague, Yiwu immediately wondered to himself, could his alchemical skills be used to make a potion to cure the plague? Wise answered it's theoretically possible. However, the source of the outbreak must be identified to prescribe the appropriate potion. If the goal is to save everyone in the entire country, it will require enormous deterrence and corresponding monetary costs. Yiwu became sad when he remembered that he still owed 500 million, so Yiwu couldn't possibly use his money for charity. But if he thought about this matter more deeply, if he could save this country, then he would be the country's savior and his reward would be indispensable. So he is confident that his 500 million debt will be repaid. Suddenly, Laguna called for Yiwu's attention because he wanted to ask something important. That is, Laguna is an apprentice hunter who belongs to the Hunter Order and just received a mission today to find the missing Dr. Victor. Laguna explains that Dr. Victor, who has been working on researching a way to cure the plague, went to the countryside to pick herbs yesterday and hasn't returned, so his daughter announced this mission to the Hunter Order this morning. Laguna continued, showing a photo of an adult man with one pair of glasses. Laguna said that Victor was a good person, and Laguna was often looked after by him, so Laguna took the initiative to take on this mission as soon as possible. Laguna asked, would Yiwu want to go with him to find Dr. Victor? Laguna didn't forget to say, of course, there will be rewards for this mission. Yiwu looked at the photo carefully and realized that the werewolf outbreak seemed to have sounded in Yiwu's ears before. Then Yiwu asked why Laguna wanted to go with him. Laguna replied because Yiwu is amazing. If the mutant faced Laguna, it would take a lot of effort to defeat him, but Yiwu managed to finish it off very easily. Laguna believes that if he goes with Yiwu, they will be able to find Dr. Victor easily. Then Yiwu changed the question again, what if he refused to help Laguna? With a very sad expression, Laguna answered, then he would look for Dr. Victor alone because he couldn't sit idly by with the life and death of Dr. Victor, even if it was just Laguna alone, then he had to find Victor's doctor. The snow-white-skinned young man even apologized to Yiwu for suddenly making such a request to Yiwu, because they just knew each other not long ago. Yiwu finally said, don't show that kind of expression, because Yiwu was just joking with Yiwu. The dark-haired young man immediately asked Laguna to go together and look for a doctor together. Laguna accepted Yiwu's outstretched hand and smiled as he thanked him. As they shook hands, the system appeared saying, the host had opened that world's main quest, namely helping Laguna become the Shadow King in the current quest's progress. Even so, this mission has only run 0%. Yiwu was shocked because it turned out that the system even asked him to make the white boy in front of him a world-class criminal. Laguna woke Yiwu from his reverie and asked why Yiwu was in a daze. Yiwu replied that he was okay and asked Laguna to immediately lead the way. The two of them went out into the night. Yiwu, who was walking behind, asked the system what was the meaning of the quest just now. Could it be that Yiwu has to help Laguna completely become a Shadow King to get out of this world? The system explained it doesn't have to be. The entire quest process is a long and huge epic quest, which cannot be completely completed in a short time. This time, Yiwu only needed to complete a certain quest to return to the real world. Yiwu also asked, so what happened in the real world when he was in that world? Yiwu remembers that he defeated the final boss earlier. The system explains the time flow of the two worlds is independent of each other. After Yiwu left, he could return to the point in time immediately after leaving, so Yiwu didn't need to worry. Yiwu thought it seems that the mechanism of time and space is similar to the nest of treasure thieves. Yiwu was very grateful if the mechanism was like that. Yiwu walked up to Laguna and asked, didn't Laguna say he was an apprentice hunter before, so what is the special job of a hunter and how much does Laguna get paid? because Yiwu was quite curious. Laguna instead asked back, has Yiwu ever heard of hunters? Didn't Yiwu have the profession of a hunter in a foreign land? If not, Laguna also explained that the Hunter Order is a very ancient organization. Its origins can be traced back more than 100 years. At that time, the world was attacked by a terrifying demon, and when the kingdom's army was helpless, a group of armed hunters and priests suddenly appeared. They used powerful weapons and holy magic to exorcise the demon and finally save the world. After the Blyes were destroyed, they rejected the honors and titles of kings, and instead became a church organization to protect towns and villages and officially named it the Hunter Order. Hunters do not have a fixed salary. Earnings depend on the number and difficulty of missions completed. Laguna has been very familiar with this profession since he was a child, and now he is just one step away from realizing his dream. As long as Laguna completes this quest, he can become an official hunter and he can get 40 gold coins. Of course, he will give Yiwu half of the proceeds he gets. Yiwu replied money was not important to him. He only cherishes Laguna's dream, so Yiwu is willing to help Laguna. Yiwu opened the hologram screen and checked all the gifts he got. This young man thought 20 gold coins was a small amount for someone like him who had a debt of 500 million. So he thinks it's better to be good friends with Laguna. But how much did Yiwu spend in the previous battle? And the system didn't tell Yiwu the completion information. But Yiwu was shocked when he realized that his balance was still around 800 million. He wondered, how is there still 800 million left in the balance? Did that mean Yiwu wouldn't have to spend money if he was forcibly pulled into the Shadow King world to do the quest? The system quickly warned Yiwu to get rid of unrealistic fantasies. After returning to the real world, the consumption of the previous battle will soon be resolved, but before it can still be consumed in this world. But in his heart, Yiwu thought he was very stupid because he still had a lot of debt. He was still confused about how to pay off that much debt. Yiwu knew there couldn't be such a good thing in this world. When they finally arrived in front of a very mysterious and gloomy forest, Laguna explained, Dr. Victor disappeared into the depths of the forest in front of them. Laguna says they will go in and explore the forest when Yiwu is ready. Should be in full danger. This doctor also had a big heart and dared to go alone. Suddenly another group of hunters appeared and stared at Laguna unfriendly. The leader of the group, Lei Rang, said, isn't this in front of him a newbie called Lagoon? What is Laguna doing in that place? Lei Rang guessed that Laguna couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and went out for a night tour. Lei Rang tells Laguna to be careful because he could be eaten by the werewolf. Laguna seemed unfazed by their provocation. Laguna said he was on a mission to save Dr. Victor, who was lost in the woods. Hearing Laguna's words, Lei Rang sneered, is he again the drunkard Victor? Missing for 3 days, in their opinion, Dr. Victor was very troublesome. But Laguna was a beginner, so if he went deep into the forest alone, then it would be the same as courting death. While smiling awkwardly, Laguna answered that he would not go alone. He would go with Yiwu on the mission this time. As Yiwu casually said, it seems that workplace bullying exists in any era in the world. Lei Rang asked, what did Yiwu, the strange child, say? He doesn't understand what workplace bullying is at all. He asked if Yiwu was a foreigner, but he was just a level 13 kid. Lei Rang was surprised that Yiwu dared to follow a beginner as if he wanted to die. Lei Rang sneered at Yiwu and said, that young man is tired of living. Lei Rang smiled slyly and looked down on the 2 boys in front of him, saying he knew Laguna's plan. Suddenly, Lei Rang told Laguna and Yiwu to come with their group, and then when danger arose, the 2 boys would be pushed out as cannon fodder. At this moment, Laguna became angry and forbade Lei Rang from insulting Yiwu or him. Laguna also said he respects Lei Rang as his senior, and Laguna usually puts up with Lei Rang's ramblings, but Yiwu is Lei Rang's friend, and he is very strong. So Lei Rang shouldn't mess with Yiwu like this. Lei Rang became furious and scolded Laguna. According to him, Laguna was a disobedient little upstart who usually only dared to shout at strangers. Lei Rang asks if Laguna is tired of living. Suddenly, Laguna stuttered. He couldn't answer Lei Rang's words anymore. So Lei Rang freely said, but who made Laguna the junior of their hunting group? For the safety of Laguna and Laguna's friends, the seniors will do it for Laguna. Laguna asked loudly, what did his seniors mean by that? Because their attitude is illegal, explained Laguna, who chose this mission from the start. But the seniors didn't pay attention to Laguna's words and immediately spurred them along with loud laughter, full of satisfaction. Laguna was angry and hit the ground while cursing. He said this was the final critical assessment for Laguna to become an official hunter, and they deliberately took the mission from Laguna. In his opinion, it was over. Laguna started to feel sad and feel sorry for herself, even though Laguna had attracted Yiwu to get involved in this hunt. But Laguna asked Yiwu not to worry because he would find a way to collect the 20 gold coins that Laguna had previously promised for Yiwu. Yiwu replied, why is Laguna so frustrated? Is he the type of person who gives up easily when faced with adversity? In a weak tone, Laguna said, actually, he was not a weak person. Even if he encounters a monster stronger than him, Laguna dares to fight straight away without hesitation. Interpersonal relationships in the hunter group are more complicated. Even if Laguna is often bullied, he doesn't want to be ostracized by everyone for destroying these relationships. Yiwu reached out and said, in the final analysis, it depends on strength. Yiwu asked Laguna to listen to himself. Yiwu would rather be strong and lonely than weak and gregarious. As long as Laguna becomes stronger than everyone, he will be the center. So Laguna's dream of moving up a level will definitely be achieved soon. Laguna took Yiwu's hand and smiled with satisfaction, confirming Yiwu's words. Laguna realizes now is not the time to get frustrated and starts chasing those guys. Suddenly, the system appeared saying, that is, the main quest progress has changed, and the current progress is 1%. Yiwu realized, finally there was a change. He wondered if maybe what he said earlier had an effect on Laguna. They continued walking until they finally arrived at the cemetery complex. Laguna explained that it seemed Dr. Victor came to the grave to collect medicine. With an astonished expression, Yiwu asked, why did you come to the cemetery looking for medicine? That doctor is really weird. Laguna replied that he also didn't understand Dr. Victor's habits, but it was actually written in his mission. Suddenly a man's scream was heard. Immediately, Laguna rushed and ran out of the cemetery complex because he was very sure that the scream was Senior Lei Rang's voice. Apparently at that moment, a level 45 giant graveguard monster was standing in front of Senior Lei Rang. The extremely fierce senior immediately screamed for help from the monsters. Lei Rang even waved at Laguna and Yiwu to be saved because he didn't want to die yet. Without thinking, Laguna wanted to go straight to his senior and help the man. But Yiwu stopped him and said that if they advanced, it meant they would be fighting a level 45 boss while Laguna was still at level 25, so this was the same as courting death. Laguna hesitated and said that if he didn't come forward, his senior would be killed. Yiwu said it was no coincidence that Laguna dared to take on a level 45 mission at level 25, or, in order to quickly achieve the goal of becoming an official hunter, Laguna could take on a mission that should not be done at his level. Laguna started to hesitate and couldn't answer. Finally, Laguna said, the level of this mission is 25-45. He admitted there was a long way to go, but he wanted to become an official hunter as soon as possible, so he took the risk on this mission. But Laguna didn't expect that he would actually meet a level 45 boss. Yiwu patted his forehead and said, Laguna is really reckless. If Laguna hadn't met Yiwu, then he wouldn't have to face the level 45 boss alone. The courage to fight with a difference of 20 levels is a bit similar to Yiwu. In his heart, Yiwu asked the system, what if the Lagoon dies during the mission? The system replies, after starting the main quest, if the quest object dies, it will be judged that the quest failed, the host will be pulled back to the real world, and the current account will be forcibly deleted. Yiwu was stunned to get the answer from the system, because that means if this quest fails, the Shadow King account will be deleted. Yiwu was clearly shocked when he heard the system's explanation, because it was his trump card. Although it costs money, it can solve the problem perfectly every time. Yiwu would never allow something like that to happen. Lei Rang shouted again to be saved. Lei Rang began to be attacked by monsters guarding the graves, and the adult man even ran out of HP. Without thinking, Laguna ran forward to save his senior. He asked Yiwu to help him from behind. Yiwu is still trying to restrain the young man because if he dies, his Shadow King account will be lost. The guardian monster, which was giant in size, turned to attack Laguna, who came towards him. Unexpectedly, Laguna was able to cut off the monster's arm. Yiwu was very happy to see Laguna's excellent abilities. He was sure that Laguna would not be at a disadvantage in facing a boss that was 20 levels higher than himself. Yiwu couldn't say that Laguna was a beginner. In his heart, Yiwu was sure that Laguna was indeed a man who would become the Shadow King in the future, because his talent is amazing. Suddenly, the two heads on the guardian monster's chest spat out a terrifying green acid liquid. Laguna realized he couldn't dodge the attack, especially as the monster's torrent was too wide to dodge. Luckily, Laguna had a cloak that could withstand the anti-corrosive effect, but unfortunately, the monster's corrosiveness was too strong. Laguna's HP even dropped 40% due to the corrosive attack. Finally, the monster's arm recovered and he prepared to attack Laguna again with his large sword. Laguna realized he couldn't avoid the attack at that very critical time. Fortunately, Yiwu's shield protected Laguna in time. Yiwu took out his own long-barreled pistol and asked Laguna to immediately retreat if he didn't want to be shot. With enormous power and strong firepower, the tower gun immediately attacked the monster in succession. But unfortunately, even though the weapon's attack was huge, it couldn't defeat the guardian monster at all, and the boss monster could still approach them. Yiwu immediately threw a tool at the monster, creating a giant shield that immediately trapped the monster's large body. Then Yiwu invited Laguna to withdraw first. While running for his life, Laguna explained that the boss monster should not be physically invulnerable, because Laguna's sword could clearly injure it. So what happened? Why didn't Yiwu's weapon attack make any impression at all? Yiwu frantically said, "Don't know." Because he had just come to that place, he was not familiar with that place, so Yiwu didn't know the characteristics of the monsters that inhabited that place. Suddenly an old man came out of the coffin lying there and accused the two young men in front of him of being a bunch of idiots. He was annoyed because the young man in front of him didn't understand anything, but still wanted to be a hunter. At first, they thought the figure of the old man wearing a half-skull face mask was undead, but then Laguna realized the old man was Dr. Victor, so he exclaimed happily to see Dr. Victor's presence. But Dr. Victor actually grumbled in annoyance, because at first he hid well in the chest, but in the end, he really couldn't stand the sight of two stupid beginners. While hiding behind a crate, Laguna said they came to save Dr. Victor. So he asks what does Dr. Victor know about the monster. At first Dr. Victor continued to complain and grumble at the two young men in front of him, but then he explained that the monster was originally a grave guard. After being infected with the mutation of the plague, he sowed the bodies of corpses that had not rotted into themselves. It is an undead attribute, and general physical attacks cannot harm it. It has to be a damage sure or a physical attack with an attribute to work. Dr. Victor added that the weapons used by the Hunter Order were all prayed for by the High Priest and had holy attributes, so the Lagoon would deal damage to the monster. Laguna smiled happily because it was the first time he heard about that. Dr. Victor was annoyed at Laguna's knowledge, and irritably said that's why Laguna is still a beginner. Yiwu thought, after hearing Dr. Victor's explanation, Yiwu realized that the account he opened now was related to physics, but that meant all magic accounts should be able to deal damage. Yiwu realized, when it came to necromantic monsters, he remembered that in the school's adventure survival training, in addition to holy attribute magic and magic weapons, it could also use recovery potions to cause damage to monsters. Yiwu had realized another solution to the monster problem. It was at this time that Laguna offered Yiwu to try using his sword because Yiwu was stronger than Laguna. But Yiwu rejected that solution because he had a bolder solution. Just at that moment, the guardian monster managed to destroy the shield that was capturing his body. Yiwu held the level 50 potion bottle in his hand and immediately threw the recovery potion bottle with great force at the monster's body. Instantly a large explosion hit the monster's body until its HP dropped to 60%. Laguna was shocked because such a small bottle could reduce HP so much. He asked how Yiwu could do that. And what did Yiwu just throw? Yiwu explained that since they all deal damage by restoring HP, there should be no difference between recovery potions and magic. Looks like Yiwu won Tar Muhen. He just didn't expect the effect to be so amazing. Dr. Victor explained that was because recovery potions above level 50 had their own holy attributes, such as the damage caused by holy water to undead monsters. But Dr. Victor immediately became angry and asked, how could a level 13 man have a level 50 recovery potion? Doesn't Yiwu know how valuable that thing is? How could Yiwu throw him away like that? Yiwu casually asked Dr. Victor not to worry, because he still had many such items, but if they wanted to kill with just one blow, then they had to use something more effective. Yiwu immediately took out a level 100 potion bottle and without hesitation threw the bottle at the huge body of the guardian monster. A bigger explosion immediately appeared and consumed all of the monster's HP. From the explosion, spirits emerged that were previously trapped in the monster's body. They thanked each other in unison before finally flying away and disappearing. Dr. Victor was stunned to see the young man standing in front of him, with a glow of light around his body. He asked, who exactly was Yiwu, and how could he kill a boss monster with just one blow? With a big smile, Yiwu answered that he was just an unknown person living in a foreign land. He then asked Laguna to leave immediately because their mission was complete. Excitedly, Laguna cheered happily to follow Yiwu. The system explained that because Yiwu succeeded in killing the boss, he was entitled to 20,000 experience points and 50,000 gold. Yiwu said, this is completely transparent. But after all, this is a low-level boss, so there is nothing to expect, but fortunately there is still a consolation prize. Yiwu got the disease tissue drop item. They were organs dropped from the bodies of high-level infected mutants. Although their actual use was unknown, they were not to be eaten. Yiwu realized that it was difficult to get good drop items, especially since the monster's heart was useless to him. Suddenly Dr. Victor approached Yiwu and asked, what recovery potion did Yiwu just use? He had read countless medicines in his life, although Victor's doctor could recognize the value, but could not recognize the specific type. Especially the last potion, it is definitely not something Yiwu can have at this level. Laguna approached them and said, is Dr. Victor also curious? Didn't Yiwu also say that he came from a foreign land, and he also used many items they had never seen before? And it's amazing. Yiwu confirmed Laguna's statement and said that it was a typical item from his hometown. It was quite far from where they were, and it was normal that Laguna and Dr. Victor had never seen it before. In a firm tone, Dr. Victor said, a man of unknown origins possessing so many strange items at such a young age was quite suspicious, no matter how Dr. Victor looked at it. And what was Yiwu's purpose in coming all the way to them? Laguna interrupted Dr. Victor's words by saying, how could Dr. Victor say that? Although it is true that few foreigners visit their place, Laguna can be sure that Yiwu is a good person. Dr. Victor insisted that he would judge for himself whether Yiwu was a good person or not. But suddenly, Dr. Victor's expression changed to shock when he saw the monster heart that Yiwu was holding. The old man immediately asked, where did Yiwu get it from? Yiwu calmly answered, diseased tissue was just dropped by the boss, so does Dr. Victor know its use? Dr. Victor enthusiastically said that he had come to the cemetery only to find the tissue disease. The item was an extremely rare material that could only be obtained from dead people. For that, Dr. Victor almost turned over the corpse all over the grave, but he couldn't find it. He didn't expect it to be in the guard monster. With an innocent face, Laguna asked, could it have something to do with the plague? Dr. Victor replied, that is nonsense. Only people who died from the plague had a very low probability of disease. Possessing it will play an important role in Dr. Victor's research into the origins of the plague. When he heard about the origins of the plague, Yiwu felt like he would soon find what he was looking for. Suddenly, Dr. Victor prostrated himself and asked Yiwu to hand over the monster's heart to him. No matter how much money Yiwu wanted, even if Yiwu wanted Dr. Victor to go bankrupt, he would still give it all to Yiwu. Because the monster heart is very important to me, I have been looking for it for almost a year. I missed this opportunity, and I don't know if I can survive until the day when the origin of the plague is discovered. Yiwu gave the monster's heart to Dr. Victor and said it was free. Yiwu said he usually admired people who worked hard for their goals. You are willing to risk your life and leave your family to study the plague. I really admire this determination. You don't need to give me your money. Dr. Victor immediately said thank you with a cheerful face. Yiwu not only can fully understand the goal that Dr. Victor is dedicated to but also has a selfless and tolerant heart. He also apologized to Yiwu for his previous attitude. Now Dr. Victor is sure that Yiwu is really not the same as those hunters who care about money. Hearing Dr. Victor's words, Yiwu turned to Laguna and asked, does that mean the Laguna organization is having problems? Laguna simply replied, there is some misunderstanding in this matter. Dr. Victor quickly reprimanded Laguna, saying that Laguna didn't need to forgive them, because the Lagoon really thought that they would be able to see it right after joining the Hunter Order. He asks Laguna to wake up because he is not at all the same as the cruel hunters. Dr. Victor said, on the surface, this group of beast-hearted men protect their safety, but behind the scenes, they do many bad things to oppress men and women. The people in the city had to lower their heads when they saw him. If they didn't like it, they would be beaten, and they even had to collect protection fees regularly. What is the difference between these bullies? With a sad face, Laguna says, unfortunately, the Hunter Order that Laguna admires is not like this, and Laguna doesn't know how it started to become so corrupt. There were few people as strong, humble, and kind as Yiwu. Since the day Laguna joined the Hunter Order, I decided to change this mess and return it to its original holy appearance. Then Dr. Victor invited the two young men to go from the cemetery in his wooden carriage. They cheerfully followed Dr. Victor. On the way, Laguna, who was sitting at the back of the carriage, asked Dr. Victor, since you have been researching for so long, does Dr. Victor have any clues about the origin of this plague? Dr. Victor is actually embarrassed to say it, but due to the lack of adequate and effective research materials, Dr. Victor has not discovered the scientific origin of the plague. There is one non-scientific clue: the origin and spread of the plague in folklore is related to blood infection. Even though Dr. Victor didn't believe in such rumors, he still hadn't missed this entry point. All clues point the finger to the mysterious organization Mystic Blood Church. Instantly, Laguna was shocked and almost stood up in the carriage when he heard this. Laguna asked, is that a church that worships ancient gods? Dr. Victor replied, that's right, it's just that their whereabouts are unknown, and Dr. Victor hasn't seen them with his own eyes, so their authenticity is also very doubtful. Hearing their words made Yiwu astonished and wonder in his heart, did that mean ancient gods also existed in this era? Dr. Victor explained that there was a saying in many villages and towns I visited before the serious outbreak. People from the Mystic Blood Church often went to various villages and towns to treat the villagers, and the special medicine they use is. There are two statements circulating. Some people said that after receiving treatment from the Mystic Blood Church, he managed to recover and his body became stronger. But there were also people who were mentally ill like crazy, and in the end, their bodies mutated and turned into monsters. However, both the former and the latter were just one-sided words, had no evidence, and were meaningless to confront someone from the Mystic Blood Church. If Dr. Victor had free time, he would also look for their whereabouts. In fact, they also have some legends about ancient gods. Then Yiwu asked. He wanted to know if there was such a thing as Laken among the ancient gods that the rumors mentioned. Dr. Victor answered, of course, there is, and they call it Thousand-Eyed Gulu Laken. Instantly, Yiwu thought he hit the jackpot. Because even ordinary people know the real names of the ancient gods in this world, Yiwu can definitely get more useful information, making him better prepared the next time to faces them. Then Yiwu asked Dr. Victor did he knew which ancient god the Mystic Blood Church believed in. Dr. Victor said confidently, of course, he knew. His name is Dark Blood Secret Baird, namely, a terrible monster that looks more like a bat, but has terrible tentacle wings. Yiwu thought seriously, Dark Blood Secret God Baird. This term is for an ancient god of the same level as Lakian. It doesn't sound good at all. Laguna suddenly asked, what do you mean by Dark Blood Secret God? Because he had never heard of it. Because he knew little about the Mystic Blood Church, and he knew nothing about their beliefs. Dr. Victor replies, as far as he knows, the Hunter Order has launched a secret investigation into the Mystic Blood Church. But since Laguna didn't even know this, he was surprised that Laguna wasn't expelled by the organization. Laguna laughed and answered maybe because he didn't know yet. Suddenly the system for notifying the main quest progress has been updated by 2%. Yiwu was surprised. Why was this quest just updated like that? He guessed it seemed that this ancient god would definitely be an important opportunity for him to become the Shadow King. Yiwu thought that in order to complete the main quest as soon as possible, he must find the Dark Blood Secret God as soon as possible and help them meet. When Yiwu wanted to ask Dr. Victor about the ancient god, he was suddenly asked to keep quiet because they had talked about this topic enough and they might be cursed for continuing like that. Laguna pushed between the two of them and said that the doctor always believed in science over superstition. So why was he afraid to talk about a curse like this now? Dr. Victor explained that what is called science is not just about results, but more importantly about processes and attitudes. Facing all kinds of unknown possibilities, Laguna couldn't easily deny it until Laguna saw it with his own eyes and put it into practice. Laguna replied, although he didn't understand it, he still thought it was amazing. Meanwhile, Yiwu thought, in this complex worldview with the background of feudal theology and dynasty, it is very valuable to have such understanding. After that, Dr. Victor asked Laguna to drive the horse-drawn carriage because he was very tired after talking so much. Not long after, they finally arrived at the Hunter Order branch office. The place looked very simple compared to the Hunter's office in Yiwu's era. Even Yiwu thought that the place looked more like a bar. Before they entered, Laguna had time to wake Dr. Victor first. When we entered the hall, we saw many hunters sitting and enjoying drinks. Yiwu asked, why are there 3 windows in front? Laguna explained that the 3 types correspond to issuing or receiving missions, reporting missions and selling or exchanging goods, and they will also report these missions later. Yiwu thought that place really was similar to a black market, only much more primitive. Then Yiwu asked, what's on the 2nd floor? Laguna replies that there is an area where only high-ranking members of the church can go, and Laguna has never been there before. A beautiful woman named Melina ran towards Dr. Victor crying. She immediately hugged her father because she was really worried about her father, namely Dr. Victor. Dr. Victor smiled broadly and welcomed his son's hug. He asked his daughter not to continue crying because he had returned safely. Dr. Victor said it was impossible for anything bad to happen to me. Then Melina thanked Laguna because the young man managed to bring my father back. Laguna smiled and said, actually, he didn't help much because it was all thanks to Yiwu's services. So Melina immediately looked at Yiwu. The young man with dark and short hair said that it should be human nature to help each other, especially helping good people like Dr. Victor who serves the community. Seeing Yiwu's handsome face made Melina's face slowly turn red. This girl thanked Yiwu with a shy expression. She thanked the young man for saving my father. But in her heart, Melina imagined that 2 handsome men, namely Yiwu and Laguna, were chasing me at the same time. This girl screamed in her heart because I would definitely have a hard time having these 2 handsome young men. Dr. Victor quickly hit Melina on the head and told her not to let the bad habit come back again. Dr. Victor asked Melina not to meet those 2 men again because I don't like dirty men. Melina complained of pain and said that they should be more worried about Dr. Victor's condition. Dr. Victor then said, this time it wasn't a little good, he had to hurry and get back to studying before saying goodbye. If Yiwu is interested, Yiwu, welcome to come and meet at any time. Dr. Victor's house is right near the clock tower. Turn left and walk 200 meters. After that, Drs. Victor and Melina left, leaving Laguna and Yiwu to report the progress of their mission to the association. While lining up, queuing to report the mission, Laguna met 2 of his seniors. They didn't expect Laguna, who was a junior, to still come back alive after carrying out a difficult mission. They said Laguna was very lucky because when he took a mission that was a much higher level above him, it turned out that Laguna was able to survive the mission. Laguna only responded with a smile and said that he was indeed lucky. Finally, it was his turn to report on his mission and also the badges of his 3 fallen comrades. The woman guarding the reception desk was shocked to see that it was Lei Rang's badge. All the seniors who saw this were shocked and wondered whether the 3 senior hunters were dead. even though they should only handle very simple missions. Laguna explains to everyone that he met Lei Rang's group on the road and said that they wanted to help Laguna with this mission, but they accidentally encountered a high-level mutant and were killed. Laguna is also very sorry and sad about this. Fury, the bald senior, immediately grabbed Laguna by the collar and accused his junior of lying. In his opinion, Laguna must have trapped Lei Rang, otherwise, how could Laguna complete this mission at his own level? Laguna tries to defend himself by saying, he didn't frame them. They died because of their own actions, not to mention the mission this time was because of Yuwu's help. Finally, a woman wearing a purple dress came down from the second floor and said, mission accomplished. Whether Laguna was lying or not in the cause of their deaths, the association would not investigate clearly, no need to argue endlessly here. An old wizard who had long white hair and was named Salian congratulated Laguna because he was an official hunter starting today. Laguna lowered his head and smiled broadly when he received praise from his superior. Then Mr. Salian cast a spell on the item that Miss Christina was currently carrying. Yuwu was amazed to see the process of casting a spell on a weapon, which looked amazing because he saw a light shining directly on the item. Then Miss Christina gave the item to Laguna while congratulating him on excellent work. Hopefully he can continue his work and hopefully one day you will be the hope of the Hunter Order. Laguna received the item with a red face, holding back embarrassment. At this time the mission progress notification system has been updated by 3%. At this time, Wise appeared and announced that the lagoon's spectrum had changed to pink, which meant he had been thinking about love. Yuwu thought Christina must be another figure who will influence the turning point in Laguna's life one day. Suddenly, Miss Christina turned towards Yuwu and immediately pressed her sexy body against Yuwu. The young man, who was so shocked, didn't even have time to react and could only ask in his heart what the girl was doing. Because I couldn't even resist the girl's movements. After that, a moment later, Christina stepped away and said that Yuwu had a very strange smell. Everyone in the room was shocked to see that Chairman Christina actually took the initiative to approach the stranger, namely Yuwu. They suspected that the group leader really liked Yuwu. Seeing the hysterical attitude of the people in the room, Miss Christina said that if any of them dared to cause trouble, then I would immediately send him to see Gu Shen. Meanwhile, in his heart, Yuwu was wondering, why do I always provoke important figures like this? Was it because of the domineering spirit within him that couldn't be hidden? Then slowly Yuwu asked Miss Christina, you just said Yuwu has a strange smell on me. So what does that mean? Miss Christina explained that she is very sensitive to smells and can remember only one smell, but Yuwu has a smell that I have never known before. Yuwu cautiously said that it might be because he came from a foreign country. Miss Christina said it wasn't because of that. Yuwu's taste is indeed very foreign, but it is more like a distant and deep unknown taste than the strangeness of a foreign land. Yuwu panicked. He asked in his heart, what kind of nose does this woman have? Because your nose is very sensitive. Could it be that you discovered Yuwu's identity as an adventurer just from smell? Yuwu was obviously very worried thinking about this. Laguna presses between them and says that even though Yuwu is a foreigner, he is definitely a very good person. Laguna can guarantee that. Miss Christina said, I don't doubt Yuwu. As you can see, they are not very friendly with foreigners here. If Yuwu wanted to stay in that place for a long time, it was best to have a comfortable status like a hunter. If Yuwu is interested in joining, Miss Christina can make an exception for you. Yuwu was shocked to hear the offer, and then Yuwu humbly said, thank you for Miss Christina's kindness. But Yuwu is not qualified to be a hunter at his level. It is better to find another easy job. Yuwu thought, since Miss Christina said that you don't doubt me, Yuwu is worried that it must be putting Yuwu under surveillance. Everyone was shocked to hear Miss Christina's words about inviting a foreign man to become a hunter. But the foreign man just refused, even though that is their dream. But they didn't dare say too much because if they upset Miss Christina then they really wouldn't be able to eat anything else. Laguna tried to persuade Yuwu by saying that Yuwu is too humble. After joining the Hunter Order with his abilities, Yuwu would definitely be able to advance quickly, so Yuwu's level wouldn't be a problem. Yuwu replied that the lagoon was too flattering, and he felt that he was not really suitable for being a hunter. Miss Christina turned around and walked away saying, in this case, I will not force Yuwu. If Yuwu changes his mind, you can come to Miss Christina at any time. Then she left while saying goodbye. After Miss Christina left, Laguna asked, is Yuwu really unwilling to consider me? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chairman Christina never directly recommends anyone to join the Hunter Order. Yuwu asked Laguna not to persuade anymore because he had already made a decision. Yuwu thought he didn't have time to be a hunter now. He must find a way to improve the main quest and leave that place as soon as possible. Yuwu asked the system how much progress should be achieved in the current main quest before returning to the real world. The system replied the first mandatory quest progress must reach 10% to return to the real world. Yiwu realized he had to do it quickly and gave a little push so that the points would immediately increase. With such thoughts in mind, Yiwu directly announced to everyone at the scene that that day was the big day for the good Laguna to become an official hunter. Yiwu also advised everyone at the scene to take good care of his brother in the future. To show his sincerity, Yiwu announced he would treat everyone in the bar to wine. Laguna was shocked to hear Yiwu's words and reminded him that it was too wasteful. But everyone in the bar room who had heard Yiwu's announcement immediately cheered happily and promised to take good care of Laguna. Without hesitation, they immediately asked the waiter to add several bottles of very expensive wine. Laguna felt very embarrassed because he would spend Yiwu's money, but Yiwu still held out a very large beer glass to the young man and asked him not to worry. Instead, Yiwu asked Laguna to join the others in order to relieve his worries and make interpersonal relations within the hunting group better. Finally, Laguna accepted the beer glass and thanked Yiwu for his kindness. Now, quest progress has changed and increased to 6%. It was at this time that several of his seniors came forward to embrace and pull Laguna to join them. They want to invite Laguna to join their celebration party. At first, Laguna was doubtful, but Yiwu asked him to go and enjoy this party happily because Laguna was the center of the party. While everyone was partying and drinking, Yiwu sat in the corner of the room to think about his next plan. Yiwu realized this world can be considered a special dungeon where Yiwu can spend money and make money, so Yiwu must not miss this opportunity. Yiwu must take the opportunity to make a lot of money. The construction of the fort can cost 5 billion, plus the debt is 500 million. Nowadays, the progress of making money is far from enough. Yiwu also thought he should go to the doctor's house tomorrow to find out more information about the plague. He must immediately find the source of the plague, formulate a formula, and then sell the formula to this country. In this way, Yiwu can save the people of this country and make a lot of money without much effort. Yiwu realized this branch world was more meaningful than imagined. In another corner of the room, Laguna received a lot of cheers because he managed to beat several of his seniors in the competition to drink more alcohol. Yiwu, who saw that Laguna was able to finish his 10th glass, was completely shocked and asked if that person had a bottomless pit in his stomach. With a red face and a cheerful smile, Laguna said that they were too weak. If they wanted to make Laguna drunk, then they had to call more people. So some seniors answered that they would call more people to defeat Laguna. While the drinking game was stopping because the seniors were calling their teammates outside, Laguna sat down opposite Yiwu again. The short-haired young man immediately said that he didn't expect to see that Laguna could drink alcohol so well. Laguna laughed, then explained that he had actually been like this since he was little. Whether it was water or wine, he could always drink it and there were no restrictions at all. Yiwu let out a heavy sigh hearing Laguna's explanation. Yiwu thought even Laguna could drink a lot of blood in the future. Yiwu guessed that the Shadow King's special skill also came from Laguna's characteristics. Yiwu said that this place seems to be much more peaceful than the city Yiwu visited before, and there seemed to be few people infected with the plague. Laguna said that perhaps because there was no hunter order in the previous city where their group was there, neither the robbers nor the Mystic Blood Church could penetrate easily, therefore this was much better. Yiwu thought this situation further supported the rumors of speculation about the source of the outbreak. Yiwu then asked Laguna, does he really not know more about the Mystic Blood Church? Laguna honestly answered, he didn't know, but there was definitely more information in the church. When his level is high and he has authority, Laguna will definitely help Yiwu find out. But Laguna wanted to know, why was Yiwu interested in that church? Before Yiwu could answer, suddenly several senior hunters came in from outside and they laughed happily while congratulating Laguna. They also openly said they had come to invite him to drink for free at that place. That night, Laguna raised his glass of beer several times and with a happy smile accepted anyone's challenge to invite him to a beer drinking match. Even Laguna said they wouldn't be going home tonight if they weren't drunk. Everyone cheered happily and said they would drink up. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, Yiwu thought they were all relaxing and drinking to their heart's content. But Yiwu himself didn't even know how expensive the drinks in that place were. It was at this time that the system suddenly appeared notifying that the debt had increased again. The system prompts Yiwu to pay attention to his balance. Yiwu could only scream with emotion hearing the warning from the system. That morning, Yiwu started a bright day by getting a notification from the system. Due to the exchange difference between the currency of this world and the host world, the ratio was 1 to 1,000. So the 500 gold cloth spent on drinking last night was equivalent to a deduction of 500,000 coins. Once again, Yiwu shouted in annoyance because the system hadn't seen a very important notification like this before. If he knew that the prices at that place were so expensive, he wouldn't have wasted his money by treating everyone. However, in front of Laguna, who was worried about his condition, Yiwu said that he was okay and they should immediately go to Dr. Victor's house. That day, once again Laguna asked, had Yiwu really stopped thinking about joining the Hunter Order? Yiwu honestly said he didn't mind, he just felt comfortable with Yiwu, and if they did the mission together, it would definitely go smoothly. Yiwu replied that Laguna doesn't need to worry about this because even though Yiwu won't join the Hunter Order, he can react with Laguna whenever Laguna needs his help. And if Laguna encounters any enemy, Laguna can rest assured and bravely rush forward, because now Yiwu will help him well. The silver-haired man immediately cheered happily and said, thank you very much, Yiwu. They only knew each other for a while, but Yiwu was so willing to help Laguna. Obviously, Laguna was really happy to the point of not knowing how to thank him. Yiwu said, it's okay, he believes in fate. In his opinion, being able to meet Laguna as soon as he arrived in a foreign land is the same as showing that they have a special fate. While looking at Laguna's back, Yiwu thought, in addition to the quest requirements, Laguna's complete abilities have also helped Yiwu resolve crises many times. So Yiwu really wanted to help Laguna, but he wasn't sure whether Yiwu could help Laguna or would instead hurt him, because he was worried that Laguna couldn't even dream of what kind of dark ending awaited Laguna in the future. Yiwu was worried that he himself had brought Laguna into such a dire situation. Currently, the main quest progress has changed, and the current progress is 8%. Yiwu thought, no matter what, he wanted to be allowed to accompany Laguna to the end on this predetermined path. After passing the large clock tower, they finally arrived at Dr. Victor's house. Because the door was unlocked, the two of them went straight into the house. With great warmth, Melina welcomed the two young men and offered them breakfast. Behind him, Dr. Victor asked Melina to be quiet, because he felt very embarrassed by his son's attitude. Yiwu noticed that Dr. Victor's face looked very haggard, so he asked the doctor what's wrong with him. Because Dr. Victor's face was even worse than before. Melina explained that my father started experimenting immediately after returning yesterday, but sat there while making no progress. As a result, didn't sleep all night and didn't listen to any suggestions. Then, with a seductive smile, Melina showed a sweet face and asked Yiwu, can that young man also show the changes in you? Dr. Victor quickly encouraged Melina while telling his son to stop talking nonsense and prepare breakfast because they were definitely hungry. After Melina left, Yiwu asked Dr. Victor, is there something wrong with the research process? In fact, Dr. Victor was reluctant to explain because he felt ashamed of his meager abilities. But finally, he explained, to analyze the internal structure of diseased tissue, high-grade ultra-pure solvent must be used. Even if he was in a mid-level pharmacy, he needed one night to prepare sufficient purity solvent, so there was no progress in the analysis experiment. Yiwu asked Dr. Victor, did he have any drawings to make into the solvent? Or did Dr. Victor want Yiwu to try it? It was at this time that Dr. Victor asked if Yiwu was a pharmacist too. Yiwu awkwardly answered briefly that he understood a little. But suddenly Dr. Victor said that there was no need because Dr. Victor had asked friends from the Pharmacy Association to help him, so he would let the professionals do it. Suddenly, a senior pharmacist named Hisai met Dr. Victor along with his students. Mr. Hisai said Dr. Victor contacted him early in the morning. What problem did Dr. Victor encounter? Why are you still so incompetent? And always ask Mr. Hisai to help you. Dr. Victor welcomed Mr. Hisai. He even called Mr. Hisai as master. He asked Master Hisai to enter his house. Mr. Hisai said he was very busy, but for the sake of his classmates, he was willing to come to help Dr. Victor. Hearing that, Dr. Victor apologized several times because he had disturbed Mr. Hisai's valuable time. Yiwu asked, what's wrong with the old man? Is high-level pharmacy rare here? The aura of a superior person like that was very strong. Laguna answered, now because of the epidemic, the anti-plague potion developed by the Pharmacy Association is difficult to find. Who wouldn't give them a face? Yiwu was surprised to hear this answer. He asked again, has the source of the virus been found for something like this? Unexpectedly, Laguna answered the efficacy of this anti-plague potion has never been proven. It's just that the supply of goods is monopolized by the nobles, the prices are constantly being raised, and even the status of the Pharmacy Association has risen. Yiwu realized that there were some wrong tricks in the pharmacy members. Yiwu said to Laguna that high-level pharmacy can have such a position, doesn't Master Pharmacy have a higher status? Laguna confirmed Yiwu's words, because there is only one Master Pharmacy in the whole country, namely the President of the Royal Pharmacy Association. It was said that he had been recruited to the palace to treat illnesses for the royal family. His treatment is comparable to that of a cabinet minister, and his status is even lower than one person and above 10,000 people. Yiwu's eyes immediately lit up with joy when he heard Laguna's explanation because he realized that his opportunity to make money was finally here. Yiwu thought that as long as he showed his identity as a pharmacy master, he was afraid that there would be no local tyrants who charged gold coins to please him. Coupled with the difference in exchange ratio, Yu Wu will make a lot of money with tears and blood. This time, in his heart, this young man was extremely grateful to the system. Yu Wu even admitted that he had been guilty of blaming the system previously. The system notifies a side quest has been opened, namely current progress is 0%. Side quests will not affect return time. Yu Wu was relieved that there was a side quest. Moreover, the quest did not affect the return time, and it just coincided with Yu Wu's goal, so he could get one more reward. Not bad. Suddenly a very large explosion occurred right from behind, namely from the private laboratory where the alchemists worked. Master Hisai cursed in annoyance because Dr. Victor and several of his juniors made a mistake, so they all almost died. Master He was helped to his feet by one of his disciples. He said, even the solvent he prepared couldn't dissolve its purity was still not enough. Master Hisai can only ask the president to do it. Dr. Victor was shocked to hear Master Hisai's words, because as far as he knows, the president is always in the palace, ordinary people can't see him at all, so can he come to Dr. Victor's house? Master Hisai rudely replied, how would they know if they didn't try? Moreover, this is all for Dr. Victor. According to Master Hisai, the only pharmacy that is more powerful than himself is the president. But with a confident smile, Yu Wu interrupted the adults' conversation and said that they didn't need to call the president. Since Master Hisai couldn't handle it, then Yu Wu would come forward to try. Of course, Master Hisai was surprised to see a young man confidently wanting to try it. A disciple of Hisai's master said firmly, in this rigorous academic experiment, what do you know from a foreigner? He told Yu Wu and Laguna to get out of the place so as not to make a scene. Yu Wu replied they all had the heart to say it was academically rigorous, but how could they know if Yu Wu didn't try? Dr. Victor intervened with them by saying, they should not be rude. Yu Wu was Dr. Victor's benefactor, and he was also the one who provided the diseased tissue. If not for his help, today's experiment would not have been possible. Master Hisai couldn't believe it when he heard Dr. Victor say that the diseased tissue was obtained by Yu Wu. But Dr. Victor still insisted on saying that what he said was true. He explained that Yu Wu was the one who defeated the high-level mutant. But he was a foreigner after all, and he didn't understand our rules here, so Dr. Victor begged everyone be patient with Yu Wu. Finally, Master Hisai approached Yu Wu and asked whether Yu Wu understood pharmacy. Yu Wu smiled slightly and replied he did understand a little. Several of Master Hisai's disciples immediately laughed at Yu Wu. They thought Yu Wu was a kid who still had to drink milk instead of concocting potions. Laguna defended Yu Wu in front of Master Hisai's students by saying that they didn't know anything. Because Yu Wu was very strong, Yu Wu even defeated a level 45 mutant with just 2 bottles of potions. While everyone was busy arguing, Master Hisai looked at Yu Wu fixedly while thinking, although recovery potions could indeed cause damage to undead monsters, most people would not just waste it. If 2 bottles of potion instantly kill a level 45 undead, it should be a high-level recovery potion, and such a potion is not only rare but also expensive. Finally, Master Hisai said to Yu Wu, since Yu Wu said he knew pharmacy, then he should also understand that academic matters were the same and there was no room for lying. He could give Yu Wu a chance, but if Yu Wu failed, Master he said would give him the harshest punishment and even decorate him. Did Yu Wu understand now? With a confident smile, Yu Wu said, of course, he knew that, but what Yu Wu wanted to know more than this now was, how much pay would he get if he succeeded? Worried, Lagoon asked Yu Wu, would Yu Wu do it? What if the young man was expelled? The Royal Pharmacy Association has enormous power. Master Hisai chuckled and said, Yu Wu, so greedy. But I don't hate greedy people as long as you have enough ability. And if Yu Wu can complete the diseased tissue experiment, which is a great contribution to plague research, I will give you 10,000 gold coins. All of Master Hisai's students were stunned to hear that amount of money because that amount of coins was equivalent to their salary for 10 years. Laguna commented, as expected from the Royal Pharmacy Association, very generous. After that, Yu Wu will immediately start. In his heart, Master Hisai thought that Yu Wu was just pretending. Because it took me decades to reach high-level pharmacy, and even then I couldn't do it. How could a teenage boy possibly do that? Plus now the equipment is almost destroyed. Yu Wu immediately opened the Abi recipe in front of him and was grateful because the system automatically changes the text and language to general mode. Otherwise, the text of this world I can't understand. According to Yu Wu, there should be no problem just by looking at the ingredients and mixing ratios in this recipe, but it seemed the problem lay at the pharmaceutical level itself. But in front of these people from another world, it's not appropriate to use the account's ability to make potions directly so prominently, and I can only do it myself. Yu Wu spun the potion bottle in front of him very casually. He even poured each potion with great confidence. Even though I've never used this equipment, thanks to my accountability, these potions and equipment are as familiar as old friends who have followed me all my life. Everyone in the room was stunned by Yu Wu's abilities. They noticed that Yu Wu's movements in concocting did not look like an ordinary young man. They even suspected that Yiwu was a figure who had a high level in the field of pharmacy. According to Dr. Victor, Yiwu's technique is very skilled, and he doesn't look like a careless person. No wonder he was so confident just now. However, Dr. Hisai said, the procedure is only the most basic operation. The purity of the potion and whether the potion can finally have an effect are the only criteria for examination. But in a short time, Yiwu had already finished the concoction. Instantly, Master Hisai became even more astonished. In his opinion, it was impossible for a beginner like Yiwu to be able to do it when he, who is a master, had great difficulty even though he had tried several times. Master Hisai continued to fail because his potions were impure or exploded due to violent reactions with too much purification. Master Hisai quickly grabbed the potion bottle from Yiwu's hand and said, "It doesn't matter if it fits or not." Master, he said, still has to check to see if it works. After the potion was poured into the monster's heart, the heart immediately turned liquid. Unexpectedly, the liquid formed a small bat and quickly flew out to attack the people. Luckily, Laguna acted quickly and slashed the blood bat. Instantly, the liquid melted and turned into liquid which fell to the floor. Everyone was stunned and wondered what had just flown. The creature's movements were so fast that they couldn't dodge it if it was attacked. Dr. Victor prevented everyone from approaching the liquid, because he will handle it. Although the possibility of airborne transmission has been previously ruled out, the risk of contact infection remains. When he saw the blood bats, Yiwu guessed the rumors were true. The plague that the people were now suffering from was related to that ancient god. Now Yiwu's next goal is to find out more about. This is not only related to the main goal and side quests of this world, but is also an important factor related to my safety. Now I have information about the two ancient gods, but nothing about the others. Are they hidden in the world I am in, or are they in another world? I have to take this opportunity to find out and take action, otherwise they will threaten me at any time like a knife hanging over my head. Master Hisai said. Unexpectedly, mountains were taller than mountains. You can have high achievements in the pharmacy field at a young age. This is what is called a genius. But why have I never heard of you before? Yiwu replied. Since he doesn't care about fame, but only about profits, then what about my compensation? Master, you must not break your promise. Master Hisai said he would not break his promise. But it's just that I didn't bring that much money when I went out. I will give you 0 gold coins first, and I will pay the rest as soon as possible. Don't worry, I, Hisao, can be trusted, and I will never break my promise. Yiwu accepted the money bag and said no problem. Yiwu thought that pharmacy is really a low-paying job, and the exchange difference between the two world currencies can also be very profitable for me. I have to maximize his pharmacy earning power after this. Then Master Hisai said he had one more wish and hoped Yiwu could grant it. Yiwu said, of course, as long as it can make money, it is worth discussing. Master Hisai also said that he wanted to invite Yiwu to join the Royal Pharmacy Association. Would Yiwu be interested in the offer this time? They were shocked to see Master Hisai offer Yiwu because such an incident had never happened before, even though so far so many people have tried to join but were simply rejected. Yiwu was very lucky, but his strength was considered qualified. On the other hand, Yiwu was also surprised and didn't expect it. However, because Hisai had invited him directly, Yiwu thought about preparing a suitable offer. Hisai finally invited Yiwu to go to his office to discuss this matter further. Yiwu then asked Victor and Laguna if the two would like to come with him. Laguna immediately agreed while Victor chose to stay to continue research. However, a guard immediately forbade Laguna, who was a hunter, from entering the association. Yiwu naturally wanted to know the reason. He suspected that Laguna's church had a bad relationship with the Pharmacy Association. Laguna could only say that there was a complicated reason there and he didn't know it either. Yiwu then continued that Laguna to him was a brother and that meant he should also go with him. Until in the end, Hisai intervened and immediately permitted Laguna because he was going to discuss cooperation with Yiwu. However, in exchange, he asked for Yiwu's understanding so that Laguna could hide the hunter attribute in his body so that no unnecessary problems would arise later. Hisai also then showed them a horse-drawn carriage that would take them to the association's branch office, which was still far away. Yiwu and Laguna should go with him at that time. Yiwu of course immediately followed him into the carriage even though he was not very happy with Hisai's previous decision on Laguna. In the carriage, Yiwu remembered what Hisai said about the branch office. Hisai then explained that the Royal Pharmacy Association had branches spread across the country. Hisai grew up in that city and was eventually appointed to manage that branch as well. He then continued that the Pharmacy Association headquarters was located in the capital, which was 2-3 days away from there. Yiwu was naturally curious about the capital city and wanted to go and see it for himself some other time. Once they finally arrived, Yiwu was impressed by the branch office. For him, it suits the Royal Pharmacy Association, which is indeed very rich. Hisai said that for their pharmacy association, No matter how luxurious the place was, no one was allowed to enter it without his permission. Once inside the room, Yu Wu without further ado immediately asked Hisai about the real reason he invited him to join the Royal Pharmacy Association. He firmly believes there is something bigger and deeper. Hisai praised Yu Wu's intelligence and admitted that he enjoyed working with a man like him. Hisai finally admits that he wants Yu Wu to help him become the new president of the Royal Pharmacy Association. Laguna was shocked at that time, but not Yu Wu. Yu Wu wants to know why Hisai chose him. Moreover, he was only a foreigner and he had also heard that Hisai was not a man who was friendly to foreigners like him. Hisai said that precisely because Yu Wu was a foreigner, it would be better for him. Yu Wu had a clean background and did not belong to any forces. Only people like Yu Wu could he trust. However, that is only one of the reasons. The most important thing is that Yu Wu has pharmacy power comparable to the president's power and he needs that power. Yu Wu was quite flattered that Hisai had such thoughts. However, he wanted to know why he should help Hisai when he could become president himself. Hisai could see that Yu Wu was not that kind of person. To him, Yu Wu was not someone who had ambitions for power and status. Plus, Yu Wu was just a helpless foreigner there. No matter how great Yu Wu was, without connections and resources, he still wouldn't be able to advance in the field of pharmacy in that place. Yu Wu was an intelligent person and he could satisfy Yu Wu's greed for money. Hisai promised that if Yu Wu could help him become president, then half of the association's future income would belong to Yu Wu. Laguna was certainly surprised because even though it was only half, the number was already very large. Weiss immediately said that based on the spectrum he saw, Sai was not lying at all. Yu Wu also confirmed that it was difficult to ignore the request as well as the amount of payment offered. However, Yu Wu wanted to know why Hisai wanted to become president if the man was willing to give some of his profits to him. Hisai explains that the words fame and fortune can be understood separately and that is what he is pursuing. Meanwhile, Yu Wu only pursued profits. Hisai revealed that the Pharmacy Association had actually deteriorated and even fallen. Since the current president took office, he has been in coalition with the nobles for a long time by taking advantage of the production and sales monopoly of potions to make huge profits. After the outbreak occurred, this increased. Hisai will never be able to forget the promise he made in front of the body of his mother who died due to illness and no money to buy potions. He promises to become a great pharmacist and develop potions that ordinary people can buy. However, the more he tried, the more he was trapped in a vortex of huge profits and couldn't change. Hisai then continued that even if he could become a high-level pharmacist, he could only go with the flow and join it or he would be swallowed up by it. However, now he had a turning point and that was Yu Wu. With the power of a master-level pharmacist coupled with his connections and resources, they can work together to create a potion that can cure the plague. That way, Yu Wu could overtake the president's abilities so he could wipe him out and then gain the right to lead the Pharmacy Association. Hisai asked if Yu Wu would be willing to help him with that. Weiss once again emphasized that he had repeatedly confirmed the truth of Hisai's words. Yu Wu sees Hisai's righteous and idealistic goals and supports them. In his opinion, very few people have a conscience when they are in a high position like Hisai. Moreover, something that can make money and save people at the same time. Yu Wu had no reason to reject him. Hisai was of course very happy and grateful to Yu Wu. He would not break his promise, but there was one thing he had to tell Yu Wu about: an apology. Sai said that he couldn't pay 10,000 coins as he promised before, but he only had 4,000 coins which Yu Wu could carry completely. Hisai continued that although he did have a high income, most of the money was used for personal treatment and was also given to Victor so he could treat poor people. Hisai promised to pay off the shortfall, but he asked Yu Wu to be patient for a while. Yu Wu then said that Hisai could pay the rest with blueprints or materials, but he had a high-level blueprint or even a master. Hisai was happy again and thanked Yu Wu for his understanding. Yu Wu can take any pictures and materials he likes. However, some of the more valuable master-level blueprints were stored in the association's treasury. If he can become president in the future, then all the blueprints can belong to Yu Wu. They finally agreed to the agreement. Afterward, Yu Wu and Laguna ended up leaving later than expected. Laguna said how Yu Wu and Hisai talked animatedly, even though he didn't understand academic matters. Yu Wu then asked if Laguna was hungry. He wanted to go and eat at the best restaurant in town because he had money now. However, suddenly they were confronted by several masked people. Laguna asks who they are, but they immediately attack. Yu Wu saw the bat wings, guessing that they came from the Mystic Blood Church. Yu Wu immediately took out a shield grenade. He didn't expect that they would come to him so quickly. However, who would have thought that they could destroy the shield so quickly, which surprised Yu Wu. Yu Wu was annoyed because they had too big a difference in strength and the enemy's level was very high. He realized that he was no match for him. Laguna pushed Yu Wu away while he held off the enemies. Yu Wu of course asked Laguna not to act stupidly because they couldn't beat him. Suddenly, Yu Wu was sent back to the real world with the main quest completion having reached 10%. Of course, Yu Wu was surprised because he was sent back at the wrong time. Yiwu immediately shouted Laguna's name. However, as soon as he woke up, he was back around familiar people. Jia Bao is relieved that Yiwu is awake and asks who Laguna is. Meanwhile, Jia Wangchuan said that Yiwu suddenly fainted previously and they thought that something was wrong, but now Yiwu looked fine. In his heart, Yiwu knew he was back, but he was annoyed that he had to come back at a time like that. He immediately asked how long he had been unconscious. Jia Bao replied that Yiwu had not fainted for long. After the pool of red blood faded, Yiwu fainted and he woke up as soon as they all came to him. Yiwu immediately realized that time in the real world was suspended while he was inside the world of Laguna. He became curious about what was happening there at this time. The system then said that after Yiwu returned to the real world, the Shadow King world was also suspended. Because the main quest is not over yet, Yiwu will be sent back to the Shadow King world after 240 hours. Yiwu then deduces that this means he will return just as he and the Lagoon are attacked by 3 black-clad assassins. Yiwu was worried about Laguna's life, so he had to think of a way to break the game. In the next 10 days, Yiwu intended to maximize the active attack capabilities of the pharmacy because otherwise, he might have difficulty fighting the enemies. Jia Wangchuan immediately asked about Yiwu's condition, who looked dazed and indifferent to the items they managed to get at that time. Yiwu didn't look like himself at that time. Yiwu finally could only admit that he was still a little confused due to the big move he made earlier. But now Yiwu intends to focus on the relationship between all of them. Since they all knew his big secret and the problem had also been resolved cleanly, he offered them all an alliance. On the surface, they will appear busy with their daily activities, but behind it, they can share information and resources so they can become stronger together. Jia Wangchuan, who heard Yiwu's ridiculous words, was relieved because at least the man had recovered. On the other hand, Zulu also emphasized that they did not need to have a close relationship. Even though he had helped Yiwu in the previous battle, that didn't mean they could be friends in the future. Today's friends may become tomorrow's enemies. Zulu hoped that Yiwu could remember her words well. In his heart, Yiwu was quite disappointed that those people were not good at joking. Zulu then said again how he was impressed by Yiwu's last big move and that the 200 million loan from him was truly a figure worth it. But in any case, Zulu would not forget the debt easily and Yiwu would not be able to escape either. Zulu left a magic on Yiwu's head. Shi said that the magic would follow him to the ends of the world even if Yiwu hid underground, he would dig it out to get Yiwu. Shi also gave Yiwu another piece of advice that after the battle, he would attract the attention of the Huangjeng group. Shi is the man to be careful because if he died, he would not be able to collect the debt he owed Yiwu. In his heart, Yiwu was sure that Zulu knew that he was not someone who borrowed money and didn't pay it back. However, something caught his attention because Zulu did not give a time limit for returning the money. Yiwu recalled the bad relationship between the Hanmo group and the Huangjeng group just now. He guessed that the next meeting would happen soon. He suspected that the Huangjeng group might order Zulu again to kill him. After Zulu left, Yiwu focused on the items from the boss monster. Jia Wangchuan left all the decisions to Yiwu because he was the one who defeated the boss, so he also deserved it. The system immediately congratulated Yiwu on defeating the final boss of the dungeon. He got 50 million experience points and 100 million in money. In addition, activating Shadow King mode costs 700 million, but because the progress of the Shadow King main quest has reached 10%, the cost is only 630 million. Of course, Yiwu was very happy because he could get a discount. He wondered whether it would be possible to get his money back when he completed 100% of the main quest later. But the system immediately said that the money that had been consumed would not be able to be returned and even asked Yiwu not to dream too much. In addition, Yiwu got the Zerk God's Arthropod to improve weapons, the Zerk God's Giant Wings to increase agility and defense attributes, Epic Poison magic items, Black Slate fragments, and Oswald's helmet which can increase wisdom, pharmacy, and engineering tools. Yiwu was very happy because he was able to get this item at the right time. Apart from that, Yiwu also got a Cartier magic sword to apply the curse effect. Yiwu planned to give the sword to Kiki by using a passive buff to strengthen the curse effect. He also got a Stardust arrow with an armor-breaking effect that he wanted to give Yunfei. Yiwu also got the Zerk God shield and once again he was satisfied with the items which were dry goods and there was no additional equipment there. He also got the Summon Magic Crystal Heart of the Swarm which functions to summon a large flock to help, a blueprint for making a legendary potion, and a dungeon key. Yiwu was increasingly happy with all the items he got. Most important to him were the dungeon keys and the legendary blueprint. With this potion, he will be able to live longer in the world of the Shadow King. Moreover, if you add the increased poison power of Oswald's helmet, he can become Breaking Bad. It could poison anyone even if it was an ancient god. On the other hand, Jia Bao saw Yiwu turn a little scary. Meanwhile, Jia Wangchuan suspected that Yiwu was thinking about another evil idea. Not long after, Yiwu asked Jia Wangchuan how they would divide their profits. Yiwu admitted that he was too happy that he forgot to ask Jia Wangchuan beforehand. Jai Wangchuan then repeated his previous words about him being able to take all the equipment and items at will because he only needed black slate fragments and dungeon keys. However, Yu Wu admitted that he also needed the key to the dungeon. Jai Wangchuan wanted to know what Yu Wu would do with the dungeon key. However, Yu Wu kept it a secret. Jai Wangchuan immediately said that the debate would be fruitless. The dungeon key was something that young Master Mo Kai wanted. He did not have the authority to hand it over to Yu Wu. If Yu Wu wanted it, then there was one way. Jai Wangchuan asked Yu Wu to join Mo Gong's team and become the young Master Mo Kai's subordinate. He might be able to give Yu Wu the key to the dungeon when his heart is happy. Yu Wu thought about it. He knew that Jai Wangchuan's words were intended to win him over, but at the same time threatened him. If he refused now, it would be considered an open challenge to Mo Kai. But if he agreed, it would mean he would betray Mo Kier. He obviously wouldn't possibly commit such a betrayal. Yu Wu immediately asked the system if he could use the Shadow King account right away. The system immediately replied that Yu Wu couldn't do it because of the Shadow King's special quest. The Shadow King account couldn't be used. The account can be used again when the main quest reaches 50%. Jai Wangchuan asked Yu Wu's opinion, but he also asked the man not to be too hasty and that Yu Wu could still think about it. Yu Wu finally asked for time to think things over. In his mind, Yu Wu knew he couldn't fight against Jai Wangchuan and young Master Mo Kai. He didn't want to endanger his family by taking the dungeon key. The only way he could do this was to stabilize the situation and then resolve the issue with Mo Kier. It was then that Jia Bao finally spoke up. He understood the meaning of the dungeon key discussed by Yu Wu and Jai Wangchuan. However, the Zerg world does not belong to anyone. If he talked about ownership rights, then Yu Wu was the one who could own them because only he was qualified to be king in the Zerg world. Jai Wangchuan certainly confirmed this opinion because Jia Bao was the current heir to the Zerg throne, but according to world rules, things had undergone fundamental changes. For Jai Wangchuan, it was ridiculous that such a small key determined the existence of a world, even though ridiculous things like that do exist. However, facing that irreversible fact, humans had to participate and so did the Zerg. Yu Wu added that the Zerg world was just a clone in their eyes. Likewise, the world of the human race is just an imitation in the eyes of beings with higher dimensions. Jia Bao frankly couldn't understand the two men's extremely complicated conversation. Yu Wu asked Jia Bao not to think about things too complicated. He also didn't need to force himself to accept the theory of independent resurrection. On the other hand, Yu Wu recognized Oswald's genius because he was able to discover the secrets of the world through his research and even almost broke through the dimensional barrier. Oswald approved of his uncle's genius but regretted that he had chosen the wrong path. Even though his uncle should be able to lead the Zerg to glory, Jai Wangchuan stopped the conversation. He then invited Yu Wu to come back after Lai Yesi finished building the portal. Yu Wu asked Jia Wangchuan to go first because he had promised Jia Bao to bury his teacher together. After all, the final boss had been defeated and the deadly debuff that hit them previously had also been removed. So Yu Wu asked Jia Wangchuan if he could come back a little late without being punished later. Jia Wangchuan emphasized that the Hanmo group was not too stingy. He would report all the dungeon quests honestly and would not hide Yu Wu's performance. Yu Wu thanked him and suddenly remembered Yan Huan. Jia Wangchuan then said he would return Yan Huan to the team because he did not want to waste Yu Wu's previous hard work. In his heart, Jia Wangchuan didn't know whether for Yan Huan, being friends with Yu Wu was luck or vice versa. Meanwhile, Yu Wu, who had interacted with Jia Wangchuan for a long time, concluded that the man was not bad, except that he was a stubborn person. For him, Jia Wangchuan was a simple man in various other aspects. He is a person worth making friends with. Yu Wu could only hope he would not have to fight him directly in the future. Yu Wu then took Jia Bao to go to bury his teacher. Jia Bao then asked about Yun Fei and another team member Yu Wu. The man wouldn't mind it as he only needed to contact Wan Hao to bring them back. But suddenly, the worm monster appeared and shocked both of them. Jia Bao was determined to kill him last time. He seemed to be speaking, but Yu Wu certainly didn't know the meaning. He asked Jia Bao to translate what the monster said. The monster said that he was willing to be loyal and wanted to be Yu Wu's servant. He also hoped that Yu Wu could accept it. Yu Wu immediately said that it was not himself who should be respected, but Jia Bao who was the new king of the Zerg. The monster even had to pay double because it had previously swallowed Jia Bao. Suddenly, the monster vomited liquid again. Yu Wu was surprised about the actual number that had been swallowed by the monster. Jia Bao then said that the creatures had been there for quite some time, so perhaps there were more than they thought. Yu Wu asked Jia Bao to go and check what the monster had vomited. Despite his objections, Jia Bao finally complied with Yu Wu's wishes. Yu Wu got a level 100 magic crystal, 500 gold, and 50 million money. Apart from that, Yu Wu got the power of the Earth Goddess magic power, which can shorten the time to cast magic and increase damage with magic. He also gets a wizard robe which can increase regeneration and increase MP. Then the skill book Nature Magic Intermediate Edition to learn magic. Yu Wu looked at all the items related to that mage. He suspected that God was asking him to open a mage account. However, Yiwu then invited Jiabao to go to the next place with Jiabao leading the way. Jiabao invited the monster, which he now named Shabao. In the end, they arrived at the location where the teacher crossed, which was already considered the hometown of the two. Yiwu was amazed by the beautiful, heartwarming scene. The place is indeed very suitable for meditation. After the burial process was complete, Jiabao prayed that the teacher could rest in peace. Yiwu then said that the teacher must be happy because he was able to return to his second hometown thanks to Jiabao's help. He would also definitely be happy to be buried in a beautiful place with the help of his students. Much like Yiwu's world, where dying or being buried was not an option, Jiabao wanted to know if Yiwu had ever seen such a terrifying scene in his world. Yiwu then said that the great upheaval had completely changed the human world. The survivors chose to build a strong fort. Meanwhile, the area outside the fort will become desert. He had not seen a natural view like that for a long time. But now the Zerg world has returned to peace. Meanwhile, the human world is still having difficulties. They may even face a more severe and never before encountered crisis in the future. Jiabao passionately declared that he would sacrifice his life when that time came. Yiwu could only thank him, even though he now felt very sad. Even though he wasn't usually a sentimental and vulnerable person, the atmosphere affected him. However, he knew it was not the time to be sad. He asked if the teacher had never given Jiabao a key. Yiwu admitted that he had not found the right place to use it. He might be able to find clues if he went to the teacher's house. They finally searched the teacher's house until Jiabao managed to find a locked box. Yiwu also guessed that it was the box they were looking for. He then tried to open it with the key he had. As soon as the box opened, Jiabao could see a roll of paper inside the box with human writing on it. Even though the teacher had taught him, Jiabao still didn't understand. Yiwu asked for the paper so he could read it. The paper wrote that the Zerg artifact was a stone that could stabilize the world. But its existence was not the only stone that had the same effect in the real world. Yiwu was surprised that Guxin was also researching artifacts. He also didn't think that there was a similar stone in the human world. Yiwu wanted to know what happened exactly. Guzin used to be a commander of the Imperial Guards in the palace. Being by the Emperor's side often allowed him to get in touch with the most secret matters in the country. One day, a famous flying thief sneaked into the palace and stole a treasure box. Guzin fought fiercely until he managed to get the treasure box back. When he returned the treasure box to the Emperor, even if it was just a glance, he realized that what he was looking at was the artifact that the Zerg King had shown him. Two worlds with two identical mysterious artifacts of course have a meaningful relationship that he doesn't yet know about. If only Guzin could penetrate the secret, he would like to try to return to the real world. With these doubts and hopes, he finally began a secret investigation. He asked the Zerg King to give him permission to examine ancient Zerg books and secretly observe Oswald's experiments, until finally Guzin was able to conclude something. The artifact mentioned was a planetary cornerstone which had the power to stabilize dimensional space and maintain life and death throughout the world. If the pillar breaks, the whole world could collapse. Guhi finally agreed to Oswald's proposal to turn it into a Zerg. He hopes to see the willow tree again in his hometown for the rest of his life. Jiabao, who saw Yiwu busy reading Guzin's notes, naturally wanted to know what was written there. Even though the teacher once taught human language, he admitted that he was too naughty and never listened to what he said. In his mind, Yiwu wondered whether the second artifact existed. What he read was no coincidence. Moreover, Guzin came from the real world before the Earth Age occurred. If the world has the same artifact column as in the dungeon, then it should also exist in every space and time as well as other dimensions. Yiwu became suspicious that all these theories might have something to do with Mu Wai's theoretical hypothesis about restarting the world. Yiwu then explained to Jiabao that what was written on the scroll was the result of Guzin's research on artifacts. Yiwu briefly explained that the artifact is related to the foundation and stability of the Zerg world. That meant Jiabao had to protect the artifact well. Jiabao accepted it and promised to take good care of it. After that, Yiwu took Jiabao for a walk by the lake before his mother woke up. He hadn't relaxed like that in a long time. Jiabao agreed, and he also asked if Yiwu would leave there soon. He asked if Yiwu would never return because he didn't get the dungeon key to the Zerg world. He also asked if that meant they wouldn't see each other again. Yiwu both regretted and confirmed. Zerg's world ownership is determined by the dungeon key. If the person who used the key wasn't Yiwu, then he wouldn't be able to return there either. However, Yiwu tried to comfort Jiabao. He promised never to let that happen. After all, the most important purpose of coming there was to get the dungeon key. After all, the dungeon was the best home he could choose for his family. He would never allow anyone else to dominate him. Besides, now he has a trusted Jiabao brother in the dungeon. Hearing Yiwu's words, Jiabao became very happy. He was happy when he found out that Yiwu would send his family to the dungeon because that also meant that Yunfei would also come. Yiwu immediately confirmed. Moreover, their world is full of great dangers and unknown things. He had to find a safe place for his family to live. That's when he would ask Jayabao for help. Jayabao was getting more and more excited. He even plans to immediately complete the reconstruction of the palace. He would make sure Yunfei lived in a beautiful palace after his arrival. Yu Wu was not surprised to see Jayabao's enthusiasm at that time. At that moment, a voice called out to Jayabao, and when they turned around at the same time, it turned out to be Jayabao's mother who was awake. Yu Wu was quite relieved because Jayabao's mother was awake as he expected. However, Jayabao was quite worried about his mother's level dropping to level 100. The mother explained that it was a side effect of losing Zerg's essence. For him, it wasn't a problem because the most important thing was that they could be reunited safely. Jayabao immediately asked his mother to absorb the Zerg's essence again. Even though it is impossible to return the mother's condition to peak condition, it can at least make the mother stronger than she is now. The mother refused and said that the Zerg essence would not mean much to me. The most important thing is that their world is peaceful again and Jayabao is mature enough to lead the Zerg into a promising future. The mother didn't need to fight anymore and the power of the Zerg essence could be given to Yu Wu. To me, Yu Wu is a worthy hero. Yu Wu was shocked and felt that it was inappropriate that Jayabao's mother gave him Zerg's essence. Jayabao's mother assured me that I didn't choose wrongly. Even the Night Wind and Moonlight also agreed. Jayabao's mother asked Yu Wu not to worry because the blood contract between me and Jayabao was able to absorb the power of Zerg essence. Jayabao then handed over the Zerg essence, saying that it was the magical crystallization of the Queen Mother for thousands of years. If Yu Wu is able to absorb it, then you will get 1,000 years of magic power from the Queen's Mother. This could help Yu Wu better overcome future challenges. Yu Wu finally received the Zerg essence at the urging of Jayabao and his mother. Don't forget to thank you. Jayabao's mother said that they should be the ones saying thank you. Without Yu Wu, their world would still be dark and Jayabao would never be able to meet again. Jayabao asked Yu Wu to immediately absorb the Zerg's essence. In his heart, Yu Wu didn't expect that he would be able to obtain magic power after all this time focusing on physical strength. He didn't know what it was like to have that 1,000 years of magic power. As soon as he absorbed it, Yu Wu felt something he had never felt before. Jayabao, who saw it, was a little worried because the degree of fusion of Yu Wu and Zerg essence was very high. The mother asked Jayabao to be quiet because Yu Wu's natural magic and soul were merging and it was the most critical time. On the other hand, Yu Wu was amazed to have infinite magic filling his body, until suddenly he entered the system space directly. The system explained that Yu Wu had received a powerful external magic and that resulted in him getting a new special account. The system wants to know if Yu Wu wants to open it. Yu Wu was quite amazed to see the new account, so he wondered whether it was the same as the Shadow King. The system explained that although the account was special, it was a different type from the Shadow King. Unlocking that account does not require money or X points. He only needed to input the necessary magic power. Yu Wu was certainly very happy to hear such good things. The magic power he possessed was very abundant. He immediately unlocked the account. As soon as the key was opened, twin mages named Amir and Amina appeared. Of course, Yu Wu was surprised because he actually got a woman's account. Yu Wu got the accounts of the twin mages Yavra and Yavra who control light and darkness. However, due to the conflict between the two attributes, they split into two different personalities. Yavra the light mage is angry and hot like the sun, while Yavra the dark mage is dark and sad and cold like the moon. When using that account, Yu Wu can switch between different personalities due to changes in the sunrise and moon. Meanwhile, in terms of abilities, they are proficient in all types of high-level magic and also have unique ultimate magic according to their personality. In addition, the special account does not require money or experience points and only consumes high-level MP, which can be obtained by defeating any enemy. Yu Wu was even happier because the special account only used MP. So far he has only relied on physical attacks and his MP has almost never been touched at all. After absorbing 1,000 years of mana from the Zerg essence, even if opening a twin mage account and using it, the amount of MP would be enough to make up for the loss of not being able to use the Shadow King account. It's just that, during this time, the Qian King and Shadow King accounts will change their appearance to suit the account. However, because this account was a woman's account, Yu Wu didn't imagine that he was wearing women's clothes. Even I can't even imagine it. The system immediately reminded that Yu Wu was thinking too much because even if Yu Wu wanted to, he wouldn't be able to wear women's clothing. The system explains that there are two ways to use the twin mage account. The first is to use magic power directly. The second is to use a lot of MP to summon mages. Deals 500% special ultimate magic damage on debut and adheres to any settings for 1 hour. Yu Wu was quite relieved that he didn't have to wear women's clothing since he was right, he wouldn't want to use that account. Weiss was sarcastic about Yu Wu at that time because he knew very well what Yu Wu's true goal was. After that, Jayabao immediately asked Yu Wu how he felt after absorbing the Zerg's essence. Yu Wu revealed that he felt fantastic. He always felt that his body was full of infinite MP. He was grateful that Jiabao and her mother had made him stronger. The mother thanked me again. She also added that the MP that Yiwu had even exceeded the word infinite because it was an accumulation of thousands of years. Yiwu ultimately chose to leave. When it comes out, then maybe you won't be able to meet Jiabao for a long time. Yiwu advised Jiabao to be careful. Jiabao assured Yiwu not to worry and hoped that Yiwu could return soon. Yiwu reminded that Jiabao is now the new king of the Zerg. He must assume responsibility and make the Zerg world a better place with her mother. Jiabao said yes. He promised that if Yiwu comes back with his family next time, then I will definitely be amazed at how the Zerg world will change. Yiwu made sure to wait and see for himself before saying goodbye. Jiabao also returned the goodbye and asked Yiwu to come back. The temple dungeon clearing system is gone and the town portal is active. Yiwu finally returned and immediately met his family. Everyone greeted Yiwu with joy. Yunfei immediately hugged her brother in relief. Yiwu assured his sister that I had indeed returned. He was also happy because everyone had actually returned home. Luo Feng also said yes. They had all returned and the Wang Jie team's first quest had also ended successfully. Ru and Tian Tian was relieved that none of the team members were injured. Their levels also increased rapidly. They are happy with the great results. Kiki revealed that it was all thanks to Yiwu. On the other hand, Nana was annoyed because Yiwu returned safely. Father then praised Yiwu who performed very well in the dungeon. However, he reminded Yiwu to remain careful because safety comes first. The mother immediately confirmed it. Yiwu confirmed what his parents said. After that, he immediately asked if there was anything to eat. He felt very hungry right when he arrived home. The mother said that the food was ready and they were all waiting for Yiwu. Luo Feng was naturally very excited and could even eat 8 to 10 portions for himself. Meanwhile, Ru and Tianqian immediately forbade Luo Feng to finish all the food. Yiwu was moved to see that long-lost happy time. He had to become stronger in order to maintain that happiness. Therefore, he had to obtain the dungeon key at all costs. After dinner, the girls went swimming in the pool. Yiwu could see how all the girls looked very excited, even though they had just experienced a big battle. Meanwhile, Luo Feng chose to sleep when he felt full. Just then, there was an incoming call from Mo Kier. Yiwu immediately picked it up and greeted Mo Kier. Mo Kier admitted that she received a message earlier that Yiwu was back. However, he knew Yiwu definitely needed time to spend with his family. Mo Kier ultimately did not contact him directly at that time. However, Mo Kier wanted to know at this time whether Yiwu had eaten. Yiwu immediately agreed. He was also grateful for the blueprint that was previously given because it turned out to be very useful in the dungeon. Mo Kier didn't mind it because Yiwu had also helped me a lot. She even offered Yiwu to talk if he needed anything in the future. Yiwu immediately revealed that I had one request. Mo Kier must have heard about the dungeon key being taken over by Jai Wangchuan. Yiwu wanted to know whether the key would belong to Mo Kai or the Hanmo group. He wanted to know whether Mo Kier could get it. Mo Kier said that the key would eventually belong to the group. The girl wanted to know what Yiwu's plan was regarding the key and whether it had anything to do with money. Mo Kier also explained that so far the valuable resources in the dungeon have always been consumed in battle, so it should not have high economic value. Yiwu immediately explained that it was not about money. He had another reason to get it. So, he wanted to ask Mo Kier for help to get the key for me. Mo Kier immediately agreed. Tomorrow is the last chance to get the dungeon key because tomorrow the group headquarters will hold a board meeting. At that time, the entire board of directors will be present including myself and Mo Kai as well as Yiwu who is required to participate. If Mo Kier's father and the director could be persuaded in the meeting, then there would be a chance to take the dungeon key. Mo Kier will send a special plane to pick up Yiwu tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, tonight he had to think about how to face them tomorrow. Yiwu understood and immediately said hello to Mo Kier. Yiwu didn't expect that I would have to come into direct contact with the main figure of the Hanmo group so quickly. All of that was only possible thanks to Mo Kier. Otherwise, a small character like me couldn't possibly be qualified to participate in the board of directors meeting. He also couldn't just rely on Mo Kier. The god of directors would definitely oppose, so he had to win by surprise. Yiwu must have a bold idea. The next day in the first safe zone of the Hanmo group headquarters, Yiwu was already in the room with the Hanmo group board of directors who were paying close attention. At that time, Mo Zunlong, who was the head of the Hanmo group, started to speak. He started talking about the great success they had in the last dungeon. Not only could they kill the boss and get the dungeon key, but the most important thing was that they could defeat Huangjang's group. Mo Zunlong on behalf of the board of directors thanked everyone who had participated in the battle. The Hanmo group will not disappoint, so I asked Mo Kai to announce the rewards for the teams that have made outstanding contributions to the battle. Mo Kai immediately announced that the Mogong team would receive a bonus of 100 million. Meanwhile, the Wang Jie team will receive a bonus of 200 million. However, Mo Kai was immediately shocked by the results and suspected that there was a mistake there. It was impossible for that unknown team to get a higher bonus than the Mogong team. Mo Zunlong said that it was the result of the group system's calculations based on the quest report and team contribution value submitted by Jai Wangchuan and Lai Yesi simultaneously. Naturally offended that Mo Kai seemed to question the decision, Mo Kai naturally immediately defended herself. That person immediately asked Jai Wangchuan. At that time, Yu Wu immediately stood up and thanked the group leader for the gift to the Wang Jie team. Then boldly intend to make a small request. Yu Wu asked to exchange the bonus prize for a dungeon key because he wanted it more than money. Mo Kai was naturally furious at Yu Wu's rude request. Mo Kai reminded Yu Wu not to act stupid. Although Yu Wu deserved praise, it was not Yu Wu's right to ask the group leader for such things. Mo Kai also immediately reminded Mo Kier to discipline her subordinates if she didn't want to suffer. However, Yu Wu again asked permission to explain his aims and objectives. He asks everyone to listen to what you say. If the dungeon contribution wasn't enough to fulfill the requirements, would completely destroying the Huangjang group be enough for his request to be granted? Of course, everyone was even more surprised to hear that. Of course, Yu Wu's words sparked the anger of many people. It seemed to them that Yu Wu was presumptuous because he should not have the right to speak there. They also remind us that there should be limits to dreaming. Moreover, it was his first time participating on the board of directors. They also started to drag Mo Kier, who was deemed incapable of disciplining his subordinates. Liu Chengfeng also tried to remind me that they were in front of the board of directors, so I had to be careful when speaking. He kindly offered Yu Wu to talk to him about his ideas. Lai Yesi on the other hand immediately stopped Liu Chengfeng because he believed Yu Wu already had a plan. Liu Chengfeng on the other hand was worried that Yu Wu might miss a lot of things later. Lai Yesi asked the man not to jump to conclusions too quickly. He wanted to hear Yu Wu's opinion first. Jai Wangchuan knew that Yu Wu did want the dungeon key. However, he did not expect Yu Wu to be so enthusiastic. At least Yu Wu didn't lose his mind, because if he had, he would have fought him earlier in the dungeon and snatched the key. Jai Wangchuan realized that Yu Wu's words were getting more and more rambling. It's just that from experience, the more rambling Yu Wu's words are, the more serious he is with his words. It was then that Mo Kai asked everyone to calm down. He would speak directly to Yu Wu. He then said that everyone knew Yu Wu had received a lot of praise after the dungeon battle. Even Jai Wangchuan also praised Yu Wu. That meant Yu Wu did have good skills, but to him, Yu Wu was just a brat who knew nothing about the world. To Mo Kai, Yu Wu was just talking about empty things that he didn't even know about. Mo Kai explains that the dispute between Huangjang and Hanmo has been going on for a very long time. The dispute involves financial, military, and other aspects. The relationship between the two groups is very complicated, and even the two have been fighting for decades, but cannot completely differentiate between superiors and inferiors. It made no sense to him that Yu Wu wanted to destroy the Huangjang group. Mo Kai asks Yu Wu to know his position and not speak easily about his desire to destroy the Huangjang group. Mo Kai immediately told Mo Kier about how your little sister was able to find Yu Wu. But I once heard a saying that an older sister should always remind her younger about trusting other people, otherwise your younger sister might get involved with an incompetent person. Until in the end, Mo Kier will lose all the great achievements he has achieved. Mo Kier actually chose to remain silent, but everyone in the room attacked again. They confirmed Mo Kai's words. An insolent brat like Yu Wu needed to be taught a lesson, and Yu Wu was a fool. Yu Wu admitted in his heart that Mo Kai spoke so smoothly and logically. A spoken speech easily attracts everyone's attention and triggers the emotions of those present. However, now it was not Yu Wu who could decide whether everything could continue or not. Just then, Mo Kier stood up and apologized to everyone for not being able to fully agree with what they all said. Mo Kai naturally wanted to know what her little meant at that time. Mo Kier then explained that it was exactly as Mo Kai said, that the conflict between the Hanmo group and Huangjang did have a long history and were generally unable to be resolved. It's just that Yu Wu is not someone who can even be described by common sense. Since meeting Yu Wu until then, every time I thought that everything was impossible, but Yu Wu always managed to surprise me. In the previous Zone 9, Yu Wu had successfully saved an academy, thwarted the conspiracy of the Old World Landing Church, and killed the world boss Kashua Akao in the center of Zone 8. Yu Wu also succeeded in preventing a terrorist attack from the Old World Landing Church and saved thousands of lives. Now in that large-scale dungeon battle, Yu Wu also took an important role. If Yu Wu wasn't there, then the outcome might have been different. If Yu Wu is called a brave brat, then I can confidently say that that brat will work wonders for them. Inside, Yu Wu was flattered because even though everything Mo Kier said was true, it felt unnecessary to flatter her like that in front of everyone. Everyone at that time started talking about the truth of Mo Kier's words, even if that means they have to bet on the outcome. Other men think that there is no need for them to be afraid anymore because up until now they have not even been afraid of the boss. Mo Kai praised Mo Kier's words at that time and vice versa. On the other hand, Mo Zunlong saw that Mo Kai and Mo Kier were both adamant about their respective opinions. Meanwhile, both of them also have the truth in what they say. However, because this matter concerns the Huangjang and Hanmo groups, you must ask carefully. I then spoke to Yiwu about the opportunity to take back his own words. Mo Zunlong wouldn't care about the services Yiwu had rendered. If I still persist, then the consequences will be borne entirely by Yiwu. Mo Zunlong also assured that if Yiwu managed to do it, the reward would not be as simple as a dungeon key. Meanwhile, if Yiwu failed, then not only would Yiwu be treated like a wasted child, but Mo Kier's family life would definitely be dragged down too. Mo Zunlong once again asked if Yiwu would not change his mind. Yiwu and Mo Kier agreed that they would not change their minds at that time. Mo Zunlong ultimately had no other choice but to hope that Yiwu could do as you said himself and ask everyone to disperse. Yiwu immediately exclaimed that I would destroy Huangjang's group within 10 days and Mo Zunlong could wait for good news from you. Mo Zunlong then said that I would wait. Mo Kai didn't believe Yiwu dared to set his own time limit. To me, Yiwu is either a madman or an extremely powerful person. He actually became more interested in Yiwu because of you. I'm also very curious after 10 days whether Yiwu will disappear from the world and become cannon fodder or return as a hero. Yiwu could only laugh and thank Mo Kai's concern. On the other hand, Lu Changfeng reminded him that Yiwu was causing big trouble and he also regretted that Mo Kier had to get involved with him. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Pang Hua admitted that he missed Yiwu and did not think that Yiwu was Mo Kier's subordinate. However, he was surprised when they finally met again. Lai Yesi, who saw Yiwu, was very confident, believing that Yiwu had already prepared countermeasures beforehand. However, Yiwu casually said that he didn't have that precaution. However, there was a voice in his heart that said that he must destroy the Huangjang group. Hearing those words, of course, everyone became very panicked. Pang Hua even called him a stupid pig because he had ruined his glory and wealth even though he had fought for it. Lu Changfeng immediately restrained Pang Hua because even though he wanted to beat up Yiwu, he had seen for himself how Yiwu managed to deal with Zulu. Even though there had never been anyone in the Hanmo group who could be that woman's opponent. Pang Hua was still upset because he didn't know who else he would complain to and he might die. Mo Kier asked Yiwu to ignore everyone. It seems to me that they don't know Yiwu very well yet. Mo Kier invited Yiwu to talk about what to do. Yiwu was happy because Mo Kier knew me best. He then said that he didn't have a specific plan, but his goal was clear. Yiwu had a grudge against the Huangjang group and that last dungeon battle made his grudge even greater. He was determined to destroy it from his perspective. If the grass is not eradicated from the roots, it will grow again when the spring winds blow. Yiwu also revealed that he had fought against Zulu, who was the strongest fighting force of the Huangjang group. If he was going to fight, then he made sure he would never give up. After that battle, the Huangjang group's combat strength also experienced a setback which could be a good opportunity for me. Later, although Yiwu had no intention of interfering in the internal power struggle in the Hanmo group, Mo Kier was a big help along the way. For him, it is the best time to repay your kindness by destroying the Huangjang group. With such extraordinary achievements, Mo Kier's status will be able to surpass Mo Kai and become the owner of the Hanmo group. Lai Yesi wasn't sure whether Yiwu's plan would work. However, at least the most important thing was that Yiwu was confident that he had the ability. Lu Changfeng also said that with Yiwu's strength, he might be able to do it. Likewise, Pang Hua was amazed to see Yiwu's confidence and courage. Mo Kier confirmed that the move Yiwu chose was very bold and difficult. I will not force everyone to follow me. She allows those who want to leave and also won't hold them accountable later. Of course, at that time many people chose to run away. They didn't dare to accompany Yiwu because they still wanted to live, while others feel that it is a big deal to choose a side. Likewise, Pang Hua chose to leave. Even though winning the bet might make him richer, if he loses the bet, he will also die. On the other hand, Lu Changfeng hopes that Mo Kier will not worry because I will not betray you. Whatever happens, I am willing to be in a sea of swords and fire for that woman. Mo Kier also told Lai Yesi that I would not insist on staying. After all, this man had always been neutral. Lai Yesi then revealed that he had no intention of participating in the power struggle between Mo Kai and Mo Kier. However, he chose to stay because of Yiwu as a form of return. He didn't care about Yiwu's decision because he would only support it without hesitation. Mo Kier agreed on this point. On the other hand, Yiwu immediately thanked them for their support and trust and I will not let them down. He is very confident that he can do everything. Yiwu was walking in Zone 8 while thinking about his previous experience of being hunted by Huangjang's group. However, if I was asked to turn around to attack, Yiwu felt like he didn't know too much about the Huangjang group. At least I was happy because I had previously placed chess pieces in the Huangjang group to understand the real internal situation of the group. He also thought about getting information from Elder Lai who wanted to become a pharmacy master. But suddenly, Yiwu felt someone coming at that time. Yiwu immediately hid and those who followed were immediately confused when they saw Yiwu disappear. They immediately turned in the same direction that Yiwu turned, but it was a dead end. Of course, they were all confused because they had seen Yu Wu turn into that street before. However, Yu Wu immediately shot them easily. Everyone was very surprised because they were wearing optical camouflage, but Yu Wu was able to find him. The man named Ma Huang, who was the leader of the assassin group, couldn't see Yu Wu's whereabouts from the sudden attack, but he could guess Yu Wu's position and lock him in the direction of his attack. Ma Huang immediately threw an atomizing grenade that produced smoke to prevent attacks from outside. Not to be outdone, Yu Wu, who didn't see his enemy, also couldn't escape his precise calculations and judgment. He immediately attacked. Soon he also began to show himself, and he agreed not to hide anymore. As soon as he saw his enemy clearly, Yu Wu immediately knew that he was the same man who wanted to kill Yin Huan and the others in the previous Kashua Akao boss battle. Ma Huang didn't expect Yu Wu to recognize him, but for him, a person who was about to die didn't need to know the face of the murderer. Ma Huang admitted that he originally planned to follow Yu Wu back home so he could kill Yu Wu's family first. But now that Yu Wu knew his plan, he had to change it. Ma Huang is confident that the person he is now is not the person he was before. Even Yin Huan is no match for me at all. Likewise, Yu Wu will die soon. Yu Wu casually ignored him and immediately moved quickly to strangle Ma Huang's neck. Ma Huang didn't believe Yu Wu could keep up with his fast movements. Yu Wu certainly warned that if anyone dared to touch his family, they would die horribly. However, that day he would make an exception for Ma Huang. As long as he said who was behind it all, Yu Wu promised to give him a decent death. Ma Huang completely didn't expect that, even if he cultivated and improved, he still wouldn't be able to harm even a single hair of Yu Wu. However, he laughed because of course Yu Wu would not get any information from him. Yu Wu immediately realized that Ma Huang wanted to commit suicide using poison. Yu Wu immediately used the mind control skill intracranial resonance and asked Ma Huang to reveal the mastermind behind everything. In the end, Ma Huang revealed that he was ordered by Master Ling Yuan, director of the Huangzheng group. Yu Wu immediately remembered the figure of Ling Yuan, who was a woman he met in the Huangzheng group in the previous dungeon. Yu Wu didn't expect that this woman would be so cruel and even dare to target her family. However, Yu Wu tried to stay calm and was determined to target the woman first when he made his move later. Yu Wu immediately let go of Ma Huang. The man trembled and then asked what could be done for Yu Wu. Yu Wu casually reminded him that Ma Huang had not only followed him but had also tried to kill his family. He asked what Ma Huang should do at a time like that. Ma Huang understood that he deserved the death penalty and immediately killed himself. In his heart, Yu Wu simply would not be able to forgive anyone who dared to harm his family. Yu Wu also got a kill reward of 100,000 exp and 500,000 money. He also got an optical camouflage cloak that could hide his figure and aura. Yu Wu finally went to Elder Lai's laboratory. Elder Lai welcomed Yu Wu's arrival. He immediately praised his extraordinary performance in the Lost Temple dungeon, news of which had even spread throughout the Huanggang group. He could even confirm that the entire group currently hated Yu Wu very much, especially after Ling Yuan was severely punished by the group. She even offered everyone a reward for beheading Yu Wu at a very high price. Yu Wu confirmed that it was the reason I was even more determined to destroy the Huanggang and Ling Yuan groups. Elder Lai reminded us that the Huanggang group building could not be torn down overnight. However, since Yu Wu has made a decision, Yu Wu must have a thorough plan. Elder Lai wouldn't doubt Yu Wu on that one, but he had a request after Yu Wu succeeded in destroying the Huanggang group. Before he could say it, Yu Wu already understood deeply. He promised not to abandon Elder Lai. If the Huanggang group was destroyed, then he would recommend Elder Lai to the Hanmo group. Moreover, pharmacy studies are still needed everywhere. He also believed that the Hanmo group would not waste a high-level pharmacist who would soon become a pharmacy master like Elder Lai. Elder Lai immediately thanked Yu Wu. Even as long as Yu Wu didn't leave him, he was already very grateful because his goal was to follow Yu Wu to become a pharmacy master. Yu Wu understood and he immediately asked about what happened in the Huanggang group. Elder Lai revealed that although it could not be seen from the outside, the Huanggang group was facing a crisis of disunity. If Yu Wu could make use of it, then it would be the perfect time to destroy the Huanggang group. Elder Lai continued that there were three main forces within the Huanggang group. First is Ling Yuan, whose main business is assassination, deception, and sabotage. But he was also the weakest and focused on some of the fraudulent actions of the Huanggang group. Next is Huangfu Sheng, who is responsible for network, finance, economics, and other channels. He is also the chairman of the Huanggang group and currently manages all positive profitable businesses. Lastly is Huangfu Da, who is involved in arms trading and mercenary business. Even though his strength was not as great as Huangfu Sheng's, he could not be underestimated because he had succeeded in repelling many external forces. Elder Lai then said that Huangfu Da and Huangfu Sheng were brothers, but they didn't like each other and had long been enemies. The three forces conflict and every day they attack each other so that each of them can control the Huanggang group. Ling Yuan managed to survive amidst the other two major powers. However, this time when they got the dungeon quest, they tried to strengthen their respective positions, but instead, Yiwu came and made them lose a lot. That was why they now wanted to kill Yiwu so badly. Yiwu understood, and he was also relieved because he felt God was on his side. He would feel embarrassed if he couldn't take advantage of this great opportunity. The relationship between the three families could be used to destroy the Huangjang group from within. That way, he will be able to get satisfactory final results. Yiwu then asked Elder Lai for Ling Yuan's address because he wanted to meet the woman immediately. Elder Lai asked if the man's goal was to resolve their problems. He then said that Ling Yuan's house was guarded by many elite assassins and that it would be dangerous for Yiwu to go alone. For Yiwu, the more dangerous a woman was, the more attractive he would be. If he entered easily, it would be very boring for him. Elder Lai was no longer surprised to see Yiwu's attitude at that time. Until finally that night Yiwu was at Ling Yuan's house. Ling Yuan, who was taking a shower, felt very annoyed because he had been scolded by the board of directors of the Huangjang group for 2 hours because of one failure. Even though it was all Yiwu's fault that made it was difficult for me to destroy the Hanmo group and win the dungeon. Ling Yuan became very annoyed at Yiwu's figure. She is determined to find him and will also make him suffer by letting him see one of his family suffer until they die helplessly in front of me. She is also determined to torture Yiwu to death. Previously, I would have made Yiwu kneel on the ground as well as lick my feet and beg to be killed. That's when a voice sounded and casually asked who Ling Yuan had been talking about. The woman was certainly very surprised. Yiwu casually said that he didn't like licking feet. Ling Yuan was even more surprised when he found Yiwu already standing there. Ling Yuan was naturally very surprised to see Yiwu there. Yiwu casually said that he wanted to visit. He then asked if Ling Yuan was surprised by my presence at that time. Ling Yuan admitted that he was a little surprised at that time. She also immediately understood that the person sent to follow you had been found. She then asked if Yiwu was following so he could find out my address. Yiwu immediately said that it was too troublesome to follow. Besides, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with corpses. For me, it's just too easy to find someone. Ling Yuan is shocked because she now understands that everyone who was sent before is already dead. Ling Yuan cursed at that bunch of trash, even though previously I had told them to destroy the Yiwu family first. But it turns out that Yiwu is indeed more dangerous than she imagined. She slightly acknowledged Yiwu's greatness at that time, then asked if Yiwu was now so obsessed with me after that last meeting that he made you come to my house. She also said that everyone who followed Yiwu before was a high-level executive order and I was just following orders. Ling Yuan asked Yiwu not to take it personally because I was very interested in Yiwu. For me, Yiwu is a young, handsome, strong, and mysterious man. She also hoped that with Yiwu's strength, they could join forces secretly and control the Huangjang and Hanmo groups together. Ling Yuan wanted to hear Yiwu's opinion, but she secretly drew a knife towards Yiwu's back. In his heart, Ling Yuan knew that the smell on your body had a control effect and no one would be able to resist. I'm sure I'll be able to control Yiwu, especially at such a close distance. Ling Yuan hoped that Yiwu would go to hell right now. However, as soon as I wanted to thrust the sword, I somehow couldn't move. Of course, the woman asked what happened there. Yiwu certainly knew that although Ling Yuan was not honest at all, his body would not dare to harm a master. Ling Yuan was naturally angry and wanted to know what Yiwu did to me. Ling Yuan knew very well that she was still conscious at that time and could still move all her limbs, but I couldn't stab Yiwu as if the body consciously refused to do so. Yiwu said that when Ling Yuan took a bath, he dropped a special poison into the bath, and now the effect of the potion started to work. The poison was King Goose Spider's heart potion, which made one unable to disobey the poisoner's orders. Ling Yuan was naturally curious about the control of poison. She is sure there is no such poison because I have never heard of it either. Yiwu casually tried to prove Ling Yuan's accusation of lying. That's when Yiwu easily reversed the situation and now Ling Yuan's hand was pointing the knife at her neck. Ling Yuan was naturally very shocked and begged Yiwu to stop me. Ling Yuan can touch Yiwu, but if I dare to touch my family, then only death will be the woman's death. Ling Yuan immediately apologized at that time. I shouldn't have had such evil thoughts. Of course, Yiwu would not immediately kill Ling Yuan at that time because it would be a waste. He remembered that his ultimate goal was to destroy the Huangjang group. Therefore, he requested the access device to enter the Huangjang group system space with a high level of authority. Ling Yuan was surprised because Yiwu also knew about the group system. Ling Yuan was afraid because if I did, the consequences would be even worse than death. But still, my body gave the device its exclusive access and also revealed the account and password. Even though in his heart Ling Yuan rebelled against what I did. Ling Yuan, who had finally given Yiwu what he wanted, then begged for forgiveness. But Yiwu ignored Ling Yuan and told her to sleep first. The woman immediately fell to the floor. After that, Yiwu entered the Huangjang group system through Ling Yuan's device. Once inside, he was quite satisfied with the special access that had fast loading speeds. Yiwu never thought he would be there again. But this time, he had to take out the network system and see the secrets hidden there. Yu Wu entered a room after being successfully confirmed as Ling Yuan. He saw a room that he thought belonged to the director. Yu Wu felt quite happy seeing the life of a director who was far above ordinary people like him. Yu Wu immediately asked Weiss to work at that time. Weiss then explained that in this room they could find various information regarding Ling Yuan's work area, such as the distribution of funds, the distribution of assassination squads, and information about useless spy members. Yu Wu wanted to know if they could use the engineering master's hacking ability to gain information about the other two forces through authority. Weiss could do it very easily, especially with Ling Yuan's high level of authority. They only need a few minutes to get this information. Weiss immediately mentioned several aspects, such as the capital flow of the entire group, the weapons cooperation list, combat power layout, user data, and so on that had been successfully obtained. Based on the results of the analysis of this information, Weiss immediately provided recommendations for actions that Yu Wu could take. The first is to deliver an economic blow. Yu Wu could use hacking technology to leak confidential internal information and spread it to the internet. This will be detrimental and cause the share price of Huangjang Group to plummet. Then at the military level, based on the recorded location of the Huangjang Group's weapons reserve base, military operations will be launched immediately and they will be defeated by cutting off their military support. Yu Wu asked Weiss to continue the explanation. Weiss reveals that they were finally able to use Ling Yuan's authority to determine the wrong assassination target. Ling Yuan's assassination team could target spies who had been included in their various groups. You can even use secondary figures from the other two forces in the group which can create chaos and discord. Weiss reveals that the ultimate goal is to destroy the Huangjang Group system that the group relies on for survival so that they can become blind and deaf. Yu Wu saw that Weiss had a side that looked like a villain, but he liked it. Yu Wu then ordered Weiss to do everything within 10 days. Not only did he do it to get the key to the dungeon in his bet with Mokai, but also so that he wouldn't be caught off guard and suddenly be teleported at a critical moment. However, as soon as Yu Wu was about to leave, Weiss immediately held him back. He had just received a top-secret message that would soon be sent to Yu Wu. Yu Wu was surprised because the message turned out to be about the Huangjang Group secretly contacting troops, both large and small inside and outside the safe zone to form a large army that could attack the Hanmo Group. Yu Wu didn't expect that the Huangjang Group would want to attack first. Luckily, he managed to find the plan because otherwise Hanmo would have been caught off guard. Yu Wu also read that the attack would be launched in 5 days. Yu Wu immediately thought of a plan to do his best and try to create a big surprise for the Huangjang Group within 5 days. Mokir, who was in her room, was a little confused when she saw Yu Wu contacting her late at night. As soon as the call was picked up, Yu Wu immediately asked Mokir to guess where he was now. Mokir guessed that the man must be looking for trouble with the Huangjang Group judging from his personality. Yu Wu praised Mokir because she was indeed at Director Huangjang Ling Yuan's residence to resolve a little personal matter. He then admitted that he needed to tell Mokir the big news. Mokir remembered the figure of Ling Yuan, who was one of the 3 major powers in the Huangjang Group. Of course, Mokir was shocked when he realized it, but she didn't know whether Yu Wu was too reckless or too bold to do it. Mokir then wanted to know about the big news that Yu Wu brought. Yu Wu asked the woman not to be surprised when he said it. However, Mokir was still surprised. Huangjang Group is gathering troops and preparing to launch an attack on the Hanmo Group within 5 days. Mokir confirmed the truth of the news. Yu Wu assured that the news was information he had obtained directly after hacking the Huangjang Group system, so the news could not be fake. Mokir understood that the Huangjang Group intended to attack first. Although the Huangjang Group's strength was only half that of the Hanmo Group, if they joined forces with other forces to launch an attack, it would cause a devastating blow to the Hanmo Group. Yu Wu suggests that Mokir convey the news to her father and Mokai as soon as possible, but don't let other people know because she suspects that there is a spy in the Hanmo Group. Mokir wasn't too surprised about that fact because their group also had spies in other groups, but that wasn't what she was worried about. Yu Wu naturally wanted to hear more. Mokir was worried that her father and Mokai would not believe her even if she told them. On the other hand, she had already said that Yu Wu would destroy the Huangjang Group. Meanwhile, on the other hand, they also had to convey the news that the Huangjang Group would come to attack. Such repeated attitudes would only make father and Mokai even more suspicious that the two of them were up to something and wanted to use the group's power to get rid of the Huangjang Group. Yu Wu understood it. He also understood that people who were used to living in conspiracies would always be full of suspicion. They definitely wouldn't believe such a contradictory thing. Even though Yu Wu didn't intend to use the power of the Hanmo Group at all, he still had to tell Mokir and Mokai's father at least so that they would remain alert. However, he was also worried about other things now. Mokir wanted to know what it was. Yu Wu wondered how the big war between the two groups would impact the civilians. He is worried that what happened in Zone 9 will happen again. Moreover, his family is currently in Zone 8 too. He had to consider their safety. Mokir certainly didn't expect all of these things to happen, but seeing how both sides would start a war so recklessly, it would affect the civilians. Mokir considers Zone 8 to be her hometown where she lives, and of course, she doesn't want that place to be destroyed by war. But currently, the situation is very critical. If the civilians were evaluated first, then the Huangjang group would notice and they would lose their chance. Even if he used all the power he had, he still couldn't guarantee the safety of civilians. Plus, there are 9 main safe zones there with too many people. Mokir had no other choice but to rely on Yiwu, who could weaken the strength of the Huangjang group as much as possible and reduce the scale of the war to a manageable range before the real war started. Yiwu thought so too. He immediately sent information about the Huangjang group that had been gathered and also the plans he had made. He will also make an efficient and feasible final plan as soon as possible. Mokir was certainly amazed to see Yiwu, who had thought so much in such a short time. Mokir was relieved because Yiwu was truly a man one could hope for. Mokir, who had seen the information and plan, immediately gave Yiwu the freedom to carry out everything according to her plan. She only asked the man to contact her when she needed support. Mokir also gave Yiwu advice regarding his family. Meanwhile, she had to keep her family away from the group because the closer Yiwu was to the group, the more dangerous it was for them. Mokir asked if Yiwu had a friend who could be trusted to shelter Yiwu's family temporarily. Yiwu thought about that trusted friend and immediately thanked him for the reminder. He had a good idea and immediately hung up the phone. The next day outside the safe zone, Yiwu, who was driving the car, finally stopped. He asked everyone to get down immediately because someone would arrive soon. The mother once again asked if Yiwu would not come with them. The father also assured that once the 2 large groups went to war, the city would become unsafe. Yiwu apologized because this time he couldn't hear what his parents were saying. Yiwu had a role in the war, so he couldn't leave the scene before the show started. He asked his parents not to worry because he would be fine. Yiwu's father was at least relieved that his son looked so relaxed. After all, Yiwu had indeed grown beyond their expectations. However, he still had to remember that no matter how strong Yiwu was, he must always be careful and not let his guard down. Yiwu immediately understood. He also entrusted his parents to Yunfei, Kiki, and Nana. Kiki at that time insisted on coming along and helping Yiwu. Likewise, Yunfei did not agree. Even though she knew that the important thing to do at that time was to stay with mom and dad, she still wanted to stay and help him. Yiwu knew that, but he understood that the war this time was not something they could handle. War in the real world was no better than war in the dungeon. He has to face humans who are more complex than monsters. Human nature is uncontrollable and the most dangerous. Yunfei finally understood. Nana also once again asked Yiwu to be careful. However, the Huangjang group would be superior in terms of numbers. Yiwu asked Nana not to worry because he had experience dealing with the Huangjang group and he felt very prepared this time. Yiwu could only hope that they would gather together again soon. He also advised Nana to protect everyone because Nana's level is the highest among everyone. Nana assured me that she would do it. In her heart, Nana didn't expect that she was worried about Yiwu just now. She argued that she didn't want Yiwu to die in inexplicable chaos because only she had the right to end Yiwu's life. Nana tried to convince herself. Meanwhile, Yiwu was determined to get the key to the dungeon and build a fortress so that his family would not have to deal with external dangers. He hopes everyone is waiting for him. Not long after, Dai Ping Xian's team finally arrived. Lion Qing'an immediately apologized for making him wait. As soon as he saw Yiwu, Lion Qing'an asked everyone to pay respects to the person he told about. Everyone greeted and Yiwu immediately asked everyone how he could be the boss when he was not a shareholder in the group. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yiwu not to be surprised because the Depingxian team could reach that scale because of Yiwu's funding and planning guidance. Of course, Yiwu must be the boss. The other team members immediately confirmed that Yiwu was indeed worthy. They also told Yiwu not to worry because no one would bother Yiwu later, so he could be a good boss. Lion Qing'an wanted to know if Yiwu didn't need their help. Their teams have become much different and now there are enough people to handle many different types of problems. Yiwu didn't need it at that time because the situation was even more complicated. It was more convenient for him to move alone and Lion Qing'an just needed to do his best to protect his family. Lion Qing'an naturally didn't mind it and asked Yiwu to leave it to them. Lion Qing'an immediately greeted Yiwu's parents and introduced himself as the leader of the Depingxian team. He admitted that he had received a request from Yiwu to protect their safety. He politely asked for future advice. He also told them not to delay any longer and to leave as soon as possible so as not to disturb Yiwu's plans. The father immediately agreed and they all immediately said goodbye to Yiwu. Don't forget to ask the man to be careful and they will also wait. Likewise, Yiwu promised to return soon. As soon as the group left, Yiwu immediately took Weiss to rush into the Huangjang system and began the first stage of the battle. Inside the data monitoring room of the Huangjang group, Huang Fusheng asked for a report on the situation at that time. One man reported that everything was progressing smoothly as he had planned. As long as they could push up the stock price to complete the harvest wave, then the funds to launch an attack would be available. He was confident that he would be able to defeat the Hanmo group in one try. But suddenly another man immediately reported that the system had just detected a large amount of negative news unfavorable to the group appearing on the internet. Huang Fusheng naturally wanted to know what bad news was spreading. The man immediately opened the main screen. They could all see the latest news regarding the Huangjang group being defeated in a dungeon battle by Hanmo. Apart from that, there was news regarding the main force of the Huangjang team being beaten to pieces by a mysterious man. Additionally, news broke that Director Huangjang lost in battle and the board of directors told him to apologize. Of course, all this news made them panic. One guy said how they had paid a lot of money to buy all the internet media companies. He wanted to know why there was still bad news about them on the internet. One man immediately replied that he had asked the media company, and they admitted they didn't know. The media also seems to have been hacked by a mysterious person. Huang Fusheng asked everyone not to be afraid of such gossip. He asked his men to clean up all the news, and at the same time, they could see the source of the news. They could find out who the culprit was who dared to challenge him. Suddenly, a man reported how the financial report of losses within the Huangjang group was also leaked on the internet, and after verification, it also showed that all the leaked data was true. This time, Huang Fusheng was truly shocked. He wanted to know how that could happen. How highly confidential financial reports within the group can spread to the internet. He confirmed that the man had not given the wrong report. The man immediately confirmed it because he had double-checked and it was true that their data had been leaked. Another man immediately reported that their share prices suddenly plummeted after the leak of the financial report. Other subordinates immediately confirmed it, and this even happened to their subsidiaries. Even cooperative share prices also plummeted. The market value of evaporation was estimated at 100 M. They were all waiting for instructions from Huang Fusheng. Huang Fusheng wanted to know who was behind all this, until suddenly Huang Fuda contacted him. Huang Fusheng immediately guessed what Huang Fuda was going to say to him. Huang Fusheng picked up the phone and his younger brother immediately asked about the company's share price, which had just plummeted. Huang Fusheng admitted that he also didn't know why the confidential data was leaked. In the secret room of the Huangjang group, Huang Fuda was of course annoyed because his older brother claimed not to know, even though the leaked data was the group's confidential financial report and he was the person responsible for storing it. Huang Fuda held Huang Fusheng responsible because this affected their plans. Huang Fusheng was naturally angry because his younger brother was being impolite to him. He then assured that he would investigate the matter clearly and that Huang Fuda should maintain strength on his side. Huang Fuda stated that his older brother did not need to worry about him because he was doing well there. But suddenly, a man came to convey an emergency regarding their weapons warehouse being attacked. At that time, the system immediately notified that the armory in the second zone was attacked by unknown forces and the damage rate reached 80%. Soon, zones 3, 4, and 5 were also attacked. Huang Fuda was naturally very surprised by what happened. The location of the armory was at a hidden point that had been carefully chosen by him. Not many people in the group even knew about the location. He was curious about how the weapons warehouse could be attacked on such a large scale. He wanted to know if there was an intruder inside, and he immediately suspected Lang Yuan at that time. Huang Fuda immediately picked up the man next to him and accused him of being an intruder. The man in fear of course avoided it. Suddenly, a man said that the surveillance screen at the scene managed to capture the figure of the intruder. Huang Fuda immediately wanted to take a look. He could see several of his troops shooting at the intruder, but the bullets did not work. They suspected that the intruder was a monster until suddenly a large explosion occurred which immediately turned off Huang Fuda's camera. The man explained that the picture was the only one they could get, where they could see an intruder with his body surrounded by fire so he could not be identified. Huang Fuda was furious that a foreigner dared to look for trouble with him. He was also very curious about the perpetrator at that time. Huang Fuda was annoyed because this incident ruined his mood. He suspects that the Hanmo group is the mastermind behind all the incidents. However, he immediately dismissed it because if they were the masterminds, then they would have done it a long time ago and there was no need to wait that long. Huang Fuda was annoyed because it meant he had to put aside his plans. In the third safe zone, Yiwu finally returned. He was happy because the Twin Mage account was very easy to use, plus a high-level teleportation skill which helps him a lot, so he can come and go freely to several safe zones. The Huangjang group would never have thought that it alone would be able to destroy several weapons warehouses at once. In just one day, Yiwu managed to deliver an economic blow and destroyed half of the arsenal. If he could maintain his attacks, then he would be able to complete most of his plans in one day. At least this time things were going better than he had planned. After clearing several zones, he arrived at the Huangjang group's base in Zone 1. As soon as Yiwu was about to move, he saw a ray of obstruction. He immediately wanted to know who did it, so he used teleportation magic to find out. but it was a legendary magic barrier that couldn't be penetrated by high-level teleportation magic. If he forced it, he might get hurt. Yiwu naturally wanted to know what reason the protector was used for. He suspected 2 reasons were going on there. First, Hanmo's group took the initiative to expand the barrier to avoid the attack, but Mokir didn't say anything to him beforehand. After all, Huingjang's headquarters was in Zone 1, so it was not the defense of the Hanmo group. Therefore, there is only one possibility left. At that time, Siyu called Yiwu. Siyu immediately conveyed the emergency as soon as the phone was answered. He admitted that he was in the Black Market Zone 5 at that time, but mercenaries and people from the Huingjang group suddenly surrounded them. It doesn't just happen there, it also happens in Zones 2 to 9. He heard that the group's assets were under siege and that Mokir and company executives could not be contacted either. Siyu claims to need Yiwu's help immediately and the sound of an explosion is heard. Yiwu promised to go there soon. He also did not expect Huingjang to act quicker than expected. They were like dogs jumping over walls and he couldn't just sit still. It's time to end all these problems. In front of the gate of the Black Market Zone 5, a man who was the leader of a mercenary group laughed with satisfaction and asked Miss Siyu to come out immediately, otherwise he would break down the door and teach them how to survive. All the women trapped in the room felt very scared. They hugged each other to get rid of their fear. Miss Siyu asked the old man if he was not afraid of being counterattacked by the Hanmo group. Miss Siyu said, even with Huingjang's support, Haomeng wouldn't be able to act as he pleased. Maioya also said, even if she dies, I will never give up on a bastard like Haomeng. Haomeng said arrogantly that he didn't take Huingjang seriously at all, he came to that place just to be responsible for the girls. After all, he had wanted Miss Siyu for a long time. Plus, it wasn't easy to act because of the Hanmo's protection. Today, Miss Siyu had to think about how she would serve the cruel Haomeng. They laughed out loud when they heard Haomeng's words. All the women in the room became even more frightened when they heard Haomeng's words. They cried even more fearfully because of the fear of being touched by that savage bastard. Miss Siyu tried to shout and encourage them not to despair. Miss Siyu firmly believes that reinforcements will come soon. All they have to do now is wait and be patient. But quickly the door to the last room was blown up. So Haomeng and his entire gang entered the room. They looked very satisfied when they saw many beautiful women in front of them. Miss Siyu suggests that the man think carefully because when the war ends, the Hanmo will follow up on Haomeng's crimes. But Haomeng still casually said that the war between groups was none of their business. At this time, Haomeng had made a lot of money and was about to go to the wilderness, but before that, he immediately pulled Miss Siyu's clothes until they tore. Because I can't wait to enjoy the beauty of Miss Siyu's body. That cruel man would never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Today, she criticized Miss Siyu for being arrogant. Now she will feel what it means to be a complete woman. With a booming laugh, the bald man planned to enjoy the beautiful body in front of him. At a time when the atmosphere was getting more chaotic and criminals were becoming more rampant, it was at this time that Yiwu entered. With every step, Yiwu managed to create a firestorm that burned all of Haomeng's members. They panicked and thought the figure that had just passed between them was a monster. Haomeng panicked so he forgot Miss Siyu. The villain told his members to use high-level water attribute magic bullets and kill Yiwu for him, but unfortunately, their attacks did not affect Yiwu at all. They cursed because they had spent quite a high price on the magic bullets they were currently using, but it turned out that it did not affect whatsoever on Yiwu. From behind the surging flames, Yiwu said, attacking attribute weaknesses with opposite attributes is indeed correct, but with their current level, in the face of absolute strength, attribute weaknesses are useless all. After Yiwu got rid of the fire that had been surging in his body, Miss Siyu and Maioya immediately smiled happily. They were moved to see the young man's arrival. In contrast to the expressions of the two girls, the expressions of Haomeng and all his members were very annoyed because it turned out that the one who had attacked them earlier was only a young man, and he was alone. Immediately together they attacked Yiwu. Casually, Yiwu flicked his finger until flames appeared right in the crotch of all the mercenary members. All the violent men immediately screamed in panic when their trousers were caught on fire by the very hot fire. They were worried that their vital organs would be scorched and burned too. They tried to help put out the fire in one of their members' crotch, but the fire couldn't be put out. Finally, Haomeng begged Yiwu to stop the fire. Haomeng even admitted that he had given up, so he begged to be let go. Haomeng said they were only obeying orders, they had no other choice but to follow orders. But Yiwu understood very well that the attitude of people like them was impossible to change. So Yiwu said that just giving up was not enough. Yiwu called for his fire to wipe them out. A moment later, the fire burst into flames and all the members of the cruel mercenaries were burned to extinction in no time. After that, Miss Siyu and Maioya were finally able to hug Yiwu. They were both very happy because finally, the young man came to save them. They were relieved that the young man came on time, otherwise they would all be harassed by the criminals. Then Yiwu asked all the women in the room to come with him and go to safety because it was not good to stay in that place for long. But the women were still afraid because the place was surrounded by fire, so they asked, how are they going to leave? Yiwu led the way. As Yiwu passed by, suddenly a wave of scorching flames rushed to the edge of the room and gave them a way out. The women who had just met Yiwu were very amazed to see his abilities and performance in fighting. Suddenly they admired the young man as a very strong and handsome figure. The women realized Yiwu turned out to be the legendary man who defeated Jia Wangchuan in the Lost Temple dungeon before. They started to press Mioya and Miss Siyu to say whether the young man was the lover of one of them. Miss Mioya awkwardly said that she was her savior, while Miss Siyu said that Yiwu was not her boyfriend either. But he knows everyone will want to be his lover because he is the type of man all women dream of. After all the women were safe and out of the danger zone, Yiwu took Miss Siyu to the top of the building to ask if had she ever seen such a huge barrier light enchantment before. Miss Siyu replied that she had never seen such a big barrier. He wondered if that was the reason he couldn't contact Miss Mo. So far, Miss Siyu has only seen magic barriers that can cover the road. A magic barrier like that, which could cover the entire Zone 1, could only be done with a legendary level item. Yiwu argued it seemed that Huangjang was also preparing to fight to the end with all his blood, and they changed plans to launch an attack first, which was beyond Yiwu's expectations. Miss Siyu understands the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Since Huangjang had already started, they had to respond immediately. Yiwu said he would contact the heads of several other safe zones. Everyone had to unite to block Huangjang's attack. Yiwu immediately spread out his wings and said to Miss Siyu he will leave the situation at that place to Miss Siyu, because he would find a way to break through that barrier and go straight to Huangjang headquarters. Before Yiwu left, Miss Siyu warned that to maintain such a large barrier, the energy consumed would be large. Zone 1 alone couldn't handle it alone. Most of the energy needed to be sent from other safe zones, so Yiwu could start from there. Yiwu understood Miss Siyu's warning. Instantly all the beautiful girls in the place waved at Yiwu when they saw the young man finally leave. They hoped that Yiwu could return safely. While flying, Yiwu thought he didn't know how many troops Huangjang had gathered in Zone 1, but with Mogong's team around, it shouldn't be easy. However, the fact that Huangjang suddenly launched an attack made him feel a little strange, and Ling Yuan's access device had not received any attack orders or messages, which meant that, did one of Huangjang's 3 major powers act first without permission? Because Ling Yuan itself had been controlled by Yiwu, so the one who attacked suddenly must have been one of the Huangfu Sheng or Huangfu Da. You must find out as soon as possible. While flying, Yiwu asked for Ling Yuan, now go to the window, look at the barrier in Zone 1, and tell him everything she knows. Ling Yuan, who was currently still equipped with special equipment in the room, answered that the huge barrier completely covered the entire Zone 1. But because Zone 1 was blocked, it was most likely the work of Huangfu Da's second son, because the main base is in Zone 2. While gazing out the window and under the influence of Yiwu's poison, Ling Yuan said, it was clear that Huangfu Da wanted to put Huangfu Da's first son Huangfu Shang and Hanmo in a cage to fight each other, while Huangfu Da watched the fight from the other side and reaped the benefits from them. As for the way to destroy the barrier, Ling Yuan said she really didn't know. Yiwu now understood that it was Huangfu Da's doing. After that, Yiwu asked Ling Yuan to stay on standby. After that, Yiwu cut off communication with Ling Yuan. After that, Ling Yuan's weak body immediately fell unconscious. Fortunately, Hattie, who had been waiting with his group, was ready to catch Ling Yuan's weak body. Hattie cursed at Elder Lai because the group had spent so much money on support, but the old man couldn't even remove the poison in Ling Yuan's body. Even under the pressure of Hattie's anger, Elder Lai still weakly apologized because the poison in Ling Yuan's body was indeed a kind that had never been seen before, and it would take a long time to completely eliminate it. So Hattie had no choice but to tell the old man to do it quickly. Though in his heart, Elder Lai thought, to be able to create such a terrifying high-level poison, only Yiwu could do it. Elder Lai doesn't seem to be following the wrong person. Inwardly, the old man was cheering, hoping for Yiwu to come forward and destroy the Huangjang group completely, because Elder Lai couldn't wait to step with Yiwu in the world of pharmacy. Meanwhile, in the second safe zone, Yiwu activated True Eyes to scan the entire area of the zone. Yi sat on the roof and thought, has the war in Zone 2 started? Fortunately, he had already destroyed most of Huangjang's heavy weapons first. It seems that the scale of the war is not that big. Suddenly the system notified that there were no life forms that met the characteristics of Huangfu Da in the zone. Yiwu argued, impossible, right? If Huangfu Da wasn't in the main base in Zone 2, then most likely it would be in a hidden base in another zone. Wise suddenly appeared and reported to Yiwu he accidentally found someone Yiwu was interested in during the search just now. Yiwu was surprised and asked who was the person he was interested in. Wise replied he was a busy man as usual. Inside Huangjang Bank, which is in Zone 2, there were many men's bodies scattered in front of the safe. The very large iron door of the safe was already open. Inside the safe there was a woman who was looking for something from one of the boxes in the safe room. Yiwu, who was suddenly standing at the door of the safe, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This young man casually asked what his female classmate, named Zuhi, was looking for. Instantly, Zuhi turned around and held 2 daggers to stand guard against Yiwu. She fiercely asked, "Why Yiwu again?" Responding to Zuhi's fierce attitude, Yiwu asked, "Why does Zuhi always like to take advantage of the daytime commotion?" Was Zuhi afraid that something would happen sooner or later? Without paying attention to Yiwu's words, the girl with blue hair asked, "Why does Yiwu always follow me?" Smiling, Yiwu said he had just seen a classmate remind him that the situation was tense now, and Zuhi was Huangjang's #1 want, but with Zuhi arrogantly appearing in their territory, wasn't that very dangerous? Zuhi ignored Yiwu and started bending over to look for the desired item in the next treasure box. Zuhi said it's no problem being the #1 wanted. But she had received a reminder from Yiwu, so she asked Yiwu to leave now. Yiwu thought Zuhi was truly worthy of being the iceberg goddess of the academy. That woman's attitude was always so cold. In my opinion, Zuhi's attitude is very similar to Zulu's. Yiwu immediately created a magic circle to move to the next place, but said, "Okay." Actually, Yiwu was also in a hurry to kill Huangfuda so Zuhi could continue my work. But suddenly, Zuhi stopped Yiwu. The girl said she wanted to go with Yiwu if the young man wanted to go to kill Huangfuda. Yiwu turned his head and asked, "Why? Does Zuhi have a grudge against Huangfuda too?" Zuhi coldly replied, as long as they had the same goal, there was no need to ask for too many reasons. Yiwu just surrendered to Zuhi's words, but said, okay. But now there is an important question. Yiwu received information that he was at the main base of Zone 2. In fact, Huangfuda was not there, but did Zuhi have any clues as to where that violent man was? Zuhi said that Huangfuda was by nature a cheater and usually did not stay in the same base for more than 3 days, but Zuhi knew some bases that he frequently visited. Hearing that, Yiwu asked Zuhi to lead the way. Inwardly, Yiwu thought, didn't Zuhi seem so familiar with each other's routine? There was definitely a secret relationship between the two, but it had nothing to do with Yiwu. As long as I can find Huangfuda. Before leaving the bank building, Yiwu asked if Zuhi didn't want to take the money there. Zuhi answered that his goal from the start was never about money but simply what you want. So Yiwu quickly said I would take the money instead of scattering it. Because of his attitude, Yiwu managed to get 250 million. After they arrived at the 4th safe zone Huangjang's secret command room, Yiwu immediately blew up the place and urged his supreme leader to say where was Huangfuda. Nervously, the man who was already pressed under Yiwu's feet said while stammering, "You don't know anything and I really don't know the whereabouts of Huangfuda." Yiwu finally came out of the place after the place exploded. This young man realized that there was only one place left to look for Huangfuda. Zuhi, who saw Yiwu's current abilities, realized that the young man had become stronger than before. Although Zuhi could feel Yiwu's strength vaguely before, seeing this extraordinary strength with my own eyes was truly shocking. Zuhi thought it didn't seem to matter if he went with Yiwu in the future. Yiwu approached Zuhi and asked the woman to go to the ladder's base. But then this young man realized that Zuhi's body was shaking very strongly. He asked why Zuhi was shaking like that. Zuhi was silent at first, but then nervously said, "Hope. We'll never go back to that place, if possible." Seeing the fear on Zuhi's face, Yiwu immediately grabbed her shoulder and said, "No matter what personal grievances the girl has with Huangfuda, Yiwu asked her to stay by my side and leave the rest to Yiwu." Zuhi was touched by Yiwu's attitude. She thanked Yiwu's kindness. But even though Zuhi's body resisted, the girl knew she had to face it, otherwise, you would never be able to move forward. Yiwu thought, does the powerful Zuhi has a past that is unbearable to mention? Since it chooses to face, Yiwu will support it without hesitation. Arriving at the secret underground base of the 8th safe zone, Yiwu entered after defeating all the guards and blowing up the entrance, which was certainly very thick. After entering, Zuhi said, "There is still a place like this in Zone 8. Zuhi has lived for a long time and doesn't know it yet. Moreover, the soldiers here are much stronger than in other places in terms of numbers and firepower. It seems we have finally found the right place, because this is his most important asset." When Yiwu asked, what does he mean by assets? Suddenly several people attacked the two of them with different abilities. Luckily, Yiwu managed to create a shield in time. Yiwu realized it was a sneak attack and combined it with the effects of elemental magic. That power was much stronger than before. Yiwu believed they were getting closer to their goal. What was unexpected, apparently it was 5 women who attacked him wearing different colored uniforms. And the 5 women looked a lot like Zuhi. Of course, Yiwu was shocked and wondered why they had such an identical resemblance. It was at this time that Huangfuda came out and welcomed Zuhi and summoned Zuhi's figure as an experimental subject, Azure 13. Yiwu asked, what did Huangfuda mean when he said the girl by your side was an experimental subject? Huangfuda was actually surprised to hear this question because he seemed very close to Zuhi, but apparently didn't know the girl's real identity. Suddenly Zuhi's body shook with fear and covered his ears very tightly while begging the old man not to say any more. Hyung Fuda actually laughed with satisfaction at Zuhi's attitude, then said, "It seems that even though Zuhi has been on the run for so long, the slavery in Zuhi's bones has not changed. Instinctively afraid in front of your master doesn't change because you are experimental subject, Azure 13, haha." Yiwu told the old man to shut up. Yiwu firmly said, "She is not a gossipy person who casually talks about a classmate's privacy and is not interested in knowing what kind of grievances there are between them. But this is a death sentence for Hyung Fuda for making my classmate cry like this." Today, Yiwu happened to have old and new hatreds, and Hyung Fuda of Huangjing, and now was the perfect time to resolve them. Hyung Fuda thinks Yiwu is crazy. He remembered that the young man in front of him was the boy named Yiwu who ranked number 2 for the prize in their group. Hyung Fuda was sure that useless girl, Ling Yuan, was definitely being played by a little brat like Yiwu. What a coincidence, Yiwu not only came in person today but also brought a big gift. Hyung Fuda smiled broadly and thanked Yiwu. Instantly, Yiwu was surrounded by 5 women who looked like Zuhi. Despite this, Yiwu still told Zuhi not to be afraid. "This small problem is not a threat." Zuhi thanked the young man for being willing to protect me, but actually, you are not a girl who needs to be protected. Because I'm not shaking with fear, but because he cannot control his killing aura, he will lose his identity as a human. Suddenly, Zuhi created a terrifying aura around her body because it turned out that this girl had a level of 110. This girl even easily repelled attacks from 5 women who looked like me. Zuhi thought that the 5 substitutes were very weak. When the women who looked like Zuhi were injured, Yiwu saw that what came out of their bodies was white liquid, which means it is artificial blood. Yiwu once read relevant records in the Academy Library about this. So this is a long-lost legendary ancient secret technique, namely android transformation. Yiwu didn't expect Huangjing's group to still hide this kind of technology. The most important thing is that Yiwu didn't expect Zhu to be so strong. "Did you try to suppress your own strength when you met Yiwu before?" Hyung Fuda said, "Not bad." Zhu, he was indeed stronger than before leaving, as expected from the only successfully made from Zulu's DNA. Not only has independent consciousness but also the ability to improve himself independently. That ordinary pure android was completely incomparable to Zuhi. Yiwu was shocked to hear about cloning. It turns out Zulu and Zuhi have that kind of relationship. Yiwu thought, looking back now, Zulu also knew clearly about Zuhi. Could it be that Zulu offered her own DNA in exchange for the privilege of doing whatever she wanted? Or did Huangjing secretly conduct experiments without her knowing? But this kind of fate was too tragic for Zuhi. Zuhi said that having independent consciousness is not enough, she cannot be truly free until the control element is removed from my body. But fortunately, Zuhi has collected all the modification charts as long as she kills Hyung Fuda and gets rid of the control, so Zuhi can become human. Lord Hyung Fuda replied, "Being in happiness does not mean happiness." What did Zuhi desire from a creature so fragile as a human? Is the immortal and replaceable android body a no deal? Because Hyung Fuda has spent a lot of energy and resources to transform me to get rid of the fragile human body, but Zuhi wants to become a human instead. I think that's pretty ridiculous. I originally wanted to let Zuhi grow to a higher level and recycle it, but since Zuhi took the initiative to come before me, Hyung Fuda will recycle Zuhi directly today. Hyung Fuda flicked his bionic arm, and suddenly the bodies of the bionic women who had attacked Zuhi shook and their heads became one with a combination of different powers. They said they would simultaneously start an extermination operation, with the magic module active. Seeing the creature evolve, Zuhi thought, did she really develop a level I-30 elite? If I don't give up my current human form to unleash my ultimate ability, I will definitely lose. If I do this, it will take away years of hard work. Tap. There is no other way. Zuhi withdrew his arm and synthetic leather. When Zuhi was ready to fight fiercely again, Yiwu asked to wait a moment. He created the shield to protect them both. Yiwu looked at Zuhi and asked, "Why does Zuhi look so desperate as if you are going to die?" Although the amount of information in this conversation is rather large, I don't know yet, but please don't give up. Even if you don't need my protection, don't ignore my message. After all, if we come together, we can be considered comrades in arms, right? Yiwu added trash like Hyung Fuda was not worth making Zuhi surrender. Then Yiwu touched Zuhi's forehead with the technique master skill. With that, Zuhi fainted. Yiwu asked the bionic girl to sleep well and left this matter to me. The 5-headed bionic girl continued to say, "Continue the extermination operation. According to the threat level, give priority to eliminating male targets." Yiwu approached the bionic girl and said, the girl's words were not insightful, but compared to hatred, Yiwu sympathized more with the bionic girl. Yiwu touched the bionic girl's forehead with mechanical control skills, causing the girl's body to shatter into pieces. Master Hyung Fuda was stunned to see Yiwu's abilities. He wondered what was wrong with this boy. Not only did the cruel Azure 13 stop working in an instant, but it also instantly decomposed the fusion magic experimental body 14, which is the secret weapon. I'm sure Yuwu's technique level is definitely above advanced. Yuwu stepped up to Hyungfuda. He said, initially, I was a little surprised that Huang Zhang had this technology, is that all? What other toys do you have? Take them all out and show me. Master Hyungfuda smashed his clothes and said, Ling Yuan's report said that you are just a villain who makes good use of electricity. But it doesn't seem to be completely accurate now. You indeed have the strength to be proud of. But that is still far away because Hyungfuda will use my abilities beyond advanced techniques to turn you into an obedient dog. Mr. Hyungfuda took out all the materials around him to create a bigger armor until Hyungfuda had level 140. With a mocking smile, Yuwu said, actually, Master Hyungfuda still hasn't reached the technique master level. Yuwu's body emitted lightning and casually asked Hyungfuda to come forward and show his strength so that they would see who would be the obedient dog. Hyungfuda shot a missile while scolding Yuwu, who dared to speak loudly in front of him. He even considered Yuwu trash. Under the rain of missiles, Yuwu created a shield that was able to protect him well. Yuwu was aware that it was a mecha fighter. Unfortunately, Yuwu did not have any mecha available at the moment. Otherwise, Yuwu would want to use the mecha to fight with Hyungfuda to his heart's content. Now, Yuwu could only use this opportunity to train his engineering combat skills. Hyungfuda laughed at Yuwu's defensive ability. In his opinion, just blocking the missile would not defuse Hyungfuda's attack, because the number of missiles that the old man had was countless. Moreover, as long as the missile locks on the target, the missile will continue to chase its target until it dies. But Yuwu calmly flicked his finger, and those hundreds of terrifying missiles suddenly turned into flowers of iron blades. Hyungfuda was shocked when he saw his missile turn into a flower. He wondered what Yuwu had done to his weapon. Moreover, suddenly the missile turned towards Hyungfuda, but Hyungfuda quickly created a shield in front of him to withstand all the missile attacks. Hyungfuda swore at Yuwu and asked what exactly was that young man capable of. Why can he do such amazing things? Yuwu casually replied that when Hyungfuda had reached the technique master level, he would naturally understand. But Yuwu felt like that day would never come. Hyungfuda became even more angry when he heard the words of the young man in front of him. According to him, it was impossible for a naughty little boy to become a master of engineering. Moreover, even if the young man before only reached technique master, he couldn't have the attacking ability that Hyungfuda had. The man behind the armor immediately fired a bigger attack, but Yuwu blocked the attack with his advanced drone and threw his attack in another direction. While standing valiantly, and with a calm demeanor, Yuwu said that just because Yuwu was an engineering master, he could ignore Hyungfuda's level to suppress the attack of a mecha that also belonged to the engineering category. But Yuwu had a question. Wasn't the strongest person in Huang Zhang Zulu? Why was Hyungfuda's level the same as hers? Hyungfuda replied Zulu was indeed strong, but she was only a chess piece in his eyes, so Hyungfuda gave him the greatest degree of freedom. Because the stronger the girl, Hyungfuda could create an army of stronger androids by taking genes from them. Hearing Hyungfuda's answer made Yuwu comment that the old man likes taking advantage of fishermen. This was Hyungfuda's handiwork to close Zone 1 with a barrier. Then he wanted to trap Hanmo and Hyungfusheng in it so they killed each other. Then Hyungfuda came out at the end to clean up the mess. Hyungfuda said, "You are indeed smart. No wonder Ling Yuan attached so much importance before and insisted on listing it as the #1 reward target. Now it seems that you are indeed our Huang Zhang's biggest enemy, and your threat level is no less than the entire Harmony group. Threat targets like you must be eliminated. This will let you see my strongest form Magic Gear Fighter." Hyungfuda collected more materials so that the strength of his armor increased to level 180. Yuwu was amazed by Hyungfuda's cool mecha, and that mecha's name is quite good. Hyungfuda shouted, saying Yuwu had nowhere to run from his enhanced magic attacks. He wanted Yuwu dead now. Hyungfuda attacked with a combination of elements that was so powerful that it created a huge explosion after hitting where Yuwu was standing. Hyungfuda laughed with satisfaction and hoped that his opponent would burn until there was nothing left. But without Hyungfuda expecting it, Yuwu was still standing casually and could still say that Hyungfuda was indeed clever in giving names to each attack and his mecha. But since the attack had been replaced by magic, Yuwu would show his true magic abilities. While Hyungfuda was confused and digesting how Yuwu might have been still alive. On the other hand, Yuwu asked the system to summon the light mage, Afrai. Instantly the system immediately complied with the master's request. It was at this moment that Hyungfuda's mecha warned the old man that there was a high energy coming from above. Hyungfuda was shocked and said that it was impossible because, on top of the base, there was a special metal protective layer that was more than 10 stories thick and could withstand a nuclear bomb attack. But in the end, the roof of the base was still melted by the very high energy, which came from a meteor that entered tens of meters underground towards the base. While holding back the meteor that fell right on top of him, Hyungfuda screamed and cursed because he had personally experienced something impossible happen to him. Even though Hyungfuda succeeded in creating a protective barrier, in the end, the protective shield was destroyed in a short time and the meteor fell on Hyungfuda until he only had 20% HP left. Meanwhile, on the other side, a very beautiful goddess with a giant sun staff in her hand appeared and immediately prostrated herself before Yiwu. The beautiful girl, who was called Duya Fry, thanked Yiwu because he had summoned a Fry. The goddess asked what Yiwu ordered her to do. Did Yiwu want a Fry to kill Hyungfuda? Yiwu answered no. He wanted to let Hyungfuda alive because there were so many things to ask Hyungfuda. A Fry smiled and replied okay. But in his opinion, as long as a Fry let Hyungfuda speak in one breath, the rest was up to a Fry to be as necessary as anything, right? So she expressed her gratitude for the gift from Yiwu. So with great enthusiasm, a Fry attacked Hyungfuda again by showering hot meteors on him. Hyungfuda was no longer able to withstand the attack because he was too shocked by such a powerful level of magic. While looking at a Fry attacking Hyungfuda, Yiwu thought that the intelligent mage is an evil female character. It seems she is another villain account. However, the power of this account has proven to be completely capable of destroying a level 180 magic mecha without injury. Although it is still impossible to achieve a one-shot kill that ignores levels like the Shadow King, it is enough. The key is that it costs nothing and has no side effects. After receiving such a huge attack, Hyungfuda was still able to crawl out of the ruined building. Dial was relieved that he still wasn't dead even though his cell phone only had 2% remaining. The old man held a remote in his hand and said a kid is a kid. If Yiwu directly killed him, then Hyungfuda would have no chance to retaliate. A Fry immediately acted quickly by creating a protective magic, because she was worried that Hyungfuda might try to act strangely by blowing himself up and taking them all to death with him. But Hyungfuda quickly replied that he would not do that because his life was more valuable than anything. So he wouldn't do such a bad thing. Instead, Hyungfuda had a better plan. Hyungfuda pressed a button on the remote he had been holding. Instantly, Zhu roared in pain because his entire body suddenly changed and he couldn't control it. Zuhi's level was forced to rise to level 160. Yiwu realized that his situation had worsened again because a combat power as great as Zuhi's could be controlled by Hyungfuda. Zuhi threw a huge crystal attack that was extremely powerful, but a Fry thought the attack was very boring, because all of those attacks were crude and low-level tricks. A Fry felt very bored, so she wanted to make Zuhi disappear completely. But Yiwu asked a Fry not to hurt Zuhi too much. A Fry was of course shocked and asked why Yiwu didn't allow she to kill Zuhi, because then everything would feel too boring. Yiwu looked at Zuhi with a cold and fierce face. He accused a Fry of wanting to disobey his master's orders. A Fry immediately panicked and quickly answered that she would not dare think like that. A Fry begged Yiwu for mercy. On the other hand, Hyungfuda laughed even more with satisfaction. The old man said he had long installed a special backstage control that Zuhi could only control. This is what is called an insurance mechanism. Zuhi had become Hyungfuda's puppet. Even though she wasn't the strongest, she was the most useful against Yiwu for now. With a cruel face, Hyungfuda asked, was Yiwu willing to harm him? Yiwu angrily said, it seemed he was indeed too kind, as Hyungfuda wanted to make a Fry gather information in one breath, but now it seemed there was no need for this. Yiwu immediately asked a Fry to kill Hyungfuda. A Fry raised his wand high, creating a very strong and hot wave of light energy. Even Zuhi was starting to struggle with a Fry's attacks. Seeing that, Master Hyungfuda tried to escape while asking Zuhi to protect his escape. While running away, Hyungfuda thought, what a damn murderous aura. He realized Yiwu was not a soft-hearted person at all. If he didn't leave now, he was sure that he would die at Yiwu's hands. Hyungfuda continued running while smiling broadly under Zuhi's protection. He didn't even care if Zuhi's condition was getting worse and she was already vomiting blood. Yiwu knew that taking a Fry's attack was too much for Zuhi, but without Hyungfuda's orders, he would only survive until he died. Compared to killing Hyungfuda, Yiwu had to prioritize saving Zuhi now. Hyungfuda had already arrived at the escape gate. He laughed with satisfaction because Yiwu missed the perfect opportunity to kill him. He even mocked a Fry as a sad beauty pass hero because he still couldn't do it. Hyungfuda also said he would reorganize the fighting force and return to Yiwu to settle their affairs. The next time they met, it would be Yiwu's death. Before completely disappearing, Hyungfuda told Zuhi to continue fighting for him until his death. After that, he slowly entered the escape door. But a Fry told Yiwu that she had marked magic on Hyungfuda, so wherever the old man fled, he could easily be found even to the ends of the earth. Yiwu praised a Fry's methods. Then he had a Fry switch to defense, and then slowly approach Zhu because Yiwu had other plans. After a Fry confirmed Yiwu's request, she only used defensive magic to slowly walk closer to Zuhi, whose condition was increasingly critical. Zhu coughed up blood, and he only had 8% HP left. They continued to walk closer to Zuhi, who was still attacking them with quite a lot of force. When finally Zuhi's HP was only 3% left, and he couldn't make any more attacks. Instantly Yiwu caught the girl's weak body and switched to a Moss account. Then he pressed Zuhi's forehead once again and told her to go to sleep. When Zuhi was caught in his arms, Yiwu said that the girl would no longer be controlled by anyone. Yiwu promised that, Once Zhu was safe, a Fry left, and Yiwu placed the girl's body on the floor. Yiwu immediately asked Wise to come out and immediately scanned Zuhi's body to find out the problem and modify it. The AI robot quickly received the master's orders. In no time, the scan was complete. Besides the background control elements in his body, there was also a hidden self-exploding device, and it was extremely powerful. Yiwu was shocked to hear about the self-exploding device. Fortunately, Yiwu deliberately let Huangfu go beforehand, otherwise he would explode if she was cornered. Now, Yiwu asked Wise to give Zuhi a makeover. Wise quickly carried out Yiwu's orders. So, the advanced robot instantly got rid of all unprofitable programs, and the hardware has been completely cleared and updated. After that, Zuhi suddenly woke up and looked a little confused. Yiwu asked if Zuhi had just been planted to feel the changes. Zuhi stretched and said that his body felt very light and relaxed. The pressure that had been in her heart for a long time disappeared so that she now felt a sense of freedom that had never happened before. Zuhi asked what Yiwu did to him. As usual, Yiwu was humble and said he didn't have that kind of ability. He said his ability couldn't change Zu's mechanical body parts into a real human body. In his heart, Yiwu thought it was estimated that only God could do such a thing. But Zuhi smiled with a moved face because she knew Zuhi had done too much for her. Even though his body was controlled very strongly earlier, there was still a trace of consciousness. So Zuhi saw that Yiwu not only saved him but even gave him freedom and a second life. Zuhi said she didn't know how to reply to Yiwu. She held Yiwu's hand and said that she would repay the young man in any way. Hearing that, Yiwu scratched his head and awkwardly asked, "Did the bionic girl before him have money? Because he still lacks money." Zuhi smiled awkwardly at Yiwu's words. But in the end, she still transferred 500 million to Yiwu. This made Yiwu shocked. He asked how Zhu could have that much money. Zuhi casually replied that she has been traveling between various safe zones while looking for various parts that can release the DL control system in the body. Zuhi also accumulated a lot of money to return to freedom in the future. Yiwu now understood how the girl earned a lot of money. It's no wonder that every time he meets Zuhi, the bionic girl is in a hiding place and looks like she's about to steal something. Then, Yiwu asked what Zuhi would do next. Zuhi replied that the sudden freedom was like a bit of a habit and Zuhi was still in an unreal trance. But now she has decided to follow and help Yiwu destroy the Huangjang group. But Yiwu prevented it because even though the girl had been repaired, her body was still in a weak stage due to excessive consumption, so he told Zuhi to rest first. Initially, Zuhi insisted on still helping the young man, so Yiwu told him to restore things first, because if not, Zuhi will only be a burden if he follows him now. Zuhi understood Yiwu's request. Slowly his body disappeared to teleport. Zuhi said she is typing and will return to her best performance as soon as possible. Before completely disappearing, Zuhi asked the young man to wait for him. Yiwu just smiled awkwardly in response to Zuhi's warm attitude. After Zuhi left, Yiwu asked Wise, did the little robot did anything to his personality during the makeover earlier? Because of the icy Zhu, he suddenly turned extremely warm. Wise instead smiled and said that his master was still too young to know what love was. Because a cold girl like Zuhi could get so hot that the master couldn't stand it when she got serious. Because of his words, Wise received a playful punch from Yiwu. Because as Wise knows, Yiwu doesn't like and has no experience discussing matters of love. Yiwu said it seemed Hangda didn't expect him to come down to the room so quickly. Even without destroying the equipment and materials of the place, Yiwu would make good use of what was in the room. Wise, who had been by his side, said that he had obtained administrator rights and was downloading information about energy delivery. Wise also discovered several other unexpected things. Wise finds a secret passage underground, so Wise asks if they're going to explore that place now. Yiwu answered of course. Since they had come to that place, of course, they had to explore the entire place without missing any valuable treasures, or they would suffer a lot of losses. As they walked along the secret path to descend deeper, Yiwu realized that the path looked very ancient. Then after entering the room, Wise's eyes lit up when he saw the big jackpot in front of his eyes. Because now, in front of him, they saw dozens of strong humanoid girls like Zuhi. Yiwu guessed that was where Zuhi was created. He was glad that there were still many humanoids that had not been used. Yiwu wondered, where did Huangjang Group get this kind of technology? Wise answered that he had done a scan and discovered that the laboratory was a relic from ancient times, but had been converted into a building after being destroyed for some time. Yiwu guessed the Huangjang Group mastered and inherited the technology tree of ancient times to some extent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started down the wrong path of creating an army of artificial humans because this technology was useless on the old Earth. However, inanimate objects without a soul cannot grow and develop. But Wise says that's a bad word. Although the humanoid girls looked like a pile of scrap metal in Yiwu's hands, he was sure they could turn into treasures. Wise reminds Yiwu to consider creating his harem so that he will have a large collection of beautiful female bodies. Because of his words, Wise received a beating from Yi Wu. This young man said he was more interested in special soldiers, which would be of great help to him to increase his combat power reserves. Yi Wu also asked Wise to scan one of the robots and see what else they needed to activate it. Without waiting for orders twice, Wise immediately carried out a scan and discovered the fact that the main production had been completed. But there is still a lack of core energy that can only be driven by high-level crystal magic. Yi Wu said it was an easy thing to handle, because in the Zerg dungeon, there are lots of high-level magic crystals, so they can use the magic crystal directly and they will starting 30 robots first. Because the number of core cannot be too small, Wise immediately flew around the humanoid woman and said he would choose the best beauty for Yi Wu. But the master had to modify the underlying code first to make it obey Yi Wu's orders. Wise also suggested immediately activating 6 bodies for testing first. After Wise finally modified and deactivated the 6 bodies of the humanoid girls, they immediately quickly jumped toward Yi Wu. The panicked young man asked Wise, "What is the little robot doing?" Wise smiled slyly and said he only adjusted their character attributes slightly when modifying the bottom 6, so that their attitude would not be too cold and would not be boring. Yi Wu immediately became angry when he heard this and told the robot to quickly change their attitude settings again. After receiving a strong warning from his master, Wise immediately changed the attitude level of the humanoid robots again. After the 6 female robots behaved normally, Yi Wu asked Wise to show him the location of the fortress that transmits energy to Zone 1. The female humanoid robots bowed obediently, asking Yi Wu to give them orders. After indicating the energy delivery point, Yi Wu asked the 6 women to split up. Yi Wu divided them into 2 groups to destroy Point A, Point B, and Point C. After that, they were ordered to go and carry out the attack. So the humanoid robots were immediately equipped with the weapons they needed. They walked out with Yi Wu to start the war. Not long after, they arrived at one of the energy transfer stations of the 3rd safe zone. Yi Wu saw that the guards at that place were still casually chatting. He guessed that the guards had likely not been informed by Huang Fuda about their previous fight. But then, Yi Wu realized the people on guard were wearing the uniforms of the Tianquan group. Yi Wu knows Tianquan group is responsible for infrastructure projects, so it makes sense that they provide quite a lot of energy. When Yi Wu was about to enter their base, he was detained by the guards. They asked Yi Wu to raise his hands and turn around or the guards would shoot him. Yi Wu thought that after Kashua Akao's betrayal, the Huangjang group was still able to accept the Tianquan group. He said it was very surprising. Yi Wu raised his hand and pretended to be innocent while saying that he was just a civilian. Hearing Yi Wu's words, 2 men from the special team came out of the base and said that if Yi Wu is an ordinary civilian, then the definition of the word ordinary in the dictionary must be updated. The Jianguo Wang leader asked all his members to retreat because this young man was not someone they should provoke. Yi Wu asked Leader Wang, "Is he famous now?" Leader Wang replied, "As long as there are knowledgeable people." Leader Wang is worried that there won't be anyone who doesn't know the name Yi Wu. Without further ado, Leader Wang asked Yi Wu, as a member of the Hanmo group. This young man must have a clear goal now. Hearing the words of the commander of the group, Yi Wu commented honestly that they were all really smart people. So this young man will just get straight to the point. The goal is to destroy the energy transmission device. He hopes that Leader Wang and all his members will not stop Yi Wu's intentions. Immediately, all the members who had weapons raised their weapons and angrily commented that Yi Wu was a young man with a big mouth. But the Leader Wang rebuked his subordinates and said that the man was stupid. If his team members want to live, then it's better to just keep quiet. Yi Wu said to Chairman Wang that he was a good person, so he didn't want to embarrass Chairman Wang. He hoped the chairman would not make unreasonable resistance, but if they resist, it will only end in death. Finally, Chairman Wang said that the safe zone Barrier 1 was jointly supplied by several secret energy fortresses and had to be closed simultaneously to be active. Forcibly destroying the energy reserves will cause a large explosion that will injure civilians. Chairman Wang was sure that Yi Wu was not someone who would have the heart to do something like that. But unexpectedly, in the next second, the chairman received information from the walkie-talkie under the energy fortress in Zone 4 that the enemy had attacked him. Likewise, the energy fortresses in Zone 5 and Zone 3. They all couldn't withstand the enemy's strength that reached level 100. Chairman Wang looked very angry because he believed it was all Yi Wu's doing. Without expecting it, Yi Wu casually said, "Chairman Wang is an intelligent figure, but now the chairman only has 2 choices. That is to follow Tianquan, become Huangjang's lackeys, and continue living without a future, or come to Yi Wu's side and help him destroy the Huangjang group." Other members of the passing Chuang group thought that Yi Wu's words were a joke, because that young man dared to order their very strong group leader. Even members of his group urged the chairman to kill Yi Wu. But after being silent for a long time, Chairman Wang unexpectedly said that Yi Wu's words were true. The chairman would rather believe in Yi Wu than walk down a dead-end path. Without a doubt, this chairman said his intuition and experience told him that someone as unpredictable as Yi Wu could do great things in the future. One of the Tuning Chun team members asked angrily about the chairman's attitude. They were surprised that the chairman could trust a little boy who didn't know his origins. He reminded the chairman what would happen to the group of traitors. Chairman Wang turned his head back to glare at his member. Chairman Wang said of course he knew what would happen to the traitorous group. But if the members believed in his judgment, then the members could stay, but if they didn't believe, then they were free to leave. Unexpectedly, the majority of the group members chose to leave their leader who had turned crazy. They also threatened to go report Chairman Wang's betrayal to his superiors and ask for support to fight back. After several of his team members left, Chairman Wang turned to the figure beside him, Shen Bing. Chairman Wang asked if the young man was willing to stay. Without hesitation, Shen Bing answered that he would follow the chairman forever. After that, Yi Wu asked all his friends to go and take care of this work together. But unexpectedly, Shen Bing took a dagger from behind his back and with a cruel face ran towards Yi Wu, saying that his only business was to kill Yi Wu. Yi Wu blocked Shen Bing's attack with his huge flame sword. Shen Bing was shocked because suddenly a sword appeared as fast as lightning to block his attack. Yi Wu glanced at Shen Bing and coldly said that people who dared to attack him usually died badly. Chairman Wang immediately detained Shen Bing and angrily asked, "What is that young man doing? And why did he want to attack Yi Wu?" Then Shen Bing angrily said that Yi Wu was the one who killed Qin Lu, an old friend and the girl Shen Bing loves. Chairman Wang was shocked to hear Shen Bing's words. He asked in a high voice whether Shen Bing was sure about that. Shen Bing firmly believed, because a fellow survivor in Zone 9 had told him directly that when he woke up from fainting, he happened to witness with his own eyes when Qin Lu was killed by a monster and Yi Wu remained silent beside him. Shen Bing was angry because Yi Wu should have been able to save Qin Lu, but he just stood by and let Qin Lu be slaughtered by the monsters. After that, Yi Wu lied to Shen Bing that Qin Lu died to protect him. Yi Wu was very strong, so he shouldn't need Qin Lu's protection, so Shen Bing didn't understand why didn't he save Qin Lu. Shen Bing then said, "When my parents were killed by a monster, I didn't want to live anymore. My childhood sweetheart who gave me the courage to persevere. Qin Lu, she is my light, my hope. But now this only hope has disappeared, and the only thing that supports me to live until today is revenge." Shen Bing cried with her body shaking when she told all about her painful past. Yi Wu finally said Shen Bing's partner only saw when Qin Lu was killed. But he didn't see a few seconds before Qin Lu pushed me to the monster as bait and ran away himself. Yi Wu doesn't deny standing by his death, but I have no obligation to save someone who wants to kill him. Yi Wu deliberately didn't want to tell the truth because it was too cruel for Shen Bing to hear. But Shen Bing even accused this of clearly lying to him. In his opinion, Qin Lu was gentle and kind since he was little. He would never do something like that. Yi Wu turned around to leave because he had already said everything he needed to say. Believe it or not, it was up to Shen Bing. Since Yi Wu still had something to do, he wanted to hurry. But Shen Bing became more and more angry. He advanced again toward Yi Wu and intended to attack again. But Yi Wu resisted with King Chang's big arm. Due to the blow, Shen Bing's body was thrown and his HP was drained until only 10% remained. Then Yi Wu calmly said he didn't have time to deal with Shen Bing anymore now. That blow was the final warning. Shen Bing cried while looking at the photo of him and Qin Lu. He said if he was as strong as Yi Wu, then he would be able to protect the girl he loved. Shen Bing muttered it's a pity that he doesn't have tomorrow. Then this young man drank a strange green liquid which immediately turned him into a level 80 monster. Chairman Wang was shocked to see that Shen Bing had this beast chemical potion. But now, it was too late. Shen Bing wanted to use the power of the monster to defeat Yi Wu. Under the attack of the huge monster, Yi Wu said he also couldn't bear the pain of losing the person he loved, so he understood that Shen Bing hated him. But when Shen Bing chose the path of attacking Yi Wu, there was no turning back. Yi Wu countered Shen Bing's attack by burning Shen Bing, who had become a monster. Just before his body burned to the ground, in his low voice, Shen Bing was happy because he would finally be together with Qin Lu again. Captain Wang looked at his deputy's ashes with a sad face. He asked why Shen Bing became so stupid, even though it is clear that life is more important than anything. According to Captain Wang, there would always be hope as long as one was alive in this world. But Yi Wu said that not everyone dares to face despair. Sometimes life is more torturous than death, and this is the pain of this era. Yi Wu thought that if he didn't have the Account King system, then he would have followed the same path as Shen Bing and Senior Ancheng to become stronger. Yi Wu wondered inside, was it inevitable or lucky for him to have this system? Then Yi Wu turned around and asked Captain Wang to leave immediately. Yi Wu confirmed that he would not stop his plan. This young man also said that Captain Wang can hate him but don't get in his way. Captain Wang replied, weakness in this last world is the original sin. Without sufficient strength, what use is hatred? Captain Wang honestly said he wanted to use Yi Wu to make himself stronger, so Captain Wang would be on Yi Wu's side. Hearing Captain Wang's words, Yiwu thanked him for his honesty. Now it was time to turn off the energy transfer device. But suddenly a very large magic circle appeared above the city. Yiwu wondered what circle that was. Captain Wang answered, it was the Tianchuan Group's exclusive secret technique called the SX Pointed Star Portal. But Captain Wang also didn't know why it appeared in the sky above Zone 1R. Suddenly the magic circle released hundreds of monsters, which made them both immediately shocked. Yiwu said it seems that the higher-ups of Tianchuan Group belong to Chairman Wang because they have also betrayed humanity, even sending the monster to the safe zone. Yiwu guessed they wanted to muddy the waters to gain profits, or they wanted revenge on Hanmo and Huangjing. Captain Wang immediately cursed and asked what the purpose of that evil group was, because the Tianchuan Group's attitude will only harm civilians. Quickly, Yiwu flew on his wings and said there was a change of plans. They couldn't close the barrier now but would prioritize destroying the portal. Captain Wang understood Yiwu's orders. He will be on standby in the safe zone and then contact the energy transfer station if it needs to be turned off later. Meanwhile, at the Hanmo Group headquarters, which was in Safety Zone 1, the entire Mo family was standing at the top of the building and looking out, watching the situation outside. Lord Mo Zunlong asked, would the Southwest Security Region, which had maintained peace for 50 years, bring disaster today? Mo Kai replied, according to the information he had just obtained, that the barrier in Zone 1 was Huangfuda's conspiracy, and the monster invasion portal was caused by the rebellion of Technical Director Tianchuan. Hearing that, Mr. Mo immediately knew that their relationship broke up quickly. Neither Huangfu Sheng nor Huangfuda were the ones who liked to maintain a good relationship. Miss Mo Kier replied that the seemingly peaceful zone in the safe zone was surging, and the grievances and conflicts that had accumulated for decades finally erupted today. Mo Kier looked worried and said she didn't know if their group could control this situation. In her heart, Miss Mo Kier knew that the people in the safe zone, those outside the barrier, could only rely on Yiwu. But Master Mo said it's up to them to make things happen. We just need to do their own thing well. Are Huangfu Sheng and Tianchuan doing something now? Mo Kai replied, no, despite the information exchanged earlier, both Huangjing and Tianchuan remained silent and waited while watching and did not act rashly. Master Mo Zunlong thought it would be great if this fragile progress could be maintained, but he was worried that the conspirators would not want to make them happy. Suddenly, the energy coming out of the magic circle became even more terrifying. People realized there was a very strong gathering of energy. Then slowly they saw something terrible coming out of the portal. It turned out to be true. A giant dragon with terrifying wings and horns came out of the portal. It was a demon bull whose name was Lei Malin. What's even more terrifying is that the monster is level 180. When he came out of the portal, Lei Malin thought the defense level of the barrier in front of him was very high. Humans were indeed like turtles who only dared to hide in their shells. But he thinks it doesn't matter. He deliberately let them live a little longer. However, his goal was not at that place. He wanted to kill the little ones first. So Lei Malin immediately led the group of monsters to move a little away from Safety Zone 1. Yiwu, who was standing on the top of the building, looked at the group of monsters. He thought, is the boss of the 28 Constellations world the same as Kasua Akao before? It's just that it's 2x the level, and it's very difficult to deal with without the Shadow King. Yiwu realized that these monsters must not be left alone. First, he would destroy the transmission device, and then switch to a zone with fewer people to avoid more casualties. As for other monsters, Yiwu would leave it to them to take care of it. Yiwu immediately ordered all his bionic girls to wake up. In the underground space, all the bionic robots immediately responded obediently to Yiwu's orders. They immediately took off, flew through the roof, and in unison said they would start the monster extermination operation. The bionic robots immediately shot fire at the monsters. The attacks of all the bionic robots caused the monsters to become confused and run helter-skelter. They were afraid because it turned out that the person who attacked them at that time was not human. If it were not attacked by terrifying fire shots from the bionics, then all the monsters would be attacked with sharp weapons by all the strong and agile bionic robots. One of the bionic robots contacted Yiwu and asked for their next orders. Yiwu said, the boss army is heading towards the bionic troops, but don't approach them, they just need to concentrate on destroying the surrounding monsters. In addition, staff will be sent to other safe zones to be alerted. The bionic robot immediately obeyed Yiwu's orders. While flying to see the situation, Yiwu contacted the principal, Miss Siyu, and Luofeng to report that the layout on the front line was almost the same, but there was still a place to focus on the back. Although the Huangjing army had arranged for Luofeng and the others to go to the academy for defense, now that the war had escalated, they would be transferred again. The principal asked Yiwu if was there anything new about this sudden contact. Yiwu replied time was pressing and he would explain it to all of them. Because of the Tianquan group's betrayal, a level 180 world boss appeared in Zone 2, and an army of monsters marched to another safe zone, and the level of the monsters was around 7-90. Miss Siyu was shocked to hear that the monsters had a level almost the same as Kasuwa Akao. The defense they had would not be able to deal with it, especially since they were still fighting with the Huangjang group too. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was very happy to hear that there would be chaos with the difference in power levels, because it meant that he would soon increase his level by fighting stronger monsters. Yiwu immediately asked the principal to take the students and nearby residents to the school's underground shelter. Then he asked Miss Siyu to persuade Huangjang people to agree with the outside world. If they cannot be persuaded, then there is no need to force them, because protecting Miss Siyu was the top priority and Yiwu's reinforcements would arrive soon. The principal said he would directly do Yiwu's request now. After the last invasion, Miss Mo sent someone to help them strengthen the shelter. Now it shouldn't be a problem to withstand the attacks of level 10 monsters. After that, Miss Siyu replied that Yiwu should pay attention to her safety. On the other hand, Luo Feng also said that they would wait for Yiwu to return from the battlefield. After that, Yiwu flew again to attack the enemy. Now he felt relieved to act. The two flying monsters who saw Yiwu's appearance immediately smiled happily and said that they didn't expect an idiot to come to their mouths for lunch. But even though the two monsters were level over 85, with just one pass, Yiwu managed to burn the two high-level monsters. Then Yiwu flew close to the portal and attacked the portal with the explosive fire dragon bullet. With such a huge fire attack, the portal in the sky was immediately destroyed. Now, Yiwu was thinking about attracting the monster herd away from the residential area. But when this young man looked back, he was shocked because the monsters had ignored his existence in destroying the portal. The boss monster Lei Malin continued to rush to the outskirts of the city in a straight line. He guessed that the boss monster's goal was to destroy the main city wall of the safe zone. Yiwu immediately activated the Dark Flame form, which was a form of Dark Flame. He was very angry because if the main city walls were destroyed, the monsters in the wilderness would be able to rush into the safe zone, and the situation will become even more difficult to deal with. Yiwu looked. The boss monster seemed a little reckless, but he didn't expect the monster to be so cunning. Yiwu used his full strength because he had to stop the boss monster quickly, but the post monster completely ignored Yiwu's attack. Because the young man's attack only reduced a very small amount of the monster's HP. Yiwu guessed that the Black Flame attack didn't make much of an impression because he thought the boss monster was too big. So Yiwu immediately activates the Flaming Demon in control to create the form of a large emperor. The giant emperor soldier immediately blocked the boss monster Lei Malin's movements. Yiwu exclaimed happily because he finally managed to stop the boss monster. But boss monster Lei Malin said that with such little strength, Yiwu still wouldn't be able to stop his move. With just one stomp, the giant emperor soldier was pushed back by the boss monster Lei Malin. Yiwu was shocked because the boss monster didn't even use force to force the flame demon to retreat. Yiwu cursed in annoyance and wondered how he could withstand the boss monster's incredible defense and strength. Chairman Wang suddenly contacted Yiwu in the middle of the fight. Chairman Wang explained he had seen the battle situation on which side Yiwu was on, and in his opinion, to stop such a boss, Yiwu had to have an equal weapon. Chairman Wang told Yiwu to immediately go to the address sent to Yiwu, because in that place there is a humanoid weapon developed in secret by the Tianquan group. It was that tool that would help Yiwu. Yiwu wanted to immediately go check out the place, but even if the location wasn't there, once he was out of battle, he wouldn't be able to resist the boss monsters that would definitely rush straight into the protective wall. Just as his mind was starting to get stuck, Yiwu remembered that he still had a very useful item. Yiwu immediately summoned the Zerg monsters with the magic crystal that Yiwu had obtained. With this, we will see that monsters from the upper zone will fight monsters from the lower zone, namely the Zerg. The humans around the battle zone panicked when they saw the appearance of the Zerg monsters. They thought that it was no longer possible to have a chance to live, because on the other side, there were elite monsters, and on the other side there was an invasion from the Zerg. But their fears soon disappeared when they realized that the Zerg had not seen them at all, and turned to the elite monsters. The Zerg monsters immediately attacked the boss monster, Lei Malin, making the red-bodied monster roar with anger. He was furious that the Zerg dared to attack him. The humans in that place began to be confused and wondered why the Zerg were protecting them. And why did that happen? On the other hand, Yiwu was relieved that his efforts were successful. Even though Zerg's attack power was still not enough, it was enough to disrupt the boss monster's mentality and aggro. This way, Yiwu could buy time to go and see Tianquan's secret weapon. In order to shorten the time, this young man deliberately used a magic circle and teleported directly to one of the underground secret bases of the Tianquan group. Yiwu looked. In that place there was a mecha called Dragon Hunter Type IV, which had a level of 165. Yiwu guessed that that was the humanoid secret weapon belonging to the Tianquan group. The level of the robot was okay for Yiwu, But the shape of the robot was not his taste. So he asked Wise, could the little AI robot modify the big robot in front of them? Wise said of course, but it would take time. Yu Wu asked Wise to start immediately because he couldn't wait to immediately fight side by side with his old friend. Wise immediately made an analysis and started strengthening decomposition and reorganization operations. When the countdown is finally finished, the modification is complete. Currently standing is a mecha robot with the addition of more modern weapon attributes, and has level 165. Yu Wu proudly sat in the cockpit and said it was his ideal mecha. He was happy because he finally met his old friend again. Now they went to the battle zone to show the boss monsters how great they were. Meanwhile, at the battle site, the reporters were busy recording the battle between the boss monster and the Zerg. Since unmanned cameras couldn't get closer, they could only use handy cams to record the fight. Although this method is dangerous, the results will be worth it. They were already happy because tomorrow's headlines would be theirs. But the reporter girl by the side asked the senior to leave because it was too dangerous to record the monsters fight too closely. But the male reporter continued to insist, telling Junior not to be afraid because he would definitely protect her and take the girl flying. Just after he stopped talking, a very large piece of building debris was thrown right at them. The two reporters immediately thought that they would definitely die directly into ashes. But in the next second, they managed to survive because a Zerg monster jumped right in front of them and stopped the progress of the building debris that was about to hit their bodies. It was at this moment that the reporters became even more confused because it turned out that the Zerg monster was protecting them. Even so, the male reporter continued to find it impossible to discuss that tomorrow's headlines had new material. Namely, the Zerg appeared to protect humanity and ignored their own safety. On the other hand, the boss monster became even more furious when he saw the Zerg protecting lowly humans. He thought the Zerg's attitude was very ridiculous. But the Zerg answered because he had a human master, so that person has more right to rule him. He would definitely go through fire and water to follow his master's orders. The boa monster became even more furious when he heard that the Zerg had a human master. He guessed it was Yu Wu. The boss monster was angry and increasingly trampled the Zerg who recognized such humans as their masters. In his opinion, the pride of the monsters was completely humiliated by the Zerg. In his opinion, the Zerg was just a weak creature that chose a dead end. The Zerg continued to be stepped on until HP ran out. But the Zerg still said that death was nothing to fear for them. As long as they could complete the task given by the master, then they would even dare to die. Right after that, the boss monster got a big shot on its back and it looked back angrily. When the news said who dared to attack him, Yu Wu immediately fired another large missile, saying that no one dared to attack the creature except him. A huge number of large missiles immediately landed right on the boss monster's body, makes it cover the body with large wings. Then the monster commented that Yu Wu's skills had improved slightly. No wonder the young man could make the Zerg die loyally for him. Even though the tools Yu Wu uses can make him a little stronger, weak humans are still weak humans, which was a far cry from the perfect boss monster body. The boss monster Lei Malin was so loud that all of Yu Wu's missiles shot and exploded right before they touched his body. At this time the system gave a warning that they had run out of ammunition. Yu Wu was a little annoyed because this boss monster had very thick HP, so he had used up all his ammunition just to reduce 30% of the boss monster's HP. Fortunately, the focus of his transformation this time was not firepower output, but close combat. Now, Yu Wu jumped towards the boss monster and immediately hit his head very hard. No wonder this succeeded in reducing the monster's HP by up to 10%. But the boss monster was still able to sneer because that was just what Yu Wu's robot was capable of. Instantly, the boss monster immediately grabbed the robot's arm with its tail and hit the robot with its hard head. Even the boss monster kept telling Yu Wu to attack him harder because he could still survive. Yu Wu was very surprised because there was a very strong monster like Lei Malin. This young man suspected that apart from defense, the boss monster also had very powerful attack power. Even now the robot has lost up to 40% HP. Yu Wu was a little grateful because the zone was a zone that was under construction, so the population density was low. Otherwise, the fierce battle between the two giants would definitely result in many casualties. While continuing to try to defeat the boss monster, Yu Wu thinks that the Blood Phantom alone cannot defeat the boss monster, so the strategy must be changed immediately. Because the boss monster's main target was to destroy the main city wall, so he had to use his engineering abilities to strengthen the defense of the city wall and prevent the monsters outside from invading the city. So Yu Wu immediately took his robot to the main city wall to strengthen the wall. Meanwhile, Yu Wu had already placed hundreds of small destruction robots to attack the monsters. In this way, the monster will have a little trouble being attacked by hundreds of robots that explode on its body like that. But even though he had received quite a powerful explosive attack, the boss monster Lei Malin was still able to stand up and become even angry. He shouted no longer interested in spending time with Yu Wu, so he wanted to kill the young man straight away. While strengthening the main wall of the city, Yiwu replied that he was not arrogant in trying to defeat the boss monster. He only tried 9 ways to stop the conspiracy of the boss monster. When he saw Yiwu strengthening the city walls, the boss monster was a little amazed that the young man was actually aware of his plan. According to him, it was extraordinary for a human being. Now the monster boss Lei Malin suspects that Yiwu is the person who succeeded in killing Kasua Akao. But the monster boss still sneered at Yiwu, saying that even though the young man had strengthened the city walls, he couldn't possibly stop his monster army. Right after the boss monster finished speaking, he received a communication transmission from one of the humanoid robots reporting that there was an emergency, because a new portal has appeared in the second safe zone and the monster army keeps coming from that portal. Yiwu was even more shocked when the humanoid girl sent him a portal that opened in the second safe zone, which turned out to be more terrifying and its energy was stronger. Seeing the terrifying portal in Zone 2 made Yiwu think, could this be their true goal? Yiwu cursed in annoyance because he didn't realize the opponent was deliberately using the monster port to deploy the main weapon and then take advantage of the attack from behind. Yiwu guessed that the monsters had developed their intelligence. Suddenly, the boss monster, Lei Malin, crashed into the body of the robot that Yiwu was driving, causing the robot to be instantly destroyed. The boss monster was happy because finally Yiwu would lose this battle, and fell into the abyss of despair until he lost his spirit. Seeing the robot destroyed, Yiwu had time to say goodbye because it turned out that the robot's survival ability only ended there. But Yiwu still very much looked forward to the day when they met and fought together again. Yiwu finally flew away from the boss monster and decided he had to return to the second safe zone to destroy the newly appeared portal. In a short time, the boss was limited by explosions from his robot, so he had to quickly find a way to face the boss monster later. While flying in the sky, Yiwu was amazed to see the moon and sun in the same sky. This young man realized that nature seemed to be telling him to immediately summon the twin mages simultaneously. But the system answered that although the default account mechanism could do it, it was not recommended because the mana consumption would be 4 times than usual. After summoning, a debuff will be given in the form of Magic Forbidden status. So, Magic Forbidden status means not being able to use any level of magic for 24 hours. On the other hand, the boss monster chased Yiwu again and angrily said that he was fed up with Yiwu's attacks, which only had a low impact on him. He had wanted to play with ants like Yiwu, but now he had to end this game. Realizing that his condition was getting worse, Yiwu decided that no matter how expensive it was, he would do it, namely summoning twin mages Yavre and Yamba at the same time. Right after that, a huge magic circle appeared in front of the boss monster, and pushed the boss monster Lei Malin between the other forms of the sun and moon until he immediately fell under the pressure of the twin mage's extremely high magic circle. At this time 2 female wizards appeared who immediately saluted Yiwu. They felt very fortunate to be called to help the master, but suddenly Yiwu felt his head hurt a lot. He thought of summoning 2 mages at the same time. It turns out it's still too difficult for me, but you have to survive. Seeing their master in pain, Yavre and Yamba immediately rushed into the young man's arms and asked worriedly, why is the master in pain? Yavre immediately accused her twin of making Yiwu suffer so much because of Yavna's dark energy, but Yavna denied, saying that it must be from Yavre's light energy, not from me. While the 2 mages were fighting, the boss monster Lei Malin rose again from under the pile of buildings and said that I was not dead. The 2 wizards both raised their wands to attack Lei Malin again. But unfortunately, their attacks don't seem to have much impact because the monster has a very large HP. The boss monster Lei Malin roared with emotion and mustered the last of his strength. The boss monster said Yiwu was truly amazing to be able to push him to the point of only having 1% HP left. But the monster felt he was just lacking the final step to complete his mission. To complete this mission, he was even willing to sacrifice his life to open a way for his people to enter the safe zone. The boss monster Lei Malin activates Bloodlock Rage, which is a racial feature, enters HP lock at the cost of burning life, can defend against almost all attacks, and the state lasts for 1 minute. When the time is up, then the boss monster will die. Yiwu panicked, seeing that the boss wanted to destroy the main city wall in these few minutes of invincibility. So Yiwu asked the 2 mages to quickly find a way to stop the monster. Yiwu asked the twin mages if they had any other ultimate moves that could counter the boss's HP lock status. Yavna replied, there is, but this move will consume a lot of mana and it will also cause a greater burden on their master. On the other hand, the boss monster Lei Malin managed to destroy the energy shield that had been created by Yiwu. The boss monster had now almost destroyed the main wall of the safe zone. Yiwu frantically said, despite understanding the inherently contradictory attributes of destiny, that now he wanted to put aside those techniques and concentrate on defeating the boss. If not, then Yiwu accusing the 2 mages was useless. Frightened under Yiwu's pressure, they immediately hugged Yiwu and combined the strength of the 3 of them to use their ultimate strength. Even though Yiwu was confused, he still followed the 2 mages' plan. From their enormous energy, a magic circle emerged that shone brightly in the sky. From the magic circle appeared a large creature wearing armor. The creature, called the Star Demon God, looks very strong with 2 large swords on his arms. Currently, the boss monster Le Malin had already managed to destroy the energy shield and was close to destroying the main wall. But even though the creature's HP only had 1% left, he said that all attacks would have no effect on it when he activated the Bloodlock Rage status. The boss monster arrogantly said that he could never be killed by a human like Yi Wu. Without much ado, the Star Demon God succeeded in transporting the post monster to another dimension, and then with the power of the sun and moon, the Star Demon God shot out an energy so large that it was able to dismember the body of the boss monster Le Malin. Even the boss monster was at a loss for words because he didn't expect a power beyond reason to be able to crush him like this. In a short time, the boss monster was finally burned until nothing remained. It was at this time that the twin mages, Yavre and Yavna, said goodbye to Yi Wu. The 2 beautiful witches were happy because they could help the master complete the big mission this time. Before completely disappearing, they both said they would eagerly await Yi Wu's next call. Yi Wu finally landed on the ground in relief because the boss monster was completely defeated. But the feeling is still uncomfortable. It was at this moment the system notified this battle consumed 40% of his accumulated mana. Enter magic forbidden status and cannot summon twin mages within 120 hours. Yi Wu thought consumed as much as 40%. That is, 400 years of magic energy was consumed by one move, as expected from dimensional magic. Although Yi Wu never wanted to be the savior, it was a good thing to be able to prevent the entire safe zone from collapsing. Next, only the Zone 2 portal remains. Yi Wu thought, no matter how busy the time is, the drop must be taken and see what equipment he can get this time. The system congratulates Yi Wu for successfully killing the world boss. So he got 80 million X points, 10 million MP points, and 150 million gold. Yi Wu also has the right to get items dropped by boss monsters. Among other things, Magic Crystal, Epic Quality Level 160. There is also a Territory Key, which is a key that can be used to open the exclusive territory of the boss. The higher the level, the greater the danger. Plus, a Demon Wings item, which is a flying cloak that can help increase physical or magical defense and flying speed, and gain the qualifications to walk in the demon dimension. Yi Wu smiled with satisfaction seeing the drop item. Although not many drops, the quality is very high. And now his territory key has been accumulated to 2. After this invasion is over, Yi Wu will use it to make money. Yi Wu also guessed the demon dimension mentioned in Demon Wings. Yi Wu will put the drop aside and look at it again later. The top priority is to quickly complete the portal in Zone 2. Yi Wu asked the system what happened to the portal now. The system explained that there were many high-level monsters around levels 9-100 near the portal. They have 20 people who haven't broken through the block yet, and the remaining 10 are on their way. Yi Wu asked all of them, including the system, to focus on reducing the number of monsters and left the matter of the portal to Yi Wu. While flying towards the portal, Yi Wu thought there was one thing he was always worried about. Namely, about the words of the monster boss Le Malin, who said he would sacrifice his life to pave the way for the brand race. Yi Wu wondered to himself, what did "to open the way" mean? If a monster wants to level up, it should prey on humans, but this continues to refer to low-level monsters. Could it be possible to open a path referring to a high-level monster or a way to increase the level of a boss? Yi Wu flew with the Demon Wings and realized the speed of the Demon Wings was truly amazing. It seems that demons and dark flames are very compatible. Additionally, the previous does not appear to affect other accounts. Yi Wu was happy because this was one of the benefits of having multiple accounts. Yi Wu concluded, for the next step, he would just destroy the final portal, and the war could end. Yi Wu attacked using the Dark Flame Dragon Ball to shoot at the terrifying portal in front of him. But suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a monster inside the portal. Yi Wu's true eyes automatically activated. He suspected that this skill activated itself because he felt a very strong terror pressure. When he saw the figure in the portal, Yi Wu was stunned because the creature turned out to be a level 300 demonling. Yi Wu realized that the creature had terrifying killing intent. Even Yi Wu's body couldn't move. Yi Wu wondered in his heart, was this the so-called pressure of level 300? Just because of the pressure of the monster's eyes and aura, Yi Wu couldn't breathe. In his heart, Yi Wu decided not to let the creature out of the portal. Yi Wu immediately burned the portal with all his might. Suddenly, Yi Wu got help to burn the portal from his humanoid robots. Initially, the 6 robots apologized because they came late, but Yi Wu came right on time. Then Yi Wu fell deep into thought and realized he had not experienced this kind of helplessness and fear from the depths of his soul for a long time. This kind of pressure was more real than what the ancient gods had brought before in dreams. Yi Wu wondered, was this the pressure of level 300? because it's too much. Even in the Academy's history books, there was no specific record of how high the maximum limit of this world was. A splendid bat monster appeared and immediately attacked Yiwu because he was angry. Yiwu burned their portal. A level 110 creature died with just one swing of Yiwu's sword. Even though he had defeated the monster, Yiwu wondered to himself, why was he scared? Was it because the creature's level reached 300? But this young man was finally determined to remove all obstacles in front of him. No matter how high the opponent's level was, he would continue to surpass him, until he becomes the strongest. But one of the mecha robots suddenly reported that the monsters within a radius of 500 meters had been cleared. Please instruct the master to take the next step. Yiwu asked them to defend the previous camp, go to every security, and continue to destroy the remaining monsters throughout the zone. Hearing Yiwu's order, they immediately shot as fast as lightning to the place Yiwu ordered. Then Yiwu immediately contacted Miss Siyu to ask that every safe zone has a radar base station that monitors the number and location of monsters. Does Miss Siyu have permission to see that radar base? Miss Siyu replied, yes, but now all the radar base stations were damaged before the monsters invaded, and they are still being repaired. Then Yiwu asked Miss Siyu to send the coordinates of all the radar base stations. So Miss Siyu asked Yiwu to wait a moment. Yiwu put up another barrier around the city. He thought, now he must know the location and number of remaining monsters, and no fish should slip through the net. After all the monsters are eliminated, then open the barrier. Yiwu only hoped that the situation inside the barrier was not too bad. Meanwhile, at the Zone 5 surveillance radar base, several people were still busy repairing the damaged radar. They had difficulty repairing the radar because they didn't have replacements for the important parts. Suddenly they felt attacks or gunfire outside, but it finally stopped. It was at this moment that the door to the room suddenly opened, so they panicked and started shooting at the figure who entered from inside the door. It was Yiwu. They were shocked because it was a human who entered. With his usual relaxed attitude, Yiwu asked them not to worry because he had all defeated the monsters outside, so they were all safe now. The officers were shocked to hear Yiwu's words, but they still said thank you very much and apologized for shooting at the young man. Yiwu answered with no problem. He even said thank you. Because of the technicians' persistence, until they saw no danger, their attitude deserves the respect of all residents of the safe zone. But the officer boldly said that it was only natural for them to stay in place to be responsible for the security system. After all, they are not people who are greedy for life or afraid of death. Then they asked, who is Yiwu? Yiwu immediately approached the damaged device and answered that he had come to help repair the radar base station. Immediately the technician panicked. He shouted to prevent Yiwu from touching his work, or it would only further damage the radar, which was already very large. But immediately the officer's suspicions were wrong because all the radar stations turned on again. The system notifies the base stations have all been repaired. The Safe Zone radar monitoring system has been launched and is scanning the location and number of monsters in the safe zone. Not long after the scanning was complete, the system detected that the remaining attacking monsters in the safe zone were 486. All the officers in the room were shocked to see Yiwu able to repair all the radars so easily. In unison, they asked who Yiwu was. Stepping out of the room, Yiwu replied casually that he was just an ordinary citizen who wanted to help. Yiwu immediately flew out and thought there were only 486 monsters left, so it wasn't that dangerous, so it shouldn't be a problem to leave the rest to the other security guards. Moreover, Yiwu himself had to deal with some monsters gathered in the academy, and most importantly, Yiwu had to ask the principal about some things. At the entrance of the academy's underground security area, Ruan Tianchen, Luo Feng, the principal, and the female teachers of the school tried to resist the attacks of the monsters that were trying to break in. Ruan Tianchen and Luo Feng asked the two teachers to immediately enter the bank to be safe. The two lovebirds felt capable enough to withstand some of the monsters in front of them. But suddenly, all the monsters in front of them were burned by terrifying black flames. From behind the fire, Yiwu came down and asked if they were all okay. The principal did not expect to see Yiwu again in such a short time. He was amazed to see Yiwu, who had grown so extraordinary. He also considered Yiwu to be the pride of their academy. Yiwu was of course modest and thought the principal was exaggerating too much. After all, the level 180 world boss he defeated previously was only a narrow victory after a tough battle. Hearing that, Luo Feng was shocked because he had never known about a monster of such a high level before. Even the world boss he encountered previously was only level 90. However, Yiwu ignored it because that was not the most important part. There was something Yiwu wanted to know more because he had previously seen the arrival of a level 300 monster at the portal. Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen were even more shocked when they heard this. Ruan Tianchen even thought that Yiwu was joking because such a high level sounded excessive to her. Yiwu regretted it, but what he saw was true. Therefore, he asked the principal about two things. Firstly, after the Earth Age, he wanted to know what the actual level limit was and whether there were any special notes regarding it. Apart from that, Yu Wu also remembered that according to the Academy's records, the monsters that had attacked in the last 100 years did not exceed level 80. So, he wanted to know why there were now level 90 monsters appearing, then 180, and even 300 like he had seen before. He also wanted to know the true purpose of these monsters. The principal finally gave in because Yu Wu had noticed. Hence, it was time for him to tell Yu Wu everything. What Yu Wu will see and hear next is secret information that has never been made public. In the underground secret library, Luo Feng was amazed to see an ancient secret library hidden beneath the academy. The principal confirmed that it was a restricted area that only the principal could enter. Now the rules don't matter anymore. He had to answer Yu Wu's question first. The principal then explained that everyone knew that a level difference that was too large would be displayed as a question mark level. Scholars have previously concluded through research that it is a protective mechanism to avoid decision risks caused by directly viewing level differences. This ultimately influences the assessment of the world level high limit. Some people might say the number 999, while others might say 9999. However, the more scholars learn, the more they fall into deep despair, even committing suicide due to mental disorders. Since then, no one cared, let alone learned about the high limit of the world level. Luo Feng immediately confirmed that the closer they got to the apocalypse, the more all kinds of pressure to survive became. If someone faced such a huge level gap, then it would be strange if they weren't crazy. Even though he had heard about level 300 monsters, he couldn't stop shaking. Yu Wu then wanted to know what the highest level of humans or monsters known so far was. The principal explained that the highest level that humanity has ever had was the 5 heroes who saved humanity from fire and water 150 years ago. The hero was known to have reached level 500. According to ancient standards, level 100 was equal to 1S, therefore, they were also called having level 5S. Luo Feng was shocked again by this level 500 human. Luo Feng even suspected that they weren't all humans. He is also not surprised that there are only 5 heroes to stabilize the world. Yu Wu was happy to be able to get confidential information, so he asked the principal to continue the conversation. The principal continued that after 5 large groups led by 5 heroes succeeded in defeating the monsters to stabilize the balance of the earth, they finally formed 5 global safe zones respectively. With the 5 safe zones as the center, after 100 years, several small and medium safe zones were formed. The Southwest Safe Zone was located in a relatively safe inland area, so there had been no high-level monster invasions in the past 100 years. The principal added that apart from human and material resources, there is another core factor that is useful for building a safe zone, namely super-concentrated liquid magic crystal, which is the highest source of liquid energy. This energy source is buried in the ground and is the basis for the formation of a safe zone and is the real target of monster invasions for hundreds of years. Luo Feng had no idea that such a secret was buried underground in the safe zone. This ultimate liquid energy has the same properties as fossil fuels in the past. Yu Wu was no less surprised because he remembered what was written in history books that humans in the past often fought to obtain the highest liquid energy. Luo Feng believes this happened because, in the past, humans could control everything if they could master this energy. The problem is, why do monsters want it too? The principal explains that the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal was discovered by 5 heroes. Even though it has been researched for hundreds of years, humans can only use the superficial effects of this energy. But for monsters, the effect can be greater than they imagine. Even if humans can't use it for themselves, monsters still can't have it. If that happens, there will be dire consequences that will follow. However, the monster invasions that have become more frequent recently, the principal believes that it has nothing to do with the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal, but there is another reason. Monsters seem to be attracted by some kind of mysterious power, even though it's still just a guess. Yu Wu thought about what the principal said. He suddenly suspected that the monster invasion might have been triggered by his king's account system. Yu Wu could feel how the level of the attacking monsters continued to increase after he activated the account. Meanwhile, the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal is to open the path mentioned by the previous boss monster. At least for now, all of Yu Wu's questions have been answered. Now, he will continue his journey to clean up the remaining monsters in the safe zone. After everything is over, he will think about these 2 things. At the Hanmo headquarters in Zone 1, a man reported to the director that the level 180 monster that came out of the portal had been killed and all the portals had also been destroyed. Most of the monsters in the safe zone had also been killed and the civilian casualties and level of infrastructure damage were far below expected figures. He also said that the person who did everything was team leader Wang Jiewu. Mo Kai was naturally annoyed and she confirmed the truth of the information. The man then continued that even though their communication with the outside world was cut off, they managed to set up an information transfer station at the border of the shield. Even though those in Zone 1 lose communication with the outside world, they can still exchange information directly so that the information is also accurate. Mo Zunlong immediately praised Mo Qir's vision, which was considered correct at that time. He also praised Yu Wu, who gave him a big surprise. Yu Wu with that much power could crush the Huangjang group. Mo Qir felt that it was indeed the step she should choose. The woman also expressed relief that Mo Zunlong was willing to give her and Yu Wu a chance to prove themselves. In her heart, Mo Qir was also very happy because Yu Wu had never let her down. It's just that Yu Wu has helped and saved him many times. He didn't know the right way to repay Yu Wu's kindness later. Not long after, several men came in and immediately reported that Tianchuang and Huangjang had teamed up with nearly 2,000 people to prepare to attack them. Everyone was naturally shocked, including Mo Kai. The number of 2,000 people was clearly in no way comparable to the 200 people they had, including the Mogong team. He wondered why the enemy team had so many troops. Mo Qir then spoke up that the staffing and placement of the three major groups in Safe Zone 1 was relatively transparent. Apart from that, the entry and exit of personnel is also strictly controlled. Now Huangjang and Tianchuang suddenly appeared with so many people. Mo Qir deduced one possibility, that they had planned secretly to move their troops to Zone 1 through various means. Mo Kai naturally wanted to know whether Mo Qir meant to remind them of the attack from Huangjang and Tianchuang. Mo Qir immediately confirmed. He also admitted that Yu Wu had previously collected information regarding this matter. However, he knew at that time no one would believe this information. Mo Kai became very angry because now not only Huangjang but also Tianchuang also had the same plan. He was worried that their attack would cause a lot of losses, so he would send the Mogong team to attack them while they were off guard. Mo Qir asked Mo Kai not to act rashly with their limited numbers. Even if the Mogong team could stand a chance, the enemy would hinder them. If Mogong's team was trapped, then the base would be in danger. Mo Kai wanted to know what they should do at that time. Mo Qir realized that the current situation was very detrimental to her. But for now, they can only stabilize the situation first. They could send people to negotiate with both groups to buy time while waiting for external support. Mo Kai wanted to know if the external support Mo Qir was referring to was Yu Wu. He didn't want to put the fate of the group in the hands of a brat like him. Mo Qir repeated her words, saying that Yu Wu was a hero who had killed world bosses twice and saved civilians in the safe zone many times. Of course, Yu Wu was not a bad boy like Mo Kai said. Mo Kai wanted to answer, but Mo Zunlong agreed with Mo Qir's plan. Now the question is who will be sent to conduct negotiations at such a critical time. Since Mo Qir was the one who made the suggestion, he would also go to meet the two groups. Everyone was naturally surprised by Mo Qir's words. Mo Kai naturally rejected this idea. He forbade Mo Qir from leaving and asked her to appoint another representative who could be sent to meet the two groups. Mo Qir assured them that she should go. Moreover, other people won't be able to buy time like I can. Mo Qir asked everyone not to worry, as she had experienced many life and death situations but had always managed to deal well. In his heart, Mo Zunlong had no idea that his daughter had improved so much. Mo Zunlong finally gave permission on the condition that Mo Qir had to bring the Mogong team and other fighting forces together. Mo Zunlong emphasized that Mo Qir's task was to prevent direct conflict. Mo Qir immediately agreed. On the other hand, Mo Kai naturally felt very annoyed. Even though I should have been the one who had that responsibility, Mo Qir volunteered to take over the task. Mo Kai was secretly worried that the other party would lose their life. On the other hand, the monsters ran to protect themselves. They were afraid because instead of the monsters being able to hunt there, they were the ones being hunted. Plus the portal is gone and the boss has also been killed. They didn't know where to escape. They were continuously attacked by Yu Wu's men until there were only 28 remaining monsters. The location has also been locked and a team has been sent to kill the rest. It could be said that Yu Wu had won then. Yu Wu certainly praised everyone's good work. They are a little away from finishing the monster business in the safe zone, but there is one more destiny they have to complete so that everything will be perfect. Yu Wu's men naturally wanted to know what the man meant, but Yu Wu assured them they would find out soon. At the main city wall gate of Safe Zone 9, Huangfuda was driving his car to escape. He knew that the portal had been destroyed and all the monsters had also been killed. The man even doubted that Yu Wu was human. Meanwhile, his combat power was almost exhausted at that time and the southwest safe zone was also no longer able to hold out. Even if Yu Wu didn't use him, Huangfu Sheng would hunt him down for plotting against him. Huangfuda decided to go to a secret base within the wilderness to avoid the limelight. After Yu Wu kills Huangfu Sheng, then I will kill Carbine. However, at that moment someone suddenly landed on the car. Huangfuda was shocked and saw the figure as Azure 13. Of course, he wanted to know why the woman was there. He also asked what Azure would do. Huangfuda also asked Yu Wu at that time, has Azure succeeded in killing? However, instead of getting an answer, Azure actually attacked Huangfuda, surprising the man. Azure said that I would kill Huangfuda, but I assured him that I would not just kill him straight away. I will torture and make you suffer slowly first. Huangfuda immediately thought of the possibility that the time of his control was up. Previously, to prevent excessive consumption, a time limit had been set, but now it seems like Azure is out of control. However, for me, it doesn't matter because I just have to control it one more time. Huang Fuda was naturally furious that Azure dared to injure his own master. Of course, it won't stay silent. Huang Fuda started by turning off the sensors. However, I panicked because it turned out that the sensor couldn't be turned off. Azure casually said that magic uses Huang Fuda's bionic system, which is a supreme masterpiece and can of course use a similar technique on Huang Fuda. Azure asked about Huang Fuda's condition, who must be in excruciating pain. However, that pain was absolutely not enough to repay the pain I experienced before. Therefore, I will return it hundreds of times. Huang Fuda wasn't sure Azure could do it. After successfully controlling me, it will immediately erase Azure's personality and emotions. Huang Fuda will make Azure once again both a toy and a killing machine. However, it turned out that Azure could no longer be controlled, and this made Huang Fuda wonder. He suspected that the controller he had was damaged, but that was also impossible. Huang Fuda slammed the controller he had in annoyance. Azure then said that I had gained true freedom. Huang Fuda immediately asked if Yu Wu had taken control of Azure even though he was still evasive. The control element is completely integrated with Azure's body and is absolutely impossible to remove perfectly without damaging the body. Azure immediately concluded that Huang Fuda didn't know Yu Wu at all. For me, Yu Wu is a man who can turn the impossible into possible. Even Yu Wu was the one who gave Huang Fuda's current location. Otherwise, Azure wouldn't have been able to find Huang Fuda's location so easily. Huang Fuda was naturally very surprised because he didn't realize Yu Wu's true strength. He regretted that he couldn't use someone as strong as Yu Wu for his personal gain. He was confident that with Yu Wu's help, he could control the entire Southwest safe zone. Azure immediately emphasized that Yu Wu belonged to himself and no one else. Azure was already preparing to attack Huang Fuda, and the man immediately begged them to talk more. He said that even if I died, Huang Zhang would not let go of Azure. Azure casually stated that it was Huang Zhang who would soon be buried together with Huang Fuda. Azure said goodbye to the past and that damn fate. After successfully killing Huang Fuda, she was rewarded with 1 million experience points and 500 gold coins. Apart from that, I also got the key to the secret treasure, which is a treasure in the wilderness. In her heart, Azure knew that Yu Wu belonged to no one, and that meant neither did she belong to you. At least, I managed to make Yu Wu happy, and that was enough. The key would also definitely make Yu Wu even more happy. At the square in front of the Hanmo group in Zone 1, Mo Kier met the uncle and praised all the great power that the man had managed to gather. Huang Fusheng, on the other hand, did not expect the Hanmo group to send a little girl to negotiate. He then asked where Mo Zunlong and Mo Kai were. He looked down on the men from the Hanmo family who looked like turtles who liked to hide. The head of the Tianchuang group, Ding Zhenchen, also laughed. Mo Kier revealed that the negotiations were proposed by her, so it was natural for me to come. Besides, I'm sure I can handle something like that alone without involving your father and brother. Huang Fusheng was not too surprised by Mo Kier's grin. As I expected from your daughter. To me, Mo Kier is the same as someone who has courage, vision, and mission. However, it's a shame because if your mother was still alive, then you would have to be responsible for the Hanmo group as a group that was built together. Mo Kier didn't want to talk about it anymore and asked Huang Fusheng to quickly express the conditions. Huang Fusheng stated that among the 9 zones in the southwest region, the Hanmo group currently controls zones 1, 3, 5, 8, and 9. Therefore, my condition is that the Hanmo group must provide zones 1, 3, and 5 in the Huangjiang group and zone 8 in the Tianchuang group. If the Hanmo group does this, then they will show mercy and the Hanmo group can survive in Zone 9 until they die in peace. Wan Hao was of course angry because they would not accept such conditions, and Lu asked him to calm down because it was not the time to comment. Jai Wangchuan also reminded them that their mission there was to protect Mo Kier, so there was no need to do anything excessive. Mo Kier casually said that I would give Huangjiang group zones 1, 3, and 5, but not Tianchuang because they were not qualified to negotiate. Of course, Ding Zhenchen became angry and insulted Mo Kier, who had not properly understood the situation because you were the one in control. If I give the order, then the Hanmo group will immediately be wiped out and they will no longer be able to escape. Huang Fusheng asked Ding Zhenchen to calm down, and then immediately asked the Hanmo group to fulfill the requirements of the Tianchuang team as well, because otherwise they would go to war. Mo Kier then admitted that I could hand over Zone 8 to Tianchuang, but doubted Huang Fusheng would actually accept. The Tianchuang group originally only came to seek profits, and because they were willing to negotiate peace they no longer needed to fight. So, the Tianchuang group is not really necessary. They only joined to gain profits in Zone 8. The deal would only worsen the Huangjiang group's situation. Ding Zhenchen of course immediately reminded Huang Fusheng not to listen to Mo Kier's words. It was clear the man was just trying to divert them from fighting with each other. Huang Fusheng hit Ding Zhenchen because the man was annoyed as if he was trying to teach me. Huang Fusheng said again that Mo Kier was very similar to her mother, a dangerous woman who can easily play with other people's hearts. However, even though I am interested in Mo Kier's offer, I guarantee that I will not be fooled by that woman's little tricks. At that time, suddenly a subordinate of Huang Fusheng came to give bad news. The man immediately became curious. His subordinates immediately whispered and reported the deputy chairman Huang Fuda. Huang Fusheng immediately laughed while crying, leaving everyone confused at that time. Huang Fuda laughed that I had actually warned him a long time ago not to study that ancient technology, and that guy didn't listen. Now you actually died at the hands of his own creation, and that was clearly too shameful. He was annoyed because his brother had to die before me, even though previously they had agreed to dominate the Southwest Zone together and then compete with each other. He was sad because his brother did not keep his promise. Now that Huang Fuda was dead, there was no longer anything to worry about in that world. He will dominate everything. At that time, he immediately changed his mind. He wants the whole region and even life. He wants it all. In her heart, Mo Kier also didn't expect that Huang Fuda would end up dead. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Wen Hao suspected that Huang Fusheng had gone crazy because he suddenly changed his mind. Jai Wangchuan also asked Mo Kier to immediately withdraw and leave everything to the Mogong team. At that time, Mo Kai also contacted him. He gave news about Huang Fuda, who was killed by a woman on his way to escape into the wilderness. The incident was also verified by a video that the perpetrator was Zhu He, who attended the same academy as Yu Wu. Mo Kier was a little suspicious when she heard the news. Mo Kai immediately confirmed that Yu Wu had done a good job again. Yu Wu not only fought with the world boss but also killed the deputy chairman of the Huangjang group in a short time. However, because of that, they also faced bigger problems. Huang Fusheng went wild and Mo Kier's plan to delay time became useless. Mo Kai asked Mo Kier to immediately return to the base and let Mogong's team stall for more time. But Mo Kier was aware that escaping to the base would not help. In that situation, once the war started, even if there was a Mogong team, they would still be outnumbered. Ding Zhenchen laughed and immediately confirmed that they did not need to negotiate with Mo Kier. It was the easiest way to destroy them by force. I immediately sent the elites to suppress Mogong's team, and the rest will take care of also capturing Mo Kier alive. However, before everything had time to proceed, Ding Zhenchen received an attack that left him in pain and confused. Huang Fusheng then admitted that Ding Zhenchen clearly misunderstood because he wanted to control everything, including the Tianchuang team. Ding Zhenchen didn't expect that guy to betray me at all. Huang Fusheng completely disagreed with the term betrayal used by Ding Zhenchen. He regarded the Tianchuang team as just a chess piece in his hands. The relationship between the two of them was never real, and he would also take the Tianchuang group for himself. Huang Fusheng bid farewell to Ding Zhenchen and killed him easily. He then gave orders to his troops to destroy the Hanmo group for him. He was determined that that day would not only be the death of the Hanmo group but also the rebirth of the Huangjang group. Huangjang's troops began to attack Hanmo's group. The Mogong team immediately divided the tasks, where Yin Huan was immediately asked to protect Mo Kier while the rest followed Jai Wangchuan to confront the enemy. Yin Huang asked Mo Kier not to move away from my side. Mo Kier immediately agreed. I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. Currently, with the same resources, Huangjang was clearly much more advantageous in terms of numbers than the Hanmo group. I was worried whether they would be able to survive until Yu Wu came to help. On the other hand, Huang Fusheng asked the Chuangxi team leader, Hu Fei, would they fight or help the Huangjang group now without Ding Zhenchen around? Without hesitation, Hu Fei chose to join the Huangjang group. He had indeed disliked Ding Zhenchen for a long time. To me, he is a bad old man who is at the end of his reign but insists on not giving up his seat. The Tianchuang group under the leadership of Ding Zhenchen will never be able to move forward. Starting today, Huang Fusheng is declared the owner of the Chuangxi team. Huang Fusheng of course laughed happily. Now it's just a matter of how Hu Fei proves himself to him. Hu Fei immediately agreed and promised to bring the valuable head. On the other hand, the Mogong team guarded the stairwell access so that no one entered. Wen Hao never thought that the Mogong team, which had experienced many battles, would now have to return to using the ancient tactic of group battles, namely using a certain terrain to judge the opponent's numerical superiority. At that moment, a sword suddenly shot towards Jai Wangchuan. The man said that it was useless for Jai Wangchuan to fight with other soldiers and that it would be better to fight with me. Jai Wangchuan recognized the sword's energy. Sure enough, it was Hu Fei, who hadn't seen him for a long time. He was amazed by Jai Wangchuan's level increase and thought it was because he had successfully conquered the previous dungeon. He admitted that he was very jealous of Jai Wangchuan, who was a rich child. Jai Wangchuan, who saw Hu Fei, stated that the man had always been just a person seeking glory, so it was natural that he did not get any profitable resources. While they were fighting, another man came. He admitted that he had never seen an incident where two brothers fought and spoke ill of each other over the years. Jai Wangchuan was surprised because he was Ai Long, who was the leader of the Huang team from the Huangjang group. The problem was that Jai Wangchuan knew that the man shouldn't have entered Zone 1, so he had been hiding there all this time. AI Long praises Jai Wangchuan for being good at everything, but he is too strict. He asked the man not to worry about the current rules because the most important thing was that they could fight as much as they wanted. Hu Fei immediately asked AI Long about what they would do after that. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that to defeat Jai Wangchuan, they had to work together. However, apparently, AI Long was reluctant to cooperate and would fight Jai Wangchuan alone no matter his level. He asked Hu Fei not to disturb his fun. Hu Fei chose to leave, but Jai Wangchuan quickly stopped him. Jai Wangchuan knew he had to hold back and buy more time on that back end. However, AI Long was annoyed because he had asked Jai Wangchuan for a duel, but whatever it was, he would take advantage of it. Jai Wangchuan was worried that AI Long would make things difficult for him later. If that happened, the rear would be in danger even though he had to survive at least until help arrived. Immediately realizing his thoughts, Jai Wangchuan didn't expect that he was secretly waiting for Yu Wu's arrival. On the other hand, the fight continues. The Huangzhang group believes that those who succeed in killing Hanmo will be able to reach the pinnacle of life. They became very enthusiastic about killing the troops. Wan Hao was annoyed because Huangzhang's mix seemed to have no end. No matter how much they killed, more and more troops arrived. Dan Lu reminded the Mogong team that their main goal was not to kill but to delay as much time as possible. They have to save skills and HP potions. Wan Hao didn't care at all. He was determined to kill Huangzhang and the Tianchuang group. On the other hand, Yin Huan advised Mokir to return to the base to be safe. The front could no longer hold on, so she had to step in to help. Mokir said that whether she withdrew or not, it would be of no use because he would not be able to help either. Mokir also reminded Yin Huan not to leave after she previously missed the growth opportunity in the Lost Temple dungeon. If Yin Huan insisted on leaving, then she might die. Yin Huan admitted that although it was painful, Mokir's words were true. However, she still couldn't just avoid it. Mokir reminds them that they are not trying to escape reality. They just need to wait patiently for the hero who will save their lives. He believed Yu Wu would come and Yin Huan was curious. On the other hand, Hu Fei was so happy because he found a treasure. AI Long is willing to give him great achievements and must thank him later. The treasure was Mokir, who was going to have her head taken. She also saw Yin Huan there, although, at his current level, your arrival was simply a suicide attempt. Yin Huan doesn't care at all because even if I have to die, I will still protect Mokir. Hu Fei laughed and let Yin Huan try it out. She felt it would be fun entertainment. The fight left Yin Huan injured. Mokir immediately asked the woman to run and leave her alone. To me, Yin Huan is more important than I am to the company. Yin Huan still had the possibility of growing to infinity, so it would be a shame if he died like that. Yin Huan immediately pushed Mokir's body away. She was angry and offended at Mokir's remarks about treating me like a tool. However, Yin Huan admits that she still doesn't like Mokir. Yin Huan believed that I was just a disposable tool, different from Mokir, who if she died, apart from Mokai being sad, Yu Wu would also be sad. She obviously wouldn't let that happen. Yin Huan will do her best while waiting for the hero to arrive. Yin Huan immediately used the magic crystal. Finally, the demon's physical energy increased to level 120, lasted for 1 minute, and entered a weak state later to fight with Hu Fei.